Online, that's all I remember. We can blame nobody. Look where we are, so beautiful. This world is ours for the taking now. Not holding back, not giving in. Stay a little longer in the moment now. No regrets, no regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, away, yeah. 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 'Cause if we got one life to live, maybe we should just let go. Don't worry about tomorrow. Start counting your Insta follows. 'Cause the sun comes up again. New days they begin. So hold on to me, 'cause I won't let go of you. No regrets, no regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, away, yeah. 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 Let's show the world what we're made of. The fire in our bones never faded. We cannot hold it any longer. 'Cause every day the feeling's getting stronger. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, away, yeah. 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 Yeah. It's Q-Head. It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-inch scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. Be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. The air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. And we faced harder times when sweet words turned into lies. We got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest. Hit the brake, I turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high. I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. Be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. The air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. With you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you.
You should see my baby, she's spanking new. And she never says no, she's can do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls. And I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. With four on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she purrs like a kitten and twirls her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With the high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive. And spotlight. Just go on and set yourself free. And why not have the time of your life? 'Cause tonight you're royalty. Yes, you are. Wonder if you ever realize it's yours for you to take. Just let it show what you feel inside. Don't hold back, don't make them wait. Set the world on fire.
too tired. I'll rise up like the ash from fire. Oh, my back, but it's made out of iron. I won't give up, I'm not scared, I'm trying.
Los, komm, steig drauf. Das Leben ein Traum. Los, komm, steig drauf. Ja.
Das Leben ein Traum.
Kein Geld, kein Stress, wir regeln das. Luxus-Vibes, als wärst du auf der Segelyacht. Low Budget, High Class, Tasse statt Weinglas. Denk nicht viel nach, wir machen es einfach. Let's go. Seid ihr sicher, die Clique ist down? Ziehen Blicke auf uns, alle ticken jetzt aus. Die ganzen Kids in der City stehen drauf. Und rollen. Droppen Banger, schlagen mittendrin auf. Los, komm, steig drauf, voll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Los, komm, steig drauf, voll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Cruisen auf Scootern, fahren ans Ufer. Immer Open End, weil die Stadt niemals zu hat. Wasser schimmert Gold, wir machen was wir wollen. Doch die Kassen sind nie voll. Egal was soll's. Los, komm, steig drauf, voll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Cruise mit, baby. Los, komm, steig drauf, voll mit. Los, komm. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick, yeah. Kick stark, baby, lass ihn nicht nach, baby. Kick stark, baby, lass ihn nicht nach. Kick stark, baby, lass ihn nicht nach, baby.
We have here the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready?
I'm shaking.
Good. That's absolutely correct.
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to another day of Dream League. It's season 24 and day 3 of the group stage. Tons of games already played and a few more to come as we've got an action-packed day of Dota here with myself and Waga. And man, they took me onto the pre-show there, and it just reminded me of all the games we had yesterday. The hour-long one between Avarice and Liquid, the heroic one with the Parker Gyro. We've had some good games already.
And you know what's crazy? We haven't had the craziest games even. And today we're casting one of the teams that have had that. Extreme Gaming, who are coming up soon. They had a 1 hour and 25 minute game in their first game against Nouns. So we'll see if they have a true test of endurance like that today again. They've been interesting to watch. Of course, they had some recent changes, changing up their 4 and 5.
Was it John and MLP casting?
It must have been.
They're cursed or blessed, whichever way you want to look at it, for the super long game. So yeah, we can see all the teams here at Dream League, from Extreme through to Waska and everything in between. And yeah, man, I cannot wait for today to start and get into the games. I'm already, in the lobby. When's it going? Come on, admin. Don't care about the players' comfort. Just press the start game button and get the draft ready.
Yeah, it's gonna be wild for sure. I think this patch overall, we're seeing a lot of interesting things, and like how teams are approaching it. They're bringing out some new stuff, and Extreme, who find themselves here in the top of the group along with Paravision, of course, ahead of them a little bit. Extreme have been innovating as well. I'm in particular expecting Ame to perhaps bust out his Juggernaut again. He finally revealed it just 16 hours ago when they played against Enigma Galaxy. He's been practicing this for a while. I've been keeping tabs on him. He's been practicing it in his pubs, doing an interesting build, and it worked out really well in the pro game as well against Enigma.
Yeah, I think he was even trying to make it work pre-TI. I remember there was a game, maybe even TI Quals. No, it can't be TI Quals because they were invited. But it was like just briefly before TI, he played a Jug game, and it looked good until it didn't, and then like lost in the late game, and he didn't play it again for a while. Now it's coming back. Now it's real.
He's been spamming it. He's been spamming it a lot in his pubs. Yeah, been keeping track of it. He goes Mjolnir first item, SNY, and then he really likes skipping Aghanims and goes Blink instead. An interesting approach to be stronger earlier. Anyway, we can see Group B here as well. So we have the standings, of course, Tundra and Falcons up there at the top. Tundra looked so strong yesterday.
They did. Just like that resilience was really, really noticeable. Going up against some pretty stiff competition. I mean, when you're facing off a gyro with double rapiers, you got to have your brain in the right place. And coming out 5-1, solid position. Of course, this is step 1 in the EPT for season 3. We've got plenty of tournaments to come in the year of Dota 2 here for the EPT as well. And of course, as those points kind of build up and progress, the later you go in the year. And of course, LAN events also provide you more points.
Yeah, of course, you want to go to those lands and claim the big victories there. But there's a lot of points to be claimed along the way, as we can see. And as we've said before, towards the end of the season, that's where you can make the big gains, where there's 26,500 for season 26 and, of course, ESL 1 Spring.
Yeah, it's pretty damn good. And then, of course, these little group stage placement points as well. Everything does add up. You get to these situations at the end of the year where potentially just a handful of points separates you from the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, it's truly not
getting
just...
Getting third place in that group is nothing to scoff at.
No, it gives quite a bit. You do want to place high in the group. It gives you a lot already immediately there. As we can see here, the total distribution of the prize money and the EPT points. They're fighting for two causes here. The pro players really want to secure as much as they can early on in regards to EPT, and prize money is never a bad thing.
Yeah, we do like that kind of not top heavy situation where you've got the prize money split quite nicely. First place is a good chunk of cash there for winning the tournament, but you don't feel too sad coming kind of second, third, or even coming last place. You don't go empty-handed. And of course, our schedule for today, starting off with Extreme Gaming against Paravision. And Paravision kind of pulling a similar jobby they did with the old Entity, right? Just stomping through some early group stages and looking very strong early on in the tournament.
They actually have been looking very dominant. They have won games really quickly as well. They destroyed Avarice, for instance, in 2 pretty decisive games. They barely dropped any kills even. And in particular, no one has been standing out a lot as a player right now. Been having a lot of good games, so excited to see how he's gonna play. And this is sort of the battle of the Titans of Group A right now, so we'll see how they match up.
Yeah, because no one went from being, you know, multi-major winner, best mid in the world, to kind of going off the radar for a little bit, and now coming back very strong. I mean, I guess we could also, you know, say the same for someone like Ame, having a bit of a retirement and coming back and looking still like the best carry in China yet again.
Yeah, of course. These are seasoned professionals. They have a lot of experience playing competitively here. And we'll see how Extreme are going to make things work. Of course, they've been switching it up a little bit ever since the departure of Jinkyu and DY.
And there is Ame. It's weird to see Ame without his little cat ear headphones on. I think I've only ever seen them on.
Yeah, usually has them.
Where are they boot camp? They've got bottles of wine in the background. Some fancy chateau in Paris or something. We do have a little bit of video content about Extreme, so we'll take a look at that.
Extreme is back with a slightly different iteration of the roster than we've gotten used to. The core of Ame, XM, and XXS remains, but DY has retired, let's see how long that lasts, and Jinkyu has decided to take a personal break. To replace them, they've added ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur winner Qian Ming, formerly of Azure, and they've added XYW. Wait a minute, it's PYW? How are they going to survive as Extreme Gaming with only 2 players on their team with X in their name? Anyway, with worse performances than people expected in the past 6 months, Extreme only managed top 8 in ESL 1 Birmingham and Riyadh Masters, and the top 6 placement at TI. Not that extreme, mild at best. The last time they really managed to live up to the hype was at Elite League all the way back in April of this year, where they beat Falcons to win the entire event. While Extreme Gaming's recent results would be considered good for most teams, it doesn't live up to the expectations on them, and they are no doubt extra hungry now to achieve more. This DreamLeague season could be make or break for the future of this roster, but with their potential so high, let's hope they can get their crew together and find the buried treasure.
Oh man, the deadpan delivery of Cinderin delivers yet again. I mean, he makes a very good point. How are they going to fare with only 2 X's on their team? Because they had like 4 before.
Yeah, I thought they would do something about Ame, giving a real name or something, but instead they're going down here. This is worrisome for the ex-believers. But Extreme Gaming, so far, it's worked out really well for them. Their results are impressive. We can take a look at Paravision here, of course, as well. Squad that's been together, mostly for a while. Some changes, but overall, they have a lot of understanding of how they play together.
Oh yeah, for sure. When you have these kind of, core members of a team that have played together for quite some time, and you bring in, maybe not the best in the I don't know, 9 class. He's looked like the best support in Eastern Europe for a little while now, I think.
Yeah, I would say for a while he was being highly regarded by supports worldwide. Like, a lot of people are hyping him up that he was doing a lot of stuff. He was innovating. He was the one who brought us the TB support when that was a thing. Like, He's been a player to keep an eye on, both for his innovation, but also for how he plays the laning stage. I think he has a great early game, and that's one of the things that separates him from a lot of other supports, is how he can utilize the heroes that he plays to take over the early game in the best way.
And then Crystal is flourishing as well, and bringing out his old school razor picks and stuff like that. Definitely add depth of draft to Paravision as well. And then kind of just going back to No One and his ride, right? Starting off on Vega Squad and Virtus Pro when they were in that domination era, and then kind of slipping into Gambit, Na'Vi for a little bit, went to SMG, lots of kind of short stints at other teams, and then coming back so strong with that Entity/Cloud9 roster, and just looking like the past 5 or 6 years never happened. He's gone back in time. It's like Benjamin Button back to his old self. He's 20 again.
Yeah. I mean, it goes to show that in Dota, it's not necessarily so much about whether you're, young and twitchy on the reflexes. It's about staying at the top. You can use experience, you can use fast reactions and good reads, intuition, what have you. There are so many different skills to apply. So even if you have been at the top and then fall off, you can work your way back again.
Well, there we go. Game 1 draft. These are best of 2s in the group stage, of course. And if you're just joining us, it's DreamLeague Season 24, Day 3 of groups. So we're getting to the tail end, and we get into the situation where even if you're at the top of the board, every win matters. So super serious time as we get rid of some of these very popular heroes. Wag, is Naga Siren still 100%?
I'm literally just going and checking that right now. Actually, you caught me while I was browsing over to it. Let's see here. Yeah, she is highly contested for sure. She was picked once. Wow, and she lost.
Really?
What was that? Yeah, it was Extreme. It was actually Extreme letting it through against BetBoom, and then they won against it.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, she did get one game of being played, but 47 bans for Naga. That is 17 more than Invoker, who's the second most banned along with SD. Pretty crazy stuff.
That's incredible. I mean, the most contested heroes, yeah. Naga, Ench, Invoker, Sand King, Beastmaster, Shadow Demon. Are you kind of top? I was going to say top 5, but that's 6 heroes. That's your top 6 for you. And we do get that Sand King come out, and a Clockwork, who's in the top 10 of contested heroes, so definitely slipping in there. Interesting that the Tusk isn't as high priority, though.
I think Clockwork is sort of pushing Tusk away now. After Tusk got the nerfs, he's still good. Don't get me wrong, still a great hero. If you can really make some synergy happen with his drinking buddies and have some good hero to buff up. But due to the nerf to Wind Ranger, for instance, who was one of the best heroes at using it, we see less and less Tusk and more Clockwork, because Clock is still just as strong as he was at TI, and he is a formidable force that basically does the same job as Tusk, a little bit less emphasis on saving, but great initiation as a trade-off.
Yeah, and then still that solid laner with your Shadow Fiends and Lunas and things like that, right? He's one of the best position 5 just to lane alongside a ranged carry.
This meta really wants you to have a melee pos 5. It's generally ranged carries, it's generally Shadow Fiend, there we go.
There it is.
And a lot of Lunas and Medusas. Medusa is banned already, SF picked already, so Perivision, we'll see what they're gonna bring as a carry. I'm sad that this means we're not gonna get to see Ame play Juggernaut again here though.
Oh. No chance for mid SF?
XM did, you know, when was it? We had that interview where they said XM feels like he's the best mid SF in the world. That was
when we have a chance to pick it for him, we'll pick it for him, right?
Yeah, that was pre-TI sometime. We were casting a tournament, and maybe it was Riyadh Masters back then. So maybe there's a chance for mid SF, but we see it so rarely these days.
Yeah, much more a safe lane hero. Now, Batrider is a hero that I've seen a little bit in the first ban phase, but I don't feel like I've seen it played a lot. Is it just Bat can get out of cogs? What's the deal with the Batrider here?
That's the most simple explanation, is that Batrider does really well against Clockwork, so you don't have to worry about your support feeding Clockwork easily, because otherwise you can get solo killed by a Clock if you're, some standard support. So that's a good thing to have as a start, and if you're laning Sand King plus Batrider, that's pretty good. You can push them into Sandstorm, you can keep them close to Sand King for him to deal damage. And I'm generally a fan of Batrider into most lineups. It's just a hero that is very versatile. It fits into many types of play. Good defensively, good aggressively.
I mean, so far, looking back at Paravision's draft, this is always the case in group stage, right? We see a lot of some teams and none of the others. We're yet to watch Paravision, but now, my eyes are opened. Their past 4 games, they've had 3 Batriders on their side, and it looks like quite often they are a fan of picking like Sand King, Bat. In their victory against Gaming Gladiators, they literally picked these 3 heroes.
Exactly, same opening. So then they ended up playing, but this is a little bit of a counter situation as well, but they played the Razor there, which we might see again because it was against the Shadow Fiend. They picked the Razor. We'll see if Extreme Gaming have done their homework, if they're expecting that to come out as well.
Yeah, definitely could. And what was the case then here? Bat and ET were your 2 supports, right?
Yeah.
Because we have seen a little bit of this ET go into the position 3 role. I know WS has done it. I know a couple of other offlanes have been trying it.
People have experimented a little bit with it, but it's still very tricky. It's not a reliable offlaner, I would say. So I like it better that they're very likely going to run the Sand King here. Centaur gets grabbed up by Extreme Gaming. Good hero to get themselves out of a pickle here, get out of the Firefly or the Sandstorm, all these AoEs that you don't want to stay in.
Good bit of reset and then catch. So they've got great ways of not just getting away and disengaging, but getting on top of people too. And everyone's got stuns to protect the Shadow Fiend. That's what you'd love to see. Enable the Razors and the Requiem. Get the right clicks going. Everyone's got ways to get into the fight and start things off.
Also important to have stuns against these channeling heroes. Sanking wants to channel his ulti, Elder Titan wants to stomp. These are slow spells that you can stop, so Clockwork obviously amazing against that, but now adding Centaur and Lion, they get tons of control. Paravision also gonna add some control of their own though. Picking up the Beastmaster signals that this could be a mid Sanking, or it's a mid Beastmaster, which also has been, you know, experimented with by a lot of people.
Yeah, I guess I'd naturally lean to the mid Sanking and the offlane Beastmaster, but we'll see where it goes.
Either is possible in this patch. Both are very playable. I think the only argument for putting mid Beastmaster is that Sanking might play a little bit nicer with the Batrider, but both lanes are very strong. I don't really like the Boars against SF with this minus armor aura. They end up dying with very few right clicks. It can be a difficult situation to micro. We watched it before in some other games.
And then needing a carry last, we ban the Luna. Paravision removing, and the Razor. Yeah, we were talking about that. Chrysalis, that Razor player.
Yeah. And that was what they played with the exact same draft against Shadow Fiend. And also not a bad hero against Centaur, Clockwork. It would have been a good fit for the Razor, so snagging that away, probably a good call. But Paravision want to ban last here. Extreme Gaming's lineup looks pretty rounded right now. It would do really well with something like a Queen or a Puck to enable even more action.
Sorry, I've got the Dota 2 heroes list up. I've got to. My old man brain needs visual stimulus to remember what heroes there are. Because we had a conversation a couple of months ago about this Sanking mid, and there was a hero that was very annoying for him, and I can't remember if that was just like a Queen of Pain, or if it was something more particular.
No, Queen is somewhat fine. I think Sanking mid. I mean, it struggled against Monkey King back then, but it was banned in this game.
It might have been Monkey then.
Yeah, could have been Monkey that we talked about. And yeah, Queen of Pain gets added by Extreme. As I said, Queen or Puck would have fit really well. Queen, more damage oriented. Paravision adding that Gyrocopter, have the pretty classic Gyrocopter Beastmaster. These two cores play well into each other usually. You have good push, good damage, lots of stunts and control. This is a game where Queen of Pain has to be very delicate about how she blinks and maneuvers in the fights, because they're so good catch, such good catch ability on Paravision. So many different heroes can catch her off guard.
And a lot of trust with the rest of the team, right? You're gonna if you are blinking aggressively, you're going to have to rely on your Clock, your Lion, your Centaur to have the follow-up stuns to make sure you're protected through those disables.
Yeah. Also, what that Stampede is for. You might be able to save someone with Stampede, just get them out of the range of Batrider Lasso or something like that. So, I like this draft coming out from both teams. I actually think it looks pretty rounded and well thought out. These are good drafts. Sometimes we see drafts kind of fall short and look a little bit wonky, but I can't say that either team has a great advantage over the other here. It looks pretty well matched.
Yeah, like the only thing I would like nitpick really is the gyro pick, but that's just my Neanderthal brain is so used to seeing gyro with an IO. No, it's just like usually he's got some kind of hero that's just babysitting him, right? An SD behind him or an IO babysitting or whatever. This time around, what you're relying on like an ET with his aura to buff you up and try and save you.
Yeah,
I feel like gyro is susceptible to getting jumped and blown up.
Yeah, he might not get steroided as much by his own team here. Sometimes we have those farm steroids for a Gyrocopter to buff him up, either Bloodlust or an IO like you mentioned. In this game, I think they're trying to create a good shield wall for him though. All the other heroes are going to play closer range than the Gyrocopter pretty much in team fights. You have Beastmaster running in, Sanking jumping in. Batrider usually is on the front line, so they will try and actively protect him by being in front.
And try and hide the gyro. Off we go. PYW.
We do have Extreme Gaming playing what we saw Avalus using, the Lion, how fast you can burst people. Using a Lion and a Queen of Pain in this game. A hero can just disappear like that.
Wait, what? What happened there? There's a tips coming out. I don't know what they're commenting on though.
Well, Ame wrote something in Chinese. Dukali said, "We understand you, bro."
Interesting. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Looks like for now, Paravision, a kind of later smoke here to reposition themselves around that bottom bounty rune. 9-class Bat Rider lurking in the shadows. His smoke breaks, so we know someone's up on the high ground. Tianming and Ame, they're getting surrounded here. Nice cogs, though. That's going to push the Bat Rider back. We'll take a few punches from Ducalis and a flame break. They're actually going for this. Blood grenades chucked in onto Ame. Shadow Fiend, he's got a couple of one charges, turns with the razors, stays alive, more damage
Another
coming.
grenade?
The blood grenade gets him taken down.
The second grenade comes in, gets the last hit. Man, opening up by killing Ame and then tipping him as well. Paravision taking no prisoners here.
There's so many blood. I think Clockwork threw a blood grenade to try and stop them from running at them as well. 3 blood
defensive.
grenades in one fight.
Grenades all over the place. At least SF, you know, he can TP back to lane immediately, so he's not going to miss out on anything. This does make it dangerous if he ever dies again here a second time in lane. I appreciate Tianming, by the way, actually changing his in-game name to be Tianming, so it's easy for us to
Thank
remember.
you. A nice little dire ward in behind, kind of in front of the Radiant Tier 2 bottom as well. Maybe courier snipes for 9 class if he's able to get over there. And Tianming's Clockwork. A good lane with a Shadow Fiend, but like we said, this Bat Rider pick meant to mitigate the losses that Paravision could have suffered.
Yeah, and DM off to a great start as well, being part of that first kill and having top CS right now. He's just doing great with the boars here. So lane is working out very well. Batrider and Beastmaster not off to a shabby start at all.
Up at top, XXS and PYW having an okay time. Gyrocopter 6-1. Just not missing out on too many last hits here as he also flak cannons into the large camp.
We're going to see
this.
XM skill up and max out the Shadow Strike on mid lane against this Sand King here, making sure that he can do as much damage as possible. It can be a little bit tricky for no one. Hard to get your bottle charges in between these Shadow Strike ticks.
He'll be able to get himself that water rune though. At least continue playing the lane. Is he going to drag this next wave?
He wants to pull it behind. He doesn't like how the lane is going. He's going to pull it back behind his tier 1 tower. Queen also has a big creep wave though, so she can do the same. Just walking through the tower and replicating this.
Gonna miss a couple of last hits. Misses one. Yeah, should be able to hold it there though with a new creep wave coming shortly.
Just gotta run in circles a little bit, and the mid laners have created 2 lanes for themselves. Oh, no one actually chooses to push the lane. He could have held it behind there, but he wants the creep wave to push. And probably under tower.
So what's the reason for that? Because he knows that
He
double
sees the
wave is
queen
going to kill the
holding.
Radiant one?
Yeah, I think it's because he sees queen is holding. Also, he now clears the creeps fast enough to do a stack here for himself.
That's quite nice. On to Carlos. That tightrope act up at top. He topples down. I mean, Elder Titan is such a good trading hero, but once you're up against this, what, level 3 Centaur now? I guess they were level 2 on Lion and Centaur. It's a lot of magic damage.
Yeah, it's also the fact that he did skill up the Hex on level 2 on Lion, so they have a very good kill potential. Not going for the mana drain, instead going for that extra disable. So they have three disables on level 2 on this lane. Pretty scary.
Look at that from Crystallis. Fluffy Hat and Bracer with a full wand as well. Tacking up as much as possible against what is strong magic damage in the laning stage, but also he'll need it later on when the Queen of Pain starts rotating. You need every little bit of HP.
Yeah, it's a very good reason to have it. You know, you want the Falcon Blade anyway on Gyrocopter, get that mana regen and HP. Since you have so high armor on the hero, he gets a lot of value from the HP of the Falcon Blade.
That's very true. And still kind of suffering on the last hits now, though. Crystallis has dropped behind the rest of the pack. Beastmaster is having a great time. Sand King's kind of doing okay, but it feels like, in general, Extreme Gaming are a bit more comfortable in the laning stage.
Yeah, I think they're doing a little bit better since Gyrocopter's CS, I guess, could be higher. They're overall off to a little bit of a better start. And I want to say that DM, though, getting this Dominator timing at a pretty fast timing. He doesn't have it yet, but he's having such a good laning stage here on Beast, being the most farmed of all cores. That could spell disaster for Extreme Gaming if they don't shut him down.
Especially if Shadow Fiend gets booted out of this lane and forced to go farm elsewhere for a bit.
Tianming.
DM could take full control of it. As Tianming getting slowed down to a crawl, but it does have Ame backing him up here at least. Force
Also
the back,
having
right
magic
back.
sticks as well, so 17 sticks now on SF. He's ready to take this fight.
And the Centaur helping him out to disengage. Man, Queen of Pain with 14 denies. No one. Now
Mid lane is-
jungling.
Mid lane is rough and now he's being chased. Queen is on the way too.
Can I catch up to him with the Quap? The Hex, the Blink, and the final bit of damage from XM should secure it. Not only struggling in lane, but getting killed off as well while you're trying to recover.
And that is one of the things about laning against the Queen of Pain. If she does decide to go for Shadow Strike points, not everyone does anymore, but if she does, those melee heroes can get punished pretty hard, and it's definitely worth it in this game.
Well done by Ducalis though there. The ET sent the Spirit to kind of scout the Lion out and keep tabs on the Observer Ward. So I think he's got a good read that it's not on the high ground cliff top, but it's a little bit, yeah, they found it.
Yeah, he kept the vision. He's also going to stack for no one now, trying to fix the mid lane, say that Gyrocopter, you should be fine on top.
No one. Trying to go for the bottom rune. Immediately loses 30% of his HP. Now, PYW was forced to pick it up though, as Ducalis wandered in towards him.
PYW's
So far.
courier is crazy. He's got little, what are those, little robot angels or something behind it?
PYW's one?
Yeah, lions.
Oh yeah. What are they? Is
Seen
it
that trail
like
before.
fireflies? Like little robot firefly angels or something. Yeah, funny little things. There's so many cosmetics in Dota that are like either broken or like illegal or not meant to be.
And you bet that Chinese players are going to have all of them. They're very big on the cosmetic game.
No, they absolutely are. And FY had some of the best. Well, XXS currently left alone up at top, feels pretty happy just 1v1ing the Gyrocopter, getting a lot of farm for himself. Chrysalis does manage to pick up the pieces though in the
Oh,
lane.
look at
for
this
now.
move. They're going in to steal the Ancients and the big camp. At least the big camp is going to die very fast here to SF showing up.
Oh, you're right. Ame and Tianming with XM, they step up to take it down. No one channeling the epicenter and going in, just borrowing the clockwork though. Doesn't catch the Queen of Pain. They'll get the kill, but they did lose that big stack.
That is a smooth move by Extreme Gaming. They invested less heroes to do it, and they got the big camp and got out. Even though they lost the clockwork in the end, still worth.
Straight back into the lanes as well. And no one pretty much out of mana while XM denies right in front of his face.
He does have the face boots now on the Sand King, so he's a little bit faster at least. He can try and get in and out for these last hits, but next rune is coming up, and we already see Lion going towards top rune.
Radiant are scanning.
It's been hard for no one.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
No luck. Very
Unfortunately
unfortunate.
for him. And Ducal is a little bit too scared to go in 1v2, a little bit too late as well to steal that rune. Immediate smoke up here coming out. You do have the Queen ulti. Probably want to make that move to shut down the Beastmaster. Finish up the Dominator, but I don't believe he has a creep yet. Yeah.
Who's that tomato belong to? Is that just a
Oh,
neutral?
it is his tomato. No, I think it's just neutral.
That's just a neutral. And not picked one up yet. Loses the boar. XM and PYW. Oh, no one. He was low HP farming. And now maybe they can go for a +1. 9 class and DM, they get into the fog far enough away, but the ancient stack is sitting around half HP. I don't know if Extreme have scouted it. They're still hunting for heroes. They'll want DM first. Try and kill off the Beastmaster with Tianming and XM, throwing the Sonic Wave into him to allow Ame to pick up the kill. Now, Chrysalis in 9 class, they've got a choice here. They're trying to defend these Ancients and make sure Extreme Gaming can't get in on them. So Tianming, blown up by the cooldown. They've used the Stampede to try and get away, but now it's a turnaround from Ame. PYW and XM very low on resources, though. No more disables here, and no one has respawned. Looks
Extreme
like
Gaming are playing so impressively here. The way they go in and invade, these moves are very sharp, and it's very tough for Paravision since they're just always a little bit too low on their mid laner. The difference here, no one just wants to try and farm up. He can't have the impact. Look at Queen in this fight. She's just all over this fight, dealing tons of damage. I fear this Sand King is getting shut down a little bit too hard. He's going for a Blink Dagger, but still far away from it.
And that's one of those hard choices to make as well, right? You're kind of investing in the Blink to make some plays in this mid game. But it means that if you flop a little bit, your Bloodstone's delayed, your next items won't really come fast enough.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
A bottle being passed over. Refill for Sand King on mid. A little bit of help.
And Crystallis. Off he goes through the twin gate. And Tianming kind of knew it was happening.
Meanwhile, we haven't talked much about XXS, but he's been sitting here working on this tower. Finally gonna bring it down now. That's a very easy tier 1 tower going down. He hasn't really had to fight anyone for it.
It feels like his game has been easy. There's 10 minutes of sit in lane and hit creeps, right?
Yeah, and he's got that Blade Mail plus Max Retaliate build, so he's farming by just being attacked. All the creeps are breaking themselves upon him.
What's the move for him? Does he go farm stacks?
I think he's most likely just going to farm up a full Blink Dagger before he does too much with his team.
And PYW's got some Ancients going there. We'll see if that's for the Shadow Fiend or who comes to claim it. But right now, XM and PYW preparing again for this mid lane push with a catapult wave with them. No one and Dukal is trying to hold them back.
Dire's middle tower is
A
under
difficult task though, and no one has to be very careful. Like his precarious situation now is very apparent. 200 gold away from Blink, so he's really desperate to get towards that.
Yeah, a lot of defensive wards to try and keep him safe while he's farming the Ancients here. But at the same time, we see the movement here towards the mid tower. XM getting all these pot shots in on the tower. It is dropping lower. 500 HP now. And
Well, there
again,
we
the
go.
smoke coming in. This time with Dagon, Finger of Death, Sonic Wave. They have so much damage.
Whoever they see is going to get zapped into oblivion. Well, Arme stepping up, kind of dangling himself in front of DM. Oh, Tianming tried the hook shot. Just in front of DM there, but they'll still get the Earth Spike and the Blink forward from XM, but this is scary now. Sonic Wave thrown, DM still alive, turnaround play onto PYW gets blown up by Crystallis, and XM getting stunned by no one. In comes Paravision, defending their DM Beastmaster, getting 2 and maybe a third. Nine
Still
Clans
chasing
has moved
more.
in onto Tianming, and the Cogs trapping Arme in, lassoed up, the Shadow Fiend and Clockwork in trouble with a Burst Strike from no one. They've got the Gyro and the ET here, but a Requiem will send them packing. TP out from Arme successfully gets him back to Fountain. But Paravision, man, what a punchback.
Yeah, that was a great reaction by them. They actually get so much now, getting momentum, and maybe they can finally start evening out the score a bit on the towers. This is the first time they deal any damage to a bottom tower. They need to open up the map. Right now, we still see XXS during all this, just farming towards that pipe on top. And Extreme Gaming still well ahead even after that fight. But Paravision evening out the odds a little bit. They have the Crystallis now on Gyrocopter, so you can start dealing a bit more damage.
I mean, when that hookshot missed and they still went for it, you could kind of see the calls coming from Extreme Gaming. Like, where are we? You know, we're stuck in between these trees. We're in a choke point. We're kind of separated. We're not playing together. And Paravision took full advantage of it.
Yeah, definitely did. And SF having to ulti just to get out there as well. He couldn't get the ulti out a little bit earlier. The lasso was really good from Batrider to stop the first ulti that he was trying to cast. And now SF realizing bottom area doesn't seem too fun. He's gonna go over, clear the Ancients, and take some big creeps as well. So he's got his Mask of Madness coming out. Ramp up his farm a bit. He went for Dragonlance first this game, so a little bit more of a balanced build. Usually we see the first item, Master Madness, very all-in aggressive type build. This is a little bit more stable.
I'm gonna tank up a little bit. Keep your distance. And he's got some Ancients to clear. The Shadow Fiend's still top of the net worth. Now Extreme Gaming a bit of faltering there in that last team fight, but we'll see how they come back into it. As Paravision, they keep that momentum going to kill off Tianming. No one really putting this Blink Dagger to use. You know, he buys it and immediately that's what, 4 or 5 kills in a row for his team.
Yeah, he doesn't want to waste any time, so immediately just pops the ulti there for the Clockwork. They didn't have vision on the Queen of Pain as she had the Invis rune, but they'll just take the kill. Use the ulti, get a kill on the Clockwork. Stop the movements of Extreme Gaming here. Evens out the situation a little bit more for them. Jump in on 9 class.
XM and PYW pairing up to zap him down. That damage from half to 0.
Yeah, I don't think he expected the speed as well from the Lion there, using drums to get closer faster. Just rushing in.
Chanming. He's trying to go for a D-ward here, but he's been roared under the boars. He might survive this, gets the D-ward and does stay alive. No, the stomp gets him. I didn't even see the spirit.
Yeah, you look at that last, and suddenly the spirit comes in as well. That's going to give Ducalis his own pair of drums.
Well, meanwhile, Crystalis, he's been charged and stampeded on the gyrocopter. Well, he's trying to farm in this little shadowy area of the map, but he's found by 2 of the extreme cores.
The first sort of big move by XXS here, getting involved in the action. Mostly just been farming and providing that stampede globally, but now actually joining up and fighting a bit.
And look at him.
Is getting huge. So much farm parity on this offlaner.
He's got pipe very soon.
Yeah, he has it.
Oh, he's delivered now.
And Crimson Guard also next item, so building towards those survivability items, of course. But this is a pretty nasty hero to go towards. I don't think they even want to gank him, so parking himself down on bottom lane, using that dangerous area, so to say. I mean, always smoke here.
Seems like a good idea. Like going for that blink, yeah, you'll get these jump initiations, but having these auras to keep SF and Queen of Pain alive through the initial Paravision burst, if you can outlast that and just keep putting the damage.
Position, man. He's breaking this gank. He's like, nah, you're not getting my Shadow Fiend. Perfect positioning to keep his carry safe.
Spot on stuff, and PYW, similar story. Atop the staircases as XM breaks the smoke of an iron class. XXS, without a blink, you know, he maybe could have made a jump there, but it's Tianming's job to hook shot in. Chain disables, call down throne, gyrocopter, trying to do some damage back into them as Queen of Pain also got initiated on. Roar on Centaur, and the damage on Tianming kills the clockwork off, and Extreme Gaming kind of stuck down in the river while Paravision keep pummeling from the high ground, but a sonic wave and the damage from the Requiem, the feared up gyrocopter getting right-clicked by the Shadow Fiend. He's about to die, but gets in behind the ET, still alive. PYW is stunned to save his life, but no one's back in with a Burrow Strike. Catches out the Lion, PYW's dead, but the cause of Extreme Gaming still standing pretty strong here. Crystalis, he's a hit away from death, and he's still throwing out homing missiles.
He's running back now. Again, a clean fight there from Paravision. They did fail a little bit at bursting the Queen at first. Queen blinked away from the Beastmaster Roar, but they quickly reset the fight and take a good fight in the river there, using their high ground in a good way. And while the Queen ulti was nice, landing on multiple heroes, Extreme, they just didn't really have the coordination there. Lion not able to coordinate with the Queen to burst people.
Yeah, it feels like a couple of times now Extreme Gaming have felt confident and have felt strong, but maybe overly so, and they're finding themselves in like terrain disadvantaged situations. They're just like in between trees, on a low ground, under vision, and Paravision just seems so ready to exploit that.
Yeah, Paravision doing a great job. They have good heroes for using that high ground, low ground as well.
And Clockwork.
Yeah,
He's gone on a bit of an expedition.
Going a bit too deep there. He did have friends nearby, but they weren't quite close enough to take the fight. Now we might see a chase towards the SF here. We do see him now with a ward. Choosing not to go on him though. Very close to the tower. They know Centaur should have his ulti in just a second as well.
Shadow Fiend with S and Y in the next fight as well. Much more challenging to keep him locked down. Slow and steady from Extreme Gaming. Go back to farming.
Choice by DM to take the Frostbitten Golem is pretty nice, actually. It gives 12% CDR. It's in an aura. It's pretty underrated, I think. When you join up these team fights, 12% CDR for your entire team is really good.
Okay, if you want to keep on scrapping, then it works quite nicely. I think the only time I've really seen this unit used was with Enigma, and someone literally bought a helm, like super late game, like a 90-minute game. They bought a helm,
right?
And they got it just for the CDR on Black Hole.
Wow, that is some dedication to getting the Enigma value.
It's like I've got 9,000 gold. What am I going to buy? put a helm in the backpack.
Oh, we see no one can get out of here in time as the smoke down towards bottom here by Extreme. Not quite in time to catch him. But they are taking over the area, and Roche is about to make his move. down towards bottom as well. So they're doing a good job now setting up shop here.
I mean, the majority of the vision placed from mid up to top, really. It looks like a free tier 1 tower. Oh, XXS nearly got the catch on bat, but 9 class is too fast.
Oh, they saw the courier here. Gyrocopter's courier is just gonna get swiped by Centaur.
Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's structures are
SF forces out the glyph quickly.
Radiant's
Looks like they want to fight right now. Beastmaster just pushing mid instead.
structures.
Sorry, how close was Gyro to Agnum Scepter then? He's a point booster away. He had the...
Yeah.
Where is he?
Was,
Oh, he's at
he
the
buy
other
the point booster over here, so he didn't really lose anything. He didn't have his components on the courier.
Just a bit annoying.
Yeah. Has to take a little detour. But we see tier 1 tower falling, tier 2 falling, and they're eyeing up the Tormentor. A risky play. They actually think better of it. Gonna back out. Probably a good call, as we saw Paravision quite ready to punish that move.
Oh, DM with a pipe of his own almost.
Yeah, wants to get some defensive aura going here. Looks like Extreme are not gonna go straight into Roche. Probably anticipating the move here from Paravision coming down bottom.
Setting themselves up on a bit of a high ground where Arme can still farm a few camps behind them.
Yeah, they have some timings coming in soon as well, so it makes sense that Extreme want to wait for fighting. They have Queen of Pain Shivas in 100 gold, so waiting for that. SF just got his Crystallis and wants to get to a Daedalus next, so skipping BKB in this game is... I mean, it's a scary game to fight without BKB into all those stuns. He does have the status resistance, but I wonder if it's going to be enough for him.
It sure is a choice.
Hey, it's high damage, though. It's a very, very glass cannon type build by Ame coming out.
Again, a lot of trust in his team. That's what we said in the draft. Trust for the Shadow Fiend and the Gyro and all the disables from the rest of the squad. But yeah, Extreme Gaming relinquishing control of the enemy Tormentor of the Roche Pit. Going for tier 2 and grouping up means Paravision swoop in and take it. Aegis for them and a 5-man smoke, as now they tried to migrate across the map and maybe catch someone.
Got the Aegis and now quickly trying to take over more control on the map. And Extreme happy to just forfeit the area for now, backing out. Looks like they're not too interested in a fight. Kind of holding the high ground still with Centaur and Clockwork, but might even go for their own Tormentor here.
How did that scan not turn red? There was a Radiant scan in the mid lane and there were like 2 Dire Heroes, I swear, were in it. Maybe just
lying to you.
Just a pixel outside or something. I don't know. Anyway, Paravision into that bottom jungle, while Extreme Gaming, now it's their turn to smoke. And even in this Aegis situation for Paravision, Extreme Gaming feeling comfortable to move forward. They've got a Stampede and a Blink Stomp on 2. XXS making the move. And now with the stuns catching up the Gyro, but PYW's dead.
Oh, Gyrocopter.
He can come back up to the high ground, fight back into the Queen of Pain with a roar there, but Crystallis, he's dropping quickly. Aegis is gone, but XM blinks away. No, he's not allowed to escape from this. Ducars and DM with no one, trying to catch up to the Queen of Pain now, while in the back, the Crystallis Gyro has been zapped. PYW and Arme have blown him up, while XM is still skirting away from danger. He's in the fog, he's jumped away.
I said he had to be delicate about how he blinks in this game. XM just showing beautiful awareness of how to play the fight here. A little bit unfortunate for him with the quick double takedown on their supports. They did double buyback for this fight. So while it was a dominant win for them in the end, they expended some resources here on the supports.
I'll say about XXS, just that perfect placement. 2-man stun into Sonic
Stunned
Wave.
by no one. He caught both the supports coming around the corner.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, quick from PYW. In his dying breath, he got a stun out. And XM, what was he there, 100 HP?
Yeah, he was really low, just juking around the corner. Like I said, very delicate game for a Queen of Pain to position. You see Tormentor being taken down here. DM not gonna take much damage, but Decisive will go for a trip back to base after that.
Well, that was Aegis, and that was the Gyrocopter dying. So, Extreme Gaming still feeling pretty good about the way things are going. A 4K lead and building now for them.
Ame as Daedalus, he wants to take Tormentor. He's waiting for Tianming to get close enough.
There we go. shield
a
up
good
your Shadow
kill streak
Fiend.
going on, by the way. Getting that extra damage is nothing to scoff at for a Shadow Fiend as well. 26 Necromastery right now. About to get level 18 and damage will increase even further.
Do we need all these tooltips for Shadow Fiend? Every tooltip and talent is just plus damage. Like just all it needs to say is more damage.
Yeah, the hero does a whole lot of damage, to be honest, right now. Largely because of that minus armor facet, scaling up the minus armor throughout the fight.
It's like a lot of text just to say big crits, you know?
Yes, but it's to make it seem very, very elegant, you know. This
Intellectual damage,
yeah. I play SF. It's very complicated. See, I kill heroes by clicking them.
I had to stay alive, you see, for thousands of years.
Curious is that he didn't go for Hurricane Pike yet. He's going back for one now. But this is a pretty late Hurricane Pike choice. And give him finally that ability to reposition in the fights. And I think Force Staff is just great to have in general against Beastmaster here. A way to push people away when they get stunned up.
And then with your team as well, right? Like the gap close of Centaur, Clock, Queen of Pain. Shadow Fiend has been maybe not struggling, but there's definitely a challenge of keeping up with your team when they're jumping pretty deep into the back lines.
Yeah, he's
If
been
they're
the low
stunning a
mobility.
target, yeah.
That's why the drums have been nice too from Lion.
True.
PYW's choice to go drums into Etherlands. I really like that. We see more and more of it lately. Support's going for drums.
That's a nice little build-up.
Queen of Pain going towards a Linken's next here against a Batrider and a Beastmaster. Definitely a nice feeling. Even Time King gets pretty countered. Or does he? I forget. The Linken's interactions now with AoE stuff is confusing to me after I changed it again.
Yeah, it was something that I was trying to ask you yesterday, but we got distracted by a fight when we were talking about the extra range on like Lion and Sand King and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Because there was a point at which it didn't, and then it did, and I don't know if... Did they change it back to didn't again?
I think they may have. I'm honestly not sure about it, because Linken's is not really meta enough that you see the interactions often enough. And I haven't tested all of them because of it.
Like, it used to even be at one point that if you ground targeted, Linken's didn't pop or proc or whatever. But if you targeted the hero, it did.
Yeah, yeah, that was also a thing. Now there's no
it's
such
consistent.
interaction. Yeah, it doesn't matter how you click your ability. It's just some abilities will or will not.
Right. Well, maybe we'll see it.
This ward here from Decisive spotting all the move coming out from Radiant. Give him a good chance for a fight.
Oh, but XXS. Standing on this high ground. Rocket flare to give a bit of vision as well. The wraparound's coming from no one, though. And XM, well, he could have been a target there if they...
Seen them all. They're going.
They're going to go for this. The Blink Stomp from XXS. Three-man stomp, but no one's into the back. Onto the Shadow Fiend, lassoing him up, and Ame's gone. Blown up completely. PYW, Chanming join him in the grave, and Extreme Gaming, it's time to run and hide. Paravision are coming for your lives. XXS being barraged down, taken out by the Wild Axes and hits from Crystallis.
Man, that's crazy that turned so bad when Centaur gets a 3-hero stun to start off the fight. I thought they were going to win that fight. Looked really good for XXS, but at the end, they bring down the SF quickly. And when SF is gone, that continuous damage isn't there anymore. See him as a vulnerability, and of course, the Eyes of 9 class, he is just locked in on the SF. Wants nothing else.
Let's watch this back. That three-man stomp. It looks
look
so
at 9 class
massive.
saving the day here, in together with no one.
I mean, no one has had such a like rags to riches story this game, hasn't he? Of being demolished in lane, ganked, forced out of the jungle, killed while farming ancients. Now he's on a killing streak, and he is starting every single one of these team fights spectacularly for Paravision.
Yeah. He's the second most farmed somehow in this game, which is absurd after that laning stage. And he's actually the highest level in the game, which is also like, he was bullied out of lane, he was chased in the jungle. This little Scorpion didn't have a home for a while, and now he's just finding himself owning the desert.
Resilient little creatures.
He also has a gem, so he didn't see the ward. Walked right next to a ward there, but not quite enough to see it.
Oh, they've blown this game wide open again. Nothing in it net worth wise.
Yeah, look at that dip, dude. Oh my god. I think this really shook Extreme. That ward was the real MVP of the fight. The Observer ward by Decisive giving that information so they could get the right targets. Shows how
That's all it
important
takes.
vision is for these two teams.
Just a little glimpse of your opponents. Sand King illusion. They know it's not real. And 1 minute 15 for Roshan to respawn.
Again, they're having this observer ward, seeing people on mid now. These cliff wards, very sneaky. Almost feels like Radiant could really use a gem of their own. They're queuing it up now on Tianming. But he needs a lot of gold still. Only has 470 and his income isn't that fast.
That'd be super useful for him. Well, right now, Extreme Gaming trying to shove out that top wave. It's going to be a Radiant Roshan. So at some point, it feels like they're going to have to come down there and fight around the pit. But Paravision are already set up. They're going to kill this tier 2. They're going to get more vision in the jungle. They've already got a dire ward in behind them. And I think they've got a boar scouting in the pit as well. They've definitely got a unit over there doing something.
Yeah, he had a boar scouting it. He checked it just recently. It's going to spawn in 20 seconds, so they'll probably stay on it and give another check now. Like what they've done as well, bottling up the DD rune on Gyrocopter. So Crystallis is very ready for this fight if it erupts. And for this Roche. SF is now going back for a BKB, by the way. He feels after that last fight, he needs one. If he can just panic BKB before he gets lassoed at least, then he should survive the lasso long enough to start lifestealing.
Yeah, stands a chance at least. But that's the big man back in his pit. And Crystallis immediately bashed. But it looks like no contest from Extreme Gaming.
Not close enough to do this, and they don't really want to take a fight right now. They feel weaker. The gold is very close, but I think Paravision are better set up right now, have more important key timings that they've hit. Whereas Extreme, they just need to finish up a few more items, it feels like. They did get the gem on Clockwork though, so he's starting to scan out the area and make sure they don't stand under some silly observer again.
Full AC. Beastmaster pretty stacked.
He's getting big. Got the pipe and the AC, so both physically and magically he's pretty tanky now. He's adding a BKB next. This is plan. Still a ways to go for farming that. Oh, they ran under a ward. Can't get caught here.
No one's got a stun on Lion, but XM is here to back up his buddy. Blows up the Sand King. And what's the plan for Paravision now? Try and kill off Lion, but Crystallis steps forward aggressively into XXS's initiation, and Tanming's hookshot into the back. With Arme being lassoed up, he got the BKB off though, so now he can stand and fight. He withstands the onslaught, and Extreme Gaming, knowing that they hit this power... Oh, did Crystallis just try to TP and then cancelled? He's fine either way.
Yeah, he's fine. He's running to base, but
the trouble is their base might not be fine.
Yeah, SF has all those minus armor stacks right now, just going for it. And no buyback on any of these heroes. No one did not expect to get bursted like that. He had a BKB, but after the Hex, he just got chain stunned.
Are they actually...
Yeah, they're going for it.
They're trying. Yeah, but they've got a stun on the Gyrocopter, chain disabled with the Earth Spike. The damage coming through from the SF. The Hex now to stop the Satanic Lifesteal. Crystallis, oh, he's back to Fountain, barely alive. But Extreme Game going to turn back onto the barracks now and claim what they can before leaving.
Yeah, take the quick barracks and then start getting out. We have Batrider respawning. Doesn't really want to TP in and straight catch someone though. Still all 5 alive from Extreme Gaming. Difficult for him to go into. What a weird turn of events. Like, you got Aegis, then you just lose your mid hero and suddenly you lose your mid racks. This poor Gyrocopter just feels like this is not the way it usually goes. I take Roche and then I get to take racks.
Yeah, that Aegis timer just dipping down now, kind of wasted momentum for Paravision as Extreme Gaming find this incredible moment.
Yeah, this worked out better than it should have. They walked past a ward to walk up here, so no one knew they were coming. He just didn't expect to get caught like this.
Absolutely annihilated. And then PYW stayed alive, and of course Tianming with Arme, that BKB Shadow Fiend definitely paying off big time.
That made a huge difference. They could just stand there confidently. We have a smoke back in the game now. Sand King and Batrider Running behind their gyrocopter along with the ET as well. Looking to catch whoever they can. Clockwork is going to walk under a ward. Lion just walked under a ward too. Here comes the jump.
9 class. No one. They see that Clockwork and the Lion. But Tianming trades his life for 9 class as XM spots out no one and forces the BKB from the Sand King. The rest of Paravision are coming back in, and they're buying back here with a 3-man stop into 2-man Burrow Strike. The Shadow Fiend roar through the BKB. Let's see if they can focus him down here. The Sonic Wave pushes him back. Arme fighting back into Chrysalis, trying to kill off DM. Shadow Fiend's dropping quicker though, and down he goes. Chrysalis still full HP, ready to charge forward. The backline's being demolished though, as XM gets a kill but dies for it.
Man, messy start for Paravision there overall with the sort of split go, but the buyback coming out from the Batrider as well. Getting back
Shout
into
out
the fight.
Swift, by the way. These fights are freaking insane.
They're jumping like
What's
2
going
supports.
on?
Yeah, jumping 2 supports at the same time. Some crazy initiations. Centaur wants to push this gyrocopter away.
We'll see if he can do it. And Chrysalis maybe a little bit scared to push damage into XXS with the blade mail and all the tankiness he's got.
There's a lasso, but XXS says, yeah, do it. Test me.
Well, they lasso the Lion instead. Drag him all the way back. The hook shot with the Stampede. Is that going to buy enough time for PYW? He's hit by the Flame Break. The Aegis is down. And XXS is still face tanking all of this nonsense from Paravision, stunning up the gyro under the tier 3. But it looks like Chrysalis pretty happy now just to stand his ground and wait out the 20 seconds that remain still on the Shadow Fiend and the Queen of Pain. But even with that timer, it looks like they're afraid.
Yeah, he wants to back out. Feels like it could be dangerous if he gets caught by Lion, Clockwork, or Centaur here. They might be able to hold him long enough that Queen comes in and bursts him. Gonna back up, play it a little bit safe. Again, gets past the bottle. So we see a little bit of recap of that fight where Ahmed tried to lifesteal the hardest he could. He was trying to hit DM there, not hitting the gyrocopter as he knew he couldn't re-kill him.
Just an insane back and forth. And Paravision probably a little upset they didn't get a lane of barracks there. Extreme Gaming happy with what they got in that mid lane. But now we get into one of these situations where we've had that little bit of tug of war, a little back and forth. There's no Roshan, there's no Aegis, there's no massive objective to go and get apart from these Tormentors, which is what everyone's going to start falling back on.
I can take Torms, and there's also new neutral items coming up as well. The Queen of Pain found herself a tier 4 token, see what she gets. Also get a D ward on that ward that caught them earlier. But we see posturing here coming up. Paravision just going up the high ground.
Yeah, they've got Roshan's banner. Still had that little goodie from the last one.
Still had that ED rune on Gyrocopter. Can bottle pop any moment he wants.
Oh, you're right. But XXS starts it off with a blink stomp. A bit of poking here to begin with, as it looks like they tried to zap the DM Ancient Creep. It's all bumped up.
Queen does have very low cooldown on the ulti though. 25 seconds, it's up again. Doesn't look like Paravision want to force that high ground so badly. Not without Aegis.
There's a lot of vibe checking in this game. You know, like walk up high ground, who's there? Oh, it's all of you. Right, we're dead. And then it goes the other way, you know, bit of probing up on the Radiant high ground, see what's happening. XXS blink stunning to see what's going on.
It was very clean. They went up, took the tower, and then backed out quickly enough to not get caught by all of Extreme. Extreme now kind of want to take a fight by the feels of it. They have the butterfly completed on SF. Also, Gyrocopter, is that what I think? No, it's an MKB coming in.
Oh.
I thought he was getting a rapier. But he's getting the MKB immediately countering out the butterfly on the SF, so fantastic read. I saw Chrysalis earlier queue up a butterfly of his own, but seeing the butterfly on SF, he wants to have the damage to bring him down instead.
That's good. It's just such a cool use of, like, testing the water. You know, if you go high ground like that and your opponents don't immediately, like 5-man, go and try and kill a gyro, you know that your opponents don't feel super confident, so you can just stick around.
Yeah, it's also keeping your opponents honest. Maybe they're outside, maybe they're not in base, so
yeah,
just by checking like that, they force people to go and defend.
Well, hello, Stampede Stomp, catching the ET, no one trying to hold back XXS, and Ducalis buys back. DM Roaring the Centaur as Chrysalis and no one. Well, they channel the epicenter, looking to blink back in, but Chrysalis is hexed. The Gyro's in trouble. The zap from the Finger of Death. The save from the Backrider. Tianming trying inside the cogs. Chrysalis finally dead. It looked like maybe they could hold on, but Paravision are now out of gas. And Extreme Gaming, they lose their Centaur and the Queen of Pain, but they buy back on XM's Quap to potentially go push for more? No, they're backing up.
They're backing up for now. I thought they would go for more here, but I guess Roche could be up at any moment here. It's maybe a play where they want to take over the top tower and then go and check Roche pit instead of throwing themselves on the high ground. This could have been a moment for them to look for something, but equally important to the Gyrocopter is probably the Centaur. And look at the Ghost Scepter there by Clockwork. The fact that he was Ghost Sceptered means the Gyrocopter couldn't hit him. He could hit into the SF, but didn't have time to do so before he just drops.
There's so many stuns and just little things you've got to worry about as this Gyro. The Blink Stomp, the Hex. Like, when do you BKB? Because it feels like if you BKB early, that's bad.
He can be pretty patient because he chose a good neutral item, right? He took Aesthetic Cap. So because of that, he can let them initiate on him if they want. And he has that big status resistance. He should be able to pop the BKB at some point. The passive hits from the Aghanim Scepter with his Satanic should be helping him stay alive. And then he can pop BKB when the stun breaks. So he can be pretty cautious, or like pretty confident, as long as his team is nearby to protect him. We've also seen good use of these Force Staffs. The double Force Staff coming out from Paravision, one on Batrider, one on ET, has really kept people alive in these initiations. And Queen maybe a little bit too quick to burst his ulti in these fights. He's had a few whiffs now where he doesn't really connect.
Some nice tier 4 neutral items coming out though. Mindbreaker on the Shadow Fiend. These are static caps. I'm going to see a smoke from Paravision 30 seconds before Roche spawns up. I know it's going to be a daytime one. And actually
coming out for Extreme as well. They have one on Lion. I'll pop it now.
Where do we get these wards down? 9 class scouts the high ground. And the rest of Extreme Gaming
here. Good spot to hold.
There's that dire vision. A lot of fire everywhere though.
This is difficult for Extreme. They're gonna show now with Centaur, pushing the creep wave. They don't want bottom lane to fall. We're gonna see Paravision go and push that lane in again, go and force the base. They swap positions now basically. Paravision wants to stay under their Observer Ward, fighting out of vision. That is the mantra here.
Same thing for Extreme, right?
Yeah, but they have no Observer Ward with them beyond the one that they dropped up there. So going down here, kind of going into the darkness.
And ET Spirit adding a bit more vision as XXS. He makes a move on the creeps of the Beastmaster. No one was thinking about blinking and stunning, but it looks like the red flag came up and they back away.
Both teams just cutting creep waves. Meanwhile, mid is actually pushing in with a few creeps. It's not really enough to do too much damage, but this can stress out a team. When you see your tier 4s being hit like this, it feels bad to be in the standoffs like this.
A gold going to waste as well.
Yeah. And definitely an advantage here for the confidence of Extreme Gaming. They have that mid-racks taken. Status quo is good for them. They also hijacked the supply line. The courier coming in with the Aghanim Scepter.
Ooh, that hurts.
And you can't stand like this forever if you're Paravision. You have to fold at some point, and now they're going to fold. Going back to base.
And Extreme Gaming, instead of going back to take Roshan and fill the vacuum, they're stepping forward. They're clearing out waves. They've lassoed the Shadow Fiend as 9 class. Drags Arme, but the cart! Centaur comes in to save his buddy from the Earth Splitter, and the lasso gets Arme out of danger.
That is a real problem that he has this. It's a very low cooldown save and one of the best saves in the game. It's an underrated item. I love the fact that XXS picked this up. And Arme with all that damage, Butterfly and Daedalus. Ooh, it's a tricky one to deal with now. What are you gonna do? Kill the Centaur? Like, it's hard here to burst.
Like what? He's got like 4,000 plus HP, right? Like
yeah, that's before he double edges people. Every double edge gives him more HP as well. Gonna go and check this high ground cliff now. That's a good read actually, because they knew the stalemate was happening down here before.
Ooh, Chrysalis. And gets force staffed away. No one. He's epicentered into this. Burrow strike on Arme. BKB's out for the Shadow Fiend though, and this allows Arme, with the help of the Sonic Wave, just to pummel in. The Lincoln's blocked the lasso, it looks like.
SF is coming.
SF's coming on the cart, the workhorse coming to play as they hookshot into the gyro now. XXS looking worse for wear though, and Tianming dropped low, but they've got the Earth Spike and a little more damage to do the trick on the gyro. Just a bit more from XF to finish him off. And Arme standing there, getting pummeled by this ET and Sand King, but he turns back to life still until he drops. The remaining three from Paravision able to bring down the beast, but 9 Class now has to contend with XM's Queen of Pain. Plenty left in the tank for him. Jumping onto no one, dispatching with the Sand King. The Centaur Stomp will try and hold them back, but XXS, he's sprinting forward. Look at him. The Shez and 4 coming for DM. It doesn't look like they've got the follow through, but Extreme Gaming have killed 3 heroes who have no buyback.
He almost has a hook shot ready on the clock as well. He could look for him. Not gonna do so. Huge damage here being dealt to Paravision. The buyback's used as well. They're dead for so long. The SF is just gonna go and push. Grouping up as 5 now. Queen finds the Beastmaster mid, but I think she could even ignore that and just join her team here. They have a death push coming in. The throne is exposed.
Yeah, I mean, DM is trying to run down mid, but the throne is dropping here as Shadow Fiend unleashes hell on Paravision's base. DM will die and buy back, just trying to hold the creep waves back. But XXS has got to jump on Chrysalis, and they just blow him up in a blink of an eye. He's gone regardless of what he tries to do, and GG's called in the end.
Extreme Gaming, so solid in this team fight. We did see Paravision put up a really good fight in the final scramble there down on bottom. And there we see the headset that you were talking about. Always looking cute in his headset here. Happy with that game.
That whole game was a scramble, wasn't it?
Yeah, it definitely was. Very scrappy stuff going on. I would like to say Paravision showed good resilience after that start they had on their mid laner. Sand King felt like he was gonna be out of the game, but he worked his way back in, and they took a lot of fights around the Sand King and his impact. But Extreme Gaming, I think their draft, once they get that Aghanim's on the nearly unkillable Centaur, it's so hard to solve. How are you gonna burst anybody?
You just couldn't. And then we had this situation where it was kind of, you know, a duel between the Gyro and the Shadow Fiend, and that Shadow Fiend is going to come out on top. He does so much raw damage. Is this the escape from XM? It is, isn't it?
Yeah, this is XM blinking to the northeast, beautifully getting away. And here, XXS with a 3-hero stun, but no one, and 9 Class going in there, grabbing the SF. Once they brought down the SF, this is the first big kill on him. He lost his damage, some of his momentum. Extreme Gaming, they pull it back again.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth. Extreme finding some moments here where Paravision just lapses in concentration. And then, of course, the tail end of the game where Chrysalis, kind of on his own, up against the beast of a workhorse, the Centaur, dragging the Shadow Fiend around.
Yeah, I love to see it, man. I wish we would see more of this from XXS and from offlaners in general. I think Centaur Aghanims is still an underexplored item, to be honest. Some of these super high damage carries like SF can benefit so well from it.
Look at that, 43k damage from the Shadow Fiend and the Gyrocopter. Just very often feels like, you know, the targeted, just right click, I'm going to hit this hero from Shadow Fiend, quite often beats out the spread AoE damage of the Gyro. Well, yes, you're hitting multiple heroes with Flag Cannon, but that SF is shredding everybody else.
Exactly, especially when you have stuff like the Crimson Guard on Centaur blocking a lot of the damage coming out from the Gyrocopter. And he was struggling to, as you said, single target down, kill one hero quickly. That's what Extreme were just a little bit faster at that. The Queen ulti, the Lion jumps, and the S, of course, with that continuous right-click damage.
It's like when everything came together for Paravision, it all worked. Like they had an ET Spirit on someone who was lassoed, and the Gyrocopter could keep fighting them, and it was like lasso into raw plus Spirit and Gyro damage. But if any of those pieces were spread from the fight or taken out quickly, Extreme Gaming just had that lasting firepower to bring them through. Take game 1 here in this best of 2 series as Extreme Gaming looking pretty solid, putting up a good fight against Paravision, who are top of the table. You know, these are 2 of the teams to look out for. But while I got a quick break before we come back, right around the corner, it's game number 2. Welcome back, folks, to Dream League Season 24. We've got Game 2 coming your way here between Extreme and Paravision. This battle of the top of the table, really, Waga. And a close-fought one, although a little bit scrappy in Game 1.
Yeah, it was scrappy, but both teams still playing very structured and really, really impressive Dota. They understand the fundamentals very, very well and control the map in such an impressive way. Extreme, there were moments where their advantage kind of slipped. We saw those turning points where Paravision found the good jumps, brought down the SF, and managed to take down the key target to win the fights. But once SF started getting those items paired up, once he had the BKB as well as the SNY, and more in particular in late game, once the Aghanims on Centaur came in, there's just no way to burst him anymore. And Paravision's game plan kind of falters. They can't stand and take a long fight against him. The Gyrocopter just didn't really match up against him.
Is SF going to be one of those heroes that has gone from being like second phase ban, second phase pick, into being like first phase ban worthy? Because this was Extreme Gaming picking him up first phase, right?
I think he's first phase ban worthy. I mean, this year is absolutely insane. I think he's easier to fit into a draft than Luna. I think Luna generally is very good, but I think that Shadow Fiend just has more pairings where it works out better. But the two of them are the top carries right now, and we will probably see both of them get nerfed quite soon. So the question is, how much can the teams get done before that happens? You know, you get the most value out of it right now.
Before you deplete your resources, get the most out of them. We'll see exactly how that all works out, though. I think draft for Game 2 should be ready for our viewing pleasure pretty soon. And yeah, heading into it with Extreme Gaming and Paravision, both vying for control at the top of the table. This was a 5-1 and a 4-2 situation as we got into day 3 of the group stage. But now, of course, Extreme Gaming technically at 5-2. Paravision have the chance to pip them to the post if they win this game too. And we don't see the Shadow Fiend banned yet. We do see the Clockwork yet again picked up first.
Yeah, so the question is here, Paravision, do you want to, maybe ban it in the next phase here, or do you want to pick the SF for yourself? It's a hero that should be on the rise. We don't see too many teams first phase picking it though, so I expect Paravision to maybe go for something more standard. We still have SD in the pool, for instance. So we're gonna go for Pango, securing some team fights.
Interesting. Yeah, allows some fast-paced gameplay.
That's a hero that they've been using for no one, and he plays really well. He's also been playing well on Earth Spirit other than that on the mid lane. But Pango is probably more comfort pick even than that.
5 seconds remaining.
Now, what are we getting rid of here? Get rid of the Bat Rider. That's my opinion. Get rid of Bat, cover the Shadow Fiend a bit more, cover the Clockwork a bit more. 9 Class's Bat was an absolute pest in that last game.
I think 9 Class also is one of those players who will play Nyx. If you don't give him Bat, then maybe he plays Nyx instead and does something similar. But yeah, they're gonna go straight for it. They're on the same page as you here, Gareth. They ban out the Bat Rider. And yeah, I agree. He did have huge impact in the previous game. His sight was clear. That is like the important thing when you play Bat Rider, that you know before the fight starts who you're gonna go on and catch that target. He did a great job with target acquisition.
Yeah, and we saw Maps earlier on kind of laughing, and I don't know, I put myself in his shoes. Are they letting us do it again? I imagine him saying to himself and the rest of the team, are they letting us get this Clockwork Shadow Fiend? I'm trying to get it.
Yeah, banning out the Primal Beast instead kind of opens that possibility here. Unless Paravision want to take it for themselves still. See.
Just ban the SF, boys.
Yeah. I mean, you don't want to play against it. I've seen too many SF Clockwork combos just absolutely dominate. I wonder what the win rate is when those two heroes are on the same team. I feel like it's really high.
Yeah, probably quite high.
And that's after they removed the abuse. There used to be the kill the cogs souls abuse. Back then his win rate was good.
Yeah, gingers have no souls, cogs have no souls, wards have no souls.
But my traps have souls. Did you know that?
Oh, do they still?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we were talking about this, weren't we?
I believe so.
The soul gem from Elder Scrolls. That's what the TA trap is.
You just need the sight to see it. Paravision finally gonna end up on a Doom ban here.
Okay.
Success being focused a bit here in the bans instead of the SF, and they're gonna take up the Chen for themselves, signaling they want to play pretty fast. Chen generally a hero does super well against Clockwork, so I think it could also just be a lot about that. You know, you have your army with you, you never die to the battery assault, you don't really care about him.
5 seconds remaining.
It is quite bold, letting Extreme have the Shadow Fiend again. In what world does Extreme Gaming not pick SF here?
Yeah, that would be a crazy world, but I mean, they might go for something else. I feel like it's hard to get away from that combo, though. They do have to pick 2 heroes, so question is, are you going to show double support? Or are they going to pick their offlaner perhaps as well, or even mid matchup, since we see the Pango now. Could be mid, quite likely is mid.
Yeah, like maybe we see the Beastmaster's gone. I was going to say, we see the Beastmaster for themselves. But is Bloodseeker still a hero that's like in the realm of pickability? Like seeing a Pango so early on feels exploitable.
We did see a ban on Bloodseeker earlier. Yesterday, I believe it was a last phase ban, Bloodseeker, when the Pango was picked. So kind of shielding their own Pango. And Bloodseeker is in an interesting spot now. He's very weak early game. Ever since they reworked his healing mechanic, he used to have the Thirst healing him. And now it's the Sanguivore, I believe it's called, is innate. Anyway,
don't ask me, man.
Anyway, his Sanguivore thing scales on his levels, and he needs a lot of levels before he starts healing a lot per creep. So his lane dominance, they used to just deny creeps and stay full HP. It's not that anymore. It's way weaker.
Well, very cool. So going for Bristleback and Nyx Assassin now. So away, they're going to scout people out, set up some team fights with Rocket Flare and Nyx's Invis. They've got 2 supports that are very good at breaking vision and giving intel to their team. And Bristleback, a hero that we've seen a lot in the offlane recently, just becoming another carry.
Bristle can scale really well. We saw it showcased 2 games in a row by 33 in particular, who even when he did have sort of slow start, eventually becomes this huge threat in the late game, basically becoming a carry like you said. But to me, it's more interesting the Clockwork and the Nyx as well. 2 melee supports that are both gonna be very initiation heavy, and they have a Bristle. This is setting up to have some strong backliner behind it at this point.
Extreme Gaming's turn to pick.
Paravision going for the Alchemist and the Tusk, seeing 3 heroes that can't really burst the Alchemist down immediately, adding in a couple of saves for him as well through Hand of God and the Snowball. It really does build up this Paravision side to be very tanky. Shield Crash, Chen, Mech, Creeps, Chemical Rage, Snowball, all the goodness from like Solar Crest and things. This is a hard lineup to bring down.
Some heavy saves here, and I like the idea of drafting tanky when you're playing against the Nyx. One downside is that if you go for that Radiance, the Nyx can always stun you with the Spike Carapace once you're farming around with Alchemist, so that can be a little bit dangerous for him. But other than that, I like Paravision's draft overall. Like you mentioned, the Chen providing a lot of safety here as well against Bristle with that armor he can give his teammates.
A puck for Extreme Gaming, so that's one of those backline heroes that can connect with the Nyx and the Clockwork, pair up with them, and find a bit of damage in the back. Yeah, looking at the most contested heroes, like of course Naga's banned, but we didn't see Enchantress last game. We haven't seen her yet this game in Pickle ban. Invoker was first phase banned, I think, in game 1. So far he's ignored here. And of course then Shadow Demon and Sand King have been banned. But Invoker really Invoker and Ench, the last ones out there, but not really in a spot to be picking them right now.
Yeah, maybe not. I would like to see Paravision doing it though. Maybe, throw your Pango towards the offlane, put an Invoker mid. You have good combo heroes, and Invoker against Puck is a good matchup. So it's a possibility still. Extreme Gaming though, banning out the Sniper, shielding their Puck. We still have some good Puck counters in the pool. They probably will ban Shaker next if they're trying to protect Puck though.
10 seconds remaining.
And Paravision looking for this Arme carry. Banning out a Morphling. Shadow Fiend is still out there.
SF is still there, just saying, like you're banning Morphling. Yeah, Morph is a good hero, but are you really letting them have SF again? SF pairs very well with the Bristleback as well, get extra minus armor for the physical damage he deals.
I feel like we do get into that situation though where, well, I guess there's nothing else to ban, but you're banning Morph, you're banning something else, you're banning Shadow Fiend, but then you're still scared of like a TA or a Luna or something, right?
That's true. They could definitely play something along those lines here. I mean, Luna would be pretty standard to pick. TA a little bit riskier, but can definitely work here if it's a melee offlaner. Thing is, we don't really know what Paravision are going to put on the offlane, and they could easily pick some dirty lane hero. If you pick TA, then the Viper comes out.
And you said Earthshaker for this ban, right? To protect the Puck.
It's probably probably a shaker ban, I would imagine, but there are some other heroes that can be played as well.
Extreme gaming.
Yeah, the ban Earth Spirit actually. Wow, that's a lot of respect to Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit is a strong hero, and as I mentioned, no one has been owning on it. But I would have thought with a puck on your team already that you have good catch and good ways to punish him. I guess he's just too tanky for a puck to kill.
10 seconds.
I mean, Earth Spirit's still the... Wait, Earth Spirit's gone back to 50% win rate. He was the most picked at the top of the day at 9 and 10 wins and losses. Wait, hang on a second. I've just heard a Mirana pick. That Mirana?
Yeah, Mirana is coming in. Okay, exciting choice to go for that as a carry here. Pairs pretty well with the Clockwork as well. He can set up by cogging someone that you can throw the arrow in. Also a good aggressive hero to play into some of these catch heroes that you have on your team. But yeah, this is a little bit of a throwback. We haven't seen much carry Mirana as of late, but I actually still think it's very strong.
And one of the few carries that, you know, has that mobility just innately built in. You're talking about this Nyx Assassin and Clockwork needing heroes to pair with them.
Picking
Mirana
a
just
carry
leaps
cat
across.
lady, and it's not Luna in current day and age.
Yeah, true.
Feels wild, man. Luna was available and they go for the Mirana, so I like Extreme trying to play some little bit off meta here and some interesting drafts. Still very, very well-rounded and thought-out draft, but this is not the usual approach by teams right now.
What is this last pick?
Interesting.
The
Maybe now the
time.
Mudseeker that you were mentioning before could actually be strong here. Against the Mirana, against the puck, it lanes really well. Against Bristleback, you can just ulti him and he can't really move around. It would be wild to see it though. Not really a common hero. More than likely, we're gonna see something along the lines of what Queen of Pain, possibly.
Oh, so you think the Pango's shifted off lane?
Yeah, or Storm. Yeah, I think he could be off lane.
Viper?
Still go for Viper. I said that was gonna be a pick if they pick TA, but anyway. Is it gonna be no one? Yeah, it's no one on Viper, so Puck versus Viper on the mid lane.
Oh my god, that's a throwback. That used to be really hard for the puck.
Oh dear god, what is that Viper skin? What? Why does it have legs?
Oh dear, yeah, don't. Yeah,
Don't look at
don't.
Script, don't do it. Don't look at him when we're getting it.
It's some kind of hornet or something. It's an insect. It's got a stinger on the back of it. It's like a scorpion had a baby with a dragonfly. It is disgusting.
Yeah. Now you probably do have to show it for the viewers when we get in. Otherwise, it's only their imaginations.
No, you can just imagine it. We've described it perfectly fine.
His headset lights up, huh?
Yeah, it does. Also,
okay.
they're not cat ears. They're like teddy bear ears now. Has he changed ears?
He used to have cat ears for sure. I remember that.
Now they're rounded.
It's the different cosmetics. He's equipping them in real life.
I guess some cats have different shaped ears, right? Maybe he's some British short tail, blue fur, whatever.
Yeah, this is more like bear ears.
Yeah, he's Yogi Bear now. A pink one. Well, anyway, we'll get ourselves into game 2 and see some Dota 2. As we get ourselves Extreme Gaming up against Paravision. Again, top of the table battle here in Dream League Season 24. Day 3 of the group stage already as we rush through tons of games and get ourselves into our second one of the day. Game 1 was pretty close.
We'll see what they're going to be able to do in this game. Game 1 was, as you said, a close-fought battle, back and forth. Both of them trying to vie for control over the game, but we'll see who's going to get ahead in the laning stage this time. Extreme Gaming charging out with the puck, dropping a deep ward, using that illusory orb to get deep in.
Yeah, very quickly across the map. The jostling rip. Seeing red. No one's even dropping his observer ward.
Interesting
Trying
start.
to keep it hidden.
Start with the mango as well on the Viper. So going for quite heavy stats, delaying the bottle a little bit. Mango just to allow him to keep using his poison attack. And that is a courier sniping ward if I ever saw one. Oh yeah, PYW.
Oh yeah, that's very far up, isn't it?
Yeah, it's in the lane. This is just keeping track of that courier highway.
Yeah, I guess quite interesting. Often against the Chen, we see, I guess they have got a sentry in one of those camps, only blocking one of them, but primarily against Nyx Assassin, and on the Dire side as well, you very often want that observer or sentry blocking one of your top jungle camps, right? Paravision choosing not to do it.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting positioning.
Instead, going for that Dire ward over the Ancients and large camp instead. Keep tabs on some stacks that could be built up for XXS.
Yeah, it's aggressively located, but against the Bristleback, I think it's good to keep track on that. Because the Bristlebacks always fall back and form the big camp and the Ancients. So just checking that, and they have good heroes to go in and steal as well.
Ame and Tianming already stepping past the creep wave to get some damage onto 9 class and DM. Using the cogs, trying to hit him. Misses out on it though.
Yeah, good moves by 9 class, kind of juking the push there.
Well, Ame is gonna take a lot of damage here.
Got blood grenaded defensively here by Tianming.
I didn't want the same thing to happen as game 1 where Shadow Fiend got double blood grenaded. Oh my god, handled.
Better start than last game, but that's pretty easy considering they're taken down so quickly there. Meanwhile, mid lane Viper having a good time. That's what we expect against Puck. And top lane, we already see shenanigans here. Nyx pulling the creeps, trying now to connect to only 2 or 3 of these creeps. Gets 2, that's pretty perfect. Means the creep wave is gonna stay alive and he can keep denying creep waves here. Crystal is not gonna be happy about that.
Yeah, always what happens when you've got a Nyx on your team. Was Viper's old passive, like now it's his innate, right? Was his old passive still called Nether Toxin? Or they kept the name but changed the spell, right?
Yeah, they changed the spell. Basically then Nether Toxin was the Predator thing that he has now, right?
Yeah. And Tianming dead to the level 2 of 9 class and DM down bottom. It's kind of a job that he has to do here. Just put his body in harm's way to protect the Mirana.
He tries to, but this double melee offlane doing quite well so far. They've been trading good hits. Thought that Pango and Clockwork might struggle a little bit. Over time, Ame will get a lot of right clicks onto them like this. The pot shots will start adding up.
God, it's a good start for Paravision though. Like Viper 14 and 6. Pango at 12 last hits. And Tianming just trying his darndest to get up in their faces and do some damage.
Yeah, messing with them, preventing them from doing any pull as well. But you're absolutely right. That mid lane for XM is already pretty troublesome. He is getting decent farm though. 9 last hits isn't horrible, but this is not a fun lane for our Puck.
And the next XS up top. Trying to salvage what's happening in this lane as the Nyx Assassin has gone for another bit of a wander. PYW stacking Ancients, farming large camp. That's always the upside, right? You've got this Nyx who kind of griefs your lane, but does well for himself, and then come the mid game, offers so much.
That's true. You will get value out of the Nyx later on, but right now Bristle is suffering quite a bit from this. Only 7 and 4 last hits, not feeling too good about this lane. Even gets his courier killed here by Ducalis. A few angry snots and quills at him, but not enough to threaten him.
What is the Puck meant to do in this lane? Like, with a melee laner, it feels like you're much easier able to pull the wave and kind of drag it behind your tower. Can the Puck do that?
Nah, pulling the mid wave is like basically impossible with the terrain nowadays. Putting it behind tower is so difficult. You can get away with it with some super mobile heroes. For Puck, I think he's just best off trying to stack his big camp and playing for the rune control. Viper is a very bad hero at rune controlling since he's so slow. So once the power runes start coming in, maybe we'll see Puck swing the game a bit. But yeah, as far as the lane, it's just gonna look like this, man. This is Viper. Win lane, lose game.
27 and 10. The numbers go up. They get bigger and bigger. As XXS gets shoved out of his lane up top. Not too much PYW can do to help him. Maybe go and drag that next wave around, but the Chen's going to block him off going that direction.
Yeah,
and again,
small camp is unblocked. Now you can't pull the creep wave like that as Nyx.
Right.
You basically need to keep the small camp blocked if you're going to do shenanigans. Otherwise, it's so difficult.
The mana burn creep Just zapping the bristleback whenever he sees him.
Dude, he has no game right now. He is so sad on this lane. Like, Puck is having a better time than him, and that's saying a lot.
I mean, it's free farm for Chrysalis. XXS having a bad time. They are going to rely so heavily on these ancient stacks. They're having a pop at Chrysalis here, though. A lot of damage coming his way, but he's got a pretty hefty wand and a turnaround stun onto XXS. So Chrysalis and Ducalis get the kill on the bristle, and they keep themselves in the lane.
Dude, how's the Divine Favor armor spell 1200 range? He was so far away on the Chen, and he's like, yeah, I got you. Basically give you a little Pavis, you know, poor man's Pavis, 5 armor, protecting him against the Quill.
What was it before it got nerfed? It was like plus 15 armor level 1 or something dumb, right?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think it was even more. Yeah, I mean, it still scales up to be 20 armor for 6 seconds and 40-second cooldown, but pre-nerf, it was one of the craziest spells.
It's like, here's invulnerability for you.
Yeah, we saw a lot of armor stacking in that initial version.
This has been one of the most one-sided laning stages in terms of like last hits I've seen in a long time. 40 and 14, 30 and 0, 25 and 10, and they're finding kills. 2-0 and looking for a third as the bristleback is about to die, trapped in the shards up top. And Chrysalis is the one to take it as well.
Again, XXS just really not being allowed to show in lane here. He doesn't have enough gold for boots at least. Since he doesn't have a TP, that feels good. He's gonna have to run back to the lane. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Bottom lane, at least Ame is getting good farm. And he's trying to put some pressure onto the Pango.
And Pango with an urn. And once he hits level 6, we know what this Pango can do. Starts causing havoc across the map, looking for every team fight he can.
Good that he goes for urn as well, means that they're already thinking about having a Spirit Vessel buyer against the Bristleback. Preparing themselves. Clockwork kind of going behind here, looking for the snipe onto the Wisdom. I think he walked in Vision though. We see pings coming out already.
Tianming is going to meet the Viper. Oh, they don't have any stuns. Don't need stuns, and you've got so much damage.
Yeah, tons of damage. He did make a little mistake there walking too close to a tier 2. Tier 2 towers have more vision than a tier 1 tower.
Right.
So he was spotted going for this sneaky little attempt and got punished for it.
And then even handing the bottle over to the Tusk to grab the Wisdom rune there. Pure efficiency from Paravision.
Get a little refill. At least it gave some time for XM to get himself some farm here. One creep wave on the mid lane going his way.
Finally get some last hits. PYW making a move into mid as well. So 1000 HP, 10 wand, double Wraithband, no one Viper. And you've brought 4 heroes into the mid lane as Tianming is going to meet a lot of pain coming down from that high ground. Poison damage comes his way as XM jaunts away. 2-man stun for the next assassin might buy enough time for the cause to escape, but a snowball right over the top of his head and a concoction to land gives Paravision another couple of kills defending their tower and rebuffing the efforts of Extreme Gaming.
And Paravision just not giving an inch here. They tried to poke a little bit at mid tower showing Mirana and Puck, and immediately everybody reacts to it. Clockwork gets Viper ulted back to back here as he just died in the Wisdom steal. Dies again like that. Good moves coming out from Paravision. Just 6-0, shutting out the game very cleanly.
Yeah, they don't meet, like they know the Nyx was like lurking to the northwest, right? So they don't meet that lane head on straight down mid. They go to like the bottom right side to that ramp, see the Clockwork, find that kill, then they connect back into mid.
Now.
And down bottom lane, Mirana has one leap and a dream, a Lotus and some wand charges, can't even use them, getting bonked around and killed.
So far, 9 classes just showing exactly why people are talking about him as such a standout player as well. These moves in laning stage have been amazing. Even using a little trick here to go from the low ground of the Twin Gate. Going up top. Just in position here, ready to protect his Alchemist. Alk getting nice free farm here.
And Chrysalis has had such an easy breezy game. Phase,
affected by the Chen at first and getting moves from 9 class as well.
Now he can just go through the jungle, accelerate his farm.
And it's a timing thing. It's a timing thing where Extreme, they need level 6 on this Nyx. But Puck also had a rough mid lane, so doesn't really want to give away mid lane to the Nyx to lead his experience. But once they get level 6 on the Nyx, I think they can open up the map a bit more on Extreme. They can start ganking and looking for opportunities to shut down the Alchemist.
PYW and Tianming have so much to do. Like, I was talking about them in the draft as heroes that are going to go and get behind enemy lines and start things off for Extreme, but right now they're just bodies. The Nyx and Clock are just sitting, like, look, sitting in front of the Mirana. Don't go on my army, please. PYW is kind of shifting from jungle to jungle, trying to get his level 6. Sitting in front of the puck, bodyguarding XM.
Yeah, DM just feeling confident down here, even against the Mirana and Clockwork. He can just farm right in front of them, building towards that Spirit Vessel rush. Not far away from it right now, 500 gold.
Oh, stack here for XXS.
It's not super fast to farm it without aggroing it though as a XXS. He's in smoke, so he can farm it, but... Autumn, 9 class is level 6. Ready with the punch here.
Yeah, they've already cut them off from defending the tower. The Centaur, the Hellbear, the Catapult, all here to bring it down. Well, yeah, XXS slowly quills away at the ancient camp.
Yeah, it's not fast at all. It takes a while. He's gonna go for another stack here as well. He does get some gold. It's still better than what he's been getting on top lane. And he does clear out the ancient in the end.
Yeah, I mean, we saw from 3-3 this kind of double bracer build, but I guess the fact his lane has been going so poorly, those are laning items and he's not playing the lane, it makes sense to not go for them.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny for the Bristol to have, what, a phase null Windlace?
Yeah, they make sense. Movement speed is great on the hero. You want mana regen as well. So for how he's playing the game, this makes more sense than the bracers, as you mentioned completely correctly. If he had bracers, he could maybe fight for the lane more. But that top lane was not even contestable.
No. 9 class. Finds an opening onto Tianming. DM trying to catch up with the help of the snowball here. Tianming's making them work for it though, so even if Clockwork dies, I think he's going to be pretty happy scouting them out, forcing their ultis, and keeping them moving.
PYW going behind here, keeping eye on them. He wants to go on no one, but they don't have the damage between him and Puck, surely.
The squadron of couriers though, look, so juicy. None of them have Dagons though. 4 couriers flying overhead.
I miss those days, man. I miss the days of the couriers using items. It was fun.
The energy booster, the soul ring, the Dagon.
Yeah, the craziest stuff you could do.
Oh, it's funny thing.
They removed it, and honestly, I'm mad at them for removing it. Why? It's not like it was broken. The only thing that was stupid was when they could D-ward. Falling Blade on couriers, and they could put the wards and D-ward. That was real dumb. But other items, I think it's fine if couriers can use them. It's a risk. If the courier gets sniped, then you feel awful.
Yeah, your item's gone for a long time. And Paravision. I'm starting to close in on this map. It's only 13 minutes in, but it feels like the game's gone on much longer. It's a bit of a slog for Extreme Gaming just to weather through this early storm.
Already losing their bottom and mid tower against an Alchemist who they haven't contested at all as well. He's going to have Radiance now, 13 minutes, and the invasion is coming in for the ancient camps.
Next Assassin scuttles away from there, but XXS might not have the same route to safety. No, never mind, he does. Pretty fast there with the phase boots.
Yeah, just taking away the ancient stack here as well, and now the Alchemist completes the Radiance. We see split push going on by Extreme. Mid tower being threatened by Puck.
Yeah, minute 14 coming up, so Wisdom Runes available shortly. As XM gets the kill on the tower mid, jaunts away from them with a nice defensive coil. Chrysalis did kill that tower up top, but he's being eyed up by PYW and XXS. Once that Chemical Rage is going, though, absolutely no chance. But at least Extreme Gaming, they've defended their Wisdom Rune, defended their Ancients area, didn't need to do anything drastic, and little victories.
Small victories and building towards key items, perhaps. They have the Maelstrom on the Mirana. She wants the Shard. That's usually the power spike. You get the Shard plus the Maelstrom, and you can start getting involved in fights, having 3 leaps. We'll see if they can get some value out of him, because right now, you're not happy with a carry Mirana just farming against an Alchemist just farming.
Tianming moves onto the Chen. XM over the top. Have they got it? With the hand of God, Ducalis is quite tanky, but the battery assault keeps going, chipping away at him. The first kill of the game for Extreme Gaming. The question is, do they lose anything for it? Snowball going to follow the jaunting puck? No, XM has got himself the distance.
DM is slowly getting across here, gets stuck for a little bit in the trees, but get himself out.
XM is
now
still stepping forward. First with the Clockwork, now with the Nyx Assassin. These are the pairings that we've been waiting for so long. He is getting crashed upon, though, by DM's Rolling Thunder, which has landed several times. And DM finds the perfect position to kill the puck.
Pango is in a very annoying spot now.
Oh, and the Bristle.
Takedown.
But no one with a DD. Oh, it is, yeah. Viper just comes in and crushes the Bristleback.
He had a deep ward, so he made a play towards it. Finds the kill on the Bristle. Huge takedowns here, coming in for Paravision. I was gonna say that Pango, now with the facet of Thunderbolt, is so obnoxious to play against. He can chain stun real well, even if he doesn't have nice cliffs nearby.
Ame protected by PYW for as long as possible. It really does feel like Ame's Marana the be all and end all of carrying this game for Extreme.
Puck mid used the orb already. They're hunting it, but he did not jaunt to it. Alchemist missing.
That's a shield rune for no one there as XM shows himself on the high ground. And he jaunts forward, kills off Ducalis, but he's stuck on top of this little cliff now. Paravision don't know it though. XM, he's stuck up there, but he's going to be fine.
1v4, he gets a kill. Meanwhile, bottom, they set up on the Pango.
He looks like he's dying. DM, he's got a swashbuckle in a second. It was coming off cooldown, but couldn't survive long enough to use it. And now these two supports from Extreme Gaming, one of them dies, but one of them TPs. They got the streak, they got what they came for, and they bail away.
XM just getting away with something huge there in mid lane. I think he was underestimated a bit by Ducalis, who thought he was tanky enough to stand against it, but Puck with Witchblade and Power Treads, you do not want to take those auto attacks for too long. That puts him almost at Blink Dagger on Puck. They can now start forming some moves around this hero because they need to swing this game. Extreme need to take control and shut down the Alchemist lead that he's building. And Bristleback, he has his Aghanim Scepter, so despite the struggles so far of XXS, he's hit that power spike.
Yeah, that lead for Paravision didn't continue spiraling, right? We're at 3k. Extreme Gaming have done a very good job kind of just plateauing it out, getting towards their items, not bleeding away too much. I felt like it very easily could have been a game that snowballs out of contention within 20 minutes.
It could have been. Now they're going for a tower, trying to extend that lead. Paravision. Once more, Glyph comes out to defend it though. But it's pretty bad timing. New creep wave is coming in already, so the Glyph only gonna keep the tower alive for a little bit.
So what is it? Hurricane Pike Viper, Blink, Pango. Plenty of ways to reach deeper into the depths of Extreme Gaming's lines.
Yeah, Alchemist.
Blink Alchemist too, right?
Yeah, Blink, and he has a Hyperstone already, so building towards the AC.
Well, 9 classes found PYW. Nyx Assassin helped out by the puck, but unable to finish off the Tusk. Dead and dewarded.
Yeah, good that Puck didn't go in as well because the Hand of God was ready in case 9 class gets jumped by more. Could still be saved by Chen from Global.
When you see the swarm of heroes mid, Paravision, they go back, they find a kill, they'll pick off, stop the nonsense in their own jungle, then regroup. Play back into mid where XM tries to chip away at the creep wave and force Crystallis back. That's a lot of damage from Quill Sprays.
We see the potential of the Bristleback. The Aghanims does a lot of work. That's why this AC is going to be huge for Alchemist, getting some armor in the mix. But right now, I think Extreme Gaming, if they can just get a 5-man fight, they are really powerful. Paravision not allowing it though.
And of course, this Viper guy, no longer a hero that just wins lane and loses game, much better at scaling into mid and late game. And with this kind of build where, well, hang on a second, Tianming with XM, yet again holding hands to find a catch on DM. He's got no spells left, they're coming off cooldown. Can't quite use them before being killed.
Oh, they're protecting the vision though.
Now stun onto the Clockwork. A very quick dispatching of Tianming and his courier.
So you get a kill, but then immediately lose a hero again, and Alchemist stays in the area, keeps farming. Meanwhile, they're looking at the Mirana here. Viper. Could be in danger. He walked past this.
Walks past the Nyx into the Mirana, who leaps away.
Is under attack.
There's a little bit ships in the dark going on as well. They didn't really see each other that well.
That is the strength of this Nyx assassin, just getting in behind enemy lines, being very irritating. Now Invis, he's 9 class. Knows there's a rune bottom.
800 gold away from a big timing here for Crystallis. Getting the full assault cuirass nearly done.
He is forced to pick up that double damage though, with the rocket flare giving vision. Nyx lurking. He's wise to do so. 9 class, forcing a couple of leaps out of army. There wasn't really any go there, just a hello, how you doing? Get out of my jungle. Get out of my top lane.
I've been playing with a lot less urgency than I expected he would. He's really just playing it like a full carry on the Mirana. Usually we see it more tempo carry.
And it feels like PYW, a good GP out. Yeah, I feel like you look at that farm distribution. Everyone in Extreme Gaming is like 10k net worth. They're all very close together. And I guess we kind of expect this with an Alchemist to be accelerated ahead. But wait, XXS just died to a neutral creep?
He tried to take Torm but failed. I didn't watch it. I was watching the other Tormentor go down by Paravision.
Oops,
Yeah, he tried to solo a Tormentor and didn't succeed.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what he did.
He died.
Yeah, I guess his HP is perhaps not high enough. He didn't go for any form of Vanguard or something along with this, but I thought
He doesn't
would
have
be
the
able
double
to-
braces. That null tally, man.
Maybe he turned around. Maybe he made a mistake, but
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, whoopsie daisy.
that's definitely gonna set him back a little bit. Also, this gives a window that Paravision are quick to exploit. They go straight towards Roche.
Yeah, they got their own Tormentor. Go to Roche. Vacuum up all of these objectives on the map. But yeah, I was kind of trying to praise Extreme Gaming for this nice spread of farm they've got. All 3 of their cores are starting to pick up the pace here, and no longer a big spread between the Dire at the top and the Radiant below them.
XXS is going for it again. The Tormentor take. Round 2. It's close. No, not again, XXS. He didn't die, but this is as bad as dying. You ran out, tried to take Torm that you already died to once, and now you failed again.
I know exactly how this feels. I've done this so many times.
Yeah, but surely you know your item builds and what moments you can do it. This feels very weird.
I'm not a pro player.
Yeah, this is where a silver tier Bristleback is a liability in your draft right here. You need to spam some Bristol games, XXS.
And now he's getting punched around by 9 class. Well, this might be
no, the
problematic
break.
for him. Turns his back, broken up, and killed. XXS is having an absolute mare of a game. The past 5 minutes, that's just been bad.
Yeah, this is not what we expect from him at all. He can deliver better than this.
And now they're diving in deeper onto Chanming. So no Bristle for 30. Clockwork gone as well. Alchemist down to half HP as XM jumps in with a coil, and Arme's damage trying to unload it onto Crystallis, but the tanky Alchemist just stands there, hits buildings, and a lane of barracks has fallen. 9 class, he got the punch! He got the punch on XM, so he can't draw to the orb, but now he's dead as well!
And this is all coming back to the Bristleback, I'm gonna be honest. He died, allowed them to go take Roche, and then the second attempt, slowing him down even more. Lanes get pushed back, and then he goes down bottom, gets picked off. That push was coming for a while as well. He's not been reading the game very well at all here.
Yeah, it's just... That's a I don't know, guys, kind of moment. You know,
Yeah.
you say to guys, I'm sorry, I don't know. Some shit's happened.
Push is gonna keep going as well with the Aegis on the Viper. They can just go towards mid. Momentum building. With the shard on the Alchemist as well, ready to heal people up.
Bristleback's alive. For now, at least. We'll see what
The
he can
shard
do.
Viper, he is taking down your tower pretty quickly.
They have to glyph it up. And Chen Army's still ready, waiting in the wings to come back in. Parasma here for a puck, so they do have even more damage just to try and burst someone. But 9 class, he makes the move in. There's Bristleback, doesn't last long. Broken and killed in a matter of seconds. And now with a new creep wave arriving, Dire are going to take another lane of barracks in the mid.
Viper looks so good as a pick in this game with the break onto the Bristle. You just don't have a solution to it.
And XM's going to try and chip away at them with PYW stunning into the Chrysalis Alchemist, but your tier 4s are dying, and no one just charges in towards you. The bolt.
The Aegis, he also outranges the tower here with this Hurricane Pike. Sitting there and spitting, this poison adds up. You're losing your base right now.
And the bold confidence of Paravision. They need another creep wave. That'll come shortly. But Extreme Gaming, they've got to make a move, and they missed the stun on the Alchemist. They don't get the chain disable. The Force Staff and Chrysalis, he's looking pretty fine. Mirana's dead with a buyback available, but it might just be time to call it, honestly. DM's going diving deep with Tianming and XM trying to run away. PYW will buy back as no one tries to kill off that second tier 4 tower. And Extreme Gaming, they're going to bring the numbers here to try and fight and defend their base. Paravision have got to be careful with their positioning now as a two-man stun from PYW, but Nightclass returns fire with a punch on the Bristleback, saving up the Alchemist. XXS is dead. Tianming in trouble. The red whip cracked by DM onto him to slow him down, and Clockwork gets pummeled into the ground. PYW will try and stun them back, but we still have Aegis on the Viper. 5 heroes alive for Paravision, and Puck dead means it's lights out here in game 2 for Extreme Gaming.
Extreme Gaming just faltering here and ending the score as 0-7-0 XXS Bristleback. I don't know if I've seen XXS ever be part of 0 kills total. This is his worst game I've ever seen.
Yeah, there's no two ways about it. That was not an XXS showing.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, credit to Paravision, they played really well, but I think Extreme Gaming fell on their own sword in this one. I think they completely just lost due to their own mistakes.
It's like compounding errors or compounding issues as well, right? Like he has kind of a rough lane, not able to lane because he's with a Nyx Assassin. So that already sets himself up for a hard 3-4 minutes at the beginning. Then, trying to stack Ancients and stuff. The Viper is just hasted and running at you non-stop, right? You die a couple of times trying to farm Ancients. And then the Tormentor moves.
It's also the difference, though. We saw 33 also struggle in some of his Bristol games to begin with, but he recovered. You got to keep your mind clear, even if you have a tough game. This is when things have already balled out of control here. Bristol getting picked off solo bottom, and the lane just crumbles. I don't know if he tilted or what happened, but he lost his complete game read.
Yeah, composure gone. And again, like you said, due to the crisp perfection from Paravision. 2-0-11 Alchemist, completely free lane. The Viper pick, spot on.
Yeah, the Viper was doing everything it needed to do here. It was good in lane against the Puck. It shut down the Bristle's threat completely. And Ame on his Mirana, I wonder if he could have activated earlier, but he wanted to try and carry this game. It just never got to that point, though. Everything fumbled when the Roshan was given away for free, and these failures on the Tormentor. You can't have that happen.
Yes, like XM was the one who had to lane against the Viper, but he was the only one who felt like got to play Dota.
Yeah,
he was,
somehow.
just through mobility, right? Just being able to outplay and jaunt and juke. XM put on a bit of a show in a super, super hard losing game.
Yeah, if I was XM, XM probably feels pretty mad. He was getting kills 1v4, and somehow the game is just completely slipped under his control after that. Anyway, they put up the best fight they could, but Paravision take this one.
They absolutely do. Securing themselves again at the day 3, top of the board for now. So that puts them at 6-2, with Extreme Gaming at 5-3, as our first series of the day wraps up with a 1-1 draw here, day 3 of the group stage. And I think we've got a couple of minutes until we try and sneak one of the players of Paravision away from the rest of their team and bring them across for an interview. So we'll see you for that after the break.
We are having here the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here.
Welcome back, folks, here as we just watched Paravision take down Extreme Gaming in that second game of the series, ending up in a 1-1, as we usually expect Wagga from the group stage. But what a weird series in terms of game 1 being very close and kind of difficult, and then game 2 being very straightforward and easy.
Yeah, game 1 was closely fought and also very high level, whereas game 2, it just kind of fell apart for them. On the side of Extreme there, we already had mentioned a lot what happened, the Tormentor mistakes. I think they're gonna have to go back and do some single player tests on exactly what point you can do a Tormentor as Crystal. I think we have an interview coming up here.
Yes, we do. We've got Crystalis joining us from Paravision. I mean, congratulations on that second game victory. We got a little bit of whiplash there, kind of watching how difficult it was in game 1 for you guys to, fight back and come back after a difficult situation. Then game 2 is super easy. What's the big change there? Is it draft? Is it mentality? Is it decision making? What do you think is like the massive difference between Extreme Gaming being a hard opponent and then being walked over?
I mean, sometimes you get the Nether Drake on the 24 pick, and Crystalback goes 0-7, and he comes to defend his tower, and suddenly he's dead after farming for 20 minutes, 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
I mean, it just makes games easier,
Yeah,
it does
that Viper
indeed.
break definitely did some heavy work against him. So nice to have a reliable way to bring him down without him doing damage. You guys made game 2 look easy, so I'm going to ask you about game 1 a little bit. That was obviously a bit of a struggle. Do you have anything you want to share on what you feel could have been different game 1? Like, what was the reason game 1 was as difficult as it was against Extreme?
I mean, we talked about it a bit. It feels more like the reason it got difficult is because we kind of got destroyed on our stacks in the early game, and we were a bit overstressed about it, maybe overreacted or did some kind of bad moves. And because our early game was bad, the Beastmaster's game isn't as it should be going. We can't win the game in 25 minutes because of it. And then, I think because we're a fresh team, we're still kind of learning how to make everything work nicely, especially in late game when stuff isn't going according to plan necessarily. I just think, that's why it just got a bit harder than game 2.
That invasion where they went in and took the big camp and invaded your triangle, that really hinders the timing. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, so first of all, how do you think you're fitting into Paravision in this squad? And secondly, I kind of want to ask, do you speak Russian? Is the team comms in Russian or English? Do you split comms between different players? Because you've also got Astini coaching you as well, right? So I'm assuming that's all in English as well.
When it's related to Dota, prep or in-game, they will speak English. When it's outside, I am usually just sitting in the corner in this room on my PC listening to music because they're all going to be speaking Russian anyway, and I'm just going to vibe and enjoy life,
Yeah.
Have you picked up any phrases or words,
from
though?
ranked games, right? The Russian, you just zone it out.
Pretty much. I'm good at it, so it's no problem for me.
It's just normal, another day in the office. Have you picked up any phrases or words, though? You throwing back
none that
some?
I should say on stream.
Right, okay, fair enough. My goodness. Right, so for me, Gyrocopter has been a hero that's kind of been rising in popularity, and my old Dota brain is so locked into him needing an IO or some kind of saving hero or steroid buff hero. Is Gyrocopter now in a place where he's just a good carry that's pickable in any situation?
Yeah, I think it's back to the classic Gyro thing where it just you can't really destroy him in lane. He has kind of good early game with barrages and stuff, and you can kind of just pick him whenever you feel like it, whenever you get bored.
You're bored of SF and Luna, huh?
I mean, it's unbelievable, honestly. These heroes are just not fun to see anymore. Anytime you see some guy in a pub, it's always first pick SF into second stage Luna, every single time. You can ban it every game if you want to, because you already know what's going to happen. It's a little boring, in my opinion.
You bring a bit of flavor with the Gyro.
Hopefully I have some rebalances coming up soon with some new exciting stuff for you on the carry role as well, because carry feels almost like the most restricted hero pool right now out of the different roles, I would say. Maybe support.
I would agree, kind of. I think carry heroes right now aren't the most fun, for me at least. I think there's usually more fun heroes to play, but right now it's just always the same hero the entire time, all the time. So, what can you do?
Let me ask you a little question then. So Ame has been playing the Juggernaut a lot. Have you seen the way he plays it? What do you think? Do you think it's
I saw the arena canceling Omni Slash. That's what I saw.
Oh yeah.
So I think that explains the hero very well. I think I don't need to say anything more.
Just
It's because you lose vision or what?
Bloodsport fucks up the vision.
Apparently, yes.
Yeah.
So I just insta-cancel. Unlucky. Goodbye.
Oh dear.
No more Omni Slash.
Yeah. There's a lot
Maybe
of
even
buggy
works with a
interactions with
teammate.
Bloodsport.
Yeah, but it might even work if there's a team in arena, but I haven't tested it. I just know that I'm not gonna have to test it because I'm not gonna fucking play it for sure.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, don't pick Jug into Mars no matter what you do. That's a bad call.
Just not at all, IMO. But that's me. That's my opinion,
That's you. That's Arme. But yeah, I think we'll let you go. Thanks for joining us. And hopefully, you guys are on a pretty solid run so far at the top of the group. Hopefully that all continues for you.
Hope so too. Thank you.
Thank you for joining
Thank you very
us.
much.
Thank you for having me.
No Juggernaut from Chrysalis, though. That's a little bit sad. I want everyone to start playing the hero now.
I mean, it's true what he says. He said it better than I could have. You get bored of it. There's so much SF and Luna right now. Like those two heroes are, and he's right. The high level rank pubs are literally just SF picked first and then Luna. You can definitely ban them every game, but you're not getting away from it. And then Medusa is probably the third most common.
There's like Alk and Gyro just behind him. It's like, these are fun here. Like Alk is a fun hero now. Can you imagine the world we live in? Absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, that wraps up our first series of the day. A 1-1 between Paravision and Extreme Gaming. And of course, we've got 3 more series to come. 1 more with me and Waga. And of course, we've got Ricky and Zach coming up later on today. And a bit of a longer break now. I think it's about 20-30 minutes until our next one comes up as I frantically look at the schedule, Waga, for our next game, which is going to be Falcons.
Yeah.
Against Talon. The Birds.
I do not look forward to it, man. I'm gonna say the names wrong all the time. The bird theme is too much for me. I mix those two teams up, and I've never cast the two of them against each other.
Just do a bit of caw caw, make some bird noises, or grr, grr, have a pigeon join us as well. And that's it for us for a little bit. We'll see you guys in 20 minutes for that next one coming up. The 2 birds fighting each other after the break.
Shot, new kid on the block. Currents running strong like a solar wave. I feel electric. Locked, plugged into the socket. Watch me burning hot, yeah, I radiate. I feel electric. Coursing through my veins like a power surge. Call it misbehaving the way I burn. If you're gonna wait, then you miss your turn. Charge up and ready, I'm going steady with you. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Breathe, feel that energy. You can change the lights from red to green. See, I got what you need. Sparking a connection, go VIP. You feel electric. You feel electric. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Future shock, the future shock. Once we started, there's no way to stop us. Like a rocket, not for static hearted. Once you got it, you'll go supersonic. You know you want it, you know you want it, you know you want it, you know you want it. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Future shot, future shot. Everybody stop, got that future shock now. And they send you down to me. All the angels would agree. Shine your light into the dark, fading in from far away, trying to find the words to say. You're everything I ever dreamed. All the hope and all the good that I believe in. You're everything I'll ever need. All the things I wanna be. I could never ask for more. You're everything I'll ever need. In my heart you'll always be. Now I know you're all I'll ever need. I give the world the touch the sky and keep you safe here by my side. I give you all the brightest stars for all the hope and all the good, 'cause I can see now you're everything I'll ever need. All the things I wanna be. I could never ask for more. You're everything I'll ever need. In my heart you'll always be. Now I know you're all I'll ever need. Let the love that's all around you knock on doors, come inside with arms wide open. And they say you tell me all the angels would agree. You're everything I'll ever need. All the things I wanna be. I could never ask for more. You're everything I'll ever need. In my heart you'll always be. Now I know you're all I'll ever need. You're all I'll ever need. You're all I'll ever need. You're all I'll ever Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Oh, I'm feeling good. Wake up with no alarm. Brand new kind of charm. And fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun. Yeah. Make a list, check it out. Doing only what I want. 'Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into foot. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Hold up, windows down, rolling with the classic sound. Spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into foot. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. You broke this heart of stone. I always hoped that I would find you. Now emptiness is gone, and the winds of change have almost blown through. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars, always and forever. always knew that I would find you. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me. Always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. Hit me up, dark brown with Marty McFly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull pedal to the metal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. On a rooftop in electric Times Square, with the wind in my face and a scrunchie in my hair. Fold out my rolling D50. Gonna bring back the vibe, moonwalk back to 85. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Hennessy pop loop drum machine. This is my 80s fluorescent pink dream. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Hennessy pop loop drum machine. Better believe, still want my MTV. Better believe. Oh, yeah. Hit me up, dark brown with Marty McFly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull pedal to the metal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. Through the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. Let's revive the whole world. Hey, yo, ready? You ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah, hop in my DeLorean, get ready, get set. Where I'm taking you now is on my own road. I pick my own path, bringing 80s recode. Put my hand on the throttle, best to buckle up. Rev up the gigawatts, hang on to your butts. I'm just a 90s kid. I just need a time machine to fly away. Hit me up, dark brown with Marty McFly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull metal to the pedal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. Through the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. Let's revive the whole world. Still want my MTV.
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
The Battle of the Birds, and no, I'm not talking about the Emu Army battle the Australians had to deal with. It's Talon against Falcons coming up as your next best of two here for DreamLeague Season 24. And once again, we're blessed and graced with Wagamama joining us on the microphone here, getting ready for this one, which, in my opinion, is kind of coin flippy.
Yeah, it is a little bit coin flippy. We'll see who can step up and take this one. I think Talon, they've been looking pretty solid. They won against Pioneer, but everyone did so far. Pioneer having a hard time here in the groups. And then after that, they claimed a win against Azure Ray. But going up against some of the heavy hitters like Tundra, they did fall short and get 2-0'd by them.
Yeah, and what that Azure Race series was an hour and a half game 1 and then a 30-minute game 2. One of those classic back and forths into stomps later on. But yeah, I guess I should clarify when I say coin flip, I mean, I feel like Talon is quite a coin flippy team. Going up against Falcons, who are very, very solid, one of the best in the world. Definitely a difficult task to try and get through.
Yeah, here we see them. The squad, Team Falcons, of course. We got Snake and Crit, ATF, Malorine, and Skeeter, all here ready to play some Dota. And they've been looking solid so far. They dropped one game, right, against Tundra. Is that all they'd lost, I think?
Looks like it, yeah. 2-0ing Spirit and Heroic in the group so far. Yeah, looking pretty good while doing it. We are having a few of these like hour-long games from time to time, where, you know, teams are kind of getting bogged down, stuck in the mud, but it seems like, you know, on average, games ending around minute 30.
Yeah, a lot of the time you can see the outcome pretty early on, but every now and then we see teams putting up a fight, and when it goes past the 40-minute mark, it almost feels like it's very likely to go to the hour mark. We've had those crazy late games, but yeah, we'll see.
It's like once you cross that bridge of 30 minutes, you know, it's like, okay, we're going to go the distance now. But yeah, Talon, a team which has felt like one of those squads which can look like world beaters and can take games, even series, off of the best, but they can also look completely out of their league if something, you know, goes wrong in the draft or the laning stage.
Yeah, that's definitely true. They have a bit of hit or miss performances every now and then, so we'll see how they match up against each other here between Talon and Falcon. I think I would, you know, like most people probably hold Falcon as the favorite going into this, but Talon could definitely upset and take the win as well.
And of course, it's been a little while since I've seen them. They've had a little roster change here and there, of course, bringing back Papa Cuckoo, Mr. Carlo Pallad himself, to the POS 5. And of course, they did a while back now, thinking back to June, replaced Chuen with Makoto. We'll see how they fare here against the Falcons. Bird-on-bird violence in this best of 2, and a draft for game 1 is pretty much ready for us to see these initial opening bans, which actually starts out with a Doom, and a would you believe it, Naga Siren.
Yeah, Naga banned by a team that doesn't have first pick. Never saw this before. It's still a hero that nobody wants to go up against pretty much. It was slipped through once. It actually is a 0% win rate hero. What do you mean, guys? Just let the enemy team have it. It only played once and it lost. Extreme Gaming could beat it, so could you.
Anyone can. Shadow Demon out as well, one of these very strong saving supports that's seen a lot of play recently.
5 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
We're almost seeing them step away from it every now and then. It feels like more focus on clock every game that we go in. Like the deeper we go into the tournament, the more clockwork is rising in priority. So we'll see if that's going to be an early pickup this game as well.
10 seconds
So far, not getting banned. We had Hoodwink get banned. Talon just recognizing that's a hero that Team Falcons really like to use.
Yeah, Clockwork has now overtaken Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit was top of the pops, 21 picks 21 picks, 11 and 10. Clockwork is now 21 picks with 15 and 6, so 71% win rate.
Yeah, it's a very respectable score, actually.
5 seconds remaining.
Especially with an early pick, right? Like he's being first picked very often.
Yeah, a lot of the times he gets snagged up early and he still does so well. Has a lot of good combos that he can play into. And he's definitely leading the way in the win rates. Other than that, we have seen like Enchantress be pretty successful throughout this tournament so far. From the support role. And on mid lane, we've seen quite good impact from the games where we saw Timbersaw, I want to say.
Yeah. Well, Ancient Invoker, no massive surprises. That Razor would be a surprise if they weren't against Falcons, but
yeah,
very much a Falcons hero. And an Alchemist first pick.
When you have multiple players that have level 30 on the hero, it's probably a good idea to ban it out. Alchemist gets picked up for Talon. Early Alchemist picks are getting kind of common these days. We see it more and more. It's you would think that it's vulnerable, like, oh, he suffers against pressure, but no, teams feel really confident. You can just pick this and lane against most of the offlane heroes quite well.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like he's always going to get that, like, 13-minute radiance. Like, there's very little that's going to stop him from doing it. And Falcon's going to come out with a
start
bristle.
of a component to it, though. We've seen what the physical damage can do, but if you add a Chen, you know, that armor for the Al can come in. You can see that combo again.
And even if this Bristleback has a poor lane, we've seen some players able to recover and go back into jungle.
10 seconds remaining.
We've
Yeah,
also
and
seen
Team
some
Falcons
players go
probably-
0-7 and die to Tormentor.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I don't expect that from Team Falcons. I didn't expect it from XXS either, to be fair. But Team Falcons, very notorious for being one of the strongest laning teams. They know exactly how to play the first 10 minutes to a perfection. So we'll see what they can get out of that lane bristle against Alchemist and what supports are going to join it.
Falcons turn to
There's
battle.
so much stuff in the pool you've got to think about. Like Gyro being banned there. Why Gyro and not Shadow Fiend?
Yeah, well, Gyro is still seeing a little bit more popularity in competitive Dota, I guess. Maybe because of Parker and how he performed on it. But yeah, Shadow Fiend is somehow in a weird pool. Like we just talked in the interview with Crystalis, how he said he's tired of SF. It's SF all the time. But still, he's not that high priority in the picks and bans in these pro games.
We'll see if he slips his way
I
through.
honestly can't give a good answer for why Gyro over SF here. It's a
I could even think of a funny or simple answer for it either. It's like, no idea. Yeah, just one of those things where it's Skitter. You know, Gyro was always one of his big heroes.
That's true. It's definitely comfort zone for them. They have pretty wide hero pool though overall on the side of Falcons, so plenty of things they can play. We're gonna see the Pugna support come out, or at least we assume it's support. Very unlikely gonna be core, but we've seen this hero be annoying before with the saves he can do. Now you can actually save even better against Alchemist because you can decrep someone before the stun comes in and block that damage.
Seconds remaining.
Yeah, that's a cool little nifty trick you can do.
5 seconds.
So potential for the Chen here. You're not going to be wanting to lane like an Alk with a Clockwork together, are you?
Falcons turn to
No, you,
Phoenix
you want a
is
range
another
hero.
one.
Phoenix makes more sense. Could be Phoenix Alchemist safe lane for sure. And Pugna very likely to be laning together with the Bristle as well.
Yeah, good lane support. Solid trader. Great team fight.
10 seconds.
And all of a sudden you add a ton of heal on top of Chemical Rage with that Sunray.
Falcons turn to pick.
And Muerta as the additional hero.
Murta and Phoenix support duo, most likely. It's a good hero to have against Bristle. Mentioned that before when we've seen this matchup, how Murta is one of the few heroes in the game who can actually turn Bristle around, force him to run in a certain direction. There are a few of them, but Murta is quite useful for that. And also a very good hero at cancelling Pugna. You have now two abilities to stop him from casting spells, either stun him or silence him. And of course you can shoot whoever gets decrepified, but as a support it's a little bit of a smaller impact, but being able to still right click with your ulti can be useful.
Yeah, nice to have if you're like choosing a zone where you're fighting, like around Supernova or Bristleback Pugna Sand have like put down Sandstorm, turn their back. The calling suddenly puts a stop to a lot of that follow through initiation. Team Falcons Sand Bristleback, very tanky cores, a lot of damage output as Balerine's going to go wireless mode.
5 seconds remaining.
Adding in a Lion as well.
Lion and Sand King, good burst. You have now some good ways to stop the Phoenix from getting the egg off. It is the only two heroes with disable so far on Falcons, so they have a lot of responsibility. But it sets up their draft in a good way. A hero that I am looking towards here that hasn't been banned out, by the way, is the Timbersaw. Could be a big hero of Falcons if they want it as a last. If they want to do a
Was
carry.
it Tundra doing that? We saw
Yeah,
Tundra doing
yeah,
this
Tundra
like
played it. Yeah.
Timbersaw, Bristleback, Sand King, or Bristle, Alchemist, Timber, whatever it was, like the triple, very tanky core hero combo.
Yeah, it's the power of the Bristle as well. He can be played in the pos 3 or pos 1. kind of flexing. One of the reasons why he can be picked so early.
And Talon probably going to have to figure out one of their lanes at the very least. Well, you see your mid opponent, right? It's the Sand King.
Yeah, it should be. It should be Sanking mid, so we could see, just again, Pango, very popular hero. I was gonna say we could see Queen again come out. We saw it work out pretty well in the lane at least, against no one Sanking, but then he worked his way back in. Talon are just gonna secure team fights entirely here, having the Phoenix ulti and now the Pango role as well. They have the superior team fight on paper right now. And the skirmishing abilities are pretty decent too.
And still both teams keeping that very annoying flexibility. You never know exactly what laning matchup you're heading into, even if you've got a good idea of it.
Yeah,
so bans, like, what does Talon target ban now?
It's time to ban out carries and just expect that this is an offlane bristle. You ban out some carries that you don't want to go up against.
Like SF and Luna, maybe?
Yeah, those are two potentials for sure. It also depends what they want to put as their own lanes. We assume that it's going to be a Pango mid. Maybe it's an offlane Pango, and maybe they want to pick their mid still. They ban out the Bloodseeker, again, shielding the Pango. We've seen this from two teams now. Blocking out the Bloodseeker is definitely on the radar for the teams.
He's definitely a threat when you pick Pango. Annoying for the Morat and Phoenix as well. Falcons.
I mean, Bloodseeker did get one of the best buffs recently. He has no mana cost on his Q anymore, which is insanely quality of life. It also gives you so much mana surplus. So he's not necessarily like pro game, like pick into any game situation. He's not that strong, but he is probably strong enough as a counter pick.
Yeah, still viable. I'm thinking long and hard about this one. What do we need to get rid of? Earth Spirit.
They're going to end up banning Earth Spirit and the Beastmaster.
Covering bases a little bit.
Yeah, banning basically one mid and one off laner, saying that, you know, Pango could go anywhere. And again, Beastmaster could be mid as well, so you could say it's two mid heroes being banned. I think those heroes would have fit really well into Talon's draft. They need more silence and stun to deal with the Pugna, deal with the Sanking. The ball's over in Talon's court again. They're gonna do their ban plus pick. Time to reveal something. Falcon get to react.
Weaver! Really is a bit of focus on Skitter's hero pool here, right? Monkey, Gyro, Bloodseeker, Weaver.
For sure. And Weaver also a good hero against the Phoenix.
And then a Timbersaw. I mean, still keeping it hidden in terms of where the Pango and Timber are going.
They are, yeah. Can flex to either of the positions.
Just in case.
Yeah, I'm not even sure which I favor right now, but you want to see the carry before you make your choice. They pick something that's good against Timber, then maybe Pango goes to the offlane instead.
Alright, Skitter, what have you got up your sleeve? What tricks are in the hat? What do we need?
Need some fast-hitting range hero, I feel, against the Phoenix.
Someone who buys Mask of Madness, maybe?
A Mask of Madness buyer, yes. Novel idea, Gareth.
What about Carry Jakiro?
Yes, that's Mask of Madness, Carry Jakiro.
Well, he doesn't need Mask of
Imagine
Madness
how
because
fast
he
he would
hits
kill the
twice.
egg. Yeah,
He would
pretty
kill it
damn
very
good.
quick.
We'll see if the team is gonna bring us that one, or if it's just gonna be a Shadowfiend or a Luna, perhaps, or maybe something spicier than that.
Yeah, I'm looking for the spicy one. And Chaos Knight doesn't look particularly good here. Terrorblade hasn't felt like a hero for a hot minute now.
You're just thinking about the different Skeeter heroes now, I think.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, CK is probably not gonna happen against all that AoE. Phoenix too.
It's like all the illusion heroes just out of the window.
Oh my god, what's that?
I think it's a Luna.
It's a cat lady. A stronger one than the previous one we had with the Ame Mirana. Didn't really work out that well. Should have just picked Luna.
No, I think you should have, yeah. And kind of short range. Might struggle to get to the egg, but still fast hitting. Fast farming hyper carry.
Yeah, can go into a jungle as well. And she brings a ton of magic damage if you want to try and burst Timbersaw. So it can be very useful to have Luna in your team if Timber ever overcommits. A simple stun from Lion, Luna pops ulti, and he can lose all his HP quite quickly.
Right, so Luna was used as like a lane counter to the Timbersaw as well with Luna Blessing. Is that still regarded as the case?
Not really. Now with the changes, I would say it's not so much about a lane counter, but having a ranged hero overall against Timber is a good feeling. It's more about the Lucent Beam doing a lot of damage. You just get some right clicks in here and there, and then whenever your support stuns or initiates, you just throw Lucent Beams and help out. That's a great angle. I can see that they do have a fire alarm installed. I'm glad that these players are staying safe.
I wasn't watching. I was reading about Luna.
Smoke detector angle.
Very good. I hope it's CO2 and carbon monoxide.
That's true, yeah. You want your brain to function while you play Dota. Can you imagine playing Dota if you have a CO2, what's it called? Like, fill up in your room?
Thanks, you don't notice it. All of a sudden you just get a bit lightheaded and feel a bit funny.
Maybe that's what happened with the Tormentor the previous game.
Well, Extreme Gaming had a lot of wine bottles in the back.
They did. Was it the same number of wine bottles when we got back to the cameras afterwards? Did you count?
I didn't. We need an investigator to find out which bottle went missing. Yeah. There we go. Draft all done. Looks like the players prepped and ready to get into game 1. DreamLeague Season 24. We're in day 3 of the group stage. And currently, Currently, Team Falcons are at the top of the table with Tundra at 5-1, and Talon are not too far behind them, 4-2. So again, we've got this top of the table battle between two birds.
Yep, that's true. We have some closely matched teams here going up against each other. And whoever gets a win here will, of course, secure themselves a little bit closer to what we've been talking about before. The top of the group, getting some nice EPT points. Of course, sets yourself up for success as well further down the tournament.
It sure does. Early smokes from both teams. Get out across to get some early wards down. Looks like Falcons did get a nice one on the opposing river. Two, in fact. They got one up north and then one over towards the Dire Ancients. And I'm pretty sure they saw that happen.
He got the scout on the mid ward as well. Mikoto did drop the observer ward, and that revealed to the Sand King that there's a ward on mid lane.
And then Skitter having a little dance around the trees with Jokam down bot. Dire Sentry, I guess, is in the small camp to block it up for now.
Yeah, looks like Dire want to fight for a top bounty runes. Of course, there's an alchemist in the game, so every bounty rune you can secure is a big win. Looks like Lion is sneaking around, perhaps looking to steal, but he is under a ward.
He just comes in to protect Amar. Akashi and Cuckoo, though, channeling the stun to steal the rune. Not quite going to work, but good attempt.
Yeah, nice try. In the end, we're going to have a 2-for-2 on the runes. Actually, no, wait. Yeah, it is 2-for-2. The Observer Ward deny actually made it look weird.
Snaking, WS, Amar, and Cuckoo.
Yeah, that was just the mid ward that Malrine scouted out, got removed.
How does Pugna have a last hit?
Did he not kill the ward?
He killed a sentry. That's what he did.
Oh, yeah.
The Lion killed the Observer Ward, and Pugna killed a sentry. That's what's going on.
Yeah, so he cleared up his own camp, so Snaking has the pull ready. He also blocked up Jokam's pull on the big camp.
There it is. So a good solid start for the Falcons. Luna Pugna against Muerta and Timbersaw.
Ow, Pugna is just destroying this Muerta right now, doing a lot of damage from far away. Of course, trading against Pugna is so hard. He's one of the fastest heroes, and he also has 630 attack range, so he outranges most heroes quite well.
Just running around with a fairy fire and a blood grenade. Happy as you like. Snaking having a good old time. Give Skitter that early laning stage he needs. And crit. Ever so barely going to miss out on that Observer Ward. It's not on the high ground spire. It's off to the right. Malrine have a bit of a tip battle with Mikoto in the mid lane. 7-2 Sand King. 6-0 on the Pangolier. But Mikoto is kind of ahead on resources right now.
He's a little bit ahead, but Bottle arrives now for Sand King, so he can get his HP up again. Probably not gonna miss too many of these last hits. He has the stinger ready.
It's so fun to play Sanking now with that stinger. Just step up, whack the creeps. Very
It's become a
satisfying.
really powerful hero when they added that. It changed up a lot.
And up at top, Amar 8-1. Looks like having a little bit of a better time than his opposing off laner, the Timbersaw. But now Cuckoo's on top of Crit. I don't know, a spike, but returned fire with the Fiery Spirits and the Blood Grenade. Can Cuckoo finish this off going up high ground? And Crit with the Fairy Fire, and does he have to turn in Hex, or he's just trying to get under the tower to regen up? He looks like he's okay.
Yeah, he's gonna be fine. Gonna back out as well. He is finally gonna pop a salve here on the tower, so get his resources back up. Nice play by Cuckoo though. Forced out the Lion running away. Give some time for his Alchemist to farm. Meanwhile, mid, we see a bit of shenanigans going on. Quite a bit of shenanigans as Malrine is farming a medium camp over here.
Who instigated this?
Yeah, I think Sanking started it. I don't know. Mikoto pulls the big creep wave though to deny over here.
Funny stuff. Oh, Mikoto. Yeah, gonna deny an entire wave, and then he's got to gather that next Radiant wave coming into his tower, though.
Yeah, a little bit awkward. He missed one last hit under a tower already, and then losing some last hits over to a tier 2 tower, claiming 3 actually, and misses another one. He spread it out a little bit too much.
It's awkward.
Yes, going away.
And Malrine, meanwhile, is just farming camps in the jungle. Having a great old time. Very easy for him.
Yeah, this is what Sanking does best, and quite efficient clearing here, getting a nice amount of farm for himself.
That's going to be Boots and the Wand on its way out to the Sand King.
Well, on the side lanes, we can say that the Timbersaw has not had the best of times so far, but still doing okay. He's getting decent last hits, has the healing Lotus as well.
Just every time he steps up to a creep wave, he loses 30-40% of his health.
Uh-oh.
A blast and a Lucent Beam, and Jokam's feeling that pain as well. Blasted by the Pugner, but not quite finished off. 10 HP, and he'll salve back. But this lane is uncomfortable for Talon.
Yeah, Snaking also swaps in. Salve wants to do the same thing. We might have a dead shot to cancel it. Misses though. Barely missed the angle.
Still trying to get in there. Lands a hit on the Pugner at least. And Timbersaw, the only one who's really struggling here. Everyone else having pretty solid lanes. Of course, Malrine, the big winner, clearing out large camp, stacks, and the waves in the mid lane too.
Yeah, so far doing really well. And that's what we expect. Sanking against Pango. He should be farming really well, but he can't really shut down the Pango. Pango is dishing out a lot of damage with the Swashbuckle. We might even see Malrine run to base right now with his boots and bottle. He's gonna stick around, body blocking next creep wave.
And the big fat Sand King tail. And how's that top lane then? Alchemist is all right up there, but Bristleback is farming, huh?
Bristle's getting a lot of CS. Alchemist is not able to do that much damage to him. Lion, though, is gonna get gone on again here.
Well, he turns and hexes the Alk, but he's dead to rights. Trying the Twin Gate. Good attempt, but Akashi will secure that first blood for himself.
That was not far off from Roshan coming in and smacking him to deny him, actually. A few seconds later, and Rosh would have killed him instead.
And deny him from the Alk. Deny that first blood.
Yeah. They got it, though, so good start for the Alchemist here. Not doing too poorly. It's concerning how farmed the Sanking is getting, though.
And being backed up by Crit as well.
Ooh.
Jokam's making
Mikoto
him move
jumped in.
across here, but Mikoto's used the Swashbuckle. Dead shot to try and hit Crit as Malrine will get bonked up to high ground as this Rolling Thunder, well placed right onto the Sand King to kill him off. Talon with Cuckoo and Jokam both arriving in the nick of time.
Both teams with the same idea. Minute 6, they want to play for the power runes. Looking for a kill on that mid, and it's going to be Talon who get the better trade here.
Well, Cuckoo had to pick up the regen rune, but it looks like that should net them a kill on Crit.
A nice push down by Jokam with the angle on that dead shot, pushing him into the river again. No running away.
This does mean that the Timbersaw takes a bit of the pressure, though. Still in that lane 1v2 while the dire supports go roaming around. And Malrine has found his way down here, but that's spotted. That's pinged out. WS knows what's coming.
Yeah, they saw him. He's trying to check here for some stacks on the enemy ancients or big camps. Of course, Sankin can steal them very fast. I think he's sticking around for the wisdom as well.
Yeah, 20 seconds to go for it.
He's just gonna steal the next creep wave here. Luna is like, what? What happened to my farm?
I haven't glyphing it up. Glyph the creep wave, glyph the tower. Oh, Jokam is the Power Strike misses, but Jokam's still down here, low HP, drops the calling. Skitter with snaking, unable to finish the job, but Malrine has managed to take the wisdom rune, while there's Luna and Pugna turning back on the timber saw, and Jokam somehow kind of slipped through the gap there. Cuckoo's died elsewhere. It looks like Lion and Phoenix having a battle by the Radiant tier 2 over on the other side of the map.
Pango goes in, easy kill here on the Pugna, no way out of it, and you can see the circle rolling onto him.
What? Okay, Snake, no, it's fine. Snaking died there. That's whatever. They use Rolling Thunder. I want to go back. Why was Cuckoo over there? what was he doing by the tier 2 on the Radiant side
He was
of the map?
Wisdom, man. Trying to make plays.
He was under tower. He was very deep.
Yeah, I think he got... Yeah, maybe he got caught with a dive when he was going for the wisdom rune.
Maybe Crit just had him midair. Yeah, I think you might be right. Oh, I don't know. He died.
Yeah,
Crit's
stunned
gonna
on
stack up some
tower.
camps.
Actually, what happened? We can see the stun and the tower hits there overlapping, so...
Makoto now with the DD rune. It could lead to some action. We'll see where he heads. Could also just be him clearing out the ancients and the stacks, which is what he's going to do right now.
Yeah, keep building towards that Diffu. Wants to get his timing. Once you have Diffu on Pango, you are incredibly strong. Meanwhile, Marine showing no respect, just going in here and finding some nice, juicy big camp to steal as well.
I mean, it's Talon with the kill lead, but it's Falcons finding a lot of these openings, getting on top of heroes like Akashi's Alchemist. Amari Crit making the play onto him. Needs a bit more follow through though, because Akashi has the wand and Makoto's arrival, turning it back on the Bristle and getting their 5th kill of the game, while Cuckoo does finally get slain by Malrine. But Makoto has another Rolling Thunder. Goes straight back in on top of the Sand King, trying to dance around, pirouetting in circles. Skitter with the Eclipse coming back in onto the Alchemist. Akashi's too tanky though. Can't find the kill on him. And a lot of back and forth prodding here from both teams, but yeah, the Bristleback dying there. Sad times for Falcons.
It's a bit sad times for them, but at the same time, they're pressuring the tower, they're taking the tier 1 while defending the bottom tier 1 tower for now. So they are in a good spot still. Mar going on to WS here. Chasing along with Skitter. I don't know if they can get this kill.
There's non-stop bouncing around. And Skitter, like you say, he's fine to run away. While WS gets turned on and the big old mace of Bristleback swings down into the back of his head.
Just chased him for like 30 seconds. Menacing little Bristleback with a murderous intent. This is a bit different from how we've seen 33 play the Bristleback and some of the other Bristlebacks that we've seen as well. Activating more, moving across the map, joining up this bottom area while the supports keep stacking.
Yeah, this would usually be the time that Bristleback is kind of farming a 3-stack of Ancients or clearing a large camp. But I guess the fact his tier 1's already dead, Snaking goes and takes up that part of the map. Amar just comes down bottom.
It's just protecting the Luna a little bit as well by being down here. If they go to gank the Luna, they'll have to go through the Bristleback. Not so easy to do. He is very, very tanky in this game.
And Crit's hit level 6 off of that mid lane.
So the Ancient stack actually goes to Malrine instead. It was scouted out by Dyer here. The little Kobold.
Snaking's going to get rolled on up top. Akashi and Makoto yet again pairing up together to find a kill on a support. Makoto, mega kill streak. Having a great time. 5-0-0.
Not bad to get 5 kills before you get Diffu, and now he has the Diffusal recipe as well. I believe... Does he have the... Yeah, he has the recipe already.
Jokam. He's got the dead shot back the Bristleback because he was getting close to death there, even with the calling dropped. It just adds up so quickly. You know, the right clicks come through pretty freaking fast. The quill sprays start stacking. Our Falcons back up to the top lane with a smoke out of Snaking and Malrine.
You can't underestimate Amar on the Bristle, just the pressure he can put, but now running into the mana burn of the Pango could be difficult for him. He pops a few mangoes though, he does not want to stop.
Sprinting forward. Malrine smoke breaks.
Looking for the angle here. First blink reveal, but he walked past the ward.
There's a level 6 Phoenix now as well. Cuckoo has that supernova. We've also got the ult. Oh, the ult on Muerta ready too as Malrine whiffs the stun. Dive on in from Cuckoo. Trying to follow up on Malrine's misplay here, but not wanting to get too bogged down in this fight, which would have been a numbers advantage for the Falcons. So good realization by Talon. Just to back up a little bit and now look for their moment. Realize there isn't one. And stay on their high ground.
Yeah, that was a risky moment for Malrine, missing the stun. They were a little bit slow to jump him immediately after he made the mistake, but maybe he could have been punished. Either way, standoff is over and the tier 1 tower is still alive. Radiant not extending their tower lead so far.
So what causes this to happen? Because we've got to a point now where pro Dota, we're at the highest level we've ever been. The skill level of these players is insane. Sanking, is it just a misclick from Malrine, or is it like a good move from Talon to reposition their heroes?
Listen, he just messed up, man. It was a pretty simple blink stun, but sometimes you make mistakes. This is game number 1 between these boys here, and he just needs to get warm.
Yeah, I feel like we see it more often than not on Sanking in particular, and I'm wondering if there's just something about the hero.
Nah, it could be that people get used to the Bloodstone AoE on the stun, and then they overestimate their AoE on it. Like he didn't want to stun too deep there, but I think it's just a little misclick. There's probably not much more to read into it.
That's fair enough. Falcons, they'll go for another smoke again.
Another move, this time through the gate. They want to look for this Timbersaw who's been farming away bottom.
Yeah, WS has recovered tremendously. Almost the same net worth as the Luna now. Alchemist still up at the top though, closing in on 10k as Akashi has been racing ahead with his Radiance.
This gank is coinciding perfectly with the timing for the Wisdom, but they get scanned out.
Talon knows coming. They see the Timber, the epicenter burst strikes straight in. The Finger of Death to try and finish off. WS is dead, but in comes Akashi with Makoto looking at the Lion. Crit throws out the Hex on the Alchemist now to try and back up with the rest of his team. Malrine being dealt with by Makoto as crit will fall, snaking, draining life off of an ancient creep, but a supernova is dealt with, and this allows Skitter to get a good eclipse onto Akashi with Malrine rejoining. The Alchemist is dead. A double for Skitter, chasing on forward with another loosened beam, but that's got to be it now.
What an amazing fight for Falcons in the end, though. That looked like it was going to backfire completely with the TP cancel onto the Sanking. Thought they were going to get caught there, and they didn't have Bristleback joining for any of this. Still, they dominate the fight. Almost amazed that they didn't have enough damage here to bring down more heroes. We saw the Alchemist and the Pango try and roll around and catch everybody, but with a good Hex and a rundown, they actually just repositioned so well.
I think Alchemist got to hit 3 times.
Yeah,
he got stunned, hexed, decrept. He hit Lion twice, and that was like it.
Yeah, he got kited a lot throughout that fight, and he doesn't have his Blink Dagger yet, so that's why it's difficult for him to connect onto these targets. But that was a fight that you lost handedly while Bristle was farming. Bristle now has a full Aghanim Scepter for himself, so he has that timing online. Sand King is ready with a Veil and a Blink Dagger. Looks like Radiant are starting to get in position. Extend that lead.
They're on that Muerta top. Easy pickings for Crit and Amar. Akashi in the vicinity here. Blink on the courier coming to him. Let's see if he can...
to Roche.
Yeah.
Started up, and Dire not really in a position to contest this. Cooldown for a little bit on the egg, and Timber very far away. Smoke up now, but I don't think they have any clue even that Roche is being taken. Perhaps they're just looking for a straggler.
Yeah, they're running mid. Looks like they're going to try and prep for the tier 1 mid take. But even that might be too late. Like if this Roche is grabbed by Falcons, they can quickly reposition to come back and defend. Like they're scanning bottom tier 1 to make sure that Talon aren't down there. They'll show on the mid lane now, Talon. And Falcons, they can just spread their wings. Get out across the map and keep on farming.
Yeah, Skeeter is gonna shove out bottom, working towards his Manta style. Only 1,000 gold for him to go until he has Manta on the Luna. And at the same time, they're keeping posture up here on top lane. Looking at that tier 2, like they could maybe take it down.
Radiant's middle tower is falling.
Mikoto still has his mega kill streak, still feeling strong, but the rest of his team, we haven't seen WS connect at all to any of these fights, really.
Yeah, and as farmed as Akashi is, the Bristle and the Sand King closing in on him is always a scary prospect. And the surprise factor that Falcons have at any given moment with these multiple blink stun, like immediate blink stun or blink hex initiations. If Talon show, you know, as a straggler on a lane somewhere, you basically you can't be alone. You can't be alone under vision, so good D-ward from Jokam. You can't be alone on a lane. You have to hold hands and play together. And that's what they're going to try.
Again.
They're going to roll, blink and stun on the Lion. In comes the Sun Rain to burn down crit, and Lion is dead. Falcons now, what's your option? Is it just run away? Can we turn and fight here with Malrine channeling Epicenter? They're thinking about it. They want a better position though, and they're kind of lacking vision. They'll start with a Burrow Strike from Malrine onto the Phoenix, but I don't think this is exactly what they wanted or intended, because now the Supernova on top of the Sand King forcing Malrine and Amar back, and that concoction landing opens it up for WS, but the Malrine on the Beasting of Health survives, and Skinner moves in with another massive Eclipse for another huge double kill. They've baited them in, kited them around, dragged them into the danger zone, and 3 more will be slain here as Falcons, they open up on the Muerta. Amar with a wand, he's gonna die under tower, but he's got the Aegis to come back alive, and a triple kill for Skitter finally emerges.
And tower gonna go down as well. What a nice patience there from Team Falcons. The way they waited for the right moment. Both Luna and Bristleback coordinated their abilities. The Luna Eclipse and the Aghanim Scepter usage from Amar. We see more of a pick-off here as Lion gonna lose his life.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But yeah, the way they coordinated their abilities made for some quick work of the Talon team.
Makoto keeps his streak at least. Akashi has Makoto and Jokum nearby. And when Skitter shows on our left-hand side though, probably not where you want to be fighting with no chemical rage for 30 seconds.
Alchemist still just wants to farm. He doesn't necessarily want too many of these engagements, whereas Skeeter's been very happy to join the fights as Luna. 5-0 and 2, getting a lot of kills. Now being chased though, Pango roll. Don't know if he can get away from this one.
You can't dance around Makoto. He's here with a chakram from WS and a Rod of Atos. Down goes the Luna, streak picked up. 600 gold for the Timber Store.
And that was necessary for him. He needed some momentum. It's been a pretty quiet game otherwise. Some big items being found here. We have neutral items. The Vampire Fangs along with the Voodoo Mask on the Bristleback means he can start doing those crazy HP recoveries in the fights. Also has the shard for himself already.
Jeez.
Dear God, the damage.
I didn't think he was going to die, but it's just like that damage is...
Yeah, it definitely stung quite a bit. Mikoto gonna use his magic stick and try and control runes to get some HP back. 20 minutes is coming up. Tormentors on the board. Power rune. Gonna go the way of Malrine.
It's one of these kind of funny games where both teams reasonably happy to, you know, go to mid, to late game. Both teams very happy to brawl and fight right here, right now. Like they've got so many decisions. Are they going to find themselves with like choice paralysis? Like, do we have to go for Roche? Do we have to go and fight now?
Yeah,
just play around their own item timings.
It's a good spot to be in Dota when you have so many different avenues you could go down. It keeps you unpredictable. And right now, it's going to be Falcons smoking over to try and contest the Tormentor take here that Talon are setting up. Looks like they're going to be a little bit late, perhaps. Not quite there in time.
Crit sneaking over. Maybe he gets dead shotted. Jokum sends him all the way back.
They're gonna forfeit the Wisdom Rune though. Doesn't look like they have any intention of fighting for that after losing their HP to a Tormentor. Even using the Murta ulti against it.
Falcon's still here. Smoke expires.
Falcons want to take a tower. Feeling pretty strong. They don't have any form of lead like Aegis or whatever, but maybe they don't need it. Pugna just poking from a distance.
Yeah, they've got their own Tormentor and Wisdom Rune to go and get, but it looks like Amar for now trying to steal out Ancients, but getting caught with a Supernova stun landing on on his head from that concoction out of Akashi, and Snaking now being munched on by the Alchemist. A double kill for him this time, with a third one picked up by WS.
Yeah, that was great timing to go on him when he was trying to be a little bit greedy.
Sand King, another concoction. Malrine trying to slip away from them. Jokam's coming in from the north, and the rest of Talon on their way, but Malrine's too fast.
He's gonna get himself to safety, keep farming jungle, not even panicking that much. But here we can see he just used his stuff to try and steal the Ancients, and then the jump comes in with the Spirit Vessel as well to negate the healing of this Bristle. I feel like he's gonna need that BKB or Lotus Orb or something against this.
The jump and kill from both teams is terrifying.
Yeah,
no matter, you're a Bristleback, you get jumped, stunned, and die.
And it's not what you expect. Bristleback, normally so tanky hero, but with the Spirit Vessel reducing his healing, takes away a lot of that survivability. We have a Bristle taking Tormentor, and this time I don't have to cringe watching it.
No mistakes.
He actually
No
did
dime.
get help from snaking as well, so they're not leaving anything up to chance.
Malrine.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Makoto gets out of that. I like that from Makoto as well. Looks like he's queued up the Nullifier. Not immediately. Probably going to go for the Blink first, but against the Pugna, was it Boxy with the Ghost Scepter decrep bullshit?
Yeah, it was Boxy, right? Yeah, I think it was. Who's buying a Ghost Scepter on the Pugna and then keeping himself alive over and over throughout the fights. And even in this game, we see a Glimmer Cape on Pugna. That's a great hero to throw a Nullifier on, or whoever he's trying to save. And of course, there's the Solar Crest as well. Not to forget, Solar Crest can also be dispelled, and it's very useful to get rid of it.
There's a lot to get rid of. And Falcon's the one stepping towards the Dire base, kind of forcing the hand of Talon to make a play. Looks like they're going to shove out one more mid-wave and then come back to that top jungle. Reclaim a bit of territory, get some D-wards. Yeah, make it a little bit more dangerous for Falcons to stay around up there.
Yeah, Falcon's gonna TP out immediately. Sand King goes towards mid. He did show himself mid though, so immediately Talon know that this area is now pretty clear. Just a little Pugna hiding in a tree line.
And what's the Roche timer? Just under a minute. Pretty much exactly coinciding with the day to night shift. Crit gonna walk back away from Talon's invasion. And who's that TPing out? Well, whoever it was, safe
Pugna
and sound.
TPs out. He stayed safe for a while, but gets out in time that Jokam doesn't catch him with a dead shot. This top area is important to control as well, so it's gonna switch to nighttime, and we have Roche moving towards top on the respawn. Both teams very happy to just farm right now.
Yeah.
See all 6 cores basically just accelerating their own game. Alchemist probably the big winner in that. Passive game always feels good. Get your key items. He has Assault Cuirass very soon. 250 gold to go.
It's another one of these games where I look at the clock and it's 25 minutes in, but it feels like we're reaching minute 40. The ebb and flow of this game has very much been, one big action-packed fight and then go back to being very delicate, push out the map, play that big open wide space.
Cuckoo is also going for the Nullifier, by the way, on Phoenix. He's pretty close to his 1800 gold, or actually 1400 gold, sorry. And he will have it. Still used at old relic cost. It's so cheap nowadays.
It is quite cheap, yeah. And there we go, Falcons see the Roche in the pit. Get some wards down. Dire observers kind of on the extremities of this top left corner. And they're trying to scan around as well.
They got scanned out though.
Both scans turn red. Malorine trying to scout them with a Shiva's Guard and a step forward with a blink back. Very quick to get away from a potential Alchemist stun, which did get channeled.
That's a great use of Shiva's. It scouts into the tree line, so he revealed the enemy smoke, quickly blinks to safety. Still though, it's anyone's game, this initiation. Sending in some Luna Illusion. Good way to get vision.
The opposing push on the creep waves, but Akashi has been forced to use Chemical Rage quite early on there. A little bit afraid of Falcon's move to wrap around on him.
Yeah, they want to fight right now before Chemical starts wearing off.
Oh, the
We
Alchemist.
get the angle though as Falcon are backing out. They're backing in
Self-stunned.
competition.
And this is dangerous now. Makoto has the Rolling Thunder, and it's a good connection, allowing Akashi to get on the back line. Snaking, he's close to death, but it's Cuckoo and Jokam, the first ones to fall. Now Crit will die as Akashi is enabled to open up. But Falcons, it feels like they've got control of this one, with the buyback out of Snaking and the move on forward, but Makoto's cracked them wide open with a kill on Malrine. They turn onto WS, Supernova Sunray trying to come down to heal him up, but that's not enough. Skitter standing and fighting into the egg, and they take it down, but Skitter's going to lose his life for it. Amar, the one left standing, Snaking brought back to come in and protect him, but he's been pushed around by the dead shot. Shoved back in towards Makoto. Buyback from the Sand King now as well. Life drain onto the Bristleback to keep him topped up, and a Burrow Strike just barely missing. Makoto going for the TP home now. Epicenter is going to get stopped, and it looks like Makoto's out there. But look at Akashi blinking off to the right. Gets himself a bit of space. Amar's on his tail, but a great dead shot again from Jokam. Sends back the Bristleback. Malrine in again. Epicenter Burrow Strike to kill off the Muerta. And Akashi once more isolated and stranded. Can they take down this Alchemist with 3 surrounding him? Surely there's no chance for Akashi
there's
to
no way
run
to
and
go.
hide. He's in the trees, but he's going to die.
Man, these fights are so crazy. Buybacks coming in from both teams immediately in there, and Team Falcons on the back of this Bristleback just managed to outlast them a little bit more. It started out beautiful for them as well. The blink stun from the start of the Sand King here. We see it in the replay. Set up for the chain stun coming in as well from Lion. He lost his life, but he provided a valuable 2-hero stun.
I underestimated how much Makoto was going to do in that fight as well. It's like here, I'm thinking this is going to start looking pretty good for Falcons, but they lose their Sand King. Their Lion's gone. Snaking's trying to get back into this fight as well to save them. But Skitter just gets focused down so like heavily by Akashi and Makoto.
Yeah, Akashi was on him for quite a while, landing those auto attacks, and it adds up after a while. You lose both your damage and your movement speed. The corrosive weaponry thing is kind of odd. You don't think about it too often when you play against Alchemist, because a lot of time he bursts people. But adding up as he keeps attacking like that, Luna lost all her mobility and damage. Back in the game, we did have Roche being taken on the back of it by Team Falcons. They got themselves the Aegis on Bristleback.
So Falcons won the fight in the end because they got Aegis.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely did win the fight. It was just very messy. It was hard to tell who was going to win for a while.
It was expensive. It was like I was just thinking the buybacks, right? Malrine had to buy back. So did Snaking. And Makoto.
I mean, buybacks were used on both teams though, so it was a fine cost. Nice pick off here by Talon, taking down the Sand King, who, as you mentioned, used this buyback before.
Not gonna lie, I thought we were still in a replay for a second there.
Yeah, because it was in the same area. It went very seamlessly
area,
from
same heroes.
Yeah, seamless transition right there.
WS getting stunned up in the mid lane. That damage comes through pretty freaking quickly. Just chain disabled into death. Now Jokam's being run at. And Falcons, team fight victory, an expensive one, but getting Aegis and now even more momentum. Bristle holding that Aegis. They can start running down these tier 2s.
He is looking so threatening right now. Aghanim Scepter, BKB, Bloodstone, Aegis in hand. Amar is ready to smack now with the DD rune as well. This tower is not long for this world. Not a single buyback available in the game, by the way, right now. Everybody is either used their buyback or doesn't have gold for it.
So that's a good 20 seconds with no Muerta, no Timbersaw, and Bristleback. Seems like he knows this is time to shine, but has he gone too deep here? Aegis claimed up by a Supernova and a Chemical Rage used by Talon. And Amar is still ready to go straight towards them, fight into the Phoenix. Force another dive back to the Tormentor.
Yeah, he's just calling. That's fine. Aegis used, but they used 2 ultis for it. The Pango roll and the Phoenix ulti means they can't really teamfight right now on Team Talon. If Falcon want, they could go and push bottom. We see pinks coming out already from Malrine. Needs to get this creep wave going.
Yeah, nice big wave. They take control of the Ancients. Take the outpost. There's even pings on that tier 3 in the mid lane.
plate mail as well now on this bristleback, getting even thicker.
Amar getting dived on. It was very irritating there, getting dead shotted back into the calling. Spirit Vessel and Fiery Spirits on him. But Falcons reposition for the tier 2 bottom.
Quick top up from the support as well, snaking with the heals here coming in. Also, it's a Pugna with Ether Lens and Psychic Headband, so he's got really long cast range on this Glimmer Cape, on his saves.
Is under attack.
Nullfire is ready, of course, on the Pango, though. Didn't have that in the big fight earlier. Now they do.
Dire's bottom tower.
Talent feeling a little bit lost in terms of what to do right now, having spent those ultis and knowing the Falcons are so strong at this point in time. But it's still 18 to 18, no net worth lead really to speak of.
Yeah, it's literally dead even. We just saw it swap from Talon to Falcon being ahead here, so they are neck and neck here, net worth wise. I do think as the game progresses, you're happy as Team Falcon here. Even being ahead a little bit against an Alchemist is a very good spot to be in. Alchemist doesn't get that much value for his net worth, whereas Luna almost has the same net worth as him, and Luna is the better body to have that gold on.
Yeah, there's just really not much of a difference between them. I mean, Alchemist is not fully slotted, but this is kind of his critical mass, right? 30, 35 minutes in.
Yeah, he is hitting his timing, or, you know, this is when he's supposed to shine. You can still get a little bit stronger, you can get the Swift Blink, and the Bloodthorn is usually the final items, but I think he wants to make stuff happen right now. That's where we see him joining up his team. Do they have a smoke? They don't, actually.
They've got a Tango on the floor.
Yeah, well, that won't hide you. You're gonna use it as a leaf, hold it up. No hero here.
Tarzan style, with your loincloth. Hide next to a tree. It's camouflage.
Yeah, maybe that's something you can do if you have like 10 tangles. You can use it
Ghillie
as a
suit.
semi-invis. Yeah, you get sniper's facet.
Yeah. Malrine again, just face tanking, checking up high ground with Shiva's guard.
Yeah,
I know.
Same move as he did over at the Roche Pit, just aggressively scouting with the Shivas.
Everyone knows there's vision up there now, so Falcons shifting back up to that top jungle rather than playing into enemy ancients.
Yeah, they wanted to deward it, but they don't really have to. They can just accept that there's vision there and back out.
Push out the top wave, kind of force the Hand of Talon to come back and defend, maintain lanes.
And Talon are falling behind here. They're not spreading out as much, they're not covering as much area, and they are the ones who are on a timer to do something in this game. Otherwise, Falcons are just building to scale a lot. We've seen how strong Bristlebacks can become when they're gear slotted. Luna, definitely a stronger carry than the Alchemist, and then you have this tanking versus Pango matchup where, sure, both are pretty strong late game, but...
And I think the worrying part is you're not mentioning Timbersaw. And that's felt like the crux of the game here is the WS hasn't popped off.
No, he has decent farm, but, you know, decent is not going to cut it. Everyone else is still ahead of you. So he had a very slow early game. Stifle this growth. This smoke around here could find some kill, but Crit is protecting his Luna. Tanking the smoke even.
Yeah, maybe some argument for Muerta to start scaling, but the Pango's the one getting jumped on, getting blown up, nearly finished off. Skidder and Malrine get the kill on the Pango. Now Akashi, even through the BKB, being just pummeled down by magic damage galore, while Skidder, his delayed BKB allows him protection against WS now. The buyback out of the Pango, rolling in towards the Luna. Glimmer caped up, BKB expiring. Skidder's still the focal point now with a concoction thrown and the Chakrams in onto this Luna, but the life drain's coming. Can they life drain? No, not enough regen to heal the Luna, but Amar and Malrine, they're still going. Right on top of the WS Timber. Down he goes. Makoto the next target, with Amar still having his BKB. The shiny golden Bristleback God whacking into his opponents. One by one, they'll crumble before him. Joke out Akashi. So close to getting a stun there onto the Alchemist from Malrine, but they'll have to shift focus onto Joko's Muerta instead. Burrows to low ground, but doesn't quite land it. But they've got the damage to take her down nonetheless.
90 seconds of no Pango now, and they're right on the doorstep as well. They're gonna crack into this high ground. Luna respawning in 50 seconds. Bristleback is ready to do the damage as well. Look at him just going towards top.
It's like, oh man, we dealt with a Luna. Thank God the carry's dead. And then Amar just comes busting through the trees, breaks down the wall like the Kool-Aid man. Like,
Yeah, he really just broke in there, and they already expended all their resources trying to kill Skeeter and didn't have anything left in the tank for putting up with this Bristle. And we can see a difference. That's your carry compared to this Bristleback.
oh yeah. That's all Amar is doing right now. Oh yeah. Breaks
That is
down
a very-
the wall.
Yeah. Kool-Aid Man and Bristleback would be great pals, I think.
Kicks a barracks, hits it with his mace. Oh yeah! Over and over again. I'm going to stop now because I'm sure that's irritating people. There's a lane for Falcons. Let's come in and claim what they want. As Talon still with no Pango for 30 seconds. And Amar is still playing with them.
He knows he can't really die against them. BKB is coming off cooldown. He's keeping them well in their base here, giving a lot of space for Luna and the Sand King. Sand King working on level 25 and Luna running over on the Ancients.
And a blink for Lion. Almost 40 minutes in. We're seeing more and more of these delayed blinks with, well, last series we had Drums, Tranquils, Ether Lens. Now Soul Crest, Force Staff into blink.
Some good saving items. He has to be careful. He was under a ward for a while here. Alchemist is looking for a chance to jump him. Of course, here comes Amar though.
Amar the Finder and Malrine helping him out to blow up Cuckoo. This is a bit of a disaster now for Talon. He'll have to buy back the Phoenix. Akashi with an early BKB, but not able to stand and fight. Makoto, different ideas to go deep into the back lines, while WS is trying to contend with Skitter. Again, the fight separating 3 different ways, but Falcon's the ones that keep themselves all alive, and Crit is back in. Another round of initiation straight onto the Pangolier to kill off Makoto, and the Supernova Sunray is being avoided. Falcon skirts around the edges of the fight yet again. So Cuckoo's ulti kind of wasted while Jokum's Murta is going back in onto the Lion but can't even finish off Crit. Akashi with an optimistic TP coming out here, but he successfully gets back to Fountain. The trouble is the rest of his teammates in disarray.
Yeah. Team Falcon just doing such a good job in these chaotic fights to recenter, refocus, and say, yo, guys, Pango, we can bring him down after a roll. They coordinate it, and all 3 cores at the same time take down the Pango there after the roll finished. It started out nicely for them as well due to that lane war that they had themselves. They saw the Alchemist and then just jumped the backline. And here is when the fight was really chaotic. It's like, what's going on? Who's even dying at this point? Who's chasing who? But Pango overextending with the roll right now is when you can see Team Falcons coordinate this jump. And then it cuts, and we are back into the game where Skeeter has his himself an Aegis. That's the reward for winning that previous fight. Oh yeah, and we have Luna with the full Aghanims as well being consumed from the Roche. Got that strong Eclipse coming in.
The Ion Cannon. And Jokam, what is that? Rod of Atos, Shadow Blade. And trying to add a bit of catch and maneuverability and looking to scale with the Silver Edge to break the Bristleback. A bit of a pipe dream though at this point.
Yeah, it's tough. This Murta is not really hitting that like right-click carry style gameplay. He's feeling pretty underwhelming at this stage. Surprised to see he didn't go for a Force Staff in this game as well against all these jumps from Lion and Sand King. The chain stun has been brutal.
And now they're held back in their base. Falcons have gone from being birds of prey to being sheepdogs, herding the fluffy little taloned sheep back into their pen.
Game was even for quite a while, but now we're looking at 25,000 gold lead here for Team Falcons.
That was
Absolutely huge. And also the levels. They have that level 25 on the Sand King with Timeless Relic. That ulti does a tremendous amount of damage now.
Look at them. Look at them smoke in through that top lane. They found the catch on the Pangolier and Makoto. He's out of here. Dead for 90 seconds. And Falcons, they found their moment just to run through that mid lane. They've forced a glyph, but that's only going to delay the inevitable demise of their mid lane of tier 3 and barracks.
Oh, that's just so surgical. They take out the most important hero, the hero without buyback. They know he doesn't have buyback. Pango is out, and how can this team put up a fight against all this?
The glaives are bouncing, Waga.
I don't even know if they can kill Amar, like 4v1 right now. Can they? He's going in, he's asking the same question.
Oh, he's running up there and saying, well, in the script it says I'm allowed to dive your fountain. If you've got anything to go against this, speak to the writers, because this Timbersaw is being absolutely shredded. Dead with buyback. He's going to have to use it now. They've lost their Phoenix. He's gone for 90. Jokam kind of stuck on the right-hand side of this bottom lane. Invis in the Shadow Blade. But Falcons are coming to claim the buildings. Akashi, oh, he had to BKB to stop himself from self-stunning. And now in comes Amar yet again. The BKB out of WS stops any kind of hex from crit. But Jokam on the right-hand side has been burrowed up and killed by Skitter. And in that fountain, Amar turns his back. The Quill Spray damage countered by the Ghost Scepter, but GG's called. Talon know they've got no more chances.
Yeah, they're completely out, and there's no way to turn this one around, as Team Falcon just took a few too many good team fights on the back of what was a very, very confident frontliner in the Bristle. Some surgical jumps by Malrine. I think his target priority on the Sand King was beautiful, and he was always on the same page as Crit. Two of them lining up the chain stuns. Falcon's just looking, they're firing on all cylinders. They're doing everything they need to.
Yeah, great draft, great initiations, good map movement there. Even against Talon, who had a good solid laning stage, good scaling on this Alchemist, just really couldn't find that synchronization in timing with the Timbersaw, Alk, and Pango all feeling strong at the same time. It was always one felt strong and the others felt dead.
That survive on Mallory. He was literally down at like 10 HP, patched up by Pugna again.
Snaking did a tremendous job healing everyone up. So much tankiness and sustain in this lineup.
Gets hit again. Look at his HP.
Like the Bloodstones, the spell
13.
life steal, the life drains. Insane.
Yeah, that was a hard-fought battle for sure. Talon, they did try and put up some fight, but when you have an Alchemist draft, you really want to be winning those early game fights. It feels bad if you can't extend your lead early on, and feels like Team Falcon just did a better job at building every single core, making everybody big and strong, and eventually you can't really stop this Bristleback from being the frontline threat. No, Bristle has just looked better and better in this tournament as we watch games.
It feels very hard to shut him down, unless he's shutting himself down.
Yeah,
he's always
the
got a way to
Viper.
come back into the game. You have to have a Silver Edge, right? We saw Akashi and Jokam both kind of trying to get to that break mechanic, but they just weren't fast enough.
I actually think the Silver Edge is it's a copium mechanic. You think you can deal, you think you can deal with a Bristleback by buying Silver Edge, but that's old news. That's like us being grandpas, you know. It doesn't work because he just presses BKB after he gets Silver Edged.
Right.
So you need what Crystallis was talking about in our interview earlier. You need that Nether Drake coming in spitting at you, and then that break you can't get rid of.
The 24 pick Viper. That's what you need to deal with the Bristleback. it was first pick Bristle again, wasn't it?
It was early phase.
Yeah, first pick Bristle. It was
completely first pick. Yeah,
first pick Alk, and then Bristle was the response, and then we had the Pugna and the Phoenix come after that. Very, very good. I mean, Falcons, a few whiffed stuns here and there from Malrine, but it didn't feel like they were, detrimental or impactful in any real way. That's just the only nitpick we really have when you're looking at a team like Falcons, right? The smallest of mistakes are the ones that are the most glaringly obvious because they are so clean.
Yeah, it was like the one jump there on mid where he missed the stun on Murta, but even so, he was still playing a fantastic game overall, and he did more than his own part, and the rest of his team just so good positioning from Team Falcons, even in these chaotic fights that are really hard to read. They did a good job keeping everyone safe. Snaking just acting as a medic out there on the field and patching people up with his Pugna.
Man, good stuff. So there we have it. Falcons taking game one against Talon. So in the Battle of the Birds, the Falcons coming out on top so far. But game two coming your way pretty shortly. A quick break and we'll come back with that second game of the series. Welcome back to Dream League Season 24. We've got our second game in this series coming up between the two birds. Talon taking on Falcons. And game one, Waga, the Talon boys, they kind of tripped up at that last hurdle. The Falcons just being very consistent.
Yeah, Falcons played a really stellar game overall. They kept their cool, even though Alchemist was getting big early on. They kept building their own advantages, and Talon, they just got outfought, I want to say. There were some really chaotic fights that could have gone either way, but Falcons managed to get the upper hand in both of those decisive Roche fights, getting the Aegis afterwards as well. Whereas Talon, even though they had Alchemist and were strong early on, they weren't able to transition to something more. I actually want to say that the Timbersaw didn't really deliver what I expected as well. The Timbersaw just didn't get the early game that he wanted. Fell a little bit behind the curve of the rest of the course, and once you underfarmed as a Timber, it feels awkward because if you have a stun, it's fine, you can always be useful, but when all you do is deal damage and you're underfarmed, that feels a little bit rough.
And when the rest of your team doesn't have stuns, right? Alchemist, Concoction, and Dead Shot. I guess Rolling Thunder you got to count in there as well, but yeah. Challenging
they
one.
didn't have as easy of a time locking down targets as Falcons did with their very point and click, just blink stun from Sand King into follow up from Lion. Much easier pickoffs for them.
That just felt so much nicer. And then again, it was this kind of 23rd pick Timbersaw into a Pugna +1, and I don't know, you're banning out Bloodseeker and Weaver, and I kind of understand where you're going with that, but you're leaving in these, Luna, Shadow Fiend heroes that are going to demolish you in lane. Definitely something that Talon can look for in game number 2 as we head into that second match draft and see what they're cooking. The Talon boys, Enchantress first banned, and Falcons deciding to get rid of the Invoker this time.
Yeah, beginning with that ban, we'll see if we're gonna have a ban by Talon over on the Naga Siren as well, hero that we have seen a lot of priority towards.
There's the Naga Siren. So who else was out there in that first phase? Doom, Hoodwink, Naga, Shadow Demon, and Enchantress.
Ench being banned as well. Yeah, Ench was banned already so far. We've seen some priority as well to Primal Beast being banned in the first phase here and there. Not in last game, but he's been pretty high priority for some of the teams.
Both beasts, Primal and Master.
That's true. Either works really. I think Beastmaster's probably stronger in the current patch than Primal Beast, but Primal Beast gives you some of that tempo that these teams really enjoy playing around. I think Falcons, though, is one of the teams that is a little bit different from the rest, that they are very happy farming all 3 cores, building all net worths, whereas other teams might hinge a little bit more on their carry becoming really big. Falcons always spread out the net worth really well.
It's like one of those little wind-up toys, the car that you pull backwards and then you let it go and it zooms off. Falcons spend the first 15 minutes just kind of slowly pulling back, building up that stored momentum. Kinetic energy, something going to pop out of nowhere. Last time around, no Doom ban. The Monkey King and the Hoodwink still up in that first phase.
Still big respect over to Falcons. This is comfort heroes that they are very happy to get their hands on. See that Falcons are going to be the ones to ban out here. It's their last one. Medusa gets banned out.
Huh. Doom first pick.
That makes a lot of sense then. If you want to play Doom, then Medusa is a good hero to ban. Not because like the lane is super tricky or anything. It's more that I don't think there are many carries that care less about being doomed than Medusa. It's like Wraith King possibly.
Yeah.
If you get doomed as Medusa, so what? If you popped your ulti beforehand, then you lost nothing. If you didn't, then yeah, okay, you can't ulti right now. That's it.
Still just attack moving forward.
And this is what I want to see more of. Well, I don't want to see, but I'm surprised that I'm not seeing it. The first phase pick, Shadow Fiend. Just grab it.
Yeah, straight up the pecking order there into first phase now. I mean, you're speaking about a hero that doesn't mind being doomed. Like, yes, SF has Razors and Requiem, but he's also just a monstrous beast when it comes to standing and right-clicking.
He is, but usually he does want lifesteals. Since you go Mass Command as first item, and later on will make it Satanic out of it.
That's true.
It's pretty convenient to have the Doom as an option to burst him. Now you just need some other heroes to kind of help lock him down. We saw previously the Batrider do a good job of catching and bringing the SF to his team. Maybe something Falcons could keep an eye on.
Yeah, you're right. That Doom pick kind of puts a halt to a lot of these lifesteal or regen heroes. The Shadow Fiend, like you said, with lifesteal, the Alchemist with that regeneration. Hell, we've even seen like a game of Slark here and there. Like Falcons have picked Slark themselves.
Yeah,
Doom will shut him down.
Doom does very well against most of the carries right now. We see Clockwork pairing up with SF. Who have seen this combo before?
New and shocking technology.
Yeah, it's an insane lane. It's very, very difficult to deal with Clockwork, of course, for all the right reasons. But to list them a little bit, it's, of course, he can be that melee frontliner to keep SF safe, but he can also keep them in place in the laning stage for the Shadow Races to land. You put down one cog, and that usually sets up a triple race on someone.
It's like when those brands put new and improved on their soap, or just like, you know, there's a new Kit Kat. It's the same Kit Kat as before, but it says new and improved on it. What's new?
The new and improved is we moved from SF Tusk into SF Clockwork. It's new and improved. We swear we have changed the formula. It's basically the same, but now it's metal.
Yay! Not snow anymore. Well, Falcon's going to take a leaf out of the Talon book with the Muerta, it looks like, but this time keeping it flexible potentially between 1 and 4, and then coming again with this Pugna. And it's probably
Genius picking. You pick Muerta, and then you pick Pugna. So you decrypt the enemy, and then you shoot them.
Oh,
I like it. This is very straightforward here.
That's going to feel nice.
Well, I wouldn't mind seeing a carry Muerta. It would be a lot of fun to see that utilized a little bit. And if there's ever a good time, I think against SF, you can have a pretty good matchup since he relies so heavily on lifesteal, and his physical damage is absurd. You just press ulti, and SF can't deal damage to you. He can race and he can ulti, sure, but what if you have BKB?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've got to do a little bit of research here. Let me have a look. Well, so a quick glance makes me think Skitter is playing a different hero every game. So Medusa.
Oh.
Then Alchemist.
Skitter is very versatile, that's for sure.
Dragon Knight. Sven. Oh, he played Dragon Knight twice. No, it's
there
ruined.
We go. He ruined it.
It's ruined.
Still, though.
Is that Dragon Knight 3 times in a row? No, come on, I must have opened the same tab like multiple. No, he's played Dragon Knight 3 games. Never mind.
Yeah. Well, Skeeter still showing his capability of playing many different heroes, something that we've always enjoyed from him. Keeps it a little bit fresh. Where's Talon? We'll see what they add into this SF Clockwork pairing. More
just one of those
and more stunts wouldn't be bad for them.
That'd be quite nice. It's just one of those like pattern recognition things where you like think you've seen a pattern ever since. Oh god, it was VP that did it at Beyond the Summit, right? Where they picked 70 different heroes across like 10 different games. It's nutty stuff.
And then you have like early Dota 2 days or even Dota 1 days where people would pick themed drafts a lot, like all elves or all blue or all knight, all undead. Yeah. This should be a bonus reward, you know? The tournaments should have something beyond just the regular. The team that can do the most thematic drafts.
Maybe Slacks is cooking something up with his next Midas mode or whatever.
True. I haven't heard anything about that for a while.
Well, this is a hero that WS can maybe pop off a little more on. The Visage with a Bat Rider in his lane. Some pretty spooky stuff. And a lot of magic damage into a Murata and a Pugna, right? So all of a sudden your Decrep no longer as impactful in saving people.
Yeah, I like it. Visage has been looking very dominant as well lately. We've seen it banned a lot against some of the spammers on the hero. Of course, 33 never gets to touch the hero anymore, but it's still a hero that has been shining quite a bit on the offlane. And if he gets a pipe in this game, can mitigate a lot of the damage coming out from Falcons as well.
It's crazy how the most banned heroes are just the most banned heroes. You know? What? Oh, Dragonite again. So that means... Oh, we don't know. Could be Dragonite mid.
It could be
Skitter's DK.
It could be DK mid and then still a Gyrocopter as well for safe lane. Because you want something more to kill the birds here. And Flak Cannon is one of the better ways to deal with them. Depends what Malrine wants to play, if it's going to be the Dragonite or if he wants something else. Most contested hero, 100%, Naga Siren.
Like, so is Naga broken? Or is it just like Naga gives you so many options in the draft and in the game that she's very good? Like, it's not like she's inherently broken as a concept, right?
I'd say at a competitive level, she probably is broken right now.
Okay.
I mean, the reason the teams are rating her so high is that she's absolutely dominant in laning stage, and she can do so many things right now. Support Naga has been pretty overbuffed. We saw the Deluge facet come in, and nobody used it. It got buffed, nobody used it, got buffed again, and now it's, you know, at a ridiculous point where it does so much for you. Get hit by one Riptide, that's 35% status resistance. Or the Deluge, sorry.
And then what about the rest of them? You know, Enchantress, Monkey King, Shadow Demon Invoker. They're not in the same realm, but they're still up there in terms of bans?
They're good heroes, but I wouldn't say they're nearly Naga level. Naga is just so absurd because it feels like a guaranteed version of a Pudge. It's as though your Pudge doesn't miss his hook. If you go close to tower, then Naga just ensnares you and pulls you in under a tower. And that's it. You can hide behind creeps all you want. It doesn't save you. And there's no skill to it. You just click, point and click. So the laning stage, it's really oppressive. That's the main reason why. And then later on, of course, you can always get a lot of utility out of her ulti.
On the final round of bans, Sand King Storm, Ember Spirit, and one more from Falcons. So we're banning out all the mid heroes. We're not going to be left with much.
Yeah, probably want to ban out more of those high magic damage mid heroes. We saw the Primal and the Ember can do quite a bit. If you want to put the Dragonite mid, or if you're even considering it, then those are priority bans, but could just as well just be a carry that we're looking for.
I want to know what's going on inside Malrain's head now. Is it like can I play a Razor or a Huskar this game? Can I get away with one of these annoying pesky heroes that I'm well known for? Or do I go something a bit more standard?
Yeah, we'll see what he's gonna end up on here. We only have the Pugna being the only same hero as the previous game.
Oh yeah.
Previous draft. On the same team, I should say.
I completely shifting direction here.
Yeah, I mean, why change it up? The field medic who did a lot of work last game, Mr. Snaking. It's gonna be the Earth Spirit, of course. He wasn't banned yet. He wasn't banned, so it is a mid Earth Spirit. It's going to be carry Dragonite, and Earth Spirit will be the tempo hero they play around. Well, Skeeter's going to farm on his Dragonite. Make that game number 4 on DK.
So we banned 2 spirits and picked 1. Is Makoto now going to pick the Void Spirit to complete the circle of life?
I feel like picking Void Spirit is playing Dota on hard mode now compared to playing Earth Spirit, which is easy mode. I wonder what's the best fit for them. Maybe it is just to go back for like Queen again here. Hero that I go back to a lot. It's still tough into Pugna and his ward though.
Ooh.
Okay, they go a different direction. They go for
Kunkka
Kunkka.
mid.
Yeah, still get the team fight that Queen of Pain would have provided with her ulti. The boat has a similar purpose, but You're not as squishy. You don't suffer to the Pugna, and you can even protect people a little bit against some of the damage output coming from Team Falcons.
He's got some very good side lanes to play into as well, and 2 supports that can come into mid to help him out around the runes. So a pretty good game for the Kunkka to play into like hardcore magic damage side lanes, especially that Visage bat lane.
I'm excited to see how it's going to work out. Haven't seen much Kunkka lately. He's not that prioritized by players overall. But
especially not mid.
Yeah, we've seen it a little bit off lane. It gets played every now and then, the Blade Mail into Aghanims, but even there it's not that popular. We'll see if he's going to do the same build on mid here on his Kunkka. Quite likely he's still going for some early fighting build.
We went from a point where it was like quadruple flex, like rolls 1 through 4, Kunkka was technically viable, to then being mid or off lane, then being off lane only, and now being a hero, yeah, like you said, that kind of rarely gets touched.
Are you having the visual bug in the game right now? With the,
Let me have a look.
Oh, the Batrider, Jokam's cosmetic. He had the Batrider flying in over and over. I don't know what the hell was happening.
He looks normal to me right now.
Yeah, we're not in game. We're still in the draft phase, but since the player's still waiting to get this started here.
And the hero models flapping around. Maybe it's because Visage is next to him. Visage looks very scary.
Yeah, he was trying to fly away, I guess. That's what's happening. So are we expecting Talon to win here just because they picked more birds? Like they actually stayed true to their word? They have 4 birds in their team if we count the familiars. Yes, bats are birds.
Is a dragon a bird?
Oh, true. Especially if it's the griffin. If it's the griffin, I will count it, yeah.
And Doom also has wings. Is he...
Broken bird, yes.
Is he a bird? He's a demon bird?
Does he have the wing cosmetic equipped, though? That's the important part.
He's got some kind of...
Yeah, okay. Those are some weird-ass wings, man.
Those are like moth wings. And we'll see when we get into game what we're exactly talking about.
To be honest.
But I think I'm going to have to follow your train of thought and agree. Talon have this game because they have all the birds.
Yeah. That's what you need in this.
They're missing an important one, though. Kunkka doesn't have his parrot.
Could have got an extra point for that one.
Unfortunate. But there we go. The Falcons already having one game won. Sitting pretty in this best of 2. With this kind of draft, again, a lot of brawling capabilities from both sides. And we're going to see that straight off the bat here with Snaking getting gone on. Flame Break into the damage from the Blood Grenade and the right clicks gives WS the first blood. Usually, you know, the mid lane hero, the one that you'd want to give first blood to, the scariest one usually to rush that bottle. But Visage in his off lane is going to be very spooky.
Yeah, he's also happy because he took the first blood with the W. He soul assumption that, and he has the death toll facet, so he's getting that track money already. Basically role-playing as a bounty hunter.
Money, money, money.
This hero makes a lot of gold if he gets a few kills. So starting out, he sends out a Null Talisman and a Tango already as a result of that kill.
Where's he? Oh, is he going through Twin Gate?
Yeah, he's heading bottom. He's like slowly swooping his ass down there. Surprised he didn't go top immediately.
Yeah, maybe a little bit worried that maybe Falcons were setting up in the Radiant Ancients. Definitely going the safest route. Wait. No, where's he going now?
He's looking for a first blood setup here.
You serious?
Sneaky play, yeah. He's actually sticking around. He wants to try with the Clockwork and the SF. They're saying that they can catch someone level 1 and go for a kill before he TPs top. So he lets Batrider just be the offlaner for a little bit while he sets up the kill here. Usually it's the support that does this, but this is different. This is the offlaner looking for a kill.
That's why I was very confused, because the last time I've seen anything like this was like a treant, you know, going into a lane, hiding in the trees and going for first blood. But it's going to be Cuckoo to start off with the cogs, Akashi with the razors, WS trying to catch up to this Doom and throw a soul assumption at him. I mean, no kill, but you've definitely put a bit of pressure onto Amar. And now the TP top.
Oh, that shot a little bit late. Also a little bit off the mark. Crit not gonna get the cancel on that one. Does mean that top, the Dragon Knight had a very nice start here. Just allowed to free control the lane. Getting himself 3 denies already. As for the other lanes, Mikoto off to a good start in mid. 8 and 3 already.
Oh, wow. Yeah, having a tremendous time. Now the Visages return top though. Skitter feeling a lot of pain here from these soul assumptions. The Snaking's going to have his work cut out for him just to play forward and keep them back. And Visage, very good hero kind of against this Pugner who loves trading, loves just chipping and damaging. Soul Assumption returns fire very nicely.
Very, very intense battle in the mid lane with Kunkka just dealing this damage overall. I think this might be a good reaction pick to seeing the Earth Spirit. I've seen a lot of heroes struggle against the Earth Spirit, but maybe Kunkka can deal enough damage with Tidebringer spam.
So he's outlast hitting and out denying. And I guess then he's also got that potential maneuverability to get around the Earth Spirit or just to catch the Earth Spirit when he's rolling around and being annoying.
Having the X mark gives you some grade A quality catch.
I can't wait to see him X himself before the Earth Spirit kicks him under tower and then just X back.
And do some fancy saves. Bottom, a little bit
Unlikely,
sloppy
but...
by Akashi. Loses his courier here to crit.
Oh dear. Jokam stepping forward. Pugner Ward quite annoying, but they'll kill it off as quickly as possible before dumping some spells into Skitter. Yeah, already Talon doing pretty well across the board and looking for a kill up top as
Another
well
nuke.
with that final bit of damage. They'll take Skitter down, and Snaking probably going to follow him here. The Soul Assumptions just keep on coming, and the body blocks from Jokam good enough to get both of them.
That is a lot of damage. Even with the nice little trick used by Skeeter there to try and stay alive, he dropped his bracer, used his magic stick, picked up the bracer again and kept running, all in a very seamless move. But it was not enough. The damage from this bird. Visage nukes so hard in laning stage.
Yeah, tough lane for Falcons up there. And again, a 3-0 start for Talon. Slight 1k lead. And they go for more.
Yeah, welcome back to the lane. Look at the damage.
Raindrops for what? Still gonna die. Dead to WS's Visage. I mean, night and day difference between that Timbersaw and his Visage now. As Jokam's also going to breeze away with his life out of the grass.
He has to walk of shame all the way back to top lane. He doesn't have boots yet. Level 2 Dragon Knight getting forced out of lane this hard. This is like unheard of. You normally don't expect a Dragon Knight to get bullied in lane at all.
Yeah, it's double range hero with his freaking Visage, man. That's some nutty stuff. And Kunkka's continuing his domination in that mid lane. I'm going to poke away at Malrain a little bit there, but this Skitter Dragon Knight. Yeah, raindrop stick. Doesn't help a little bit.
Yeah, as he's slowly crawling back to the lane right now. Getting towards that tier 1 tower. But he's level 2, almost level 4. Visage already about to hit level 4. Or just soon. Sorry, almost level 3 on Dragon Knight. Bottom lane, blocker.
Fairy Fire. Can he tango through the trees? Make a break for it? He's going to get scouted here. And the Cogs traps him inside the cage with that Muerta.
Yeah, Amar also baiting a bit here. Has 18 magic stick charges on the Doom. Wants to try and get Akashi to walk too far forward.
When you're having as good a time as this Kunkka, and maybe Earth Spirit feeling that he's a little bit behind, who makes the first move? Because it feels like both of them kind of want to play to side lanes. But if they're doing well, you want to stay in the lane.
Mikoto is more likely to stay in lane and just TP react. Normally, it's going to be Mikoto staying in lane. Mallory will look for a rotation, then Kunkka will be happy to TP and react to it. As long as it's close enough to a tower. But yeah, the longer this lane goes on, mid lane like this, the Earth Spirit is falling a bit behind. 35 CS Kunkka is really dominating.
When you start getting that itch, you've got to move. You've got to make something happen. And Snaking, is he okay up here? All he did was come and plant a little nether ward down. He nearly died for it.
Yeah, it adds up so fast. The Batrider and the Visage damage stacking up with the Soul Assumption.
Jokam's still hunting for him as well. Misses out on the courier snipe, but keeps Falcons on their toes. And the wave is in front of this Radiant Tier 1 as well, so easy farm for WS and a long lane to chase the Skitter Dragon Knight now.
Uh-oh.
DK steps up into a realm that does not belong to him. You are not a knight of this land. Visage and the Batrider will slay you once more.
He cannot do anything up here. They need to solve this somehow.
And now the
Either
SF. He's being dived. Snaking. He left the Dragon Knight alone up top. Kills the Shadow Fiend down bottom. And this rotation from Mikoto's Kunkka. Not going to accomplish a whole lot, but he does run away safely.
He got himself silenced by Crit's W there. Didn't really manage to land a combo and didn't get the both out at all. Could maybe have found a kill on the Doom, but would be pretty difficult. This gives a little bit of space for the Earth Spirit as well to finish up his level 6 on mid, so might see him join the side lanes as Skeeter again back on top lane, just taking damage.
Well, the Earth Spirit comes across. Dire Vision's going to scout them. Meanwhile, down at bottom lane, Makoto stuck around. Help Cuckoo kill off Snaking. While top the dive, once again in under this tier 1.
There's just no ambulance on the way.
Did the Earth Spirit just run? He just left him. Yeah, didn't see an opportunity, so they'll take the kill on Dragon Knight again. Dead shot not going to land. The calling. It's there onto Jokam. Bat Rider can't quite deny himself to neutrals. Falls to crit.
Yeah, Earth Spirit tried to TP, but he got cancelled, I believe, by the Kunkka X mark on mid.
Ah, right. He does grab the
Intermission.
Wisdom Rune, though.
Yeah, gets that. Nice little steal. Might make his way top as we see this ward is revealing Visage. Not level 6 yet. A huge kill here for Earth Spirit if he can get it.
This is massive. I mean, Radiant is scanning. WS doesn't have a TP. Oh, is Malrine is he going to find him, though? The trees offering safe cover. The Visage trying to hide away.
He's in vision
lurk
again.
in the shadows, but they see him now. Good roll from Malrine. Dead shot and the final touch take the streak.
This gives some well-needed breathing room for Skeeter to maybe push a creep wave, go jungle. Pagna just being a nuisance mid, throwing down that ward. Okay, gets the rune, but did not go bottle. Double bracer and magic stick instead.
Top tower is under attack.
No refill for him.
Another roll from Malrine trying to find the bat. They can't quite latch onto him. I'm just thinking about Shadow Fiend dying,
Tower is under attack.
returning to this lane. Still having a pretty good time compared to the Dragon Knight, who's 2,500 net worth, is barely above the Muerta right now.
Yeah, Skeeter for sure needs a lot of time to recover. SF still doing quite well, despite the one death. He's closing in on Mask of Madness. That's all he needs. That's his timing. He needs 400 more golds to complete it. Then he can start either fighting or farming faster. He's farming under a ward now, though, and the smoke gang is coming from behind.
It is. Malrine is here. He sees the Shadow Fiend right on top of him. Stopped the Requiem with the stun, the silence, and the kill. Akashi down yet again. And a lot of noise down in this bottom lane to try and make Skitter's life a little easier in that top part of the map. But Jokum and Cuckoo may be wanting to make a meal out of this. Going for the X mark and the Firefly over the top.
Oh no, he
crit,
rolled
and the roll in from the Earth Spirit straight into the combo of the Kunkka. Malrine just died to a double kill of Jokam. Handed it to him.
I think he tried to stop the Kunkka from getting his combo off there, but instead he just became an extra to the meal that was already served. So a little bit of Earth Spirit on the side.
Dire's structures are
So with this Dragon Knight, we used to see. Well, we'll watch this back. Sad moment for Malrine. Tried to get in on top of them. Maybe he's going in to like roll and kick away the Muerta, thinking
Yeah, I
he's
think
tanky
so.
enough.
I think so. Maybe he didn't want to roll that far. He just wanted to get close enough to use the kick. But perfectly caught himself. You were developing on something? Dragon?
Yeah, so
Oh,
Dragon
actually, a
Knight.
dive mid. Sorry.
That's good familiar use there. 2 stuns land on crit. Malrine rolls through the trees, forcing WS back at least. Falcons, a heavy rotation to defend that mid lane. But yeah, I was wondering about the Dragon Knight because we saw this kind of transition to the armlet build where he kind of builds up slowly and surely, gets into this right-click carry style with he's the red dragon. I was going to ask, does he go Hand of Midas? And it looks like he's going the complete opposite direction here. Bracer Null Blink.
Dire's
I'm actually concerned about this build. This build screams that they need to make a lot happen right when he gets it. And Skeeter has been a pretty sacrificial carry a lot of
A
times.
sexy carry as well.
Yeah, a sexy carry is what I meant to say. But this means that he can't ramp up his farm, and they don't have like that backup carry like Doom, I guess, if he starts getting farm.
Malrine trapped in the cogs. Cuckoo trying to make a great escape, but dead shotted back into the calling and another roll from Malrine. And that's Falcons a kill. So they're keeping themselves in this with pick-offs here and there.
These are important kills for them as well. If Crit can get closer to this Rod of Atos, that would be a very nice timing to play around. Once he gets that, he can keep catching these heroes that rely on mobility quite a bit, like the Batrider, the Clockwork, and just set up on them.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
TP's into everybody.
Oh, well, hello there. Oh, it's a Doom. Getting pushed around by the cogs. Trapped inside the cage, Amar is standing and fighting and dying. Getting picked off by Cuckoo's little move there, right into the face of them, while Crit is being burnt to a crisp. Nice
What
dead
the-
shot to stop the hook shot. Don't think I've
Wow.
ever seen that before, but cool interaction. And Jokam, with the familiars, will finish him off.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. It didn't even look like it stunned at all onto the Murta because of the timing. Pretty
Because he
impressive.
only stuns with his body, right? Not the hook.
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
Dire's bottom tower
Interesting.
is under attack.
Yeah, look wild.
I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, I've seen him get disjointed out of a hook shot before. You can do it, but I haven't seen it that early on. Let's see.
I guess Amar there just understanding that his fate was death.
Yeah,
Do we get to see it?
right there again?
That's cool.
Yeah, he doesn't get stunned, right? He just kept moving.
Let's get going, yeah.
Smooth. Meanwhile, we have seen Talon invade a little bit here and take away the enemy ancients after winning that fight.
Yeah, building up this 3k lead. Batrider and Visage still having a great time, but Visage has been rolled on now. Magnetized by Malrine. Torrent straight on top of him as they dispatch with Cuckoo, who tried to backstab in behind Falcons, and this Magnetize and Doom is very annoying as the Kunkka tries to make his escape. Jokem getting kicked away and Malrine saved up by the life drain. Kunkka clockwork the two casualties so far, and the Batrider might be joining them in a second. The Breathe Fire keeping tabs on the Bat, and Malrine kicking a Wildwing forward nearly
still
has him.
alive?
Just a little touch of damage, all they need. A mild breeze would bring Jokam to his knees. The Scorched Earth and the drums going to work for Amar to find the Bat. Finally, at long last.
And Jokam almost making his way out of that. The Tranquil Boots repaired themselves and he kept running as much as he could. Finally runs into the Doom around the corner. Not what you want to see, but a good bite back here from Team Falcon, who otherwise were falling behind a little bit. Team's still very even. Only 1k gold lead for Team Talon.
Yeah, dead close. Akashi looking for that Manda style after the Mask of Madness. Can farm the Ancients and stack the large camp. Well, it looks like Cuckoo broke the smoke. Hook shots the Pugner, but it's the Mikoto Kunkka who's being gone on. Early Blade Mail pop. They lose the clock. Good Torrent into Lasso as well. Malrine, decrapped, roll. Not going to get him any distance. Good block there by the Batrider.
Yeah, it was nice play, and they're chasing for more. SF's coming in.
The Dragon Knight jumps straight back in. Stops them in their tracks to kill the Batrider now. And Falcon's still holding this line.
Yeah, Link Dagger working out for Skeeter so far. He can keep getting involved in these fights and get something to happen, then it can work. But if the game is passive, then he's going to fall behind to the SF.
And Shadow Phoenix accelerating very quickly. Yeah, a lot of these fights are going to be spread multiple ways. The amount of initiation tools we've got from both sides means a number of heroes can all get got on and stunned. A lot of disables.
Yeah, it's a difficult game even for a hero like Earth Spirit with some of the best mobility in the game. He can still get caught in so many ways here. Lasso or X-Mark can trap him quickly. That's why we see him queuing up the BKB as his second item after a Blade Mill.
Snaking's being eyed up with a tasty morsel in that bottom lane. Self-decrap, not going to save you here. WS and Cuckoo. How many kills has Cuckoo got actually? Because I feel like he's been borrowing a fair amount of them.
He only took 3 so far, you know.
Only?
The Visage has been getting 5 so far.
Akashi, dead up a top lane.
Without needing to use Doom as well. That's a huge take.
Yeah, no Doom, no Dragon Knight.
Is under attack.
Just
Maybe
three
he
of them
didn't
on his
recognize
head.
that there were that many people up on the top lane. Normally this area is pretty safe to farm when you have taken the tier 1 tower, but Team Falcon just go for that SF.
This is some kind of old school stuff now from Skitter as well. Blink into Mage Slayer. Let's see if he can weasel himself out of this danger though, as Mikoto drags him back into the boat. Good cogs from Cuckoo, Snaking and Skitter trapped inside with a Firefly over the top of them, and the Familiars landing. Talon cruising through
Doom
this
on
fight,
Visage.
but Skitter, can he get away? Still staying alive as the Visage is doomed on the right-hand side. A focal point for Falcons to bring him down, while the Dragon Knight, he doesn't get found. He actually TPs away next to the tree, allowing Akashi to come back in, though, with Malrine finishing off the Batrider. He doesn't really want to get involved. He's afraid. Cuckoo's gone in deep. Makoto says, no thanks. You can try as best you want. You can get that kill, but I'm out of here.
Still an amazing fight for Team Falcons here. Even losing their Mert at the very end of this. Just prime target by Amar. Rushes in, gets the Visage. So much of the damage is missing when the SF was just respawning and the Visage gets doomed. Who's going to deal the continuous damage throughout this fight? Kunkka can deal a little bit with his combo, but after that, he kind of falls off.
Especially if no one's hitting him. They just ignore the Kunkka, say, nope, your Blade Mail's not going to do anything here. But in these fights, starting to feel the two supports on Talon, this Bat and Clockwork, kind of an old school Dota combo in its own right, where we used to see the 3 Bat and the 4 Clock just trap people in cogs and put Firefly on them. The amount of damage pre-BKB is pretty insane.
It's a very nice thing that they have going for them. They did a good job with defensive use of it as well, though. The Murta used the cogs as a place to put the calling down, so they couldn't stay on top of the Pugna. A little bit of defensive utilization.
Still dead even. And I'm honestly very impressed with Skitter's recovery. Again, he's come from just such a devastating position. I mean, through the actions of his team, of course, we've seen Amar and Malrine do a lot to run forward and get some action started. But we're still in a dead even game where Skitter got crushed.
Yeah, Skeeter also pulled himself into the game because he's been involved, blinking onto these targets, now rushing towards mid.
Double ulties onto Malrine, triple ulties onto Malrine, and down he goes.
Even with the stun on the Kunkka, not going to be able to save him there. We see all of them grouping up towards the enemy Ancients. Talon again want to get this high priority farming area.
Without even needing your Shadow Fiend.
Two supports just setting up a potential catch over on the Batrider if he goes up a Jokam. Might realize what's going on.
He's still going to get rooted, and they're calling on him. Dead shot to push him closer to snaking here. And Jokam dead to right.
Missed opportunity. Didn't decrypt him with the Murta ulti going. They could have used value. Still, easy kill for them there. Two supports getting stuff done.
Maybe the call was from Skitter, leave it for me, because he was on his way. The Dragonite was close.
Yeah, he wants gold for sure. Working towards that Mage Slayer.
Where's Cuckoo going? Oh, he's gone in on crit, hook shot on cogs, and then walk it back. Makoto thinking about an X-Mark Torrent. Not throwing the boat. Looks like that's still on cooldown for a second.
Yeah, they have the defensive Force Staff now as well. Force Staff on crit allows them to get out of these cogs to break the chain initiation. Really important item in this game.
This Visage still a pretty massive threat. Bongo boots in a pipe make him very tanky and difficult to contend with. The Falcons will reclaim their Ancients, get a D-ward there.
Yeah, Visage is strong, but right now they're spreading pretty thin on the side of Talon. SF just shoving top with 2 Manta-style illusions. Not going to get caught this time. You see him with a ward. It's too far to catch.
So is this a case of Shadow Fiend not feeling comfortable, or knowing that he will feel way more comfortable with the next item?
I think he just wants to get more items going, yeah. Manta and Mask of Madness are both kind of farming items. So he wants to get something more before he gets big involved.
Smoke into smoke, break into break, crit, gets jumped, but the calling's down, and the Batrider couldn't get the catch on him. Makoto's in, though, with the hook shot and the combo onto Skitter. There's Dragon Knight, he's invis, trying to hide away through the Glimmer, and the cogs, well, they track crit inside, but Skitter's able to fly away to the right-hand side, as Makoto turns with his Blade Mail now dissipating. Malrine's able to open up a bit of damage. On the left, look at the Shadow Fiend. He's been caught and doomed by Amar. Skitter has jumped over to the left to finish off Akashi, while Makoto's slain by the Doom. Now the Visage is in trouble, and the Falcons, absolutely supreme control of that team fight from left to right.
Again, we see the value of this Pugna. The defensive Pugna coming out from snaking. You can see why Team Falcons has been picking this hero over and over. Did such a good job keeping Murta alive. Her ulti also protected her against the SF right-clicking her. And then they just dance in and out to the fight really beautifully. It looked like Talon might get the initiation they wanted once they get the catch there with a hook shot, but it just doesn't work that way.
Like, first it's the bat who gets dragon-tailed and then the calling on his head. Skitter's able to slip away thanks to the Glimmer Cape, I guess from snaking.
Yeah, Glimmer Capes, heals, they just keep everyone alive.
And then look at Amar. Where it's just, where's the SF? Where's the SF? Where's the SF? Where's the SF? Finds him, dooms him, gets Skitter involved. And it all falls to pieces from there.
Visage just can't really keep up with everyone else dying. He wishes Batrider stayed alive a little bit longer, or that he had more teammates around. Visage may be tanky, but if you just ignore him, kill him last. Didn't do that much in that fight.
Is the Shadowblade going to help that much? Because it feels like now we need a Lincoln's, we need a Hurricane Pike, we need a BKB. Shadow Fiend all of a sudden feels a few items behind where he wants to be.
I think you primarily need this BKB at some point. Like, look at the lineup you're fighting into. The Earth Spirit, Murta, Hogna as well. A simple Hogna can just annoy you a lot with the Crepify spam. Like, first time, yeah, you can Manta Style it, but what are you gonna do when he keeps clicking it on you?
Radiant's middle
Oh my god, Muerta Shard, what does that do?
Murta Shard is very funny. It's permanent scaling, so every time that you get a kill with your ulti active, even before you have the shard, you get 2% more spell amp for the rest of the game if you have the shard.
Cool.
So it's retroactive. Yeah, it's retroactive. So any kill, we could see he was involved in 2 kills where he had ulti going while they died. And then you get 30% spell lifesteal during your ulti.
Very nice.
Very bad for support Murta, but he does have 4% spell amp right now. And that's not just during ulti, that's like all the time.
Cool.
That's why I'm a fan of, if you play Murta, just, you know, anytime you're killing something, pop the ulti and get that spell amp, scale up.
The hidden stacks.
Yeah. And then it's a surprise mechanic. Once you get the shard, you gotta think, how many do I get? Is it 10? Is it 12? Do I get a full Kaya Sanj upgrade?
Play a little mini game with yourself. This Doom build is pretty fun, actually. Amar has, you know, forgone a lot of the regular items on Doom. The Midas, the Blink, the Pipe, etc. Phase, drums, BKB, Sanj and Yashin.
It's the run at you, Doom. Yeah, he wants to chase people down, but it is fun, but is it as fun as the Parasma Doom? Where's Miero's Parasma?
Oh, you're right.
That.
Well, Cuckoo trying to have a bit of fun with crit here. Unfortunately, can't quite land the torrent in time. And Amar not even going to flinch. Holds his BKB through the X mark. A Talon, I mean, they're poking at this, but Falcons, I think they're ready to strike back while the iron is hot. There's a 5v5 facing off around the Roche pit with a minute to go until it turns nighttime.
Yeah, pop the Dragon Knight ulti as well. They want to look for a fight. Going around and below. You can see Talon are a little bit scared to take this fight. Last few fights have been difficult.
Makoto can clear the wave. Oh, Cuckoo. He's been found. Clockwork. And one of the familiars.
Oh, they're trying to get away this time.
Malreen's in. Shiver's Guard in the roll onto WS. Familiar's nearly just dying to it as he tries to roll, but good landing there from the Visage. While Amar's Doom, look at how speedy he is. 500 move speed sprinting in towards you. A roll from Malreen, an Atos from Crit, catches the Visage. Hit pretty hard here as the Batrider, who got doomed up, will try and Firefly back to safety, but there is no respite from Falcons here when they are hungry.
So hungry, and they also very quickly transition into more. They get that pick off on the Clockwork, and all of Talon were very quick to say, okay, let's not lose more heroes this time. That's what happened last fight. We lost Batrider, and then we couldn't take the team fight. So they tried to run away, but you see that speed coming in. Like you mentioned, Doom just rushing people down. The Shivas from the Earth Spirit to keep them slowed and nearby. And Visage is not the fastest hero. He has Bongo Boost, yes, but after that, he kind of crawls.
Do they have more reveal for the SF? Akashi, thankfully, finds out they don't.
Yeah, he's gonna stay safe since the illusions to push a bit. Meanwhile,
Up the top. The Kunka's getting gone on. Malreen and Crit here on top of Makoto. And the Batrider trying to back him up as the Kunka BKBs and boats into him. Skitter hook-shotted now as well as they do drag the Muerta into the Requiem. But that's Akashi spending his ultimate, getting a support kill. Thankfully saving the Kunka for now, but there's a potential turnaround from the rest of Falcons. Thinking about it.
So interesting to watch Doom just running around like this. They think about catching him or trying to lock him down, but it is not easy.
And the jump from Skitter. Initiation out the Dragon Knight. Amar holding the left-hand side. Look at them. They see the Doom. They hit him a few times. He's speedy and tanky.
You need to get on Pugna, but how do you do it? These frontliners making it difficult. Snaking is just understanding his positioning and his job perfectly. Sits back and keeps everyone alive. Talon need like items on their Batrider. They need something more. He has Blink Force Staff. He almost needs like a Shadow Blade or Aghanim Scepter or something to be able to grab better initiations for his team.
Or like a Trickster's Cloak or something.
Yeah. Like he's played a fantastic game so far. I think he's the standout player of Talon this far in the game, but he needs even more items to be able to deal with this.
Oh jeez, a craggy coat for the Earth Spirit now. Good luck killing him.
Fantastic to kind of bunker down when the SF tries to kill you.
What was that? 2,500 HP, 40 armor.
40 armor
also
without
has,
dropping it.
Yeah, he's got 3,000 HP and 26 armor. Deary me. That's before he even finishes the assault cuirass.
Dire's courier has been
Oh, Boss Coob gets a courier snipe. Try to scout out the Roche Pit at the same time. And Jokam kills off the wave. I don't know, man. The Shadow Fiend's top of the net worth, but at no point in this game have I felt he's ready.
Yeah, in a weird way, he didn't really find the momentum here. Even though he had a good laning stage, actually Talon did kind of dominate the laning stage with mid going so well, SF's lane being really strong, and then top lane, we saw what happened to Skeeter, but they didn't manage to transition it into something more. And it's Team Falcon who actually just worked their way out of a sort of difficult laning stage.
Yeah, kind of going back to the old intro boys roots. Now Jokam looking over the Roche Pit as Falcons bring him down to about half health. Smoking up as well. Always curious to think, what's the comms there? They're close to killing Roshan, but they've seen something or felt something. That means they want to make the jump onto the Visage. Cuckoo trying to save his buddy. The hook shot and the death of the clockwork while they still find WS here. Feared up, he'll turn into a gargoyle. But as soon as he emerges from his stony shell, he's getting rolled upon and sent back down to hell.
No way to stay alive. They didn't have enough heroes there to try and contest. They still have Batrider. He's thinking about a sneaky attempt on this, but this is very difficult. He doesn't have Clockwork to provide the vision with the Rocket Flare anymore, so he has to kind of wing it for when he goes in and steals this.
Good luck, Jokam.
Yeah, good luck.
Flame break.
Flame break. Oh,
Blink
that's
it.
early.
Nah.
Almost. He blinked in very early after a flame break. It was a nice attempt.
He tried. Drastic times call for drastic measures.
I respect it. You gotta respect people who go for the attempt. Worst that can happen is that you fail.
It's like asking someone out, right?
That's what he did. He asked
Worst
out the
thing that can
Aegis.
happen is they say no.
The Aegis said no. Full rejection.
We'll see what the Talon boys can do. They lose that tier 2 top and probably going to lose the one mid soon as well. Akashi trying to cut waves and shove out top. But yeah, you got to attack with your illusions.
Looking for a grab here. Amar pretty far forward. Has the SMY though. Shot onto the Batrider, so connect onto the right target.
He's so fast. He's so large.
Fast, large, tanky. He's going for an AC next, so that plate mail adding a lot of armor. And even if you do get a grab on him, he has the Vindicator's Axe, so he will get 20 extra armor during that as well.
Did we decide on whether or not he's a bird or a moth? What he looks like some kind of like a moth with the wings torn up.
Yeah, like a sad moth. He gets half a bird point, sure.
Half a bird point. He's an insect pretending to be a bird.
He's bird food, so
Oh,
you know,
crit.
you are what eats you.
I think Crit has found WS here with a Rod of Atos. The rest of the team not near enough by. Yeah, the rest of the team dealing with Cuckoo down in that bottom jungle. And Amar looks like he got torrented on his way forward, so they couldn't quite catch up to the Visage, thanks through Mikoto's efforts.
Is it just gonna walk into vision soon here over on the Observer Ward, but they have eyes for top lane instead.
Jokam.
Can you get away?
I
Those
don't know
coming
if you
in.
can. He's even magnetized him, man. And cool guys don't look at explosions. He just turns around, knows that the bat's dead, and walks away.
That's just brutal. The damage coming in from Earth Spirit when he pops the magnetize.
Is under attack.
He basically gets a DD rune when he magnetizes with this facet, so the smacks are doing a lot of damage.
Hello, Torrent. Oh my. Skitter, man. You're too good.
That was an attempted moment right there. If they got the SF ulti onto Skeeter.
I was ready to scream.
Yeah. Even so though, he has that Aegis and BKB still, so gotta go through a lot of things here.
We'll try on Amar.
Again, he's just running at them. He's not even running away.
You can't even X-Torrent him, he's too fast. I'm going for their own Tormentor now. This map is starting to get very dark and desolate for Talon. Top lane spooky, mid lane is full of dire heroes, bot lane is dead. Another attempt onto the Earth Spirit from Mikoto, but this Kunkka was a cool idea. Did very well in lane, but hasn't really had the impact you desire alongside the Shadow Fiend.
I completely agree. They have not been able to find the team fights that they want. Talon just, you know, the Kunkka was an idea to take 5v5 fights, have some advantage there. And with the strong Visage they had early on, I thought that they might be able to do it. Falcon, however, just broke apart those first few fights, and I think completely took away the courage from Talon. Now they're just sitting back, barely able to get on the map.
We've seen the Satanic Daedalus Tidehunter. We've seen the Refresher First Item Mars. And now we're seeing the Sanjin Yasha Assault Cuirass Skadi Doom. Amar is a pioneer, an inventor.
Yeah. He also did the Basher Underlord build.
Oh yeah?
He likes doing a lot of creative builds.
Very cool.
Especially games where he gets a little bit of an advantage going in the game, then he likes to go full out on these interesting builds.
Is it for the slow so he can be faster than everyone?
Yeah, it's all the movement speed difference.
I
I mean, he actually clicks so hard. This crit wolf that he has as well, 20% chance for 250% damage.
Has changed his mind to Satanic now. Yeah, he's becoming the right clicker.
Ah, yes, very lore-friendly item for Doom.
I was just wondering, you know, he dooms one, then he Skadi hits another. It's like, no heal.
No healing. At this stage, the Doom is sooner to get his Satanic than this.
Yeah, that's pain. I mean, Amar does have to BKB quite early on.
And then absolutely leg it out of there. No way to catch him. So they get something at least. Cute little 4-staff play, forcing him into the cogs. Cuckoo making some advantage for himself.
A smoke out from Talon. They are
behind with Batrider. Looking for a grab here.
He does get X-Torrented and Requiem'd. That's some expenditure to kill off a position 4 Muerta. But she's dead for a minute, so a bit of room here for Talon.
She's dead for a while, but meanwhile, this move from Falcon, they're taking over the top part of the map. Wisdom Rune is spawning. They're going to steal away the Radiant Wisdom Rune. When you're on the back foot like this, you really want those runes. Support levels are starting to hurt a bit. 2 level 14 supports versus a level 18 and a level 17 support. And all of Talon moving towards top. Trying to take over some area, but they have moved straight past the ward, so Team Falcon, they know about this. They're just dodging, backing up.
Am I crazy? I feel like WS has had Boots of Bearing Pipe for like 15 minutes.
Oh, yes. Yeah, his net worth has been basically shattered. He bought Shard, so there's
okay,
that.
he did get something.
Shard was the additional, and he bought the recipe for AC, which is not that cheap.
Right. He's got little bits of bobs here and there.
Yeah, but he has not made a real progression for quite a while now. This was a Visage that looked phenomenal in the early game. Got the first blood with the Death Toll extra golds. He got tons of kills in laning stage, but he did not manage to transition into taking over the game.
Well, it's a case of kind of scattering and scrambling to push out waves as Falcons respawn on Crit Morata. Just under a minute until Roshan fast spawn. Yeah, we're hitting this point now where Doom and Dragon Knight, they're up at the top of the net worth, just behind the Shadow Fiend.
And the SF is big and all, but this is also what we were talking about between the games, that Falcon and Talon, Team Falcon are so good at getting gold on everybody. I do not understand how Skeeter pulled his game back to being now #1 net worth in the game after that start. That is honestly impressive.
Without, like, an acceleration item, right? He went, was it Treads, Brace, and Null, Blink, Mage Slayer.
No, he went, yeah, the Blink first and then Mage Slayer, yeah. Crazy good read on the game and where he could find those jumps with the Blink dagger. That Blink, I could have seen it just be a dead item as well. Buy Blink and then look for some fights, don't find them. It could be extremely sad, but every move he made, he kept finding these ganks.
I just like super primal instinct to know what he needed.
Yeah, they're great at reading the map. And now with the wards they have as well, this ward on mid lane is giving good information on Mikoto, transferring towards top.
And Crit is pretty stacked as well. Blink, Force, Shadowblade, Atos on your support. No, I was saying like, oh, it's just a kill on a support Muerta, but she's pretty freaking farmed.
Yeah, he's queuing up a BKB and he has the better part of it. He needs 1500 gold and he has BKB completed as well. So he's getting ready to transition into that carry Murta style as well.
Talon. They hookshot Amar. Let's see if they can do some more with the lasso and the torrent there. They've caught him before he got his BKB off, but now he's running and sprinting away with the BKB going, but he's still going to get taken down.
That was close, actually. That was really close to him getting away, but SF does bring a lot of damage, has that Daedalus. Can kind of chop through the full Assault Cuirass and Eye of Skadi. That's a huge kill for them, and now moving over, trying to contest this Roche. It's gonna spawn in 30 seconds. That's so massive for Talon. I mean, Amara's been playing a fantastic game, but that one pick off here could give them a way back into the game.
How much money was it? 2,000?
Something like that.
I can't see because the
text is in. Yeah, I can see it now. So it's 2,000 gold for the kill alone. And then, of course, getting a lot by taking over the map as well. There's still 15,000 gold behind. But if they can get Roche now, Clockwork is going to scout that it respawns.
That could give Talon a chance. Cuckoo sees it, calls the rest of his team, rally around Bosku. Time to take down the big man in the pit. And Falcon's nowhere near this. A glimmer of hope for the Talon boys.
Yeah, it really is. Mascomanus goes to the backpack for Estef as he wants to take that Aegis into his inventory. Feel a little bit happier. Still a banner as well. Cuckoo will get that before backing out.
Falcon's still hunting for someone who comes down to Farmer's bottom lane.
Oh, they're just jumping him.
They're going straight on the Shadow Fiend, aren't they?
Didn't get the grab on him.
It's amazing still, though, how scared Talon are, though. Like, they go out, they get a kill, they get Aegis, now they run back to their base.
Yeah, they have everything and they have Aegis, but still they recognize that they're pretty far behind, and so they are. 17,000 gold lead right now. Full
and I need this kind
coming out from Murta.
I think this kind of perfect confluence of events where they force early BKBs out of Falcons, then go for the second round of fighting. They are still so reliant on magic damage as Talon. They need a way to pop these BKBs early. And maybe with a jump like this, the two-man lassoed up into the Shadow Fiend. Doom, he's going to break free and get out. They lose snaking for a minute, though.
Yeah, good pick off. Maybe they can look for something more. Meanwhile, they still have smoke on a lot of heroes. Not bad try to lasso, but they're moving towards top.
All they need is a good hook shot. A little bit of vision. They see Malrine, but Malrine is faking with these illusions. He sent an illusion away from the wave to pretend that the real one was running. Now he's charging down at mid lane again. Sorry, top lane. while the rest of Talon are down the mid lane.
Yeah, Talon just moving for a tower. Still 30 seconds on the Pugna. Want to get something done during this time.
Jokam went top. He's trying to scout out to see who was there, but he's got to return to the rest of his squad. They need every piece of the puzzle here to fight into Falcons.
So Skeeter on his
With
Dragon Knight has overwhelming blink and level 25 timing. He has Dragon's Blood, HP, and extra regen and armor now. Looking really, really huge.
Where's the Silver Edge on the Shadow Fiend? Yeah. It's just, do you have enough firepower to kill him in the duration of a break and a stun before he can BKB and run?
That's the question, especially with all the other distraction heroes or saves coming in. He just 2 minutes on SF. Wants to push bottom, but you can see Falcons want to take the fight.
And they scan up to that Tormentor. They know what's up. Amar just shows, clears the wave. Talon, come at us. Let's see what you're made of. Akashi back into that invis with 2 minutes left on the Aegis. I'd love to find something a little bit more than just positioning. Rocket Flare
X-Mark
gives the vision for the two-man lasso again, and Jokam grabs the Doom in, but the hook shot misses. Point blank whiff, and now in comes the Dragon Knight. Destroys WS Visage and Talon on the run. Tail between legs, scared and hiding. They turn with the Requiem, but the BKBs are up for Falcons. They've taken out Jokam. He dodges the Dragon Tail with a Manta. Nicely done by Akashi, but Malrine and Skitter are still on his tail. Amar can keep giving chase onto Mikoto. Aegis down. And what an absolute disaster for Talon. The Shadow Fiend's going to get pummeled a second time. And the Falcons chasing onto the Kunkka now as well. Crit is here with his BKB up, slaying Mikoto with the help of Skitter. I don't know if the hook shot hitting would have made a massive difference, but it definitely didn't help.
He was spotted too. They're not even done. They're going to chase
God,
for him,
you're
kick
right.
him back to the team.
Yeah, you turn yourself to stone, I turn you to stone. Let's see who wins. It's going to be Malrine.
Hey, you want to be a gargoyle? You can be my gargoyle. I'll put you over here by my Dragon Knight. Oops, he broke. Man, the catch on two heroes with Batrider was nice, but you don't have the follow-up immediately there. Their wind-up of their follow-up spells is really hurting them. It takes a long time before SF ulti comes out or the Torrent combo coming in. It's not immediate. And against that Sanch and Yasha giving status resistance, Doom just walked away again. Lassoing him is not that easy.
I'm sure Cuckoo's kicking himself. Hook shot right in between everybody.
Yeah. Missing quite a few targets there.
And Falcon's just going to come in and breeze through the base. It's not just mid and top, but Amar's going to work on the top lane as well as the mid and bottom lane, isn't he?
Yeah, the Satanic Doom is pushing top.
Satanic
Friends are joining
Scardy Doom. This is
the
some
normal
like
build.
Chaos Knight item build or something.
Yeah, he's absolutely enormous. I don't think they have any chance to turn this game around. They're going to try and hook onto the Curse Spirit.
I mean, Malrine has 4,000 health. BKB refresher, so has multiple ways to get out. Skitter actually wants to go in with Malrine and the Dragon Knight, taking out Cuckoo. Buybacks available. Let's see if they can punch back outside that fountain because Jokam's slain and Amar diving into the base. Satanic life stealing up with the life drain going. Amar, the fountain farmer, decrept and stays alive until he finally dies. GG called in the end, and Falcons putting the little birdies in their place.
And that is just an extremely one-sided game. It may have been 45 minutes, but overall it was Team Falcons in extremely controlled situation for the entirety of the game after laning station. Look at that. The relief though. The laning stage was not a thing, and yeah, we can see the head shakes as well.
How did my carry go 0-4 and we still won the game?
Yeah, that was a rough start, and usually we see Falcons cruising through the laning stage having a good time. Here, all cores were behind their counterparts, and they were bleeding badly, but they found a way to turn the game around.
Incredible stuff.
That was a little bit of a gift that they gave to Talon early here, the roll by Malrine into the combo.
Yeah, but again, it was just like 4-5-0 start, unanswered kills and lane domination from Talon. But once we get into the meat and potatoes of the game, the actual team fight initiation, the finding targets, acquiring the correct pick off at the right time, you have moves like this where Amar sees the Shadow Fiend, goes for the Shadow Fiend. Hey, Skitter, come and help me. Come over here, buddy. We've got an SF.
Yeah.
And he jumps.
They ignore the unimportant targets. They do a great job of bringing down whoever they need to focus first. And meanwhile, Talon, their initiations were a little bit more disjointed. It felt like Batrider found 2 heroes, but nobody expected that to happen. Like, the team was as surprised as the opponents were.
And then the fountain farming at the very end. BKB satanic. I didn't even know Shadowfiend had a rapier at the end. Didn't even feel like he had one.
No, I actually didn't even notice. His damage didn't look like it was that high. Ended up on the ground in the end.
I got dropped down in the fountain. There's a missing slot there for Makoto. I wonder if he also tried to buy a rapier or something. But Falcons with a 2-0 victory, kind of as expected, heading into this series. There was a chance, for Talon to make a game, take a game, or maybe the series of a Falcons, but that was always going to be a much smaller chance than just the utter domination we expect from the big birds.
Yeah, Team Falcon just proving why they're so high rated by a lot of viewers and fans of Dota in general. They are always delivering these very clean coordinations in the team fights.
Well, there we have it. Not sure why Snaking is a little bit further away from the rest
Off
of
to the
his
side,
team.
spacing a bit. Crit and ATF are real close, huh?
Yeah, they're really tight together.
That's how you got to roll on the lane.
Yeah, hugging and cuddling, holding hands. Well, there we have it. Our second series of the day, all in the books there as Falcons take a 2-0 victory and find themselves, continuing that top of the table run, sitting pretty up there, nice and hot as well. Have a quick break and come back with an interview. See you in a minute.
We have it here, the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here.
Welcome back, everybody. Just finished watching Falcons take out the Little Birds of Talon. A couple of, I guess, longer games than we've been seeing. 40-odd minutes it took them, but every step of the way, it felt like Falcons were as systematic and going for the straightforward victory whenever possible.
Yeah, I think so. It was a little bit rough in game 2 early game, but they turned that around in a really good way and just somehow worked their way into a dominant lead on the game again. And Talon just felt like they couldn't take a single team fight, despite the fantastic start they had on their Visage, for instance, but they just fell short, man.
Yeah, I mean, both the games, right? Laning stage for Talon looked very good.
Ring.
Felt like the draft was going their way, and we do have Malrine joining us here for an interview post-victory here. Congratulations. Thanks for joining us on that 2-0. So I want to ask you, do you guys ever get worried or scared when your laning stage kind of falls apart a little bit? Skitter in that second game had a hard time, and then how do you guys recover?
I mean, I think there is no pressure, but I just sometimes confuse why my guys is just having that bad lane. But I guess, there is not really something specific. It's just sometimes you're gonna lose the lane and it's fine. You just need to recover at this point and keep moving, and it's no problem.
Do you feel like you have to change your game plan, or do you have to? Did Amar have to change his item build or anything like that to allow Skitter to recover?
Sometimes you can adjust. Obviously, it's depends on the heroes and what you have, how exactly you lose the lane. But specific to this game, I could adjust, but we still could have the plan to play in the Visage, because Visage still was weak even while he was winning the lane. I guess in the different story it could be adjusting, we cannot play through this lane because it's gonna be hard, there is nothing pressure, and we're just gonna move on and think what we can do better in the game.
Nice.
Yeah. I want to say, congrats on a strong performance here. You made it look quite easy there on your Earth Spirit in game 2. Had a good time. This hero seems absolutely dominant on mid right now. Is there any mid hero that you wish to be buffed next, that you feel like this hero would be fun to play? What are you missing playing on mid?
Every time, I'm rarely getting this question, and every time it's gonna be the same answer, because it's just from year to year, the hero which calls Bagna is not buffing in the mid, and I actually missing for this hero. Even Thompson at his best times was destroying, and I'm some sort of fan of Pugna,
Yeah, because we see Pugna support, but it's not really the same as the bursty mid Pugna that can...
I tried a lot of time. I tried 30 games. I tried everything, every build, every skill build. It's nothing just working. This hero just sucks.
That's unlucky.
I guess the current meta is sort of putting pressure on those mid heroes being really survivable and tanky.
Yeah, especially when this hero is every hero is just heavy jump with Pugna is okay, guys, not time for me.
Well, with that victory, you're still at the top of the table, 7-1, and you've got 3 opponents remaining: Azure, Palanitsia, and Waska. Who do you think is going to be the most challenging for you?
I would say Waska. South America is scary, while we have Skrit in our team, so we will see.
So you're not scared of Fortnite, man?
Not really.
Okay, strong words.
Yeah. Anyway, congrats with your future games here, and strong performance here against Talon, which should have been one of the tougher opponents. Getting a 2-0 against them must feel pretty good. So, good
Thank you guys, appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Good evening. Pugna mid. We'd all love to see that at some point, but like you said, everyone's got catch and jump. The little green skeleton man just falls flat.
It's so hard to fathom a world where mid Pugna would be good right now because of how Dota is currently playing out. It's just, it would be nice to be able to play it. I agree with him. It would be fun. But if he's tested all the different builds, all the different things he can think of, and it doesn't work, then I believe him.
If Malrine has tried, he's tried, putting it that way. But that's halfway through day 3 now of the group stage. A couple more series to come, but we're going to swap out the casters for Ricky and Zach again, as up next we're going to have Gaming Gladiators and Nouns facing off in that best of 2. So make sure you go get yourself a snack, a drink or something, and come back for some more Dota 2 action for Dream League Season 24.
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another fantastic day here on Dream League Season 24. I'm just singing the tune along from the transitions. It's a great song, you know. It's very catchy. My name's Cryptic. Here with Quixotics. What's up, man?
Nothing much. Just waiting for some good Dota to come up. How about you?
Oh, you know, having a great morning. Excited. We get to spend another fantastic day watching some fantastic teams. One of my favorite matchups, Nouns versus Gaming Gladiators, is coming up next. And this is traditionally a rough matchup for Nouns. Reason being, Gaming Gladiators are some of the best laning players in the world. They are so dang good at securing their lanes and kind of transitioning that into a powerful mid game. And, you know, not many teams do it better than them. Celery, Tofu, Ace, Quinn, and Watson, all phenomenal at the lane mechanics. So excited to see how they're going to kind of handle, you know, that. But let's take a look at Watson. We had a chance to, you know, sit down and talk with him.
Watson is one of the most unique and best carry players in the world right now. Most recently playing for Entity, who then became Cloud9, his results include a respectable 5th place at TI 2024. Despite that, his success over the years has not been as good as he's hoping for, and is probably capable of more. Looking for greener pastures, or should I say deeper seas? He got picked up by the extremely successful Gaming Gladiators as a replacement for Dyrachyo, after getting second at TI 2024. On paper, this roster has a massive amount of potential. The question is how they'll mesh together. Will Watson try to adapt to play like Dyrachyo? Will Gaming Gladiators get used to playing with an entirely different kind of carry player? Maybe this will be the start of a new era for Watson in Gaming Gladiators. Maybe we'll have a slightly different Gaming Gladiators versus Team Liquid Grand Finals to look forward to. Either way, we can expect Watson and the new Gaming Gladiators to put on a show for us here at Dream League Season 24.
Definitely one of the most, I would say, surprising and I guess kind of heated roster swaps in current memory, if you ask me, Zach. I don't know. The change of going from Dyrachyo to Watson had the community kind of scratching their heads, some up in arms. Like, what do you think about this?
I mean, from the outside, none of us ever really know what's going on in the team internally, right? So we love the drama, but you got to trust the players that hopefully they're handling it in the best way and that all the teams are striving to find success, right? And there'll be, by next season, a new hottest drama change. It happens every single season, multiple times, so...
Yeah, it definitely felt like this was the big one, right? That not a lot of people are really sure. But, you know, teams want to change. Speaking of not changing, though, Nouns. These guys, like immediately after TI, were like, yeah, we're just going to run it back. We liked playing with each other. You know, everyone here like had offers to go to other teams. They actually like talked about this publicly. They're like, yeah, you know, we had the opportunity to like go play for other teams. That we decided as a core that we wanted to, you know, run it back, do another year as like the same squad and see how it goes. So you got to give props to that. It's not very common. You see stuff like this in the Dota scene. So very excited to see how they do today. But we've got another content piece, this one with Nouns. So go ahead and take a look.
Nouns, the final hope of North American Dota, despite only having one North American player. The players on the roster are Yuma, Copy, Gunner, Laylis, and Fly as the captain. With players from 5 different countries, they form a truly international team, as successful North American teams tend to be. They've had some very promising results together, but also some very disappointing results, with the results ranging from 18th place at Riyadh Masters to 5th place in Elite League and PGL Wallachia. Their qualification to Dream League was one of the only times they've managed to beat Shopify in a qualifier. And it begs the question, are Nouns now the new top dog of the region?
Congratulations, they will be the NA representatives at Dream League Season 24.
If these guys can continue to stick together and improve, they have potential to be not only a top team in their region, but internationally as well. Under the wings of Fly, Nouns can definitely be a dark horse of any tournament. Maybe Dream League Season 24 will be the event they've been waiting for?
All right, the one NA player thing is definitely an asterisk. I'm gonna just, put that one on there. I know that we're memeing a little bit. They are absolutely international team, but several of their players hail from the North American region. So they are definitely the last hope of NA. I appreciate that Brian, the other former last hope of NA, was the person doing this voiceover for the video. Very fitting. Zach, what do you think about that, man? Yeah, he's like, all right, your guys' turn. I gave up. I'm going to Europe.
I mean, I like that they stuck together, like you said. It's becoming a little bit more common. A few years ago, this tournament didn't go well, switch out 3 players. This qualifier didn't go well, switch out a player. We used to have that all the time. Now it's a little bit more common to stick together, but the whole roster, right, is still a bit more uncommon. Yeah. However, another team that has done that, right, Liquid, they stuck it through, took a few years, eventually won TI. And I do think Noun shows moments of brilliance. And I feel, from the outside perspective, it does feel like their laning stage is maybe the weak point of the team. And that is something that can be improved over time. Grinding out in pubs, but also just playing together, understanding how to communicate, how to organize that laning stage, right? That can improve and then get to their main strength, which is these fast gameplay. We see a lot of rotations from these players, but you don't get to do that if you get stomped in the lanes.
Dude, all I heard out of that was that Nouns are going to win TI next year. So that was epic. Thank you, Zach.
NA hope. Bringing it in.
It's already beginning. All right, so we've got the draft going right now. A lot of the similar bands that we expect: Naga Sirens, Enchantress, Shadow Demon, Invoker. From Nouns now on the side of Gaming Gliders to get rid of the Sand King and the Monkey King. Now there's okay. I was gonna say there's still some really good supports. They get rid of the Clockwork and go for the Muerta. Very on theme as we're getting closer and closer to Halloween for the people that actually celebrate it. I know it's not a world holiday, but I'm a big fan. Are you a fan of Halloween, Zach?
Mostly just play games. I don't really do the dress up and candy as much, but it's kind of fun.
Do you think I should come to Dream League dressed as Muerta?
Yeah, definitely do that.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll check with production to see if I'm allowed to do that.
You can dress up tomorrow. All right.
What do you think like you do here?
The thing is, so usually we see some of these broken supports. The reason you're grabbing Muerta after banning out a couple of these is that another popular one would be Tusk, but Muerta's good versus Tusk because you see the snowball coming in, or he wants to jump in and snowball, and you drop the calling, which creates that silence. So you snowball in and you're stuck in the calling. It's a horrible place to be. So it's a bit of a tough spot. At the same time, if you don't take Tusk, that could be another pickup for Gaming Gladiators, and then you have a really strong support duo. So that's what they were spending some time thinking on. In the end, they decided to go for the Earth Spirit, which can still be a little bit scary. It can deal with that same issue that I just talked about, but this is most likely a mid-Earth Spirit who will buy a fairly quick BKB, and then he won't have to care as much. Also, when he's rolling, he just can't be affected by the silence. So it can be okay if you roll through the calling, but if you end up stuck in the calling, that could be a problem for Earth Spirit.
Yeah, and I will say Copy does have a lot of experience on the Earth Spirit, and I know he's played this matchup a decent amount. We've been seeing this hero kind of rise in popularity for a lot of the Americas teams. So North and South America, I think for the last month, we've been seeing a lot more Earth Spirit mids, and Copy's very experienced on it, so I think this works quite well for them. I'm a little bit bummed we don't really see I was actually talking with a friend of mine last night who wants to learn Earth Spirit, but he's mostly a support player, and I'm like, time to learn mid, dude. The hero can only go mid. And I'm bummed we don't see the 4th position Earth Spirit that much anymore, because Is it just because roaming is mostly dead? Like, what's going on with that?
I feel the laning stage is a little bit more important than roaming right now. Like, you will eventually see roaming, but it's not what we had in the past where there's someone roaming from minute 1. It is more around the 4-6 minutes you start moving around. So those first few minutes, you got to be a strong laner. And Earth Spirit is just not really that great of a laner, especially when you compare him to other melee position 4s you could take, like Clockwork or Tusk, right? They're going to be strong in the lane and they're going to roam around. So that won't be the case forever. We do go through patches at some point, asterisk, coming soon. But if we do shift the meta away from laning, a little bit more roaming, right? That's where Earth Spirit might come back, because he is one of the best roaming 4s because of how soon he has that gap closure. Like, you could take W literally level 1 and it goes so fast, so far. Yeah, and that enables you to roam, but it doesn't really help you lane.
My favorite thing for Earth Spirit 4s is like they make a play in their top lane and you're like, oh, he's backing because he's low resources. He like quickly salves, TP's mid, like rolls, kicks the enemy mid player under your tower, and you just kill the mid lane and you just walk back to your lane. And it's just those types of things I miss, right? Catching teams off guard with how quick the Earth Spirit can make a play in a different lane is so cool. Nouns will get their Chen. I mean, Fly, one of the best Chen players out there. Not super surprising. We are seeing a nice focus on carries in Phase 2 bans, though. So the Medusa, Luna, and Alchemist all removed from the pool. So going to be a lot less options for these teams here fairly soon. Love the Doom pick against the Chen. Very good idea. Great at not only dealing with the creeps in the lane with Devour, but gives you the anti-heal that you need to secure a kill against the Chen team.
10 seconds remaining.
I think you should know it's coming on Nouns, because that's one of their strengths. They usually come with very well-prepared drafts. And I feel like going into this, when you pick the Chen, it's a steal pick because Celery is a very good Chen player, and Gaming Gladiators, they have many victories with the Chen under their belt. But when you take the Chen away, you kind of know they're going to need someone who can deal with it, and Doom is one of the first heroes that comes to mind, and that's going to reveal the offlane right there. That's the Doom Muerta, which is pretty solid in general, but I have to imagine Nouns has something in mind for it. Chen plus a carry who can deal with that. I don't know if they expected the Ogre, though. He is getting more popular. Level 1, kind of don't do too much if you're taking Learning Curve. But that level 2 power spike, when you have 3 ability points, is quite powerful with, who knows, some carry that Watson's going to get at some point. It's been a little bit more popular, but I wouldn't say it's
what we saw it paired with. We've seen this once.
You want, in my opinion, you want someone who can play aggressive because first, you can't get stomped at level 1, right? If you have a weak laner and you're like, I don't have any abilities level 1, right? You just get stomped. That's end of laning stage level 1. You want to hit level 2, and then you want to be able to get kills with your Ignite and Fire Blast, those 3 ability points. You just want to be able to get kills or really favorable trades. And I think if you pick a weak carry, I don't love that. You could argue he makes space for you, which I guess is true, but I think you could pick a different support who does it from level 1 rather than having to wait till level 2. So I would like to see someone a bit more aggressive.
Okay, we saw an Ogre Magi 5 pick in a recent tournament, and it was a double steroid draft, if I'm not mistaken. It was Ogre and Magnus. So that would have been Bet Boom, maybe? I want to say it was the Ogre Magnus. And I think they ran it with a core Ricky mid, or with a Ricky mid and a different safe lane. So it's something that could happen, but like ideally, I mean, it's not like you're going to see the Ricky, but it's typically picked as a steroid for a specific carry you have in mind. Now I'm going to go ahead and just grab the Centaur Dark Willow. This is a super strong lane duo. Now you could respond with something like a Morphling here. It's mostly free, right? There's not like a lot of counters that you have at the current moment. It's hard to connect on the Dark Willow spells, right? Because they can be easily dodged. The only thing you really have to consider is the Earth Spirit silence from like fog and stuff, but you can get a Manta. So it's not bad. I know Watson's Morphling is very good, and it typically wins the Centaur lane. And we actually spoke yesterday with XXS about it. We're like, what happened? Like, how did you win a Centaur v Morphling lane? And he basically summed it up. He's like, to be honest, they like kind of misplayed the lane. He's like, I should have lost.
Yeah, with an asterisk there, though, that he did mention both supports. So the supports do play a role in that matchup. Yo, that's way cooler than a Huskar. Let's go. I was going to say Morphling. So the lane should be fine, but there is a risk that you get tempoed because there's a Chen, there's an Earth Spirit who comes online really quickly, so maybe you don't get to, reach that final point. They're going to go Huskar, which is the opposite end, very fast tempo, buff him up with the Bloodlust, right? Even if you're not laning together, Ogre will come over. That's cool, should be able to shut down that Earth Spirit, which helps kill that early momentum I was just talking about. So maybe you could end up going for a late game carry for your last pick on Gaming Gladiators, or maybe you just lean into it, get another fast-paced hero who's going to have a strong lane with the Ogre, and then you can leave that hero alone while Ogre just sits behind the Huskar and just bloodlusts him and lets him take over the map.
I kind of like the idea of going something tempo-based. I think the Bristleback would have been perfect. Now, one thing you have to consider, since you are against Nouns, you have to ban the Meepo, like they did here, right? If you do not ban the Meepo, your game is crushed. It is a hard counter to not only Doom, but Huskar as well. So it's really good recognition from Gaming Gladiators to still respect Yuma's Meepo, even when the hero hasn't been considered, the best, in current form, but he is probably the best Meepo player. I don't want to say, it's hard to say like best Meepo in the world. He's like top 5 Meepo players in the world for sure right now. So it's very scary to like give him a hero like that in a good matchup. So it's kind of cool. We forget about it every once in a while, but Gaming Glider is definitely coming prepared. So that makes them look pretty good. I like the DK Bristleback bans.
They would have been more fast-paced heroes.
Yeah,
both of you need to lean into that. Like, both of these lineups are set up to be very fast. So if you opt for the late game, I think Gaming Gladiators could do it a little bit more just because I feel their laning stage has been stronger than Nouns historically. I feel like if you try to go late on Nouns and you get crushed in the lanes, that you just don't get to go late at that point. So
yeah,
I kind of think Nouns has to go early.
Okay, that's a relatively quick hero. It's similar to like a Luna in a way, right? Because she does flash farm and then just get like a couple items and starts fighting. You do have a decent amount of minus armor coming out from the TA, but nothing really like to synergize with it, right? Not a lot of your team does physical damage. So
5 seconds remaining.
Overall, just playing for the lane, it seems like, and to kind of match the tempo against the Centaur. Dark Willow's traditionally pretty good at dealing with TA though, until she gets the refraction dispel.
Centaur will be bullied though come level 2.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you have that learning curve. I assume he's gonna take it.
Ooh, okay. This is not a hero we've seen all that much, but now looking at this, Nouns are absolutely playing for that late game matchups. They know they outscale them.
Phantom Assassins won the Shard, very good. Having that break, and it just does it does a surprising amount of damage. I think it catches people off guard. That's nice. You also just get to throw out daggers, maybe get a lucky crit, accidentally kill a Huskar at low health. But then it's also that physical single target damage that Huskar is weak to. And TA, if you can break her refractions, she ends up being pretty squishy that you can then burst through before refraction comes back off cooldown. You got a lot of teammates who can break refraction, especially that Earth Spirit, I would say, on his own.
Yeah.
I imagine is considering a Spirit Vessel versus the Huskar, which will then be great versus refraction along with your Magnetize.
I will say it's a little bit concerning into a hero like Muerta, who, has traditionally been like one of the better heroes that deals with Phantom Assassin. It is a support, but she typically does find a lot of farm. And when you have something like an Ogre Magi that can throw a Bloodlust on your Muerta, like suddenly your fort position's like, all right, yeah, I'm going to play to scale. Like I'm going to buy an early Atos and a Gleipnir, maybe a Dragon Lance, into Hurricane Pike. Like I like Muertas we've seen do a lot of damage as the game goes on. And you do have the Doom to try and secure the kill. So I think if Gaming Gladiators find the openings in this game on Yuma, and like this is the target that gets doomed, I think Nouns are going to have a really rough team fight.
I could see that.
I like both drafts though.
I'm worried for Copy. That Huskar matchup is not easy. You do have a Chen and a Dark Willow. They're not too bad at rotating over. You might need something like that. We do see from these counter pick matchups, like the Huskars, Dazzle type heroes, if you make one mistake, you give up a kill, it throws so much momentum away. So if you can find some kind of sneaky rotation in, maybe that's almost mandatory for Nouns to make sure Copy has a game.
Oh, it's time to find out as we jump into game number 1 of Nouns versus Gaming Gladiators. It's been a matchup that has almost always favored Gaming Gladiators, but Quinn's going to be the one that gets found in the mid lane here. The stomp out from Gunner, and that should be first blood. Will he make it to the tower? It goes to Gunner. Now looking for Tofu here on the Muerta, slowed up for the moment with another blood grenade, a dagger. Short cooldown, but not enough to secure it. So Quinn goes down, first blood to the offlane Centaur. And Nouns should just back to get themselves a couple of runes. Nice rotation mid. I mean, Quinn had the smoke. I think he was just expecting maybe a warding mission, not the 5 euros.
I think so. Bramble was actually a little bit off the mark there, so he almost made it away, which would have been very sad for Nouns. But with that, Gunner pretty much has a full bracer, especially once these bounty runes come into play. And he's actually just gone to back to go body block right away. So this was a lane that's a little concerning, right? The TA and Ogre could be quite scary at level 2, but if you just start off with extra gold and good equilibrium, oh, Tofu said that's such good sportsmanship after being first blooded. I thought that's what you do on Nouns. After you get the first blood, you're like, good luck, have fun, guys, double down.
Have fun. I mean, it's expected. Tofu's such a good guy, you know. I feel like he's always in good spirits. Speaking of spirits, mid lane, Earth Spirit going the boots first, which this is the only way to play the matchup against the Huskar, and I wouldn't be surprised if Quinn gets an early pair of boots as well, but you have to be able to reset the incendiary cooldown. So only way to do that, get some boots, just walk away from the Huskar. As soon as he gets closer to level 3, it's going to be a little scary. So Copy will sacrifice a lot of his health here for these first few CS, just to make sure he's not going to get denied out from the Huskar.
Well, he is going to be denied out, but just a little less maybe.
Yeah, I mean, he might get the level 2 first, because he also going to get it denied. Nope, never mind. There it is. All right. So, kind of expected
even with that
in the
XP
matchup
from the assist.
Yeah. This is just how it's going to go. So one of the things Copy can do is actually drag the wave from behind the mid tier 1, tier 2. So we see that every once in a while with matchups like this against the Huskar, where you're just like, I'm not going to play against your hero, and they will just drag. And I think that might be why they've placed the triangle ward where it is.
I think so.
He is just going to hang around. I guess we can maybe talk about some of these other... there he goes. Rolls in. Oh, does he get the courier? No, he's just doing the drag. Yeah, so this is pretty much the only way to do it. And it's going to be boots on the Huskar. So yeah, it's going to respond with him right away. All right. Yep, best way to play against Huskar. For those of you who are in your pubs and you're like, I keep getting cheesed by Huskar, what do I do? This is what you do. You ignore the lane and you make a new lane. Yeah, you make a new lane somewhere else.
Yeah, it's risky to do, but at the high levels, like, they know this is the only way they're going to get out of it.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly why he goes boots first. He does a half pull as well. Unfortunately, it connects into the tower, which he really did not want it to do, because he would have preferred the lane freeze, I think. But yeah, you'll kind of just do this over and over. Just get what you can out of the lane. The side lanes look like nothing is happening. No one's health bars have moved. I've been kind of going back and forth and seeing them, but just kind of
starting
farming it
now.
up.
Celery did need that level 2 to get the learning curve. So maybe now they start looking around. Tofu taking a little bit of bullying.
It's going to be a great wand lane. You can already see Doom has 15 wand charges. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Smart play from Ace. I think Yuma should farm like fairly well in this lane. I do worry about like the level 3 timing from the Doom where you have like 2 points Scorched Earth and Muerta has a little bit more damage. But looks like they're okay. Yeah, Copy immediately coming top. He's just gonna gank. I think they know there was a ward up here. So the question is, who do you go for? It's gonna be Celery, it looks like here on the Ogre Magi. Pretty tanky boy. Roll. Actually off the mark. He just sidesteps it. That is rough.
Ogres, they even have the Satyr here, actually. They really want to get something going here.
Oh, I mean, not quite level 3 on Gunner. He's a little bit away. Tofu gonna survive in the bottom lane here once again. But he will slowly walk back towards mid on the Earth Spirit as Quinn is basically uncontested.
There's no contesting Quinn. I think the goal there, so Ogre is pretty tanky, but if you can actually kick him through multiple Brambles, Brambles is balanced around the idea you only hit 1 typically. So if you can force them to hit 2, 3, or more, then it's actually insane damage. And that would let you kill the Ogre, but yeah, just barely misses the roll on Celery, so just kind of dies off.
He got another pull on the lane, and he's going to put it on the medium camp there, so it's a little bit of CS. He might snipe the courier, actually. No, he won't. Bottom lane, though, Tofu falling incredibly low, and they finally do manage to get the kill. The Chen and this PA lane actually looking really strong.
I mean, Penitence plus Phantom Strike actually gives you so much attack speed.
Yeah.
And Muerta doesn't have her ultimate since it's the start of the game, so she is just weak to that kind of damage, especially if you miss the dead shot. But if you use the dead shot earlier, then you could just jump back, right? So it's not as easy for her as other matchups where she can just dead shot and then run.
Yeah. I mean, in the past, Phantom Strike used to be an attack count-based ability, but now that it's duration, like, it actually, like you said, synergizes really well with Penitence. It's kind of cool.
Do you think you need a good start on the PA? Because she is going to go for Battle Fury, which very much is out of meta. We see it every now and then. Because you just kind of need to build on some heroes like PA.
Yeah, like
but if
PA
you have a rough
100%.
start and that Battle Fury is slow, you're going to have a miserable time.
Yeah, I do think, like you said, it's a super out of meta item. We don't see it often. I think in general, it's mostly because a lot of the melee carries are really weak in lane. So it's just one of those things, like you said, if you can't get to it at a decent time, your game is really rough. Yuma and Fly getting aggressive here onto Ace, but Scorched Earth should push him back just a little bit. Quinn with an amplify damage needs to dodge these brambles. Lelis might be able to escape here, and he will. Looks like they're gonna get aggressive again onto Ace. The Huskar, the TP is coming in as Copy actually TP'd bottom for this. Might need to be careful. Yeah, in comes Quinn, the boulder kick away, but he's gonna be silenced up. And Quinn will finally take down Copy after an entire game of chasing him around.
So much damage. And in the meantime, Tofu actually just went mid. He's got a nice push going, chipping this tower down. Started by the Huskar, trying to finish up that job. This Huskar is going to be scary, but at least the side lanes are going pretty well, I'd say. Like this Centaur Warrunner. Yeah, just making sure they secure that Wisdom Rune.
Yeah. Just being like, I dare you, walk up that ramp, you know?
Yeah. Getting the Wisdom Rune himself on Gunner, he's actually really close to 6, which helps a lot versus that Huskar. I mean, you're not killing the Huskar, but when he jumps you can all stampede, run away. Try to limit how many early kills that Huskar can get.
You can also bait the Huskar ult, right? Oh! And I was gonna say in a situation where you like, well, they're actually gonna turn around onto Quinn. Is the damage there with the Stampede? Is it enough? It is! Okay, I was literally just about to say you can bait this, the Huskar ult with Stampede, but ends up kind of being the role that goes that way. Gunner will get the stomp to make some space for him in the top lane. So it's a 2-for-1 trade. You do get the Huskar, but unfortunately for Nouns, it's the Earth Spirit that dies first again. So he's really struggling on XP here. Just level 4. Meanwhile, Tofu is level 6. All right, he hits level 5, but still, you get what I'm at here.
In this, interestingly, the roll still goes through.
Yeah, I thought for sure that was
where the fear hit. Yeah, I thought it interrupted, but the roll is kind of funny like that ever since it got that buff. So maybe it's just a new mechanic I don't remember. But because of that, it forced the Huskar to chase further, which is what lets them get that kill.
There's been a few weird instances with Deadshot that we've seen in this tournament. I think yesterday we were watching a game and a hero was TPing out and Deadshot connects and they just still TP'd. So I don't know. The ability might have a few weird interactions. Bottom lane, Tofu, level 6 though, so does have the Pierce the Veil. Yeah, they're not going to jump on the PA, knowing that it would mean certain death with the Doom there.
What's this Battle Fury timing looking like? He's got the Cornucopia, 600 gold banked up. Top Gunner?
Yeah, he did. Watson's going to absolutely chase for this one. One more Meld Strike to get the kill, and finally Gunner on the offlane Centaur goes down. Now, he has been left mostly alone, I feel, so he's not too upset about this. That being said, Ace also being left mostly alone, and he's not really struggling all that much. It is a Doom. Uh-oh. Awkward
Quick
pause. Copy's like, guys, I need some help.
I think he should be fine. He should.
Yeah.
Oh no, he just rolled actually. He's got 8 seconds on that.
Does he have Boulder? If he has Boulder Kick, he's fine. Yeah, he's.
Think he's
and he has a
okay?
haste rune.
Oh, he has a haste rune. Yeah, I didn't even see that. He's fine. He's fine.
Yeah, easy. I mean, it's one of those things, you know. Maybe he baits the Huskar ult, pops the haste rune, rolls, and drags the Huskar all the way to the bottom lane. You know, that'd be funny. I want to see that happen.
You bring him. If Lelis had 6, maybe you could. That's a more reasonable connection, like over to Lelis, and then like Bedlam on top. Maybe you get something, but you need the you need the Bedlam, which he's pretty close to. So that will give you the damage to get some kills here.
We do have Magnetize now, so with Magnetize being available, it's pretty likely we'll see Copy try to make a play here soon with this ultimate, as it is very strong. And they're gonna make a 4-hero rotation top here towards Gunner. In come the TP, Stampede as well. He's trying to run back, but instead he just runs right into Quinn. Now looking for Celery and Watson on the front side of the fight, but the calling, it silenced up everyone. They go in on the PA and it's not enough. Where is the Magnetize? It comes out way too late.
These are the most spirits I've ever seen.
Oh, what a disaster for Nouns.
They did not know Huskar and Muerta were coming from the back. They thought that was just a TA and an Ogre. But you can't fight into the Huskar. If the Huskar's in the area, you're gonna get wrecked. So Gunner trying to bait this, thinking it's just an overcommitment from these 2 heroes. Then surprise, here's the Huskar. Oh, we could have had extra ghost if the calling was already down.
The problem was with Copy, like he tried to go in and get the Magnetize onto Watson. He really just needed to get the Magnetize onto anybody and start having it chain around. And unfortunately, as he gets close enough, he walks into a Spirit off the calling, and then, you know, your big team fight ability is over. So they turn this into a massive win. They get 2 towers out of it and are now up 5,000 gold, as Watson will easily clear up the top side of the map here.
Current rate of the game's looking pretty good for Game and Gladiators. You're mentioning that PA will outscale, but I don't know if she's gonna have much time to do so, because even after the Battle Fury, you still need, you know, maybe like BKB, Deso, maybe both. You gotta farm with that Battle Fury.
Dang, Stampede just to get Fly away from Watson there, as he's just putting traps all over the triangle. They've got a good high ground ward to scout out any of these movements, and they are gonna just smoke and try and punish this. So we'll see if they can connect. I don't have a lot of faith in this. I don't think you have a blink on your Centaur, and you don't have Stampede now. So where are they going with this smoke? They're just going to go top and try and bait Gunner here maybe. Instead, they're going to walk right into Celery. The roll comes out. Bedlam's there. So they're going to get themselves the Ogre.
That's probably one of the few kills they can get, like you said, without a way to actually gap close. I mean, you have the roll, so you need the roll to connect, but if you miss, then everyone else will not make it. But Ogre's kind of slow, so you can actually just walk up to him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Still, that was a smoke, so I don't think Celery would be that upset about it.
Yeah. And I don't even think they're going to get the tower, so... Well, they might try and make a play onto the Ogre again, but without knowing where everyone on Gaming Gladiators is, it's so scary to try and make that dive for a top lane tower, right? Like, it's so easy to punish with like Huskar and Doom coming in. And Yuma is so afraid bottom lane, knowing that there's a Doom sitting somewhere looking for him. And he would be correct. Drums, like phase boots and a windlace. Fly. Quick TP. He makes it out. Oh my gosh. Very close.
He's just been waiting here. He really wants a kill.
Oh, the calling does connect, but makes it into the trees to fog them for the moment. Bramble out here onto the Muerta. Stampede in. They want to get something. They will get Tofu. The Bedlam and the Stomp will be enough to secure the kill, but Ace gets out. And this is a 5-hero rotation bottom, so they do get more space on the map, but anything that Nouns can find right now, maybe it's worth it.
That was actually a lot of gold because of how good of a game Tofu's been having, so...
Yeah. That's true. I guess he's the same net worth as the Earth Spirit. Oh, no.
And Watson... So he went Blink first, which you do if you want to get active on TA, and he's going to get the Shard next as soon as it's 15 minutes. He's already got it queued up, and he's going to have the gold lined up very nicely. Just shows you that's exactly their game plan, right? It's like, you could go for more farming-oriented TA. It's like, no, I want to join these fights. I want to jump, meld strike people. Huskar's going to come in. We're going to get Roach really early. And we're going to look to break high ground probably before 20 minutes if things keep going the way they've been going. Yeah, Copy just running straight into Quinn.
He has Vessel.
Oh!
He could have killed Quinn. Vessel Magnetize, I think, kills him.
Huskar has his BKB already, so...
Oh, does he? Okay. Well, never mind. It does not kill him.
I guess you could get the BKB charge, which is maybe not too bad.
It's a casual Vessel and, like, whatnot. Might be enough to force it, but... Watson might walk by Yuma here. They see the courier go down, and Yuma's like, I gotta finish this camp. Hold up. Top lane Gunner in a little bit of trouble as well. I mean, it's a really good blade mail game, and he's got one, so... I was kind of curious. I expected the Earth Spirit to maybe go blade mail, right? Because we see that as a pretty common first item, but it's also a very good Vessel game.
Someone needs the Spirit Vessel. So it's either going to be Earth Spirit or...
Oh, great catch here from Lelis in the mid lane. The Stampede to follow it up. They take down Ace. He has had some really good Bramble placement. All right, they'll give up the Doom. They go straight for Roshan. You called it.
I mean, you already can't fight Huskar. You probably even consider giving this to... Nah, I think you still give it to Quinn. I was thinking maybe you could give it to Watson, but Quinn can actually take towers on Huskar anyways, so it's not like you need to give it to your carry to make them comfortable. So...
And he can be very sacrificial in his first life, right? He can just like jump in, like kill a hero and die and be like, all right, I can do it again. You know, like it's worth like taking out an important hero for that. Yuma in a rough spot. They read him like a book. Yeah, he kind of knew. Like he was walking up there to farm and was like, they actually just Roach. They might be here. You would be correct. Gets caught. That's a big kill.
All of Nouns, just not even playing their own half of the map.
They're
this is where you just have
Ace
to
here
delay the
once
game.
Again. Who's going to find who? Ace walks in. He's going to get found. Bramble into the stomp from Gunner. Now he just gets the Doom off. Magnetizes out. Quinn's going to pop the BKB. A TP out can be canceled now from Tofu as they're trying to just secure as many kills as they can. Gunner will be next. And now the Earth Spirit. A 2-for-1 in the mid lane as Gaming Gladiators respond in kind.
Quinn doing some good NA math there. Hits Earth Spirit and then just turns away once he knows he'll burn out. He had the calculations done.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower.
Incendiary is such a cool facet, and I was really happy when they added it. That's just such a good heads-up Doom here from Ace. He's like, well, I'm going to die, but maybe we get something in exchange this time.
Fortunately, I don't really see a way for Nouns to turn this at this point.
Yuma, don't do it. Oh, Copy just goes in aggressively. Quinn comes in with the ult. Gunner's going to go and get a stop. They've actually managed to find Quinn's first life. Does he have a BKB when he respawns? We'll find out. The Terrorize, it's on cooldown 20 seconds. Can they actually get the kills, though? In goes Yuma, trying to bring down this Quinn. The Terrorize comes out onto 2. It's going to catch the Muerta as well. He's going to be able to pop the Pierce the Veil. Watson now going to try and join his team, do as much damage as he can here with this Psyblade. Gunner with the Blade Mail, helping him out a little bit, but now Yuma's the one that's in trouble. He's got to get away, and I don't think he can. The chase is there. Watson gets the kill, and Tofu survives the whole time, baiting out the side of Nouns. Gunner's going to get Glimmer caped up here. Plus, we'll TP to safety. Gunner has no... Does he have a TP? Yeah, he does not. He's going to be running around the map.
Fortunately, they have no idea where he is, so they don't want to waste too much time looking around. That was pretty good for Nouns. You got the Aegis and a kill onto Huskar. Watson was not quite there. He was on the bottom half of the map, which is why that works, because otherwise they were so committed to killing Quinn that they threw everything at him. And if Watson is there to just constantly attack, that goes so much more one-sidedly. The fact that that was about an even trade when you're 10k behind is pretty good for Nouns. I don't know. I still think it's so hard for Nouns. I think that was a very fortunate fight that the top net worth carry was not there, which I mean was part of the plan, right? I think they had some vision. But I think if Gaming Gladiators is more careful of that, maybe they have now finished the item that TA was looking to farm while alone. I think it was the Deso, right? I don't think there's a big reason to not all be together anymore.
Yeah.
And then I don't think you can take that fight.
I love the Halberd pickup here from Quinn. It's just like
item we don't see too often.
Yeah, it's one of the standard ones for Huskar. You want a Sange component every single time, but the question is like, is it a decent enough Halberd game to warrant it, or do you just go Sange and Yasha, right? And I think when you're against a hero like Phantom Assassin, you can very much justify the Halberd.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Smoke Top has found Gunner. Is his teleport canceled again? Yeah, just killed off. You have to play up here because you just have to try to split the map, cut waves, drag the enemies around. They're gonna try to find Huskar. Now that they know so many heroes are top, looking pretty good. Oh, they even get a BKB charge. That's a really hopeful BKB.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to respawn and still won't have BKB. This does kind of slow down their push a little bit, but this is more space for Yuma, which he desperately needs, because he needs to catch up to the Templar Assassin if he wants any chance of being able to carry this game. So, I mean, getting some towers and objectives would be massive for the side of Nouns as well. They really need to open up this map. They've definitely struggled quite a bit in being able to do so. But Huskar's back in just 15 seconds, so. Stun out onto Lelis. In comes Yuma, has the BKB, he's gonna pop it. Copy goes into the backside. Stampede is out, he's silenced up, he doesn't get the magnetize. He needs to get these spells off, but in comes the Bedlam Gunner as well. They should be able to finish off Tofu. Now looking for Quinn. The Blade Mail reflects a decent amount of damage, but it's just not enough. Copy needs a BKB. He cannot keep getting silenced. Lelis, just Glimmer Cape TP out, he's fine. Okay, his BKB's actually on Courier now.
Yeah, I mean, he's been having a rough game, right? It's why he got the Spirit Vessel. He knows he just has to roam around. He's that guy. But it's not been easy to find a ton of kills. But fortunately, now that he does have the BKB, it should be easier to get these magnetizes that you're calling out. I thought that fight might go a little better since Huskar's BKB was still on cooldown from that earlier kill. Unfortunately, Tofu just lives so long. One of the values of Muerta, right? So she drags Nouns further into her half of the map, and it's just a bit too far for Nouns. You end up losing the Centaur.
Yeah. I think if he gets the magnetize off there, it's a very different fight. But yeah, once again, it's all on Tofu. Like really, like multiple times in this game, he's gotten incredible callings. That being said, Quinn also, he sees the roll go past the calling, immediately responds with the inner fire to get the silence instead. So there's multiple ways that they have of countering the Earth Spirit until he gets that BKB. It'll be a lot more difficult now that it is completed. And he is going to go for the Shivas, and Earth Spirit is a decent scaling hero, but he is so far behind. We'll see if Copy can find his way back into this game. The silence once again out from Tofu. The BKB is going to be spent, and Haste Rune as well. Copy should be safe here into the TP, but I mean, that's your BKB. That's not how you want to spend the first one.
That's pretty painful. Did get some farm in the meantime, which is kind of one of the uses of BKB. It lets you farm more aggressively, knowing you can get out safely. But like you said, you'd prefer not to. I guess you can't be picky in this kind of game, though, right? When you're this far behind. Perhaps that is just how the BKB is going to be used the first few times.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Roche, about a 2-minute spawn. The longer the spawns, the better for Nouns. They do want to drag this out.
Dire's top tower is
But Gaiman looks to be in a good position to secure this Roche, get the banner, and maybe clear up that last tier 2.
Oh, they got the dust. Really well played there from Celery. Lelis not making it. Well, is making it out. What a gamer. Does he have what's the Doom spell right now? Alpha. Okay. Bottom lane. They are turning it around onto Quinn, trying to finish the kill. Do they have it? He's just TPing out.
Oh, so close.
Oh, you're just missing a little bit of attack speed on this Phantom Assassin. Otherwise, that's a kill. I mean, or just an item, right? If he's one more item, that's a kill.
Yeah, he doesn't feel like he can go Deso this game, which would help you get these kills. He feels like he needs the Manta first. Might go for it later on the Deso, but you know, it's very understandable why he feels that way. There's so many silences that just ruin your game.
Yeah.
The Ignite as well is actually so much damage.
Sanj and Yasha Doom. Yo, Ace is feeling it. This is cool. Dude, he's just Zoomer. He's role-playing a different generation. Ace gonna go out, throw the Doom here onto Gunner. The Blade Mail is there, pops the BKB, and will just run him down. Trying to stay on top of him. Dust out, though, from the Ogre. Okay, when you factor in the Ogre Bloodlust, he is, yeah, bopping for sure.
And actually, something we forgot to talk about, he actually went Gluttony this time compared to the Devil's Bargain that we see a lot of Dooms. So this Alpha Wolf ability is stronger than usual. Once he eventually hits level 18, it'll actually go to the 4th level we don't usually see. And between TA, Huskar, Doom, Bloodlusted, even Huerta, right? It's actually so much value.
Yeah, I was talking about how I thought they were lacking like a little bit of physical damage with the minus armor. Copy just nearly dies. What a dead shot set up there, and now they forced a BKB from him once again. Yeah, I was saying they don't really have a ton of physical damage, right, with the TA minus armor, but I stand corrected. You find an Alpha Wolf, you build damage items on hero like Doom, which you don't really see. Give him enough attack speed, it works.
We're actually seeing it a little bit more this tournament. I don't know if people are just getting bored of the patch, but Dooms are doing some crazy builds this tournament, usually with the Devil's Bargain, which I've really enjoyed. I feel like that's the value of Devil's Bargain, is being able to do weird builds and then just pivot back after they respond. But it's not something we've seen that much of. So maybe people are finally getting to that stage.
I do enjoy the gluttony facet a lot more than Devil's Bargain, but yeah, I know I've seen like a Kaya Yasha Doom a couple times. You know, there's been some interesting Doom builds this event. Trying to just bait here with the Chen creeps and clear up some of the creep wave, but Gaming Gladiators doing what you and I actually talk about a lot. Sometimes when you see a team finish Roshan, they just split up, and they're not doing that here. They know Nouns are gonna respond and want to try and find an opening. And into the trees.
Scouted some of them out.
Who are they gonna find? They're just dodging it out. They're in such a good position here. They have a high ground ward, high ground positioning. Nouns forced to back away as they move their way down the mid lane. Quinn has a Satanic now on top of his BKB. He is not an easy hero to deal with. He's like, go for it. Try and attack me. All right. They're feeling confident on Gaming Gladiators. They want to try and force the objective. It might just be Lelis here on the Dark Will they find, but also Yuma slowed up for the moment. Rolling onto the backside, they find the Ogre and Tofu. That's gonna be the Magnetize out, but it's now expired. They get the Doom out onto this Earth Spirit. It's gonna be responded by the Centaur Stampede as Yuma has to just jump to safety, try and get some space away from this big bad Doom. The Psyblades actually take down the Dark Willow as now Gunner in some trouble here. That's a Gossamer Cape giving him a little bit of a very good Gossamer Cape game. Quinn. Will they jump up onto the high ground? The BKB, though, from Yuma. They're trying to find themselves an opening, but who's it's going to be? Quinn tries to jump away. He gets pushed back the other way, but the cleave almost
Satanic
takes out Tofu. The Satanic's too much. They don't have the damage. The MKB is too much as Yuma will go down.
That was very close. If you can get Quinn there, this kills the push until Quinn's back up, right? You buy yourself another minute plus. See how low Quinn fell here.
I mean,
there was a crit that got him
300.
Oh yeah.
But
Satanic heal.
That's the thing, you know. And then Watson, right? If you're not on Watson, he's going to do whatever he wants. Fully built on this TA to deal with the Phantom Assassin.
Watson does not care about objectives.
Oh. Watson's
actually getting pretty low.
Hold up. All right. Dodge the boulder. He's fine. He's fine.
He still has Aegis for 2 minutes anyways.
All right. That is going to be 2 full lanes of barracks, a 21,000 gold advantage. And Gaming Gladiators, they spot this Amplify damage rune in the river. I feel like it's just game over.
The best part of that will be if Doom takes it. I'm scaling,
Dude,
guys. I got this.
Oh, you want this, Watson? It'd be really awkward if, you know,
do it, Celery. Take it.
Doom decide to take it. He's going.
I mean, if you could actually send these Manta illusions over, that would be massive. Deny that.
Tormentor. It's gonna go the way of Copy.
Maybe you can use that to save someone. Oh, here's Huskar jumps someone. You pull them in, kick them into the fountain. Huskar goes all the way in.
Oh, I see.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Here comes the TA with the amplified damage, a minute on Aegis. Nemesis Curse. Her damage is insane. Where's the Alpha Wolf Aura? She's already almost at 500.
Yeah, good luck dealing with this high ground push from the Templar Assassin. Gunner goes in, tries to get the stomp of the Watson with a quick blink. Can they blow up the Huskar? They do. Doom back the other way. Gunner gonna tick down in the fountain thanks to Watson with that Hurricane Pike. And now the Magnetize still rolling for a moment. 23 seconds on the Aegis. He's fine to die with this right. Okay. Well, goodbye copy. Can you bring down Watson twice? No BKB. Phantom Assassin still does a lot of damage. It looks like Gaming Gladiators will respect this. They don't have their Huskar. I actually don't know that there's a buyback available here for the Earth Spirit.
You got the tier 3, right? You can take it slow, wait for Huskar, or you can pretend to be taking it slow, smoke up, see if you can find a big pickup, just go straight back in, which it looks like Gunner might be walking into them.
Oh, he just blinks past him. Oh, no. That is 75 seconds, a dieback on your Centaur. A very good read from Gaming Gladiators, and like you said, yeah, a great fate back.
And now Huskar's respawn, teleporting straight into the outpost. I think you just march straight back down there. Finish up the Megas and maybe even start chipping away at the tier 4s.
BKB on cooldown for 7 more seconds for this Phantom Assassin, so you cannot fight till you have that. Earth Spirits is ready to go, but this last lane of barracks already under siege. Can you blow up this Huskar without the Centaur? I don't know. Curse Crown's gonna connect. Lelis, instant trouble is stunned. Actually does manage to grab him, but there's no terrorize in time. Quinn responds to this BKB. The side blades from Watson just doing way too much. They get the Mega Creeps. They're able to bait out the rest of the Magnetize, and they will walk away.
I think it's time to queue up Divine Rapier.
Well, he had a Nullifier queued, but I think you're right. You need the Divine at this point.
The lanes will always be pushing against you, and everyone's been so poor, they haven't been able to afford a gem until just recently, so maybe now they can clear out some traps, but the traps so far have been doing such a great job of scouting out Nouns, helping them find pickoffs, helping them avoid some deaths. It's so hard to leave your base. Like, you only can go with whoever has the gem, which limits you severely.
I mean, this is what we were talking about earlier with the Muerta, how she can scale very easily, and just the Atos BKB with a four staff. Like, I don't know how you kill this guy.
I don't know how many shard stacks he's got. He's got to go pick it up.
True,
Find out.
that'd be sick.
Start scaling up. Bloodlust, Alpha Wolf Aura.
This aura from Ace, like the set of auras he has, is very different from the last patch of auras, but I dig it. It's super cool. Watson is level 25 now. Yeah. Oh, he went Refraction instances over the Meld Dash. Interesting. Guess just preferring the survivability this game. There is still burst potential from the side of Nouns. Copy gets the kick in, the stomp, the terrorize isn't there. All right, the refraction instance do not save you. That is 100 seconds without the Templar Assassin. Now they do manage to force them back. Nouns, they're gonna try to re-engage Tofu's BKB. Quinn's also down. A great catch once again, trying to hold, but is it enough?
Bought yourself another 80 seconds. Kick back. This is exactly what you need. You need to separate them so that everyone else has to just run in, and by the time they get there, the barriers help extend TA's life a little bit, but just not enough, not fast enough.
Yeah.
And these things do matter because Yuma, he's going Divine. The more time you buy him, he's really close. Off that TA kill, which
ooh, that is way closer than I thought it was.
It's 2,500 gold for that kill on Watson. So that was a third of the Divine Rapier. Well, I guess all of it didn't go to Yuma, but huge.
I mean, he got
chunk
the
to
lion's
Yuma.
share. He got 1,000 of it.
Yep.
is under attack.
So suddenly he's like, I was 100 gold or 2 away from Nullifier, but now I'm only a couple hundred gold away from Divine. Bottom lane, they will find themselves copy a deep ward that, you know, happened to see him moving into this area.
Looks like you're just waiting for Roche, which does have Ags this time. I think you give that over to Quinn.
All right, the jungle item actually is a big deal here for the PA, as she has the Divine Rapier now. So I am curious what he decides to go for. Roshan,
You're stuck in your
pretty easy.
base. Ancient Guardian would be a lot of extra damage. The silence,
Centaur.
general
That's
utility,
nice.
always pretty nifty.
Okay, yeah, they get the Ags for the Huskar, like you said. This is the big one.
He's thinking this through. He's really holding on to that neutral. There's a team discussion going on right now.
Dude, he went Shiva's Guard on the Huskar. That is cool. That is a huge amount of damage coming out from like Life Break and Inner Fire and Incendiary.
Yeah, and I think the other big armor item is Assault Cuirass, which Doom has, right? And there's no real need for 2 of those. So Shiva's a little bit more utility while still giving you that armor.
How do you feel about the aesthetics cap for the Phantom Assassin? I think he has damage, right? I think he just needs to not die, and this can help him do that for sure.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the idea. And maybe if you have it going as you get doomed, right? You like reduce that doom duration by quite a lot. I don't know, maybe that helps you out somewhere.
It does ramp the damage, which is the scary
That's
part.
true.
So you're like, you know, I'm not doomed for as long, but I'm taking damage 40% faster or something. Shield rune on Quinn. You do not want to fight this guy.
I don't know if they saw that he finished Divine. I wasn't paying attention to when it got delivered.
I mean, they've seen him on a creep wave for sure.
Okay, okay.
So if they click the top portrait, they'll know. Uh-oh, Quinn. Oh, he was thinking about it.
With the shield rune, he can definitely absorb a couple Divine Rapier crits.
Yeah. Just tickling him, not even taking damage here. I mean, the next dagger is a crit, so he does need to be a little careful. Gunner just getting chunked. He just jumps in, gets on top of the Centaur. That's gonna hold him in place. But the damage, the follow from his team wasn't quite there. They do manage to take down one tier 4 tower. The fortification gets spent to protect the other. And a harpoon on the Doom. Excuse me, copy. Magnetized onto the backside. Yuma's gonna go in, tries to get somebody, gets doomed. Oh no, your fight is over. TA will pick up the Divine, and just like that, the game will come to an end. A very good play here from Gaming Gladiators. Dude, all right, if you were to tell me, if you were to snapshot the Doom's items this game and say, which hero was this? Doom would be towards the bottom of my list.
I don't know. I think it's getting more common to see those kind of wacky builds on Doom. I might guess it. I might believe it. It worked out this game too. I think that Alpha Wolf was a really cool idea. I do kind of feel like the Huskar counter pick is ultimately what won this game for Gaming Gladiators. And of course you have to execute around that, but it just felt like Copy never had a game after getting Huskard in the lane. Yeah, this was another great rotation early that got turned Quinn's power to the rest of the team, right? Like, it's one thing for Huskar to be doing well. The other side lanes were going fine, but actually getting some rotations in to make sure the rest of your team is also doing well so you can play together with the Huskar. All fantastic. Found a lot of good fights. Nouns did get a couple good pickoffs to extend this game, and I mean, a Huskar game that goes to 40 minutes, it does mean you were getting close, right? You're getting to that point where the Huskar really starts to drop off, but unfortunately,
there's the other issues.
Yeah, there's the TA, the Mort, the right click Doom, you know, is who's really the carry this game.
Dude, his item build is so sick. It really is. Like, Ace is an actual like right-clicking carry on the Doom when he has like Bloodlust and stuff running. It's not something we see all that often. It was more common with the old Inferno Blade when it was really strong, but sick game. Like really well played from Gaming Gladiators. As expected, they crush the lanes and they kind of keep their momentum. They don't give up too much, and that's typical Gaming Gladiators fashion. Now, that being said, the Huskar was a big part of them winning their lanes. So I'm curious if now they're going to go for this first pick Earth Spirit again, whether or not they're going to be willing to leave the Huskar in the pool.
Yeah, I could see. The issue is if you ban the Huskar, there's other heroes that you have to then let through, right? It's always a trade-off.
Yeah.
So maybe you just delay your mid pick as opposed to having to ban out the Huskar. Maybe, I forget who had priority, but maybe you go second pick or something, right? So you get the final say, you don't get Huskard as soon. Tough
Gaming
to
Gladiators
say.
had first pick for the Muerta.
Oh, right. You're right.
Yeah, I didn't think about it for a second. But yeah, I mean, first pick seems to be what most teams prefer. And being able to open, get the Muerta, Tofu had such a sick game on it. Like he got a ton of really good silences early on, some great dead shots as well. It struggled in the lane, right? The safe lane duo was able to punish him with the Chen Phantom Assassin, and it looked kind of cool, like that combination doing well. But as the game went on, like we said, once the Doom finds Phantom Assassin, your team fight's over. Like you don't have other damage.
Yeah, especially with Earth Spirit having such a rough game. So yeah, I think back to the drawing board on the draft, because that was like you even found First Blood to start that off, right? Which usually, okay, maybe that's enough to tip the balance. But you found First Blood. I think the side lanes are going okay. You still get Huskard in the end. So ultimately, I think that's a draft issue to just either pick better rotating supports. I'd say like Dark Willow and Chen are okay, but I don't know. You either need something to help you come in to punish that Huskar more, or you just need to not get Huskard with a melee mid hero.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Well, game one, very good performance from Gaming Gladiators as expected. Nouns, see what they do as they go back to the drawing board for game two. For now, we're going to go to a short break, everyone. We'll be back for more action here on Dream League Season 24. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, gamers. We are in game number 2 of Gaming Gladiators versus Noun here for Dream League Season 24. It's a banger of a series if you're a Gaming Gladiators fan. Maybe not so much for the Nouns fans out there, but they can absolutely come back. Zach, what's got to happen? Because we kind of pointed the draft a little bit. You know, the Huskar being a pretty overwhelming hero for them to deal with. What do Nouns have to cook here for game 2?
You know, we were talking about the Huskar, and it's easy to point at the Huskar, but I do want to highlight that Ogre Magi as well, and the draft around it. Bloodlust has the chance to multicast, and you affect multiple targets. And they picked 4 great heroes to go with that, right? You get the Muerta support, the Huskar, of course, the TA. Doom, surprisingly, doing a lot of right-click damage with the build he went for. But I do think that synergy was just really nice. Like, even if you ended up replacing the Huskar with maybe a different counter pick in the mid lane, I think that was a nice draft around the concept of the Ogre Magi having a strong lane and then having the Bloodlust. So you can adapt your draft going into game number 2 to find a better matchup than Huskar, right? But you still have to appreciate, okay, they had like a really cool synergy there. Maybe we need some different heroes that can deal with that. But you don't really want to have to ban an Ogre. It's kind of weird, right? So I'm not sure. I'm not fully sure where they want to go with it, but Huskar's the easy thing to point to, so maybe we start there.
Yeah, I kind of agree. It's like, there's a lot of things that you could do differently, but giving Quinn Huskar in a very much a winning matchup, giving Quinn any hero in a very, very favorable matchup is not a great recipe for
ban
success,
Quinn.
Right? It's like, the problem with Gaming Gladiators, you have to ban a lot of the meta stuff because they will just run you over with a very meta draft. But you don't want to give these guys any favorable lanes because they are, like we've talked about, one of the best laning teams in the game, and then they don't give you any room to come back. So they will go ahead, first phase ban the Earth Spirit, the Invoker, Chen banned, Naga. I mean, there's a lot of supports. The Shadow Demon is still in. So is the Muerta, the Tusk, the Clockwork. A lot of supports that these teams could pick up here in phase 1.
And we're likely to see a very different supporting cast because of that. I will say, just like final thoughts, the PA, we were deciding like what would you do if that last pick? They went for the PA, which is the scaling option, but then kind of got run over a little bit in the early game, which was the worry, right? That's what Gaming Gladiators does. I don't know. Maybe Nouns feels they can't match that, even if you pick an early game carry. So they're like, we have to get through that and get to the late game where we have a better shot. Maybe that's how they're feeling. But I do wonder if you switch that PA with a carry, it's a little bit more early tempo. Maybe it would have been easier to take advantage of the Chen giving you a strong lane and pushing that tempo back against the Huskar. But for now, they're going to go with the Monkey King, which very likely to go to mid. Copy is an excellent Monkey King player, but actually Yuma's great too. So you do have that flex, you can move it around. Gives you some options, whereas like the Earth Spirit it's mid. There's nowhere else the Earth Spirit can go right now without it being a little griefy. So the mid Monkey King, at least you try to give yourself some room so that when Quinn tries to Huskar you, maybe you can swap it around.
So this one's interesting. They ban the Beastmaster, or I'm sorry, they pick the Beastmaster in their response to the Monkey King. Obviously a very good hero at trying to chop the trees, just BKB Pearson disable to try and burst him down even before or after Wukong's command. That being said, like you mentioned, you can put the Monkey King in a safe lane, and he is one of the few heroes that can very much shut down a Beastmaster. And a hero that we don't see all that often is something like a Crystal Maiden, which is actually very good into the Beastmaster matchup because it kind of forces him not be able to build the boars. But as you mentioned as well, likely to be copies for the mid lane, as he gets it more often than not for the side of Nouns. So Gaming Gladiators, if they really wanted, they could rip the Huskar once again. I don't feel like the matchup is as good as it is versus the Earth Spirit, because Monkey King can just start boots and run at you. But definitely an option for Gaming Gladiators once again.
Yeah, it's at least in the consideration for Nouns, right? It's like, okay, we know they can Huskar us. That Earth Spirit was not. You know, maybe they thought it would work out. Earth Spirit can get the Spirit Vessel roam really early, but yeah, just it didn't pan out that game. So maybe this is option number 2. Hopefully this one is better if it does happen. Which you got the Beastmaster offlane. That's already setting you up for the early pacing we expect from Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, looking back,
Tofu chilling back there. I'm scared to do that in my chair. I'm always worried I'll tip over.
Yeah, I lock my chair so it cannot recline.
He's chilling.
I was gonna say, thinking back to last game, the Earth Spirit rotation top, right, where they were gonna go for the dive. If he doesn't miss that roll, maybe they get like a kill and top lane goes better and like your Earth Spirit gets something. But because like the early rotations that the Earth Spirit attempted to make also failed, it made his game exponentially worse.
That's true. Yeah, you have to make those rotations, but you need something out of them, right? And if you didn't make that rotation, you'd at least get a little bit more in the lane, but you were kind of taking the risk to get more. So you ended up with nothing. Gaming Gladiator's gonna go back. That's what he was thinking. He was chilling in his chair. It's like, yeah, just give me Muerta again. I don't need to think much harder than that. It's good hero versus Monkey King. You can deadshot him out of his ultimate. You can even break his tree, actually. Deadshot's actually quite a long range ability, and you can shoot it at the tree that you think Monkey King is standing on, possibly stun him for 4 seconds, which is pretty cool.
Yep, there it is.
Good call.
Okay. I like this. I think it sets them up for a much stronger lane. It's likely to be the Monkey King in the safe lane now. It doesn't have to be. You can still flex it, but it does mean that like you can't just pick a Huskar here on the double pick for Gaming Gladiators and expect it to be a good Huskar game, right? So I think Nouns a much better adaptation already to the draft with the Monkey King opener. Now, how do you deal with this Muerta? We've seen the hero absolutely own in this event. Tofu has looked incredibly good on it, just from his previous game. I'll grab the Bristleback. Okay, another flexible hero between the safe lane and off lane, but I feel like also a very good hero into the Beastmaster.
I could see that. Maybe just doing the carry bristle. The options are there, which definitely helps limit the potential cheese coming out of Gaming Gladiators. And maybe open up some yourself for Nouns, because actually they are also known to have some cheesy picks up their sleeves.
So Shadow Demon slips through the draft long enough. They will pick it up on Gaming Gladiators. Very good hero here against the Bristleback, right? You can just kite him out. You eventually might be able to go the Aghanim Scepter to just get the break off of Demonic Purge. I mean, or on a Monkey King as well. If he doesn't get Jingu, the hero can't do anything. So
yeah, it's actually a really
super
good
sick Shadow Demon game. Who do you pair it with now? Or do you look for your mid lane pick? Because you could go for a more generic carry who, you know, does well with Shadow Demon, doesn't struggle too much against these two heroes, or you pick like one of the few mid laners that are still really dominant.
It's true. I think something with some mobility options would be good. Not Huskar. Huskar's on the mind. Monkey King and Bristle kind of just need to run at you, and if you can kite them, it helps a lot. So Hurricane Bike builders or anyone with some kind of mobility could be good to make sure, you know, you don't just get jumped and killed. You have options to get away, especially with the save from disruption. You don't want to get saved and then just die right after. You still want some potential escape. So something in that realm could be good.
Is Viper too crazy of an idea?
I was thinking like the Timbers and anti-melee heroes. Dude, you're so smart.
Dude, okay.
You're so smart.
I am absolutely locked in right now. I know this isn't deadlock, but I am so locked in. Okay.
Is that Quinn's locked in position as well? Just like 90 degrees to the side.
So here's the thing. Like the Viper, it may not have the best lane. Like you just probably move Monkey King safe lane, Bristleback off lane here. And now you forced this lane matchup for Gaming Gladiators. And Nouns can respond with a really strong mid lane to counter the Viper. But then you're like last picking a support. And like at any stage of the game, you just have Viper Strike, you know? So it's kind of cool.
You could do Natures maybe, or...
Let's freaking go, dude. Copies Tinker.
Or it could be a support Tinker.
Dude, no way. This, I mean, I don't think I've seen Lelis play this hero at all. And Copy is an insanely talented Tinker player. He pretty much was the first one to do he basically got Tinker nerfed. Like realistically, they snowballed like like half of an event running like the Arcane Blink Rush Tinker, and then they were like, yeah, that's not balanced. So
Core Tinker is really bad versus Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
So maybe you do have to do Core Tinker. It's really not something we see very much anymore, but I guess it is a way to sidestep the Viper, right? Like the first couple levels is like, okay, whatever. When he goes on you, you blind him. At some point, you get March of the Machines and just shove it out. And Viper doesn't have the greatest wave clear, so you just end up farming on the Tinker. I'm really not sure how the Tinker scales throughout the game nowadays, but
it's still pretty good. The item build is different. You play around the Aghanim Scepter and blinks and stuff.
It will be cool with the Monkey King as well, because once he can teleport to heroes, he could just be in the trees, setting up a stun into, maybe there's a hex later on in the game, right? Tinker just chain stuns you with a Monkey King and you get a quick pick off.
So with Viper in this matchup, you just have to go Nether Toxin early and try and shove the wave, right? To counter out the Tinker, because the March is just going to be pretty difficult and you're going to get blinded constantly. So I think Copy should be very comfortable with the matchup. I know he's played it. I'm sure Quinn is not going to struggle too much. It's mostly about the game, right? Having a Tinker who will just farm and outpace the Viper typically is the thing you have to be worried about. So Gaming Gladiators need to pick another fast hero here to try and end this before this Tinker becomes a menace. Get rid of Templar Assassin. No Shadow Fiend, Luna, Alk. There's not a lot of tempo carries left. Could
Also
argue like an Ursa, but against a Tinker is so scary. It's back and forth because he can commit a rage to get rid of the blind and then like Abyssal the Tinker, but
it's also, it can go both ways versus like Bristle and Monkey too. So it's maybe, if you want to trust that you're going to win the lanes and just snowball, you do it. Someone else. So the idea of the Ursa with the blink, I think could be good because you don't really have a ton of great catch and you need people to get to this Tinker, potentially whatever support comes out, potentially the Monkey King, right? So someone who builds blink could be nice or has some natural mobility. Yeah, like the Morphling and the TA, for example, that were banned out, they would have fit that rough idea.
Weaver's not bad. I feel like Ursa and Weaver are both decent choices. They'll just grab the Dark Willow. So they'll bring that back from last game. We know they're going to be last picking the support here. I think probably the safest pick there, right? The Dark Willow. Some team fight, a little bit of damage. Helps deal with the Muerta.
And you also just drop a bunch of stuff on the ground when like Beastmaster and Viper are running at you. You could maybe just terrorize them away to help reset. Because a lot of these fights, I think, are now going to be around Tinker. You got to find Tinker or you got to play behind Tinker. And Dark Willow is one of the best disengaging supports you can get. Drop the Brambles as they run in, drop the ult. Carry Muerta. So you have the clockwork to try to find the Tinker.
That's a cool adaptation. Something that we forget a lot about the Muerta is just the ability to flex it into the carry. Now, I think this might have been kind of the the best of their bad situation in a way, right? There's some carries that were left, but a lot of them are a lot more passive, farm oriented. Things like the Medusa, which you don't really want to run because Monkey King can just go Diffusal. But yeah, they will get their answer in the Clockwork, a hero that looks amazing in this event so far.
Clockwork Muerta lane. You might be able to get some cool bounces there with the dead shot, knocking them into power cogs.
Yeah.
And then the calling maybe also trapping you in that area. But it is a bristleback off lane. So it's not an easy kill to get. Maybe you just burn his mana and then he does a lot less to you. It's also into Dark Willow, which is unfortunate, right? Clockwork does struggle into that because of Brambles just messing him up, trying to get close. It won't be
We've
easy.
talked about that.
Yeah, it won't be easy in the lane, but I do think the idea of the Clockwork is not to win the lane, but to find the Tinker later on.
Yeah. Yeah, we've talked multiple times about how Dark Willow is probably the single best support against the Clockwork, right? The Shadow Realm dodges all of the battery assaults. You have tons of magic damage, throwing shade, just increasing it if the Clockwork goes near you. Now, the cogs are a decent way of trapping her, like you mentioned, but I think for the most part, should be fairly happy with the lane matchups on the side of Nouns. I think all three of their lanes are pretty good. And they need that after last game.
For me, I don't know. It's been so long since I've seen a Tinker, man. I don't know what to expect here. I'm excited to see it. And if anyone was going to pull it up, right, Copy's probably one of the only guys who would do it. So we got to trust him. Let's see what he see. Yeah, Grandmaster as you load into the game.
Yeah,
You're gonna see.
yeah, like I said, he is a huge Tinker player. Here we go, everybody. It is game 2, Nouns versus Gaming Gladiators. A very different type of draft here from both teams. We're going to see the carry Muerta as opposed to the support that we have been seeing. You have the mid Viper. And then for the side of Nouns, it's going to be that mid Tinker that's going to be a little bit interesting. Going the Translocator facet. Pretty much the must-pick facet that we've seen for the most part. Seeing red for the Bristleback. And Frozen Expanse, actually, for the Crystal Main. I know some people kind of go back and forth, but I like Frozen Expanse.
Does Translocator... All right. If your shield is dispelled, do you still blink forward?
I believe so.
30 seconds
Okay.
to battle.
I believe the moment it's dispelled.
I was
maybe
spamming
not.
support Tinker, so I'm very familiar with heal bots, but I don't see Translocator very much, so I'm not 100% sure on that. But that can make a big difference against the Shadow Demon, if it works or not.
Or Viper, right? Like, well, not really, I guess. I don't know why I thought Viper would do anything there, but ignore
Nullifier
that.
Viper.
Yeah, let's go Nullifier, I'm sure. XD, that's what I meant. Celery bottom lane. Nice Frostbite stuck here inside. The Bramble actually off the mark again. Lelos had some great Brambles last game, but their first blood almost missed due to a Bramble situation. And this time, actually potentially the reason they don't get the kill. An aggressive block will pull this lane under the tower, force Watson to try and CS against it. And that is difficult. Muerta doesn't have great damage in the early game.
Almost deadshot him into the tower, get some free hits. That'd be cool. Yeah, maybe... It looks like the center of the Bramble was like right at the cliff, so might have shifted over a little bit. There are some funny interactions between the high to low ground, but unfortunate. You would have loved to start with the first blood, of course. But they do get the equilibrium they wanted in the end, so not too bad.
Interesting. So he goes Nether Toxin first here to return some damage back to the Tinker with the March spam. And then now going Poison Touch as well. All right, so Quinn not actually wanting to deal with kind of the lane push, and instead will just be opting to try and return as much damage into the Tinker as possible. So definitely a viable strategy. A couple cog last hits there for the Dark Willow.
Money. 20 gold.
Watson. I mean, at this point, he's not under too much threat. Does go the Ofrenda facet here, which typically is the way that we see the carry muertas play, right? Whenever you're like planted in an area of the map to try and farm, or if you're pushing, you just drop the Ofrenda.
Yeah, you just want a little extra attack speed as carry.
Tofu, that's a kill. That is first blood for Fly. They get the level 2, and without having Shadow Poison yet, does not have a lot of threat that he offers to the lane yet.
Why actually opting for
the Aura?
Yeah, Aura level 2. But I think the idea is you just want to make sure you have enough mana to always kill the boar, and that Monkey King does so much damage with the Frostbite threatening the stacks that you really only need that, as opposed to needing the extra damage from the Q and the slow. But you will go for that Q, I imagine, here at level 3.
Yeah, well, I mean, Frostbite 2 is very strong. He might do it. Like the ability, just that extra half-second root, a little bit more damage. You know, it's not bad. Oh, we're gonna see Shadow Demon turn around with Banish here. Not wanting to get too aggressive. Ooh, that is a solo kill in the mid lane from Copy. He got baited by Translocator, it looks like.
Marching Machine's doing a lot of damage too. You can't fight into that. Like usually Viper, you can't fight into him because of the poison attack stacking. Bottom lane, Gunner trapped in the cogs.
He's got a, I think he's dead. Celery, one more auto attack. He's got him. Nicely done. I don't know exactly what happened mid, but fighting inside the March, and I think, like I said, Copy having the Translocator facet, he might have gotten like a sick relocation on when that popped. I don't know, but very cool stuff.
That is not what you want from a Viper pick. Viper's not a hero who comes back from behind very well. Gunner, bottom lane, trapped under the tower with the cogs. Dead shot as well. Loses most of his health. I think he'll live, but that's very costly. You can't really approach the lane for a while now.
Yeah, he needs some regen and very fast. This is interesting. Rather than the matchup of the Clockwork into the Dark Willow, he's kind of just like, whatever, I'll just run a Bristleback, because that matchup is very good, but the matchup into the Dark Willow is rough. So he's making sure that anytime he wants to use these like cogs and battery assaults, it's just onto Gunner.
I like that he's opting for more points in battery assault as well. Or sorry, for power cogs. Just because if you burn the mana from Bristleback, he really doesn't do much. And it's actually forcing Gunner to buy some extra mangoes to make sure he does have mana when he needs it. But that means you slow down your other items.
Both teams stacking the jungles right now, it looks like. So trying to give them a little bit of a farming advantage once the Beastmaster gets more points in. I'm not sure if he's going Axes or if he's going to go the like Aghanim Scepter, Helm of the Dom build, but Tinker is level 6, so the teleporting begins. And he is going to go right into the enemy triangle and try and steal some stacks because he knows he's been making them. They have a ward to scout this, but fighting into March of the Machines is not a recommended strategy for anybody. Copy, though, taking a lot of damage here. Translocator pops. Now Quinn just running through, and they should be able to finish him off pretty dang easily. And they do. So he gets punished for that movement. Bottom lane, Gunner also getting punished, stuck inside the cogs, and they will finish him off. Watson with a dead shot. You find 2 kills around the map now.
Yeah, that is such an essential kill onto the Tinker. He thought he could do that just because, right, Viper has no ways to stop your TPs, but early TP by Tofu, he just stays out of sight, makes sure, kind of like bait the Tinker in, thinking he can stay a little longer. And you at least get the XP from the stacks. You don't get the gold. I think Tinker got pretty much all of it, but
yeah,
2 heroes were there to absorb XP.
Tofu, he's going to kill Fly here. He needs help. He's going to jump in. Does Fly have another Frostbite? He does. He gets the 4th stack, finishes the job, but a Boundless Strike from Yuma will get the return. A nice exchange there.
Unlucky for Quinn, he got the illusion rune, but maybe a different rune lets him chase up to that Monkey King to get a kill. Then Monkey King's gonna rotate bottom, and they're gonna try to dive Watson.
Do they have the damage? It doesn't look like Viper Strike is there. Onto the Bristleback, who's only level 4, and Celery once again will get himself a nice easy kill on the Clockwork. Does get Boundless Strike out here, trying to finish off the kill onto this Clockwork. They need one more attack from downtown. It's gonna go to Lelis. He does buy out right before it though, so I don't think he's gonna lose much of anything. He's looking for Watson here. Does he have a Boundless Strike? He's just gonna dive him. Oh, they got him. Very nice kill here from the side of Nouns.
In the meantime, Copy finished pushing in some waves, so he has the blink now. He could join a lot of these early fights since every tier 1 is still up. This is the advantage of the mid Tinker. You come online so much faster than support Tinker.
Yeah, Gunner desperately needing that Wisdom Rune. We'll pick it up. The thing is, he can recover off the stacks in the triangle like pretty easily, but Tinker, you know, might opt to try and assist, you know, with the stacks a little bit. We'll see. Yep, he's coming in to help clean these ones up. Yeah, Copy wants to accelerate his game, so he has the blink. He's gonna go for the Null Talismans, which super value item. We see this pick up pretty often.
Used to be just a little bit better, but getting at least one is still pretty worth it.
Hold
Maybe
up.
more.
Fly with a haste
Celery.
rune? Yeah, they got him. Nice kill. I mean, Celery's been having an amazing game, so he's actually worth a lot of experience. Watson now behind the tower here will just TP out, knowing that there is an absolute rotation coming his way. So good heads up play. We'll dodge this one out.
The Copy is going to go for the Aghanims as his first major purchase.
That's such a sick ward. Yeah, this is what we see. Yeah, it's blink into Ags is what we see. And you go like double Null Talisman and stuff. That ward is sick. It's going to just keep tabs on Watson for the foreseeable future.
All right, how's Beastmaster doing? Because I feel like this is where you're going to have to start making plays around. You know the Viper's been struggling. You know Morta's going to be farming. He has the Helm of the Dominator on the way. Fortunately, there's a Crystal Maiden.
He knows that this is coming. He sees the Dark Willow behind him, but he does not know the rest of these heroes are up here. And a quick grab underneath the tower. And do a tier 1 push. That being said, they're on the other side and they get Gunner. Yeah, they actually they're like, okay, you want to go for our off lane? We'll go for yours. Unfortunately, there's no stacks for them to steal, and Fly is going to scout these. Dude, he's going to freezing field it. Do it. Do it. Yes. All right. CM, just farming your enemy stacks. This is good stuff. You love
a little slow.
Wait a minute. Celery gonna try and punish him. Goes in with that hook shot. Will finish the job. Stuck inside of the Wukong's command for a moment, but he's safe. All right. Good punish. And now Yuma's in a really rough spot. They're gonna have to terrorize away this Viper. Will go ahead, buy him some space.
They actually protect most of the stacks just because Ancients are not easy to kill with magic damage early on. Or I guess throughout the whole game. I don't need to say early on. It's just always hard with magic. So pretty good defense of their stack.
I don't know if you've noticed the Tinker net worth, but
that
Copy is becoming a problem. He is less than 2,000 away from the Aghanim Scepter. Gunner's game is rough, but
yeah,
we'll see how
the issue
Copy
is
can buy some space.
Like, you got the Clockwork to find the Tinker, but he's not going to kill the Tinker on his own. You need other people to go with him, and like the Viper's struggling, Beastmaster not having the greatest game, Clockwork might be struggling here too.
They just keep going for Celery, you know. He's had
almost.
That would have been a cool hook shot away. They're giving him the solo lane bottom because they know the Muerta can't be here. So it's a level 7 clockwork. Like, this is a worthwhile kill for sure. Meanwhile, Tinker can pretty much indefinitely defend your towers. Or at least slow down the push, right? Beastmaster will eventually get them with the Helm of the Dominator, but... my guy is printing money. This is illegal stuff. You can't get away with this.
Oh, but he will. What are they gonna do about it?
I don't know. I actually don't know. I don't know what their answer is going to be for the Tinker quite yet, but... we will see. It's kind of on Celery, realistically, right? Like, we talked about that in the draft. Like, they picked this hero specifically to try and find this Tinker in these fights.
The problem is, like, Copy's good enough. He's going to have defense matrix up anytime he goes somewhere. So even if you find him with a clockwork, he's going to teleport out with the translocator. So you need the other cores to be there. And I'm just not sure if they're going to have the damage to actually do anything about it, even if Celery finds them. But that's at least just for the next 10 or so minutes, right? As the game keeps going on, you will get there.
Movement bottom. Oh, Gunner gets actually broken by the jungle creep, taking a little bit of extra damage here as Celery with the sick body blocks and the Viper rotation in. Another kill onto the Bristleback as he again really just has no game to play around.
Radiant are scattered.
The script is kind of flipped. This time it feels like it's Gaming Gladiators trying to drag this out. And Muerta's not super common as a carry, but her late game scaling is pretty insane. Just because Pierce the Veil, being able to dodge all the armor, is pretty ridiculous. So
very cool mechanic.
The further you drag this on, I think the better. But again, it's just a question mark. I think we've all experienced the late game Tinker being an absolute menace. So I'm not actually sure if you really outscale.
This is a really cool smoke rotation for the Wisdom Rune. So 3 heroes coming through. Gonna see if they can find a kill as Gunner, he's just gonna stack his Ancient Camp and play for his own. And that might be Tofu that gets caught out by this gank. He's gonna try and scout it out first. He's like, oh.
I don't believe
this. Is there a
this.
moving tree in here? Anybody see this? Hello?
I bet that's a Monkey King. I'm just,
guys,
just
they're
gonna make
definitely
sure.
not here. Guys, are they here? Are they here? Oh, surprise. Oh, no. All right, they just back away. They see all these heroes coming through. They're not going to risk it, but they do take the Wisdom Rune instead.
I dream of the day where a Monkey King pretending to be a rune and then gets a kill.
Oh, hook shot. Fly gets found from the clockwork. Very nice grab. And I don't think he's making it out of this one. Crystal Maiden not known for her speed, but Wukong's command. Freezing Field, or I'm sorry, Frostbite will hold him in place. Celery now caught for the Boundless Strike. Do they have the damage? Disruption from Tofu. Copy, he's here. Oh, wait. He got trapped. Unlucky spot on the illusions.
Finishing up the Helm of the Overlord.
Oh, I was like, did he knock Cogs? I didn't realize it was on cooldown initially. This is a good move from Fly. Actually baits a lot of heroes up here for this. It does cost you Wukongs, but...
I mean, you're just farming anyways. I think Tinker's still reaching all the items he wants, right? Wants his Arcane Blink so that you can truly be mobile in these fights. So you're just happy farming, holding your towers, and waiting for the Tinker to tell you, okay, guys, it is go time. Just run at buildings. I'll be behind you.
They actually missed all of the wards and sentries over here. And the other ward just expired. They put 3 sentries down in the triangle to finally get it. And Celery trying to wait for Fly. Will not get him. Gunner is still so desperately needing space. I think he's close to his Aghanim Scepter finally, but your Bristleback, I feel like is going to be more of a liability this game for quite some time. He's still 1,000 gold away.
you don't have to do as much damage you usually would have to, though, right? Because you have the Ags on the Tinker. It's going to reduce their health. So even though he's having a rough game, Bristle's AoE will still be quite threatening.
I wonder if Snot Rocket would have been the play this game. Copy. Ooh, yeah, you need to be careful. Celery is here. That flare will threaten him enough to allow them to secure the tower. So no more March spam.
Well, there'll still be March spam, just not at that tier 1 tower.
True.
Which, so the way Keen Conveyance works, if you can take the tier 1 towers really early before Tinker's level 12, it limits what he can do because he can only go to objectives with the level 1. But because the early game went well enough, this Tinker's already level 14, so he'll still be able to join quite a lot around the map, even as you start to lose the tier 1 towers to the ancient creep that Ace is running around with. But still, you want to do that, right? Just there's a chance you can kill off the creep before Tinker goes in, so it'll help you a little bit on the side of Gaming Gladiators.
This is a very passive game from both teams. It is 9-9 at about 18 minutes, which we typically don't see, but it makes sense based on the drafts.
Yeah, I think it's really around this Arcane Blink timing on Tinker.
Yeah.
It's what it used to be. I assume Tinker, despite the nerfs, is still quite similar to that.
It's
but
still a very good item. Like, it is a must-buy item for this hero.
The time it's taking to get there, though, is giving Gaming Gladiators some space, right? Like, it was looking worse earlier, but it's essentially an even game at this point, 18 minutes in. The net worths are not that bad. Viper didn't get what he wanted, which is to crush the mid lane, but he's still a very hard counter to the Monkey King and the Bristleback.
Yeah,
so
I think that's
as long
deal.
as long as you can find the Tinker, you're in an okay spot. And that's the question mark. Like, will you get to the Tinker who has Arcane Blink plus Translocator?
Speaking of, Celery really looking for him here. Not going to find him in time. Top lane, there is a ward scouting this rotation, at least of the Monkey King, but Lelis is behind enemy lines here, looking for Ace. He's surrounded by 4. He gets the roar onto the Crystal Maiden, and she's dead. Oh no, the Terrorize, it bought her a little bit of space, but burns here inside of that fireball. So they do manage to get at least the big kill of the Beastmaster. So nice movement from Nouns there. As looks like they have their eyes on Roche. Taking Roche against the Beastmaster lineup is kind of big.
Yeah, usually be a little tricky, but with Tinker, he can come in, spam March of Machines. Can't heal you because he went Translocator, but he'll have the shield.
We see here how much damage the Viper did to Gunner. If it wasn't for the Tinker, like, Gunner might have died. So something you got to be very careful of. So yeah, they will finish off the Roshan pretty dang easily, as now they're looking to cut off Celery. He's making his rotation in. The ward's got him up. Bound the strike actually off the mark from Yuma. Still stuck inside the brambles. They need to get a little bit closer as Copy just zaps him on the Tinker.
Out.
And that is the Arcane Blink done. He also gets the best jungle item he can find. So that is huge. The good old Money Orb, which, if I'm not mistaken, ticks at a faster rate based on because of his innate, right?
Does it really? Actually, I didn't know about that.
Yeah,
I'm gonna watch
pretty sure it ticks down faster.
I'm not sure I can tell because I never really look at it ticking down
once in a while.
anyways.
You'll see it skips 2. But yeah, it ticks slightly faster, I believe, over
You say
other
so.
heroes. Yeah, but we'll see. It's at 590 on her and 480 on the Tinker. Yeah, I feel like it might be going faster. Okay. But yeah, it's one of those things that, like, it's just such a good item for him. Like, he doesn't need really anything out of the tier 2 jungle item system, and this just gets him to his next item even faster.
Oh, I have to imagine go time has to be soon. Arcane Blink, Aegis. I don't know. Maybe they're trying to finish BKB on the Monkey King.
Need it.
And I guess if you could get level 18, that would be great for Tinker.
Shadow Demon's been farming, dude. He has the Ags. Just mana boots, Aghanim Scepter. The entire Ags is sitting on a courier.
Let's go.
Okay, this is a huge pickup for Tofu.
Multiple charges, very strong. So Viper and Shadow Demon really counter the Monkey King Bristle. But if you can get to the Tinker, Shadow Demon ult is also very strong against him. Maybe you need a blink next.
I mean, if you find him first, if you actually open the fight onto Tofu, that is like best case scenario. There's a scan top side. Tofu's gonna blink, TP out. He knows there's a lot of heroes coming down here. Monkey King probably trying to hide in the trees, which they'd be correct about. We'll just go for the Ancient Golem here. That's a 250 gold, right?
So he's trying to TP to the triangle to go pick up a new Ancient to prevent them from getting the gold, but didn't quite make it in time.
Nice attempt, though. But tier 2 is going to go down bottom. Meanwhile, Copy, of course, stopping the push top with the Tinker. You can just so easily get back and forth around the map here. What's his next item, you think? Sometimes it's Shiva's, sometimes it's the Hex. Sometimes it's like Lincoln's, you know, if you want like a defensive item, which it's not a bad Lincoln's game.
I'd be open to the defensive item, but I mean, they haven't really found him much besides that very first kill when he was walking in low level. So, okay, kind of a middle ground. He's going to get the Aether Lens. It helps you stay further back, but it also makes it much easier for you to spam laser on people, which,
yeah,
I mean, that's why you build the Ags. So
it also, you know, has a decent upgrade.
That's true. Roar in the mid lane.
Okay, so this is a good start onto the Bristleback. The Aegis is now already burned. Copy will TP in onto the backside, and Monkey King trying to split them. They actually catch him on the dead shot. Yuma's in a rough spot, has to jump up onto the high ground, still has the BKB available. But it looks like Celery might be in some trouble here as he's just getting ran down from Gunner. Hides up into the trees, will survive for now as the Shrink Ray doing some work. That's a baby Viper.
He's tiny. He's actually not that tiny yet. Needs a couple more lasers.
All right, Copy's gonna go back to the base, reset here.
Look at all this junk on the floor. It's gonna get worse too. Dark Willow picked up the shard, so there's gonna be brambles everywhere. Crystal Maiden will get Crystal Clone at some point. There's gonna be so much junk on the floor.
Do you like junk? All right. Well, they get the Aegis. I feel like that's not a bad hold from Gaming Gladiators. Like, this mid-tier 1 tower still standing is pretty big for them.
Yeah, and I'm not fully sure what the timing for Gaming Gladiators is. I guess BKB just finished on Watson.
Oh, they find Ace. They're going to go in here. Yuma forces the BKB just immediately. Ace does not want to... He doesn't know he's actually a little bit too far away for Nouns to join, but better safe than sorry here.
TP bottom on the Monkey King, or Twin Gated, to see if you could find anyone here after the Beastmaster TP's out. Stayed out of sight, but Gaming Gladiator seems to know what's going on. They're just playing it very safe around what vision they have.
It's again, I'm not really sure where this game is gonna... I feel like it's gonna come to a collision here. It's like pretty soon. I just can't really figure out which team actually is gonna come out the victor. Like, it is pretty dang close. A lot of it comes down to whether or not the Shadow Demon ult gets the right targets. If Nouns take Tofu out of the fight, I feel like this game is almost unplayable for Gaming Gladiators. And Yuma, he's going to look for Ace here. He's a little bit afraid to go that deep, and we'll back away.
I gotta say, it's pretty impressive. This is the global pressure of the Tinker should give them the advantage in farm efficiency, but it really has not been a big gold lead this entire time. So
yeah. They're doing
Gladiators
well.
being very map efficient with what they have been able to get. I'm kind of leaning towards the Muerta late game. I've seen her just absolutely delete people. You know, you eventually get like a blink crit. Yeah, you just jump on someone and delete them. And that someone, for their sake, needs to be, I think, the Tinker. And if you take the Tinker out, you're good. I know we're kind of repeating points, but we're just kind of waiting for it to happen at this stage.
I'd like Tofu to get a blink. I think that'll help out a lot as well. Like if Tofu manages to get a blink dagger and can actually find like some of these heroes on the backside, that could be a big deal in terms of being able to secure it. Yeah, it actually has one queued up, and he's not that far away either. Paladin sword for the Muerta, a decent pickup.
Monkey carry feels so poor. I guess he's floating 2,000 gold. It's all going to copy, right? It's not like a flame at Yuma. The farm priority is to Tinker. A couple mid heroes who... Oh, something's happening! Celery getting found.
Yeah, Celery very dead. Tries the hook shot to safety, not going to make it out. I mean, it's just anything that you can get to take heroes off the map is definitely worth it. You commit Wukong's command. It's not like you're having these big heads-up team fights. So I don't mind that too much. You do finish up the BKB on Gunner here, which will definitely help him in these fights kind of stay alive. He's struggled a little bit with that. Did have Aegis previously, but at mid tower, it still stands on just a sliver of health.
Part of the issue here is that Crystal Maiden and Dark Willow don't make plays. They don't do things, you know?
Yeah.
They're more follow-up. And then your follow-up is the Monkey Tinker Bristle. This is like me in a pub game. You know, you pick Dark Willow, you're like, I'm strong, I'm active. You're just watching 3 people farm for the whole game. And it's what they would try to do to disrupt the Viper pick is go for the Tinker. So totally understandable, but it does lead to this slower paced game where we've seen a couple of cases where he's like, oh, we just TP, we just leave, right? Because you can't get the quick jump.
They had a good ward up here that scouted out some heroes from Nouns. They're actually smoking up here, trying to threaten this. They know the Roche could spawn. Hasn't spawned quite yet, though. And it's actually pretty much going to force a Radiant side Roche by the time it gets up. Gunner, here in the mid lane, needs to be careful. The smoke's going to pop. They get the immediate jump. They find the Crystal Maiden as well. Yuma's going to pop that Wukong's command, but they just walk away. Terrorize, not really connecting on to too much, but in comes Copy. They need to be careful of this Tinker. If he gets these things going, the laser, not going to connect, but they get a great hook shot in. Traps Yuma. In comes Watson. The BKB out from Yuma to try and buy some space, but Gunner has to leave. They've caught the Dark Willow, and again, Tofu barely surviving. A nice 2-for-1 win here for Gaming Gladiators as that blink Ags out from the Shadow Demon finds his target on the Gunner.
Roche is also up. They scouted it with the boar. Okay, they're gonna opt to go for bottom. Yeah, so they find the ult on the Bristle, which is one of the main targets you are hoping to get with that. And you have some nice vision. Both teams actually right on this cliff. But you see that issue you were talking about. Without the actual initiator, they just leave the Wukong's command. And you can't really do the same because you want to fight in this area.
Yeah. I mean, Watson, again, just comes in. If he doesn't lose vision of the Dark Willow there, he very easily gets that kill. But you're basically forced to play on your BKB timers. The second that's about to expire, the Tinker is an issue. And oh my goodness, Celery's health bar just got deleted. Yuma will finish the job here in a second. Well, I say that, and Watson just crushes him instead from inside the pit. Stuck there with very little health. Blink in the roar from Ace, but the blind is there, and in comes Uz. He's gonna pop the BKB. The Shrink Ray doing a lot of work, but the break on Gunner forces him to run away. You gotta get away from Copy here. He might chase. He goes for it, gets the kill, takes him down. Tofu hiding in the trees here, hoping to not die. But you get the Aegis, right? You get the Aegis into Watson. I think it's worth it. Ends up being a nice exchange. You got Monkey King.
Yeah, I would say so. Something about Tinker, so he's very oppressive when he's allowed to do what he wants, but there's essentially a timer on him, which is his mana.
Oh my god, he got the Conda. He did it.
Yo.
All right. This item is so sick. It's such a low cooldown. that you could play around the laser and just zap every couple of seconds.
So maybe with that, that'll change what I was about to say, which is that you can spam your spells to get the first kill. At some point, you got to TP home, sit in the fountain for a little bit to regen, and then come back in. The Arcane Bling helps, but like you will burn through your mana if you're casting enough spells. So the Aegis helps you survive that first burst, and then you take a fight while he is still healing, and hopefully you win that fight. But maybe with this extra damage from Conda, that won't be as much of an issue. I mean, he might be finishing up these kills fast enough.
Yeah. This is an item I haven't seen him build recently, but it's a cool one. I do like it. I'm curious to see how much he's going to get out of it, how much value it is. The big item we were waiting for on the Muerta, the Daedalus is done. He had the Chrysalis in the last fight around Roshan, and that's what allowed him to basically just delete the Monkey King on the tail end of that Pierce the Veil. So you need to be very careful when that's up. Watson is...
Celery!
Watson's like, all right, my bad, guy.
Watson!
All right. He does too much damage.
Did go to Tofu, which is great. The cleanse is actually so good for the laser. Make sure Watson can actually attack. It also means you can just run through Brambles and Crystal Maiden, all her roots. Very helpful.
Sanjin Yasha for Gunner. I like this a lot. Getting some it's the only status resistance item left in the game, right? So getting some status resistance to try and remove the duration of the Demonic Purge that comes out, the Viper Strike even, will help quite a bit. Maybe he'll get lucky and grab an Aesthetics Cap later. Fly in some trouble here, gonna get caught out. Sphere actually off the mark, gonna go for the Blink Roar. Second force tap to get him to safety. Terrorize. Not gonna be spent, but they do get the Boundless Strike, and in comes the Tinker. They force that BKB right away. As Tofu goes down to the backside, he actually finds him. They gotta bring him down. Watson comes in with the BKB. The BKB, though, out from Copy will buy him some space as Yuma just gets destroyed. Watson's too strong. The hook shot in, but the blink out. Copy will survive. The Shrink Rays are just still causing an issue, but a nice find here from Gaming Gladiators. 2 dead as they continue to look for more. They'll grab the tier 1 tower, and my lord, dude, Watson is... He's scary. You talked about the late game Muerta earlier.
He's got the blink queued up, so next fight, he's going to be able to get to that Tinker once he gets found. This time, Roar had already been used. There wasn't a follow-up. Yeah, the find on the Tinker helps to at least limit what he can do for a moment. Watson tries to get in there in time, but since he had to use his mobility to get there, he can't continue to chase as Copy runs out.
Yeah, what a hookshot follow-up. Ooh, Terrorize onto 3. This is a big kill onto the Muerta. Again, she does have the Aegis, but Copy's in way too deep. They finally get him. 90 seconds without the Tinker. The hookshot in from Celery is going to be able to trap Gunner as well. Oh, no. Nouns, 80 seconds, no Tinker. You might just lose an entire lane of barracks here. The Force Staff's not enough to get your Crystal Maiden to safety.
You're going to have another Fortify, because this is actually the first tier 2 to fall. So you could have one more if you want to use it here. If you can get Tinker to buyback, he doesn't have it, but you don't know that. It's huge. Tinker is a hero who, because he absorbs so much of the map, any death is massive. And especially if you have no dieback or buyback, you can't afford to die back. So you have to, it limits you. You can't go around the map anymore the same way you used to.
All right, they will force them back. Dude, that is such a... I don't know how they got that fight. It was a 3-hero Terrorize, and it looked amazing for the side of Nouns, but I think it missed the Viper, and Quinn, with all of his attack range, has like the Grove Bow Hurricane Pike. I'm pretty sure he was the one who gets the damage into the Tinker. Lelis in some trouble, trying to Force Staff to safety. He's not gonna, is he gonna make it out? Force Staff from Fly, he's gone. All right. Quick response there, dodging the roar.
Fine.
Oh, they got Viper. Wukong's command gets he got his tree broken. A Terrorize will buy him a little bit of space, and the hookshot comes in as well. There's gonna be the Demonic Purge. He drops the Wukongs to do his best. Copy on the side of the fight, getting a little bit of space. So far, a decent fight for Nouns. The question is, can they get more? They really want to bring down this Tofu. It's up to Copy. As the BKB's out from Watson, zoning out the rest of the enemy team here. Defensive disruption will get Tofu to safety. The BKB TP out from Watson. Looks like they cleanly disengage. That nullifier did a lot of work.
I don't know, that's a fight where, again, it's like so much of just watching Tinker. Is he free to spam lasers? Then you have to back out. If you can find him first, you get to do something. But with enough blinks, and I wonder if you're going to eventually go for maybe an Ags on Clockwork or hope he gets it from a Roshan. But they're getting more and more tools to find the Tinker. And the Monkey King and the Bristle just aren't as scary because so much gold has gone into Tinker.
And
yet
he's
not
great counters
massively.
to him.
Yeah, he's not massively ahead either. Like, he's rich. But actually, so is the Muerta. It's really impressive that Watson has been able to keep up with the Tinker throughout most of this game.
I will say the Muerta being level 25 for the extra gunslinger chance, also getting the Ancient Guardian. These are pretty huge pickups. They will see the ward get dropped. They find the Crystal Maiden.
Wow.
Just deleted by Watson.
It's a late Orchid on Monkey King. I guess if you can find the Shadow Demon and he hasn't cleansed himself, he has no way to deal with that silence.
All right. It's going to be, after the BKB, the Scythe of Ice will indeed be the next item for the Tinker. So a little bit of control if he's able to find his target, but see if he can do that. About an average spawn for Roshan, about 1 minute 40 seconds. So the next Rosh is pretty huge. We'll end up spawning Radiant side again.
Maybe Refresher.
Refresher cheese, right?
Double Roar is really good.
Yeah.
That'll let you
Also
find your
just get
initial...
four stacks for Tofu.
Yeah.
4 charges.
Yeah, I mean, that could be cool. But I think you could use Roar to find your first target. And then once Tinker reveals himself, you can refresh, blink Roar again to try to get him killed off in that time. It's also pretty good for Muerta, who, if she doesn't have Pierce the Veil, her damage drops quite a lot. You could give it to her so she could have 2 of those.
Yeah, double ult, double BKB, blink
Double
Hurricane.
blink.
Yeah, blink Pike. Like, it's actually really cool for the Muerta as well.
Double Ofrenda.
Oh, huge. Smoke up from Gaming Gladiators. They're looking for a pick here as they know the Roshan will be spawning soon. Copy would be the dream pick if they can find him. A hook shot comes out from Cellar. Actually finds the Dark Willow here as Fly nearby as well. Will at least stop this rotation as the Brambles cutting off the entire ramp. So we're going to go the long way.
If the game goes long enough, do we wrap back around where Bristle and Monkey King start really scaling up? Or is it
possible?
I feel like it'll still be an issue though, dealing with the Shadow Demon and the Viper. But I don't know. I guess I can't kill everyone with Viper Strike. Maybe.
You would think so, but the cooldown does get very low late game.
Then we wrap back around where he becomes a universal hero.
Watson pops the ult, just gonna commit right for this Roshan, and it dies so dang fast. We've seen it before. Aegis Cheese Refresher, everything hits the deck. Clockwork cuts off the initiation from the side of Nouns. That's it. A 5-second Roshan.
Roche was not balanced to deal with Pierce the Veil. Maybe a buff he needs, but it does mean you can just sneak Roche so quickly. And Pierce the Veil at this point, the cooldown really is not that long.
No, not at all.
For now, it looks like Watson is holding the refresher.
I think it, like, you made some really good points. Like the double Pierce the Veil, the blink, and the double BKB, it pretty much kills anyone. Nullifier out. They do manage to get the opening here onto Quinn, but Gotta be careful here. Yuma's gonna be forced to BKB the Hex, the Terrorize. It's managed to make a little bit of space, but now seemingly afraid to find an opening as there's the breakout from Tofu onto the Bristleback. Dead shot a little bit off the mark. They're starting to just disengage, try and bait them in through these March of the Machines, but they're not falling for it. Gaming Gladiators seemingly fine, just playing on the backside. Gunner's gonna go in, pop the ult. There's the Pierce the Veil out though from Watson, the BKB. They force the Cheesy, gets to Yuma, he deletes him. 3 shots and now Gunner in trouble, broken by the Viper. The Hex will hold down the Muerta, but Copy, his whole team is dead. He needs to back out. The hook shot. Oh, it's a dead shot instead that's caught him from downtown. Copy cannot escape. This is gonna be 3 cores dead on the side of Nouns. And no buybacks on any of them.
You didn't even get the Aegis on Watson either. So he still has 3 minutes of that. He didn't have to use for the refresher. That was the perfect fight for Gaming Gladiators. It looked like Quinn might die pretty quickly, but I think he either had the cheese or got passed to him. He just gets a full reset. Yeah, we see here. So he lost a ton of health right away. Kind of reveals where your cores are. And then you just cheese, you reset. Watson, because he's not the focus, he's like, okay, where do I go? Here's the Monkey King, pop the ult, delete the Monkey King. Now with the 2 cores dead, you're just in full retreat mode. There was a cool block by, intentional or not, I'm not sure. Crystal Maiden did block the hook shot, but 2 dead shot charges, man. And it's so long range.
Yeah, it is like the farthest little bit of that as well is what connected. Well, that is gonna be 1, but potentially more lanes of barracks here as the tier 4s are exposed and Watson is just deciding, guys, like they don't want to buyback, you know? Let's just end it.
Drop the Ofrenda, Watson.
Where is it? Oh, he dropped on the bottom lane. Never mind. All right.
Refresher or Ofrenda.
They're going to go in here. Boundless Strike Nullifier here onto the Viper. Watson actually gets stunned up by the Cursed Crown for a moment. So they're making space here for their Tinker. Is it going to be enough, though? Quinn getting to work here on the throne. The BKB out from Gunner. Nullifier gets dodged for the Blink Dagger. That hurts a lot. Here comes Copy, though. Hex does manage to catch the Muerta. They're going to try and find her, but the Demonic Cleanse will buy her a little bit of space here. She jumps in, pops the BKB, just going straight for this hero, and goodbye, Yuma. 3-shot once again. The Viper Strike onto the Bristleback. The hook shot in from Celery. The throne starting to crumble here for the side of Nouns. They do manage to finish off the clock curve. Maybe it's so close. The Yule's gonna buy him some space. He's actually just baiting as the throne. It's going down. They get the game. It goes to Gaming Gladiators.
I am really impressed how long they were able to keep that gold lead even. It felt like they couldn't push too far into the Tinker, but they never fell behind. And apparently they knew their timing was 30 minutes into the game. They played so patiently to get there, finally find a couple fights, and just explode the game open off of a level 25 Muerta.
Yeah.
Quinn did not have a fun time.
Yeah, like Quinn was more of the support. Like he's basically Shadow Demon as well, right? Like they're playing the same game. Like Shadow Demon's looking for Monkey King and Copy, and Quinn's looking for Bristleback. And it works. Like they just have 2 really good break mechanics, really good BKB piercing slows, and every time these fights break out, if you're not able to burst a hero on the side of Nouns, like the fight just became so difficult.
Yeah, I mean, Copy did a great job staying alive for most of these fights, but eventually you get to late game and there's just so many tools to get to you. It does make me wonder if Nouns, they needed to push it sooner. And that was where we were unsure. It's like, what are we waiting for? What exactly is the timing? And I don't know, because we don't see very many core Tinkers, but it felt like they were not able to fully utilize the Tinker's strength. And at some point, that window just slipped away. Now, Monkey King just never able to enter the fights. Watson just pops the ult, pops the BKB, blinks on top.
Yeah, very good performances. Watson finishing 11, 1, and 6, which is, you know, pretty impressive considering the lane wasn't going super well. He was forced out to jungle pretty early on, but an incredible performance from him. absolutely crushing the hero damage, actually beating the Tinker in hero damage as well, which is pretty surprising. You don't really see that often.
It's crazy to me that Watson has a very similar amount of last hits to Copy. Like, how is he keeping up with Keen Conveyance going around the map? That's crazy.
That's actually a really good point. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, only like 20 creeps behind and that long of a game. Yeah, props to Watson, man. Absolute Giga Chad performance.
Oh,
Gaming Gladiators getting themselves another 2-0, man. They look great, yeah. So, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say that's just a very different game from game number 1, right? Game number 1 is more the classic Gaming Gladiators we know. Pick strong lanes, maybe a little bit of a cheese pick in there, and go off of that. Still ended up taking 40 minutes, so now it's made them work for it. Game number 2, pretty different. They were the ones who just had to drag on the game. It's not the early tempo they would like because their cheesy Viper pick got reverse cheesed with the Tinker, but they just have to play the patient game, drag it out. And this is something that wasn't usually their style, right? Going late with the hyper carry type Muerta, but maybe it's starting to work out.
I mean, clearly they feel capable, right? They just trust Watson to give him a hero in a game like this and say, yeah, we see the whole lineup. They last pick a Clockwork and we're like, okay, like very good at actually finding the right hero, but at finding like Tinker and stuff, and it worked. Like we saw a couple times there was he actually gets on top of this Tinker, gives enough vision for his team to actually find the openings. And then Watson's like, yeah, I'll play carry Muerta, even though we don't see it all that often. It's a sick game. I'll make it work. He absolutely performs.
Yeah, and it's good to, like we always say, the flex value of Muerta, right? You can do this. Or it's like, the flex value of this hero. And it's like, they never do it. It's always this position, right? But if you can prove you will do it at least once, now every team going forward, before they're running up, it's Tofu Muerta. Don't even think about it. Don't even worry. It's like, they'll do it. Oh, man, we got to think through it. We got to plan. If it is a carry Muerta, it gives you a lot of draft advantage when you have these cheese picks and when you truly flex a hero that other players just haven't been doing, right? No one else has been doing the carry Muerta.
Yeah, not at all. That's something that's the interesting thing, right? Is we kind of just assumed it was the support. A lot of people seeing it like picked pretty much exclusively as a support early on in the draft. So cool stuff. The Shadow Demon also squeaking through means that they get like the dream counters, right? You see this Bristleback Monkey King, and you're like, heck yeah. Throw the Viper in there. It's just an overall really good response from Gaming Gladiators. And like we say, like you give them a super meta draft, they will just run you over. But in a situation like this where they're just like, okay, yeah, we'll do something a little bit different because we think it's good for the game, and we can still make it work, right? We can definitely still make it work.
Yeah, I like the adjustments that Nouns went for. I myself am just not fully sure where the core Tinker comes in and like hits the timing with the team. Maybe that's why we don't see much core Tinker, right? Like maybe that is part of the issue. It's like, well, I need 10,000 gold compared to some of the other mid heroes like the Earth Spirit. Even getting Huskar's like, I have roll. You guys want to gank? You guys want to do something? Tinker's like, I need 6. I need blink. I need bags. I need what else? Arcane blinks. Like, do we go now? It's like, oh, I need Aether. I need like, I don't know. I don't know if you need to change it. I trust Copy to know the hero, but it just felt like somewhere in there, it didn't quite connect. And maybe it is just that the other cores were too countered that you couldn't connect. It's like, can we go? It's like,
what it was.
I get wrecked by Viper ult. I get wrecked by Shadow Demon ult, right? Like, and that dynamic never really changes. There was a Lincoln's at the end on the Bristle. I did see it like absorb a roar, kind of get a fight out of it, but you absorb the roar, then Shadow Demon ult hits you. You absorb Shadow Demon ult, he's got a second Shadow Demon ult. He'll build the eggs.
Yeah, or just Viper Strike even, right? Like it just becomes very difficult.
Yeah.
So, nice. Happy to say we do have an interview here with Gaming Gladiators. We're going to welcome in Watson. Congratulations, man. A very nice 2-0. How you guys feeling after that one?
Fine, thank you.
Yeah. So, something we've seen a lot this tournament is the support Muerta. You guys decide to flex it into the carry role, and what was kind of going through your head? Like, did you know you wanted to play like flex this into the carry like earlier before you even got to that pick, or what was that discussion like for you guys?
I mean, I was thinking about carries in last pick, but they ban like a lot of my heroes, and I just thought like it's a very good game for Muerte. You use ulti, BKB, and you kill everyone. They cannot kill Muerte.
Perfect. Nice. Okay. One thing Zach pointed out was the fact that you nearly stayed toe to toe with the Tinker in terms of last hits for the entire game. How do you manage to do that? Like, how are you like farming as much as a Tinker while having more impact?
I don't know. I was just hitting creeps because we knew like if we attack, we go like smoke somewhere, Tinker will just kill us because he like agony blink on minute 15. So just farm. Everyone just farm.
Simple enough. Zach, what do you got for Watson?
I'm kind of curious about the mentality you have to have in game 1. You guys get the Huskar, you get to kind of cheese them. Game 2, you kind of were going for like Viper, counter them, then they tinker you. So when cheese picks come into the game, it's a very different mentality from the usual. Like, we have to lane, build advantage. Is there a quick discussion on how you deal with these kind of heroes like the Huskar, the Viper, the Tinkers when you go into the game?
In first game, I think we just like we pick like 4 strong lanes to end fast, but we a bit fucked up, but we still win. On second, we just Tinker, mid Tinker. My first time played against mid Tinker, and he just farm, and we knew if we go, we die. So just farm, and farm.
How quickly do you identify that? Is that even in the draft you guys know you have to play that way, or is it as the game goes you start to adjust?
When like Tinker got a kill, I think on mid, and then we see him farm, and we cannot attack. Like if we go on tower, he will just insta def it, and we cannot go into this marsh. So we decided just to farm.
And then what was that point that you finally do decide to fight? You guys kind of knew you needed a bunch of blink daggers to get to that Tinker. How did you know, okay, it's done farming time, like we can go?
We got Agony on SD, and we got my BKB, so they cannot kill me. And yeah, we just went for Russians towers.
Got it. Awesome. I mean, very straightforward. Get the items, deal with the Tinker.
Yeah.
I got one other question for you. So obviously being the new player joining Gaming Gladiators, how's that experience been? Like, have they all been super welcoming? How are you enjoying the new team?
Yeah, of course. Improving.
Do you have a favorite teammate yet?
Favorite teammate?
Has to be your position 5, right?
No, I will not say it.
Okay.
That's fair. Yeah.
No, that's fair. No, I'm glad you guys are having a good time. And again, it was just a really solid performance here from you guys, and excited to see what you guys do going forward. So, Watson, just want to say thank you for joining us, and hopefully we'll talk to you again soon, man.
Thank you. Bye.
Awesome. Yeah, I like that. He's just like, yeah, we just needed like, after we saw the solo kill and Tinker get a little bit of farm, he's like, all right, guys, time to farm. Like we're not fighting them for a long time.
Yeah, I wonder how Quinn felt. We saw the face cam at the end. He's like, I didn't pick Viper to farm the whole time, but yeah, sometimes you got to do it, and ultimately you get the win, right? So that's what makes it okay in the end, as long as you finally get the win.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's the big thing. Well, this series is over, but we have one more series here left today, everybody, and it is going to be Talon taking on the side of Heroic. So we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with our final series. Stay tuned, everybody, here for more on Dream League Season 24. See you in just a bit.
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to Dream League Season 24. A little bit of a short break as we get ready for our final series of the day. My name's Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics, and a good series previously from Gaming Gladiators. We'll see how it's going to go between Talon and Heroic, but Zach, talk to me, man. How are these teams looking so far?
We got Talon currently sitting 4-4. Their 2 losses are to Falcons and Tundra, so very strong teams, pretty understandable. They're looking better. The last tournament, they had to stand in for the offlane, but WS is back. And hopefully that's going to help give the full practice team the strength they need to go a bit further in this tournament. We haven't gotten to see too much of them, but I'm excited to see this one. I think it'll be a little bit more action-packed than the last game we watched. It was a little slower with the Tinker.
Yeah.
I feel like this one should be a little bit more action.
Yeah, I agree. Meanwhile, their opponents in Heroic off to a little bit of a rough start so far. They're not sitting super pretty. They're at 1-7. Their only win currently up against Azure, which is a pretty good team, but their losses have been to Falcons, Tundra, and Waska, which are the top 3 teams of the group right now. So this is the potential comeback arc for Heroic to get themselves back into this group stage and may potentially avoid elimination, but it has to start here. They need to get a 2-0. They need to get some wins under their belts before we head into the final day.
Yeah, I think if you don't get a 2-0, I think if they don't 2-0 the rest of their series, actually, that might be it. I don't even know if that guarantees them being in, because I think that puts you at 7-7, but that gives you a shot at being one of the teams to qualify.
Yeah, it all kind of comes like the thing they're lucky for is that this matchup is into Talon, and if they get the 2-0 against Talon, it pretty much puts them like neck and neck with some of the heroes in the middle of the group. So it's an important series, like you said, for Heroic here. And maybe you can squeeze by on a 6-8 record, but I wouldn't bet on it, I think you at best, you want to draw 7-7. Or at worst, sorry, you want to draw at 7-7. So we'll see what happens as we take a look at them on the player cam. Seems, not really struggling too much. The coaches, the manager, kind of just smiles on their face. Analog chilling in the background. They're ready to go.
Oh, so relaxed, getting ready. Who should I cheese with today? Kind of inspired. Huskar, Tinker, Viper. It's like, what do I got? He actually plays quite a few of those heroes as well, like the Huskar and the Viper. You will see Heroic. They will sometimes prioritize those very counter matchup type picks and just play for very strong lanes. A little bit more fast paced.
I'm a little bit curious is if they're going to go for this like early Earth Spirit pick again in the mid lane, because I feel like we see that a lot. They've been really liking it, but again, it got countered pretty heavily in the previous series with Nouns, so I wonder if they're maybe a little bit more hesitant because of it, but definitely something you have to think about if you're Talon here is that potential Earth Spirit opener.
Not every team will be willing to go Huskar, and I think you also need some other setups, right? It's not just Earth Spirit so we can Huskar. Depends on the other supports, the bans. Make sure you can't get countered too heavy, that you can ban to protect your Huskar for the last... ideally you 18 pick the Huskar potentially and then ban out, or you're 24 picking it, which usually teams are prepared for that if they can see the Huskar potential coming in. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the Earth Spirit first pick. It's been something a lot of teams have enjoyed. But taking a look at it, if you wanted maybe like that Clockwork or the Tusk, which has been a fairly common opener as well, could do that. Sand King is another one that Heroic has done a lot. I don't see that banned out quite yet.
Okay, we're gonna see the Beastmaster opener. I like this actually quite a bit. So this is one of those heroes that we see kind of just typically dominate, like very rarely, even in this last game where you get like the Monkey King into the matchup, it still ends up having a decent game. Ace looked really good. The Roar is always effective. So I like it. Dude, Clockwork's win rate is 64%. Would you have expected it to be that high? Like, I know it's high. I did not expect that high, though.
He's the perfect support. I believe in him. He's so good. He gives you everything you need. I see the Invoker. This has been a very popular mid pick. Just feels very strong. Very likely to see a puck ban from Talon when they get to ban. And one hero we've seen find success is the Sniper in that matchup. You have to be very clean on that execution, but that's the other one besides the puck that we have seen. Otherwise, you just kind of trade farm. Like you go maybe like Storm Spirit. You have a harder time in the lane because the EMP spam. Later on in the game, though, it's fine.
I'm very curious if they're gonna let what matchup they're gonna let through, you know?
5 seconds remaining.
So you have to like pick your poison when you get the Invoker in phase 1, like you were saying.
I think you ban the puck. I think Sniper has much less wiggle room than the puck.
I'd agree.
Sniper, if you rotate in, perhaps with that Clockwork that is still available, you can get him killed. If you kill the Sniper once, that's kind of it. Like, that's counterpick over. Even if you just lane really well and Sniper slips up a little bit, that's also fine. So yeah, ban the puck, and they're actually gonna go for the Pugna themselves.
That's cool.
Yeah, Pugna's actually pretty good versus Invoker, just because the ward does so much damage versus him. But Invoker's also a hero who likes having mana, so you get that from the Pugna. Also just very annoying in the laning stage.
5 seconds remaining.
I think Pugna's been growing on me as a hero overall. And there he is, the big bad Clockwork. Less big, more bad. But the Clockwork.
Bad in a good way.
Hero. Yeah, bad in a good way. To follow this one up, like you could just pick your 4 here. You don't really see that many supports picked this early into the draft, but it would allow you to potentially hide your mid lane pick if you're worried about it getting a little bit countered. Otherwise, for Analog, like he has a lot of options. Like you said, the Sniper is still there. You could still even go the Earth Spirit. It's not a bad Earth Spirit game. Being able to get a silence onto the Pugna, you have Magnetize as well, which will just do a lot of work in these team fights.
I think you could grab that, but you know they're not going to take Earth Spirit because they've already got the Invoker. So if you want to wait a pick and see, like, does it actually end up being a really good Earth Spirit game because the other 2 heroes aren't great versus it, it could be something to go for. Yeah, so for now, they'll grab the Hoodwink. That should be a pretty stable lane. Hoodwink, Beastmaster. Even if you get countered pretty hard by the carry, you could just go double stack with the Hoodwink and then clear those out with the Beastmaster. But if they don't pick a very strong counter matchup, then Beastmaster Hoodwink could, run you down. The Axe spam, the Acorn Shot, Bushwhack. It's pretty solid. It will be the Pugna, so Pugna's kind of annoying. He's also quite long range. He can poke back against the Hoodwink.
I think overall, I like the idea of the 4 pick here. I was unsure which one they were going to go for, right? Because you have Hoodwink, you have Muerta, you have the Dark Willow. Like there are a lot of options that you can go for, but I think we've seen the Clockwork Hoodwink duo actually several times in this event now, and it seems pretty good. Like anytime the Clockwork finds an opening, it's just an easy hook shot into the cogs, Bushwhack Sharpshooter. We used to see something similar with the Snapfire, but I feel like Hoodwink spells are a little bit lower cooldown, a little bit easier to connect with as well.
That's true.
A little bit weaker in lane sometimes, though.
Yeah, Sharpshooter matches Hookshot a little bit more than the Mortimer's Kiss. But I would say there's more team fight potential from Snapfire, so it does depend a little bit what you want. But I agree. I think Clockwork plus any high damage position 4 is pretty good support duo. That is going to be nice to have a Dragonite who is quite tanky. So if he does run into that support duo we were just talking about, there's a chance you live compared to one of those squishier carries you might get. This will be the Dragonite carry, I imagine. I guess you could maybe do off lane. We don't really see that nowadays.
I feel like it's got to be carry, right? When was the last time we saw a non-carry Dragonite?
I think this carry Dragonite works quite well with the Pugna because Pugna, literally a fast hero, but also wants to play high tempo, and that means you got to leave your carry, right? So you don't want your carry to just be dumpstered against the Beastmaster Hoodwink while you're gone. So a very stable carry like Dragonite, he'll be okay on his own. But then if you do have a good game, you can push pretty quickly. You have the Pugna Blast. This is looking like a strong lineup, especially with that Tusk for their 17th pick. Lots of power from these 4 heroes. Maybe you just need, I don't know, an Aura Builder for your final pick.
Right? That is a carry Broodmother for Parker. To be fair, this is an insane Broodmother game. I was gonna say like you need like maybe pick an elusive mid because their catch isn't super good, right? It's outside of DK Blink and Tusk Blink, which a lot of times Tusks are building things like Solar Crest and like Force Staffs and stuff too. Sometimes they have to go a little bit out of their way before they get the Blink Dagger, but Broodmother does not care about any of these heroes. And now you can just ban out like the couple really rough lane matchups, things that like prevent your spider and prevent you from like kind of just taking over the whole side of the map. I wonder what they're most worried about though.
You need someone who, so for Talon, an offlaner who lanes well versus Brood and Clockwork. And if you do want to go for a fast tempo, you're going to need either Initiation and or Auras. Kind of a lot of things there. Maybe Sand King comes to mind.
Like Sand King
Mars could be okay.
Yeah. Mars is like the big one, right? He's like the always Broodmother counter, I feel like. Unless you just don't want to play for spiders. Like if you want to play carry Broodmother and not really play around spiders and go for like more of an Echo Saber, BKB, Sanzanyasha, stuff like that, which is actually like a very good build. It's just a different way of playing the hero.
10 seconds remaining.
You should go for the Enigma, who you can just pull the lane back and stay away from the Brood. So that could have been cool too. A little bit more late game oriented in terms of the early active aura builder type hero, but honestly, Dragonite scales pretty well, and Blink Black Hole into Cataclysm in the mid to late game is terrifying. So
super hype.
Cool idea there.
Fun to cast.
Yeah.
Thank you for banning it.
Perhaps we could get more slow farming heroes.
Guys, can we just extend every game to 60 minutes for cool team fights?
Can we get a Naga Siren carry back in here?
Oh God. The Medusa ban.
They're helping us out. Yeah, take out the slow Medusa.
Is this analog going mid on Broodmother?
You could. He does do those kind of cheesy picks.
To be fair, it's a huge counter to Invoker.
Don't be fair.
This is like an old school counter to Invoker.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, this is kind of sick if that's where this is going. I think you can flex it to either lane. But yeah, Broodmother was a super old school counter to Invoker. This like was an impossible matchup for the longest time. Like Broodmother gets level 6 and Invoker immediately dies. Like there was no thing you could do to counter it outside of your supports coming to your lane. But what's like Pugna and Tusk gonna do, you know? You can't Ice Shard him. Pugna's decrep just doesn't matter because Spawn Spiderlings is a ton of damage.
10 seconds remaining.
I'd be up for it. A fast-paced Broodmother. Mid.
All right, we're gonna find out soon though.
Maybe you
based
can pick
on
a
the
flexible
offlane bans,
carry and move it around. Yeah, they're thinking it's a mid Brood, and they are so right.
Yeah, I was gonna say based on the offlane bans here of going for the Visage and the Enigma, this to me means like 100% they're not playing Broodmother safe lane. Otherwise, they would have banned something like the Mars. So this is super cool from Heroic. It's been a while since we've seen mid Broodmother because it's been such a stable like carry in offlane.
5 seconds.
But Heroic definitely experimenting here, being like, all right, you know, we're going to give you this first phase Invoker. You're going to ban out the standard puck. And then they go back for the Brood. This could be the, you know, the hero that changes this meta a little bit.
I still kind of like Sand King, but he doesn't really pair that well with Tusk. But I guess that frees up your Tusk to maybe go help your mid a little, because you're going to be brood mothered there. Well, Luna Clockwork is a very strong lane, so I don't know if you want to directly engage with that. I mean, I guess you have Tusk if you really want to just meet it head on, but what offlaner would let you do that?
I still don't even hate the Mars, really, but Luna just gets a fairly easy lane. Oh, time to find out.
Dang, I didn't say it fast enough. I was literally just looking through. I was looking through a list of offlaners. I was like, maybe you could just run them down with a Razor.
It's been a minute since we've seen the offlane Razor, but it does definitely pair well into the Luna, and having the Tusk on your team is kind of cool. That being said, King Jungles will make it a little bit difficult for them to stay on target. So a lot of pressure is going to be on the Clockwork here to make space in this lane. But yeah, I'm with you. I like the Razor pick. It's cool.
It's a little all in or nothing, I feel. Like, that's the danger of it. He's not really... We were talking like Aura Builder, Initiator. That's not what he does. He wins his lane and kind of just A-clicks down, and you have to deal with him, and you're like, oh, I don't want to deal with the Razor. So he takes your objectives. But if you slip up, if Clockwork gets a good, like, he bounces you around in the power cogs and stuff, you die once or twice, you don't really come back. You're not going to help make space versus the Brood. So he needs to have a good time on that Razor. But if he does, maybe you can go to wherever the Brood is, just like spam out Q to kill Spiderlings so they don't just destroy your towers. I'm worried about this mid Brood for Talon.
That's where I was gonna come back to. I'm like, I don't know how they deal with Brood Mother. The thing is in order to properly respond to the Brood Mother matchup into Invoker, you need to bring the supports. If you bring the supports, you lose your side lanes because you cannot leave the Dragonite alone against Beastmaster Hoodwink. Now it's okay because he is definitely a more durable hero, but it's not like you can just go 3 points into, you know, what previously was your passive to have like 15 regen. Like, it builds up way more gradually. And Divine Llama can just get a Helm of the Dominator and take your tower. So this is going to be a fun game. I already like the drafts from both these teams. I think there's really cool adaptations of the current meta in here, but my eyes will definitely be on Analog's Broodmother in the mid lane. He's rocking the Black Widow cosmetic, which probably one of the spookiest. Also, the Dota community very much disappointed me when they didn't vote in the, you know,
that's like the only one I wanted in, man. That one was so cool. It was so cool. It's because a lot of people don't like Broodmother.
Yeah.
Haters.
People have arachnophobia. It's fine. Well, now you get to deal with this one. Here we go, everybody. It is game one of Talon versus Heroic here on the Ember stream as we see both teams kind of sneaking their way out. WS, his smoke's going to pop, trying to, you know, maybe test the waters of the high ground there. We'll just turn back. Double ward plays bottom lane here from Talon, though, which a little bit interesting. Part of this is to scout the Broodmother. One of the things he's going to do is, as he gets closer to his level 6, and once he has level 6, he crosses the river and he farms the hard camp next to the Radiant mid, as well as the lane off cooldown. So
I also
see how
think
this goes.
Hoodwink, she might do a lot of stacking, and then does she go back to the lane, or is she actually headed over to your Invoker? Right, this ward should help. Both these wards should help.
Yeah.
Make sure you're spotting that, because Beastmaster is a hero who can be left alone. Like, if you give him creep equilibrium, he can maintain it with the boars.
Yeah, and sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say they had the same idea top with the ward in the jungle to spot the Clockwork potentially, or sorry, not the Clockwork, the Tusk moving over. Like, if you get Razor in a good spot, Tusk could be making his way to try to gank that Broodmother, slow her down.
Another offensive block here. Schofield. Just push Cuckoo back a little bit. So, ooh, we got the board. That's kind of nice.
think Divide Llama couldn't micro it while trying to do the body blocks as well, so
yeah,
1 boar kill at least, but not too bad of a sacrifice. Okay, Akashi trying to pull the lane back out so it won't push as hard, but the damage is done. This is going to move out.
He gets all the CS though. Or, I mean, 3 of the 4. No deny is going to Divide Llama, so that is at least good for his lane. He'll get a decently timed... Ooh. Okay, Cuckoo is getting bodied by the boar, though. It's like, where did the other boar go? He's just using it to run at this, you know, Pugna with the help of Schofield, and he does need to be careful of... Yeah, I would say if he goes for a blood grenade into the like, does not get the kill. All right, that's a lot of damage onto the Hoodwink, like unnecessarily as well. So very unfortunate there for Schofield.
Yeah, just kind of equalized the lane. Like you were about to have 2 full health heroes versus just the Dragon Knight because Pugna was gonna have to sit in the back. That's kind of all in or nothing. He wanted that kill, blood grenade plus acorn shot, but just barely out of range, I guess.
We talked about this previously. Pugna using the advantage of removing his flesh and muscles to run faster. All you need is the skeleton.
The weight of the world simply slows you down.
That's how science works, right? Yeah, don't let gravity get you down, guys.
That's literally facts.
Yeah.
Only bones has to be lighter than not only bones.
Dude, your skeleton's actually like really light. I can't remember the exact weight, but it is not much. Yeah. All right, mid lane, Invoker doing well for now, as expected. It's as things get closer to level 6 when things get very scary. So we'll see what ends up happening there. Top lane, KJ getting run down here by WS, but this level 1 static link doesn't take too much damage.
As long as you're careful to not get Ice Shard blocked, Luna's decently fast, plus the Cogs interruption. Razor should have a hard time getting kills, but it means that the positioning between Clock and Tusk is so important. Like anytime Clockwork's out of position, you can just run in at the Luna and force her away. And I think that's kind of what the idea of this observers are too, is like if you know they aren't there, then you're free. Like if Tusk leaves, then Clockwork can leave. If Clockwork leaves, then Tusk is gonna go straight in. So the more you know about where everyone's standing, the more options you have.
Oh, nice quick play there from KJ. I love that.
It's a good one.
Yep.
A lot of
They've
personality
done it a few different times, yeah. It's very nice. Okay, Analog starting to struggle a lot more than I would have expected in the mid lane, CS-wise. Invoker being very annoying.
Like you said, it's all about just hitting your level 6. So at some point, this Brood will just skyrocket past this Invoker, but the start is a little slower. Which was, it's what made Brood viable again in the meta. Before, when she just had spiders at level 1, it was, or I guess you still took the webs, but then you went spiders. That was the ultra broken Brood. Like, people just could not deal with it.
Oh, very nice bushwhack here in the bottom lane from Schofield. The Breathe Fire is going to reduce a lot of this damage. They do manage to take the dive bomb out of the picture as well, so no more Hawks slowing up Akashi. Very tanky here with his early bracer and the Breathe Fire. I think they're going to know about the ward Schofield just plays.
Yeah.
They were paying attention. They saw him back away, and now he's missing a ward.
I think they should know. Analog having a harder time than expected.
Yeah, this matchup is no longer good. The fact that he has the deny bonus experience is huge, but Divine Llama? I mean, he's going to be fine, certainly, right? Yeah, it's the bonus deny experience that's starting to add up and become an issue. Cuckoo bottom lane taking a little bit of extra damage here, but both teams just kind of trading blows. A nice deny on the Hawk there. Overall, I mean, Talon laning very well in all 3 lanes right now.
I will say though, I think that's almost mandatory. especially with that Razor lacking that playmaking potential if you do fall behind. Get Tusk in the card, or the cog.
I mean, this was not a super value tag team. They did not get a ton of damage out of this, and managed to back away. Unfortunately for KJ, pops the battery assault. A little bit too late there.
They're gonna pull him back in.
Okay. Yeah, KJ.
Maybe he shouldn't have done that.
Inside the cogs once again. One more auto attack from WS, and finally we see the first blood coming out here. 6 minutes into the lane stage. Bottom lane, okay. Suddenly we're just ramping. Nice little solo pick off there from Schofield. But Makoto finds a huge rune. Amplify damage. If this lane wasn't already bad enough.
Brood is level 6 now, though.
He needs
a decent amount of denies herself, too. Yeah, it's like he has 6, but he doesn't have the mana because of the EMP spam. But he did go for the soul ring very quickly, so I think it's being delivered.
Yeah, we'll see if he can start accelerating. The fact that the Invoker has this much CS is definitely problematic. But might be able to make it work. KJ is going to scout the Tusk here. He's hoping to make a play for that 7-minute wisdom. Will not get it. Well, the cogs are out. He's trying to make his way down the ramp, but can't do so. And KJ running the distraction campaign as Schofield will be the one to take the wisdom rune. He's like, aha.
It's actually worth it, I think.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Typically, you're okay trading supports for the wisdom runes, and works out.
Yeah, maybe the downside is it gave a bit of space to Akashi since Divide Llama actually went to go secure their own wisdom rune. So this Dragon Knight off to a solid start. And with the red facet, I think a lot of us are used to seeing it now, but it comes online a lot faster as a carry than he did in the past.
Yeah.
He can stand up to the Brood, right? The Spiderlings stand together, like one auto attack plus Breathe Fire could actually kill off quite a lot of them, get yourself like 100 free gold.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's why we see like he doesn't bother with the Insatiable Hunger facet this game. He's just picked up the Necrotic Webs. And, well, we're suddenly at a point now where he has a Spider army, and it's not going to be as easy to deal with. The Invoker does not have enough spell damage, and Cuckoo's going to get actually found on the bottom side. Ran down, Analog credited the kill. They'll be able to pick up an Arcane Rune. The recovery in process here, as that mid tower is soon to like be the target of this Broodmother.
Yeah, this next, I would say like 5 to 10 minutes is where Talon needs to get through. You need to get through this Broodmother. And the later it goes, you get more answers to deal with the Spiderlings. You're not as scared of the Broodmother. How much
off
can
the mark with
Heroic
the
get done?
bushwhack. He's still got a pretty good amount of spiders here on the tower, though. This being said, you are bringing the supports mid, and so it's causing some issues in the side lane. Schofield managing to dodge out the Tusk there. Yeah, like Luna into Razor, you can't really... You're not gonna have a great time on the Luna, so he is getting some time to free farm here on WS. Luna just going back and forth between the jungle and trying to shove the wave, so she's all right. Very even game though, 2-2, almost no gold advantage for either team. They're bringing the Invoker to the top side to try and find something, but it doesn't look like he's gonna connect.
It's pretty tough at night against the extra vision Luna has. You do have the invis, so you can kind of get close, but
here goes
like
the mid tower.
How close you can stand is so tough because Ghost Walk, as soon as you affect them, they know what's happening. But you don't have night vision, so you have to just blindly walk forward and then instantly like stop as soon as you see them to not actually reveal that something's going on. It's a tricky one versus the Luna.
So I know you're a big Broodmother player, so my question for you at this point, now that the mid tower is gone, does he send his webs towards bottom side and assist with that tower, or does he try and take over the enemy like triangle area?
I would say for mid Brood nowadays, usually it's the bottom side, just because you're trying to grow the spider army, and there's a lot more camps to work with in the bottom jungle than in the top, where the Ancients, actually some of them like the Black Drake, actually shreds your spiders and just destroys them. So you usually see it on the bottom side. This game, because you have the Beastmaster, I mean, he's kind of taking this tower on his own. I guess you don't have to go.
Good old Helma Dominator doing some work. Top lane, though, we're going to see them. Oh, are they fighting? Okay, no. I thought they were. Never mind. I baited our observer. I'm sorry.
It's not easy. It's not easy for the Tusk. Right? This goes back to the downside of the Razor. Not really an initiator. He's kind of just another right-clicking core. Yeah, so if you can't... I mean, they forced one objective, right? They got the tier 1, which is nice, but trying to actually get kills in the jungle is not so easy without the Invoker.
Yeah. And bottom tower is now gone as the Broodmother did eventually make her way down there. So this jungle is going to be farmed very quickly, and we talked about it earlier. Invoker was crushing the Broodmother lane. I don't know if you guys have looked at net worth recently, but it's a little bit of a Uno reverse card here. Tornado, EMP, Akashi with the early Blink Dagger into the nice stun and analog. Gonna try and run this away, but he cannot. So a very good itemization here from Akashi, grabbing that early Blink into Dragon Tail. They punish the Brood. That's a nice gank.
I actually like that so much because we were just saying like, oh, Razor doesn't do this, you know, but Dragon Knight, you usually don't do that as a carry, right? Go blink first, go join your team. But I think this is a fantastic adjustment. It's like, okay, Razor's kind of playing like another carry, so someone's got to do something. I'll buy the blink. That Brood kill doesn't happen if you don't have a blink. So perfect find. Probably the best here you could grab, and it should keep going, right? Like you still want your Dragon Knight to get active and help out. Maybe you wait for the next ultimate first.
Cuckoo making him work for that rune. Schofield's potentially just teasing this Razor here a little bit, doing a little bit of damage.
I kind of like that actually.
Yeah.
You're not really expecting to do much right now, but if Razor's low enough, he can't commit. Like it takes time for a Razor to steal damage and threaten you.
Snowball Walrus Punch is out. Another Bushwhack to try and make some space, but Luna's nearby, drops the Eclipse and just deletes the Tusk. A good bait set up here from Schofield.
Let's see if they can find more. They do have hook shot. If only they knew Makoto was right there. He's actually in range.
I mean, he can Tornado EMP the Luna, but there's no real follow-up for this. And Broodmother is scouting a lot more in the mid lane as well. So here we go. Hook shots in. KJ is going to be able to trap them both inside the Cogs. Sharpshooter's going to connect. The Cogs will continue to make some space and a nice Bushwhack as well. So can WS do it all by himself? Going to try and chase down the Clockwork here, but it's not enough damage. The Dragon Knight does have a blink in a second. Might go for this one. Jumps in, gets on top of the Clockwork, and will finish the job. And now Schofield found in the trees to the north. Might be able to make it out. Nah, not with the Tusk shards there. Really good place there from the Tusk. All right, end up getting both supports for the movement. Very nice. Brood's going to deny their Wisdom rune.
It's a sneaky play. Actually might die first. It's really close. I think it's going to die. No. Just a second too soon.
Very good rotation in from the DK here to join the team.
Yeah, putting that Blink Dagger to great use. And actually looks like there's some stacks up here for him too.
You don't manage to stop the Luna from farming, but you are definitely kind of stabilizing and catching up. You have Helm of the Overlord done now for the Beastmaster, going back for his drums. So Dalai Lama having a pretty good game, just considering everything.
I think the timings are starting to line up. Well, actually, there's a Lincoln's queued up on Luna, adjusting for the Razor. I'm a little worried. Like, I think it's a cool idea, but I do worry you'll just get decrepified, tornadoed, cold snapped, like all sorts of other magic damage.
It's good versus the Blink Dragon Tail as well, though, right? Like, so there's the initiation where they're like, maybe they're worried about just the DK getting in here. This is such a good move here from WS to just kind of clean up these Ancients with the ultimate. Does have Cuckoo to just refill him immediately once it's done. Which facet is this one again? Okay, it is the Thunderhead. Yeah, this one's cool. It's the one that AoE strikes everyone during the ult. It's very nice. Ooh, Akashi does manage to get away for the moment. The roar is going to connect, but where's the follow-up? You need the Luna. Okay, maybe Divide could just do it all by himself. It was a lot more damage than I expected. Snowball gonna waste a little bit of time here, but 2 dead on the side of Talon as they now look for the top side of the map. Broodmother bringing the webs to the top side as well to join the team. Hook shot, swing and a miss. A nice attempt there from KJ. That's going to be all your tier 1 towers gone, and this should just be Roshan going the way of Heroic. That is the Beastmaster Classic.
Yeah, so you find the Dragon Knight, usually pretty tanky, but because he went Blink first, not that tanky. So, like you said, didn't even need the Luna really to finish up that kill. Grabs the Tusk as well. Got trapped by those cogs. Invoker has not been able to find as much as I think they were hoping. We usually think of Invoker as a solid laner into some fairly active plays, but currently only has 2 assists. I mean, I guess that's 40% of the kills, but he doesn't, like, if it becomes a farm now. Yeah, and if it becomes a farm game, you don't outfarm a Brood mid, and we see that reflected in the net worth.
I'm almost wondering if he should have just gone for the Midas instead of the Witchblade. It is one of those things that, like, is definitely a high risk, high reward, but it would potentially give him a little bit more scaling potential. But yeah, right now, with what Heroic have done, they've completely managed to split up the map, just out farm, and they've taken, you know, some major objectives. All the tier 1s, they get Roshan, and your Luna is really starting to pull away.
Yeah, looks like he swapped it back to the BKB for now. Hasn't actually bought anything, but I think you're kind of set up if you really want to start forcing objectives. Oh yeah, Spider Micro.
Yeah, he buys it. I think they're starting to realize how far ahead they are. They can't obviously see the gold like we can. It's a 5-5 game, and you're like, like maybe it's somewhat even, but they're probably clicking around on some of these heroes and realizing, like, this Invoker is really poor. We have Helm of the Dominator. We have Drums. We have a super farmed Brood all of a sudden. Let's just get a BKB and walk it objectives. Like, let's just take more of the map away from Talon. And we don't have a hero that's really good at taking down the spiders. It becomes very difficult.
You can also split them up. Have the spiders push one lane while 5 of you push another. For example, mid and bottom. And you're getting something somewhere.
Dragon Tail?
Oh, she jumps in. I don't know if he wants to do this.
Yeah, dude, that Mage Slayer is not going to be enough to protect you. Here comes Analog on the backside. The hookshot, the cogs onto 3. KJ has trapped you, and it's all downhill from here. 3 dead on the side of Talon, and WS on the backside trying to go toe-to-toe with the Luna. The Eclipse is out, a lot of it being tanked from some creeps, but Analog doesn't care. The Broodmother will help secure this kill. They lose the Aegis, but with 4 dead and the base or the towers now exposed as they drop the fortification, try and slow this down. Really well fought.
Yeah, you should be able to get this tier 2 top and mid because the creep wave is pretty close. So they have a ward. I guess they thought he was on his own, so they thought about blinking in and then quickly realized, oh, he's not alone and we do not want to fight, but you're stuck in this funnel point. An amazing hook shot into power cogs. And then you just get to dive the tower. Tower dives are so easy when you have the spiders and the ancient creeps. They just tank it for you.
That was a very unlucky Eclipse from Parker. I think literally every beam hit a creep. But yeah, when we go back live, I mean, Tormentor is going to be up soon as well. So with the whole top side of the map being pretty much removed from Talon, it's not going to be easy for them to take the Tormentor. And we even see a ward placed from Heroic there as well to try and scout it out. Helm of the Overlord creep. That one's dead. All right, a little bit of gold going the way of the Dragon Knight. That's helpful.
smoke up right away. Maybe trying to hope that Heroic thinks you're going to go do your Tormentor. Maybe you can go find a kill.
It wouldn't be wrong. They're like in the area. They don't know exactly where the Luna is. They see the illusions. They will scan it now on the Dire. They're like, all right, something's up. We need to be very careful here. Luna, unfortunately for her, might be walking right into the enemy team. No, not quite yet. I think they saw KJ. Yeah, they found him. They know something's up. There's a hero here. That's going to be a dead Clockwork. He's trying to play for the 21-minute Wisdom, but will now just take Talon for a stroll, make them work for the kill. Goes the way of Cuckoo, into the Tormentor, into the Wisdom Rune. So a good series of plays here from Talon for sure. As mid lane, Voker now with the deep ball at enough levels. Yeah, will be able to take down the spiders.
BKB on Analog finished up. See Beastmaster working on one as well. This will lead to a really nice, like, just triple BKBs. You can ignore Invoker, ignore so much of the magic damage from the other heroes.
Dude, he's so farmed. I actually don't know how Parker is this farmed. 17,000 net worth at 21 minutes. He has the Conda nearly completed. He's level 18. Like these timings are ridiculous.
He's had a lot of space, right? This is the downside when you're focused on this Brood Mother. It's like, we got to get past the Brood. We got to get past this Beastmaster power spike. It's like, oh, there's a Luna in the game, guys. Oh, yeah. Right. Brood and Beastmaster have been on the enemy half of the map this whole time. So Luna has just been max efficiency farming up her top half for a lot of this game. And then still joins a little bit, right? She actually has 3 kills. Yeah. So has found the right balance this game. Farming and fighting. Hub carries taken out.
A little bit of a cheeky play here from Parker.
Dude, if he gets the surprise eclipse, okay, Dragon Knights, he's suspicious. Getting out of there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So Broodmother's BKB, like you mentioned, has the Nullifier queued up as the next item.
That'll be really helpful.
Pretty sick pickup, yeah. Cuckoo's gonna have a lot less impact on the Pugna as a result of that item once it comes out. Broodmother just continuing to whittle down these towers slowly but surely. Dragon Knight, yeah, just needs one auto attack to clean those spiders up. But, I mean, this is DK form, right? You burn your ultimate for this. Like, Heroic are not really pressured to do anything. They can kind of just chill. Beastmaster sending an entire army to the bottom lane to start threatening that tower. So, oh, the aggressive... Wait, that was his own 4-stab. Hold up.
Like he wanted maybe to make a little bit play.
Maybe thinking he could go for a nice, like, a 4-staff into stun, but... The mid tower dies anyway, and like we said, you have to respond to Beastmaster's army bottom, so they just continue to farm on the Luna on the opposite side of the map. She does not really care.
Yeah, the annoying thing is, if you don't get this troll, which he's already backed it away, as soon as you leave this lane, it's just going to come again. You know, he's got Raised Dead ready to go. This is the annoying thing. Like, if it's an Enchantress, it's like, okay, at least it'll die on its own. But Helm of the Dominator, Chen, right? Like, this is permanent. You just hide this in the trees, and you just always force rotations.
Yeah,
look at this.
The
boys.
They're not going to come back for this at this point. So,
or
let's
is he?
see that. Razor on his way back. Does he get the tower anyway? He's going to try.
Boys, do it. Do it. Get it. Get it. One more.
You're kidding me. Yep, he gets it. And he resummoned too, so he doesn't even get the gold for it. So Divine Llama, like, waiting till the very last second to go for the respawn. You can tell he's got a little grin on his face there. So no towers left for Talon around the map. You are 16,000 gold behind in a game with what, 16 kills? The kill score does not matter in this one, as they're about to lose their tier 3 top as well.
Oh, they're smoked up, and they know Beastmaster's here.
Gets the blink.
Do not find him, though.
Oh my goodness. That hurts so bad.
Yeah, that's the really tough part about smoking at night.
Oh, hook shot. KJ's going to force the fight. He wants to keep Akashi here. He does get the force after the low ground analog. We'll catch a stun for the moment. And Eclipse just deletes Cuckoo, as now they are going to be able to find their targets. It's the Razor Snowball to buy him some space, but that just means Akashi's free food for the side of Heroic. He's going to try and TP out on WS, but the damage is overwhelming. 3 dead. This game coming to a crash for Talon. There is just nothing left.
I don't think you have to back for Roche. I think you just head
this
in.
game's over.
If they all buy back, then sure, you could back up. But send in the Spiderling, send in the boys. Does he have a new one? Not yet. Send in the summons, send in the creeps.
Like Luna's got her timing, right? 20, plus the
Oh
talent,
my
plus the
goodness,
Conda,
Invoker?
and Makoto. Woo! Be careful, buddy. Straight to the
They
tier
just go
4s. Yeah,
straight
don't let
for
him
it.
get the fort, right? Just go straight for it. Oh my gosh,
Cuckoo! Ouch.
Wow. Okay. Luna did 1,273 damage. All right. Yeah, I mean, they get the fortification now because Analog did finish off the melee barracks, but the damage is done. Force Staff will get Parker out, full lane of barracks, and both tier 4s dead. Nullifier out onto the Tusk, but they just need to disengage her on the side of Heroic, feeling like, all right, we got what we wanted.
Yeah, I mean, you opened up the Ancient, and you took a lane.
They
You
got
even took,
top melee as
barracks.
well.
The boys. Actually, none of the boys are there. It's just creeps. Well,
This is the problem. How do you stop the split push?
Yeah, you can't. You can't. You don't have enough heroes with a good wave clear. You had to win the lanes and go from there. And mid was going well. They just couldn't convert it enough. And I'm gonna go back to that Razor pick. Like, I get the idea, but we saw so many plays now where it's just walk at them, and if the Dragonite does not find the blink stun, or he can't follow what the Invoker does find, it just doesn't happen. They just leave. And because of that, you couldn't convert the winning lanes into anything. Next Roche, scouted with the Sunstrike. I would say you just give it up. You probably lose if you do that. So they might come up here. It's way too late. You might see if you can find anyone like scattered, the random courier by the secret shop. You kind of have to find something, because if you just wait for them to come in, they will rat you to death. But I don't think you can find anything.
I feel like your only play here is to sit this high ground and try for a smoke wraparound and find, I don't know, the supports immediately and kill them. But, or, you know, you burst Parker, I guess, get his Aegis. As soon as this gets to your high ground, this game's over. So I don't think you can really wait. And instead, they're just gonna blink aggressively. They find Akashi, and he has to retreat. Okay. Like, this is one of those moments, I think, for Talon. The game's not really in their hands. Like, it's on Heroic to kind of lose at this point, it feels like.
I'd agree with that. I'd say if somehow Tusk gets the kill onto, I don't know, like Broodmother, he's 2,000 gold away from the Ags. That is your way back into this. If you can get kickbacks and just constantly find pickoffs, kick him into your fountain, that's the only way I can see you coming back in. But 2,000 gold, the game probably ends before then, unless he finds a kill streak kill.
I think he has to just like sell his items and buy an axe. Like that might be the play. Tornado, EMP gonna make a little bit of space here. Falling low on the Luna, again, does have the axe. The lane, or the backdoor protection, helping for the second, but the mid lane should crash and break that. They do get the tower. Yeah, they'll get it. All right, Aegis down. Respecting Talon's high ground defense for the moment. But Makoto just gets grabbed. Has to be very careful. Sharpshooter off the mark. Nice bushwhack attempt, but a good force staff to save him. And the Glaive's getting to work. Kuko on the backside just nearly died. WS going in. A nice Ice Shards breaking the fight up. They get on top of Divine Lava, but it's just not enough damage. This one is so far behind. And yeah, Parker just running through the side of Talon. 3 heroes dead. The GG comes out, and Heroic ending the game. 30 minutes with a 32,000 gold advantage. the mid lane Brood, man, it started off slow, but boy, did it accomplish its goal.
Yeah, and I think even more than in the game, I think it forced them into that just that weird position in the draft where they weren't sure what to go for. They end up with that Razor. That's the value of the Brood pick. Such a polarizing hero. And if it comes out early in the draft, you have time to adapt to it. But when you see several heroes and you're like, okay, they cannot deal with Brood, right? It puts you in such a hole, not just in the draft, but then the game.
Yeah, it's such patient play from Analog. Like he was definitely sure he was getting bodied in the lane. You know, I'm sure he felt it, but then he just gets his level 6 and he's like, all right, time to actually play my hero. And these side lanes, like Beastmaster had a great time. Parker never really threatened too much by this Razor, which this was like your counter pick to try and slow down and shut down this Luna, but she gets enough space because the Broodmother and the Beastmaster are just causing too much chaos around the map.
Yeah, this is a very much needed win from Heroic. Break their losing streak going, but also keep yourself potentially alive through this group stage. Talon has a little bit more wiggle room with their current score. So very much needed for Heroic. And for their sake, hopefully they can carry this momentum into game 2. I think for Talon, as long as you don't get Broodmothered, that's already a big step forward to make your life easier and get yourself a win to go 1-1 in this best of 2 here.
Yeah. Very, very solid draft from Heroic. I was a little bit worried for Talon. Thought they might be able to maybe get some ramping going off this Dragonite. Going for the early Blink Dagger, though, means you don't really have like a farming carry that can keep pace with the Luna. And so, that's one of the questions. Like, if we get to talk to them at some point, was there a call from Heroic just like, all right, we can just out farm, like we just farm, like all 3 of their cores pulled away so fast this game from the side of Talon.
Yeah, it's always interesting. You know, I don't know how much they'll share on that info, but it's like when you do get a hero like the Broodmother, or in the last series, right, like the Tinker, the Huskars, it kind of sets your game plan. So yeah, curious to see what Heroic's take on that would be if they're willing to share it, assuming they win game 2, right? Because Talon, of course, they're not going to be happy with that. They're going to want a win going forward here.
Yeah, a very solid game. I mean, this was a just textbook performance from Heroic. Like you said, a much needed one. I think without this, this was going to be potentially elimination for them. It's not like certain yet. We still got, a lot more games to be played tomorrow, but for now, this is a good first step in the right direction, right?
Yeah, I think a much better showing than their last few series. So looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, alrighty. Well, for now, we're going to go to a break, everybody. We'll be back with our final game of the day. It is Talon versus Heroic, game number 2. Stay tuned for more here on Dream League Season 24. We'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back, gamers. We are jumping into the final series of the day, or I guess the last game of our final series here today, as it is Talon taking on the side of Heroic. I will say, game one, a little bit of an updraft by Heroic. They caught them off guard, kind of baited them to go for the early Invoker and punished it in a way that we haven't seen yet. So pretty cool. And I'm curious how that's going to change things up for the rest of the group stage, because Invoker's been a pretty big hero, I think, up to now.
Yeah, I think because he's so popular, every team does need to come up with an answer. Excuse me, to the Brood, or sorry, to the Invoker, which for Heroic has been the Brood, which is really cool. And not every team is going to be able to imitate, because Brood is a little bit of a specialist hero. It's not one you can just like that every player has ready to go. You have to be somewhat experienced with this hero. So Analog, he has a very wide hero pool from the mid lane. It's one of the advantages Heroic has in the draft stage. They have a lot of cheese picks across all their players.
Yeah,
and putting it to good use in game number one. We'll see what comes out in game number two.
I think part of it was also the Beastmaster, right? The combination of these two heroes, the Brood and the Beastmaster, made it kind of impossible to fight into Heroic in this mid game, and they just took so much of the map with so little effort, right? Like it became overwhelming. So as we think about the draft here for game two, probably a lot of the same supports are going to be banned. Maybe they put some attention on the Clockwork, as this hero, even though he hasn't been like the most banned hero, he has a lot of picks and an insanely high win rate. So some things might change.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to start with that Beastmaster, which Divine Llama looked very good on, and it's just been a very popular offlaner. We come up with a lot of ways to address it, but it feels very hard to completely shut down a Beastmaster.
Or sorry, not fifth most picked. Fifth most banned is the Beastmaster at 41. But I mean, the Naga Siren is one of those things that I think some teams are like, we'll see if we can let it through on the first day. You know, it might be okay. And then we're like, nope, never doing that again.
Never again.
So, never again. The Clockwork win rate climbing day after day up to 65% now. Soon we'll be saying nice.
And then we can't pick it anymore.
Yeah, and then no one's allowed to pick it. It's in a gentleman's agreement. So the Bristleback, the Alchemist, these are some heroes that we see some teams prefer to ban out in phase one, since they do kind of fit a really nice tempo. Alchemist in general is just very good right now, it feels like. He is a pretty decent win rate, I think, so far in this event.
Yeah, I thought he might drop off a little bit because Spirit Vessel got that kind of like slight buff to it, but doesn't seem to really bother him. In fact, maybe he likes it that the general quick pace, the bracers, auras has dropped down, because you're trying to be this really strong early game hero, and it's like, wait, everyone's strong. Oh no, right? There's actually not that much of a difference that you want from an Alchemist pick. So maybe that was actually quite good for him, because he has been more popular, and we do see him banned out more than we did in the last patch.
So they pick up the Doom very early here. Wow, I wasn't sure if it was 100% of drafts, but apparently it is. Yeah, no one's letting the Naga Siren through anymore. Yeah, so the Doom is picked here first overall, which some teams are okay with doing. But you can definitely counter it, or you can go for something just more generic, like your support pick, something like the Clockwork, if you really like the Clockwork. The Muerta and the Tusk also in. So is the Enchantress, actually. She's not as good against the Doom, but still pretty decent.
Yeah, you'll be able to do more with the Doom than... Like last time, they... Just by the nature of the draft, right? They ended up with the last pick off lane, and it ended up being a Razor. And it felt like they lacked playmaking that game. Doom is not the perfect playmaker, right? But he'll offer more than a Razor. So maybe trying to adjust some of the weaknesses they felt in game one.
10 seconds remaining.
Monkey should have a decent time if you are running Monkey King carry, which, I mean, against the Doom should be perfectly fine. You do have to be a little bit worried later on of being doomed because you don't get to heal off of Jingu, but pretty much every carry will run into that issue to some degree, and Monkey at least. Like, once he jumps into a fight, he's typically okay to stand there. He's not one of those heroes that needs to transform like I don't know, like a Terrorblade, and then suddenly get doomed and you can't do anything.
Yeah. Okay, they respect out the Earth Spirit ban. They get rid of the Visage as well. Now, Analog is also a big Monkey King player, so this could be the mid lane, but for now, a lot of times we see the Monkey King picked early on. It's just for that flex potential. Ends up being carry a lot of the times, but we'll see what supports these teams want to pick up. I'm perfectly fine seeing a Clockwork come out soon, but maybe you pick something that wants to punish this Doom a little bit more.
I mean, from here, maybe just some generic supports. Anything strong with that Monkey King, in theory, right? If it's a carry Monkey King, just anything strong already poses a lot of threat to the Doom. Yeah, so Clockwork, we were talking about having such a high win rate, even though he's been picked a ton, just an amazingly strong support that Monkey King actually does not want to deal with either. So securing it for yourself means that you just kind of get the best of both worlds. Maybe we see a response like Dark Willow, I'd say is good versus both these heroes. If you want to go Dark Willow Doom.
I like the Dark
also
Willow.
pretty solid, if not both of those. Nothing wrong with the Tusk Dark Willow combo.
I do like Dark Willow here. Ooh.
Phoenix. Phoenix is pretty good versus Monkey King as well.
Another flying hero, so an interesting adaptation of Dark Willow, I'm sure. That was the idea.
Simply fly over the power cogs.
Yeah, that's how it works, right?
It should. I think that's the next stage of Dota. We add more realism into the game. Dota 8.0. It's like, yeah, flying matters, having 4 legs versus 2 legs. All the 4-legged heroes go faster. I think that's the next step.
Okay. That'd be cool. Maybe add wall jumping, you know? Take some inspiration from Deadlock. There's the Enchantress pick. All right. So strong laning supports here from Talon is kind of what I'm seeing, right? You get the Doom Phoenix. You have the Enchantress now for your safe lane. There's not a lot of heroes that you can pick in the off lane that are left that deal well with the Enchantress. It's going to have to come down to the 4 position that can actually handle her, I think.
Yeah, I'd be open to something like a Nyx. Does well versus Enchantress and can actually be very annoying for Phoenix. You think you're safe, you try to dive in to get the egg, you actually get stunned by Carapace, killed off.
You can always Carapace. Yeah, you can always Carapace the Phoenix if she has the dying facet or whatever, right? Because she always has like a mini Radiance burn.
Yeah, you just have to be in the area, which at some point getting a blink is not that weird for a Nyx. So you can always kind of get her killed off before the egg comes out. You don't have to go that route though, but could be something available. Ooh,
give me Ricky. Mag Ricky, let's go. There's the Nyx though. What a call, Zach. You're so smart.
I'll tell you what though, sets up that Ricky pick.
It does set up a potential mid Ricky. And they have last pick, and I know Analog plays it, so it is something they could do. You would be running 5 melee heroes, however, into Phoenix, which is questionable at times.
5 seconds remaining.
But do you have to be
I actually
worried
really
about
like the
that
Magnus here. This is cool.
if you've got Nyx Ricky? Phoenix won't do much.
It's actually really true. This is the saddest Phoenix game of all time.
Now the mag is cool. It's been gaining a bit of popularity with the strength of Shockwave on the Shard. But it also means your Monkey King used to be one of the Battle Fury builders. Fortunately for him, he does have other builds, but he likes the farming speed of the Battle Fury, which you now get for free from the Empower. So this will be a very strong Monkey King. Already solid lane matchup. Though we'll see what the Phoenix can get done, because the Phoenix Fire Spirits are very annoying in the laning stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I love how the change in draft this time has shifted so much from picking or banning mid heroes to, all right, no one's concerned about the mid hero matchups anymore outside of the Earth Spirit ban, right? They're just like, well, they're gonna get last pick for their mid hero no matter what. Don't bother banning it. Go with some other stuff. Templar Assassin, quite good against the Magnus. We've seen this hero actually in this matchup several times.
You won't be able to sneak away with Meld because of Nick's sense.
I love that play on words. That was such a. I know Valve like literally just wanted to use Nick's sense as like a thing and just like had to come up with something that was somewhat accurate to the naming of it. Like, yeah, just make it reveal Invis.
10 seconds remaining.
Gyro ban. So they're anticipating a mid Monkey King here. Or at least potentially.
Well, like you said, Heroic has the final pick, and the Monkey King can flex. Maybe suggesting Talon thinking about a melee hero that would struggle versus the Monkey King, and then you would pick a different carry versus that.
Like the Invoker ban. Is a sniper ban warranted here?
Depending what you want to play, but I think you're more worried about like ban out a playmaker is all you can, like there's so many options you could run into, right? But you have last pick, so whatever they pick you then counter. But you know Talon still really needs someone to start things. It's not TA, it's not Enchantress. Phoenix's follow up with the egg. Doom can start stuff, but honestly he kind of like based on what we see, he needs to find the Magnus and doom the Magnus, probably. So if he's just waiting for that, no one's doing anything. You need someone else to go in first. It's up to you who you want.
I thought of Storm, but I was like, do you need to ban Storm against the Nyx Assassin? But it feels like they would rather just remove it from the pool. This means that they are definitely not going a Ricky mid, which is Sag. But
it could, because maybe you're baiting in, leaving in the puck, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna Ricky that puck.
I mean, that's the only reason you would pick it, right? If they actually go for a puck here, you can easily pick Ricky on Heroic, and then this game becomes very difficult for Talon.
Yeah. I don't think you have to do that. I think Heroic is free. I think really they're just gonna counterpick whoever ends up mid. You're just gonna look to shut it down because you kind of have everything else you need from the rest of your heroes. Maybe one thing you could look for is someone who could help follow up globally with the Nyx. So when he's sneaking around, you could do something, but Sunstrike is kind of the best one, and that's already out.
The Monkey King matchup in a Doom is fine. The Phoenix does make it a little bit more difficult, and Talon are mostly worried about some of the extra hyper carries here, and more of like a hybrid carry from the mid lane of the Monkey King going for something like the Mage Slayer. Oh my god, they did it! Okay, hold up. Do you go Ricky here on Heroic?
I think Sniper would also be good for the record, because it's good versus Phoenix. It keeps its distance. It is good versus the puck, which you've already got Nyx to be very annoying for the puck. You don't have to do the Ricky, but if you wanted to do the Ricky, like this would be a decent game for it. It would be 5 melees though, man. That's so...
Boo! That's a weird looking sniper.
Weird looking Ricky too. Yeah. But it is a classic response to puck. It's a little bit of a skill matchup. But you have the advantage of the Nyx to help you out.
Yeah. I like it. I'm just sad, you know? It's like, I get why you'd go for the Void Spirit. It's a much more stable matchup this game. The AoE silence is nice, gives you some initiation. But as someone who is a big fan of the Ricky hero, I just wanted to see it. And I feel like this is a good game for it. Puck and Phoenix have almost no game. Enchantress dies to it constantly. You've already got the mag. I feel like it could have been it.
You might have struggled versus the Enchantress creeps running in. Maybe that's something they were thinking about. Not sure. Void Spirit being a universal hero and melee will also very much benefit from the Empower. So
Yeah.
I still think it's
definitely not bad.
a good idea.
Like the
It
Empower
also-
with Astral Step is huge.
Yeah, and it could be that Analog has a huge hero pool, but I mean, to play every single hero certainly is, a tall order, and he might just not feel comfortable. It's like, hey guys, we kind of need to win every game. Like, my Ricky mid is okay, right? Maybe he'd rather go with something he has a lot more experience on. When it's kind of do or die for Heroic, right? Even off that high of game 1, it's like we kind of need to keep doing this for the rest of the group stage. Parker, he's feeling it. He's just chilling, singing a song to himself. I don't even know.
I think I'm with you for that reasoning as well. Like pretty much every game going forward for Heroic is a make or break. They cannot really afford any losses, especially against, Talon, which is potentially the team they would knock out of, the top 4 spots. So this is a team they need to get a 2-0 against if they want any chance of making it through to the next group stage. So we'll see as we jump on in. Smoke movement out from both teams. For those of you that are just joining, it is game 2 of Heroic versus Talon. A very quick rotation from the Monkey King. Gets a deep ward, as well as breaks a little bit of the smoke there. One of the benefits of running the Simian Stride. Kashi will not get the same luck. He's actually gotten boots first. An interesting build here for the TA. That is not what I expected.
I'm not sure. I'm trying to think through it. I mean, Akashi, master tier TA player. I'm sure he knows what he's up to. Maybe it has to do with dodging
really defensive
shockwaves.
ward.
I guess maybe expecting a lot of creep dragging. Yeah, I bet so. Probably has to deal with dealing with creep dragging. Nyx loves doing that. Blast a couple creeps along the way. You're playing against TA Enchantress, which is a really strong lane, so very likely just creep dragging to dodge it to get yourself the first few levels of farm.
Clockwork. Took a nice path to get to this bottom rune, but will not make it in time. Yep, there's your D ward. That did not take long. And the other really good part about this is protects the small camp block as well. That is like the perfect sentry they could have gotten.
Yeah. It's also... Okay, so he does end up removing it himself. But because of the where he placed it, it doesn't necessarily make you think, oh, they saw me place it, right? It's like, oh, Enchantress was just making sure the small camp was open. And he got my observer. That sucks. But you don't... Maybe you're suspicious, but you don't know for sure that there was an observer that spotted you.
This lane is going to be very difficult for Devi Llama as the enchant blood grenade comes out. He has a shockwave to try and juke this out in the tree and slow them up a little bit, but I think this might be our first blood. He just needs one more auto attack, and he's got it. There we go. Walks down the Magnus, and just like that, Akashi is going to be very happy with his game. Cuckoo tips him after the all chat from last game. Okay, that's very funny.
When you deal the all chat, you got to be ready to take some all chat, so maybe we'll get a little bit of a spicy game here. But the first blood is a great start for the TA. It did give Nyx time to really mess with creepy equilibrium, so they do have a fairly big creep wave pushing in. Should be able to eventually stabilize top for at least a little bit. How's his bottom lane going? We were thinking Monkey King versus Doom should be fine, but so far Doom looks good.
Yeah. Speaking of all chat, Mr. Owie2000 put out like a blog post today regarding like all chat in Dota, and it was actually a really good read. So if you guys, if any Twitch chatters have a moment later, go check out what he posted. It's a good little piece of info, I think. Oh, the tornado creep, and Schofield's immediately deletes it from the game.
The tornado is so annoying, actually.
Dude, Akashi is just sick of the Nyx Assassin existing in this lane.
Man, we were wondering out Boots first, but he's putting it to good use. He's actually just chasing heroes around.
And it got him the first blood, right? Not what we expected. Oh, okay. That's awkward. That hurts a lot. A shockwave pulled back Cuckoo into a missed impale, and then now he just gets the tornado creep to run at Divine Llama.
Fight for the Lotus. Who got that? KJ?
I have no idea.
Yeah, KJ grabbed it.
Dude, I feel like he's so good at getting Lotuses on this clockwork.
Battery Salt helps a lot, too, to interrupt them while they're channeling. I do want to point out, Parker is still going to go for the Battle Fury, actually. He's actually rushing it so fast. He's going straight Cornucopia. Also, kill the courier along the way.
Nice. So Cornucopia is actually, I think the reason being is the changes to Simeon Stride to 95% makes it really rough.
True.
And so you do need the HP regen, or you have to build a lifesteal item. And he's just not a hero that wants to build lifesteal. So I've been kind of seeing more of this. KJ gonna get dove behind the tower here, or rather in front of the tower. A good movement there from Cuckoo to secure that kill. But yeah, I played Monkey King recently and did like, you know, the Maelstrom and stuff like that. And it felt rough because you never got to use Simeon Stride if you took any damage. So I've been seeing some people go back for Battle Fury as a result.
Yeah, until the late game, 95% is like, oh, I got hit by one spell. I can't use Simeon Stride. Like 2 auto attacks. Can't do it anymore.
Ooh, denied water rune. Very nice movement from Cuckoo. Analog will get a bottle refill from KJ though as he TPs into the mid lane. And, well, Cuckoo doing some great movements already on this Enchantress. He's just dodging out wherever the Nyx Assassin is at this point.
Especially with that first blood, Akashi should be fine top as you roam around on the Enchantress. TA is a hero who can jungle really early, but...
Parker, he does have 8 stick charges, but this is going to be a lot of damage after the Phoenix. Boundless Strike could potentially find a kill as Schofield comes in. There they go, the connect on, and WS goes down. Really good TP in here from that Nyx Assassin. Now mid lane, trying to trap in this Void Spirit. Won't be able to do so. But a good movement again, putting some pressure into this mid lane, slowing down Analog on this Void Spirit. As Makoto, as soon as he hits level 6, we might see him go for a coil play here. He's going to be close. I think he gets it off this one. Needs a little bit more. Not off this wave.
Yeah, Analog fortunately does have a couple denies, so trying to limit how soon that coil comes out.
Analog gets it on this. Oh, I was going to say off this creep, but just barely off. Never mind. And Makoto abusing the puckish off the tower, right, to get a ton more sustain out of the lane.
I wonder if that changed this matchup, because it used to be kind of skill-based. Trying to punish Makoto while he doesn't have 6.
They need to
secure
the 6-minute rune, like really badly. They're gonna try and grab top here. Remnant, does he get it? He does. Steals the invis away. He's gonna die, but no bottle refill for the puck. Now they're gonna look bottom with the rotations into the mid lane as Parker getting aggressive on WS here, but he has no points in Jingu.
I wonder if that has to do with laning versus the Phoenix. Maybe
yeah.
It's not worth it. Or I guess Doom could also take the creep that dispels and then just remove it. But he doesn't usually want that creep. I don't know. I think it must be about the Phoenix. I guess Enchantress when she comes in
is the
too.
big thing. But also he just gets Infernal Bladed if he goes up to, right? He'll take the Infernal Blade and then the Phoenix Fire Spirit. So it just becomes very difficult. Schofield gonna take a lot of damage from the Phoenix. As in comes the Doom. This is a freebie. Yeah, very nice. But again, we saw this last... Oh my gosh, Cuckoo denies the top one. We saw this last game where, you know, Schofield, kind of a distraction, and then they end up getting the kill, take the Wisdom Rune away anyway. But Divine Llama needs some help. He actually might just be dead to this trap. He is dead to this trap. Wow, dude. Cuckoo is bodying him. Double Astral Step in here from Analog. He's not going to have the damage for the Enchantress either. Just heals it off and can TP to safety. This is a disaster in the top lane.
There were 3 traps down that side. I don't even know when Akashi had time to do that.
That's another kill bottom. It is 1-6. Heroic are getting slaughtered in these lanes. That being said, Parker is like almost to a Battle Fury at 8 minutes. All right, nice coil out bottom. RP's gonna be dodged. Well played from Makoto.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Does me? Oh, Enchantress is gonna get there first. I was gonna say because Puck moved, Analog should get the rune, but you would have loved to have that on your Void Spirit.
Oh, he takes the courier as well.
Cuckoo haven't. Okay, well, actually, okay. Cuckoo's a little focused on the enemy courier. Forgot his own. But I was gonna say Cuckoo's having a hell of a game so far.
Yeah, he is. I mean, the funny thing is the Nyx Assassin is kind of farming just because of the nature of this game. Like he's just been sitting, zapping creeps, which is just what he does. Analog should be fine. Does have 15 wand charges, 16 to deal with. Bottom lane, they actually take down the Phoenix. That's a Wukong's committed though. As you are losing this mid lane tower, you guys gotta come help your Void Spirit.
Doesn't quite have enough health to safely deal with this on his own for long. They're gonna choose not to dive. Maybe with a creep you could continue pressuring there.
Bottle refill in mid lane now. All right, how close? I was gonna say how close are we to Nyx level 6, but he actually has it. So we might see the Nyx Assassin rotation soon, but Parker bottom lane getting ran down from the Doom. Does he get saved here? The slows from the Blood Grenade. The Shockwave, everything is just barely enough, and Doom goes down, gonna lose his courier mid lane. The coil here onto the Void Spirit. Does he make it out in time? He's not going to. A little too much damage. A worthwhile trade, honestly, for Talon, as this will just mean the mid-tier 1's dead as well.
Finding a kill, though, is giving some space to Monkey, who went this greedy build, this straight Battle Fury. It means you get to pressure the lane less, but it does mean you start to accelerate a lot faster.
Yeah, he has no boots, right? It was just completely raw Battle
Magic Stick, Iron Branch, Battle Fury. Pub players, please don't copy this one.
This is only something Parker can get away with, okay?
Pro player special right there.
Top lane, looking for the tier 1 tower. Schofield gonna walk in. Needs to be careful. We'll just zap away Cuckoo's creep, but Makoto's here with a shield rune, and they're just gonna dive Divine Llama here. Once again, the RP onto 2. Analog needs to chase. They will trap them in the cogs. They've managed to finish off the Magnus, but do you have the damage to finish off either of these heroes? It doesn't look like it. Schofield now getting ran down by Makoto on this puck. Underneath the tower, finishes the job. 3 dead. They just do not have the damage on Heroic. They're too far behind right now.
I think you just have to slow down the pace of the game right now.
Is he just dead? They have Waning Rift. He's absolutely dead. This is why I don't like the Void Spirit pick. You need something that stops Puck entirely. And Makoto is just destroying this game.
I feel like he was doing okay in the lane, but I feel Puckish has tipped this matchup into Puck's favor.
Yeah.
See the rotation. If the RP came out a little sooner, maybe that fight goes better. But because of the silence, he gets it a little later. Gets it, but skewers him out of the tower, right? And doesn't quite make it to his tier 2. And they're feeling strong enough that they're comfortable playing this far back.
Yeah, he had a shield rune running, right? So he's just absorbing so much damage.
Oh, well done by Talon. They're making use of the lead they have. Like sometimes you just see a lot of farming going on, but they're really pushing it.
There's been
Coil
no
has been
pressure on the
used.
Templar Assassin either.
Yeah, Coil has been used off cooldown, I feel. It's constantly going out. Speaking of which, 10 seconds till maybe another play, especially depending on what this rune is.
It's a regen
Oh,
bottom.
regen, that's a good one.
I mean, they've gotten pretty much every power rune. Schofield will be able to find the Phoenix here. Wukong's command. Boundless strike into the chain stun. They got him. Okay.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So a little bit of gold going the way of Parker, who, like we talked about, had an incredibly fast Battle Fury, like around 9 minutes for his Battle Fury, just because he was relying on the Simian Stride to have mobility. Bottom lane WS looking for KJ here. Dude, KJ's level 4. I don't know if he's making it out of this one. Well, the puck's not going to chase. Okay.
I think they don't want to get baited too far. RP and Blink is up, actually. Let's see if they chase a little too deep.
Can you get WS with this? They'll go ahead and just Blink, skewer him back into the Impale Analog here as well. The Remnant isn't enough. He's protected by the Pavis. They do manage to finish drop. Ash will step on through, connects onto several, but there's the coil and the egg dropped right on top. They do not manage to finish it off, and 2 will die instead. KJ drops the cog to try and get some space, as the aggression from Talon is not slowing down. Even gonna just chip this tier 2 tower. Zakashi just finished up the Desolator.
Do still have RP, so I think they're gonna respect this. They're gonna back off before people start respawning, rotate in. I think they didn't expect so many people to show up to that Doom play, but also being a little bit behind.
He's got Doom. Oh boy, yeah. When you go the Battle Fury rush, you cannot afford to get doomed, and that is a free kill for WS off the Blink there, and even a trap from the TA to make sure he cannot escape.
Time to sell the
That's a
Blink,
huge
get that
kill.
Midas back.
Yeah.
Look where Talon's playing too. They're just back on this enemy triangle. Like, you have this Magnus, you have Battle Fury, you want to be farming ancient stacks, you want to be able to farm your jungle, but Talon is just in your face, farming them in front of you. So what's the point of these farming items?
Another Wisdom Rune steal there.
You're not looking to fight, I guess, so you just dodge
I mean,
him
desperately
out.
needed. He was super underleveled this game on KJ, getting a little bit back, but Schofield scouting out some heroes here. Does see both supports hovering with Makoto. The question is, can you burst them with Analog? Maybe with Parker you can. Divine Llama gets the skewer back. Nice cut off there from the Nyx Assassin. They'll find the kill. The coil's out. Cuckoo in a little bit of trouble here, surrounded by some extra heroes, but KJ chasing after the puck. That's the hero that they really want to kill, but doesn't look like it's gonna work, and Cuckoo just heals through all of this damage. They have no way of dealing with the Enchantress, and now with WS, a nice pullback. Wukong's misses the Boundless. Oh no!
Okay, doesn't matter.
They
It's fine.
still managed to finish it. The Wukong's is enough damage this time, but it's gonna cost you some extra heroes. Schofield with a buyback. A little disengage. Where? Oh, Puck went bottom. I was like, where did they go? Who are they chasing? But Puck went south, I guess. All right, he's good.
A little worrying, but maybe unclear how far that skewer was gonna go. But in the end, they still get finally a nice RP into the Wukongs, which is the combo you have to be scared of for the rest of this game. And it just kind of took a while for it to come online, but they very much needed that fight. They're still 6K behind, but at least you're gonna put a little bit of fear back into Talon.
Does TA have the shard? Well, they're just gonna coil immediately, and he's dead.
Doesn't need the shard, but would be a good game for it. I wouldn't be surprised if he queues it up pretty soon.
Yeah, so this whole fight starts. Schofield's positioning on the backside here, actually just catching the dive with the Spike Carapace is huge. Otherwise, that egg goes off 100%. So really cool movement there from the Nyx Assassin. But Makoto just way too elusive. You don't have an answer to it. You need the Aghanim Scepter from the Void Spirit. Maybe even a Yule Scepter. Like, you're missing a lot of items at the moment to deal with Makoto's puck.
I mean, despite the state of the game, that Battle Fury rush, it's keeping Monkey King close. And by nature of Wukongs, like, if you have a farmed Monkey King, you could potentially kill everyone, especially with a good RP, some chain stuns from like the Nyx, Boundless, right? It's doable. It's just, it kind of depends on Talon grouping up a little bit. And if they can stay scattered, they should be able to win fights. Like, you trade a couple heroes, but ultimately you win. It started on the Roche.
attempt.
Get
Should
a
be
tank
pretty
for me,
easy. You got
Enchantress.
Phoenix and Enchantress. This Roche is never going to attack anything.
The slowest attack speed I ever saw was Tiny with... What was the item that took away your attack speed? The neutral before?
Oh, Craggy Coat? Old Craggy Coat reduced your
Was it
attack
old
speed.
Craggy Coat?
Yeah.
I can't quite remember, but that was... It literally... You just didn't move. You just didn't have an attack animation. They caught
Did they
Nick.
see him? I don't think they saw him, though.
The Fire Spirit just hit him. They know he's here. He blinks? Are you kidding me?
Where? I don't even know where he went. Okay, he's got... Dude, you're kidding me. What a nuts...
Wasting their
escape
time.
there from Schofield.
Dude, go back, Schofield. Go for the blink steal. Do it, do it. Oh, he's going. A rocket flare scouted it out.
He goes for the blink impale and takes this. That should be absolutely insane.
It's blind. Yeah, he had to just guess.
Oh no, it's not dead, Schofield.
It's like, why the heck are you guys doing it so slowly?
Yeah. Bottom side, do they know about these Euros or are they just... Okay, they actually saw the Monkey King, but they're also just going to get rewarded with a free Divine Llama kill. He is in no man's land.
1 second. Quick TP.
Yeah, he's got a Fire Spirit on him.
Yeah. TP cooldown still up too. Okay, they throw the coil just to make sure he doesn't get away. They don't know his blink cooldown. They don't want to risk it.
Did he lose a jungle item? Or is that a Talon jungle item? I don't know. There was one sitting in the camp there. I don't know which one it was or which team it was. But
it looks like they should have access to all their neutrals. So I think that must have been a Talon one.
Okay, it must have been Talon. All right. Yeah. Manta for Analog, knowing that he has no way of dealing with the puck otherwise, so needs the Manta, will eventually get to the Aghanim Scepter, but again, it's just taking you so long. Like, you are so far behind, 3,000 behind this puck, who you know, quote-unquote counterpick, right? Puck has a Parasma and a few hundred gold.
That's scary.
That's very
Parasma
scary.
does so much damage. The longer this goes, I mean, that Wombo combo cannot be understated. If you have Empower on your cores and you get a good RP, Talon has to always respect that. But they should still have relatively free reign for 5-10 minutes.
Smoke's gonna
What we're
pop.
trying to do.
Schofield in a good spot here. Blink in. Wukong's command is out. The egg, however, on the low ground. They get the Doom. The turnaround's there. This is a disaster for the side of Heroic. They've already lost one. It's gonna be a second at the backside of the fight. Analog hoping for anything. KJ just stands still. Knows this one is over. 4 dead on the side of Heroic. Maybe more as Divine Llama. Well, it's a solo pickoff, I guess, onto the Phoenix as he chased maybe a little bit too far. The
That was such
BKB
good egg
response from
placement.
Doom was way too good.
Yeah, the egg placement, so solid. And they just send in the Doom, just kind of bait him. They know they've got the follow-up from the puck, the Phoenix egg, which, you know, we were talking about, it's like, that's the playmaker. Who's going in first? For now, you're so ahead, you're not too worried about needing to get the perfect Doom. So Doom just gets to go in, find the information for his team. Yeah, we get a replay here, right? They just send Doom in. It's like, okay, he's the focus of everything, but now you know, here's 3 heroes. Let's just drop all our spells on them. And even though they just about get the Doom, they don't actually quite, right? Even if you kill the Doom, you're still happy with that fight. But the fact that he lives is just so painful for you.
One thing that was very close was that the dive almost went right into the Clockwork as he was zipping by, which would have stunned the Phoenix. So there was like a moment there where like maybe a couple pixels forward on the Phoenix and he gets stunned mid-dive and the egg doesn't come out, right? So something that, you know, just comes down to the Phoenix, really heads-up placement, like you said, and just getting the egg out, guaranteeing the fight.
Perfectly calculated, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, I mean, this game is falling apart for the side of Heroic here. You have a farmed Monkey King, but the Enchantress has now passed both of your other cores.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And I don't think, like, these are not fast farming cores. Like, Void Spirit and Magnus are going to be just passive the whole game. Like, they will, at their best, will maybe get one more item before it ends. Like, they do not farm. So,
in theory,
they're gonna
they
be
should
struggling.
be with the Empower, but not when you just don't have any map space.
Yeah.
Oh, his
Ooh, he
tree's
gets
broken.
the tree cut. Oh my goodness, what a sick play. Sentry comes down. Wukong's command immediately dropped. The silence is there. No boundless strike, and this is just gonna be 2 kills, surely. Parker doing his best to hide in the trees. Will he juke this one out? Oh, nice impale from Schofield.
Sacrificing.
It actually might give him the space to get out. It does. Well,
one more. Oh,
so close. All right,
The
that was a
ultimate
really nice
sacrifice.
play from the Knicks there to bail out Parker. 7,000 gold gained during this Aegis.
Parker's getting close to his BKB. You can start to fight when you have that, maybe. And this is the hard part, right? Running around the map, sure, you can do that. But as you approach high ground into the Magnus, this is where things get really scary. So Talon has to do this so carefully, pay full respect to the RP Wukongs, right? If you have empowered Void Spirit, he's jumping through everyone. You could easily throw it. So I imagine they'll just play it safe, wait for a pickoff, try to get maybe the next Roche. But I mean, if you have an opportunity before that, you do have a TA with Deso. She can get some serious tower damage in. She's already at 20 stacks. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
7-0 and 10 on the TA right now.
Not bad. One thing to remember, you always have
RP.
Blink, RP, Skewer, pulls him up onto the high ground. They're going to try and burst down tape, but the Remnant actually misses from Analog, and Akashi is out. Oh, no.
That would have been a pretty good find. Instead, it looks like Monkey King might be the one in danger.
Monkey King's dead.
Yeah, I don't see how he gets out of this. No Schofield to help him this time.
Man, that is, I think, literal worst case scenario. 2 dead now.
accidentally
You
break
have a
your
buyback
items,
on
too.
Nyx, but what can you do on Heroic here?
They're hunting. They have a deep ward, scouting out KJ, trying to grab some Lotuses. You get them.
Don't worry, guys. We're making the play for that block of cheese.
Have we seen a block of cheese in a pro match yet? I don't remember seeing one.
I think we might have seen once. I'm not 100% though.
I think the idea of block of cheese is so interesting, and yet it's so rare.
Yeah.
Rarer than tier 5 neutrals, which is kind of crazy. I'll tell you why. Why did they change it that you can't lock the Lotuses anymore? Why did they do that?
Yeah, maybe it was strictly because of block of cheese. Like
It's not that
double
broken.
silence out from TA. Is the trap damage enough? No. Okay, Schofield dodging death here, just barely.
Doom's looking for analog. WS. Oh, so close.
Oh, Magnus. I mean, look at the plasma damage. If you just
plays all
attack
over
over
the
one more
map.
time. It's gonna be close. They do manage to pull the puck in for the moment. Schofield
just
not close enough to get the stun. Very close attempt.
If Parker had actually committed the Wukongs, I think they killed the puck, but I don't think they were going to
Yeah.
get that hook shot. That was like a surprise. Oh, it worked. Let's
Yeah.
go.
God, Analog is still so far from an Aghanim Scepter.
It's pretty good though if you can get
Oh
Centaur.
my goodness.
Okay, he's out. He's
That
out.
would have been so sick. Analog?
Oh no!
Or Divine Llama went in for a nice little potential blink skewer play there.
I think the
cool if they got the
terrain.
Doom.
Yeah, I think the terrain messed it up there. Kind of put Doom in a weird spot because there's like the high ground, low ground stuff.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that skewer back. I don't think Doom can get out of there. You at least finally get like a
You at least get the BKB.
4 kill. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Oh, nice spike carapace from Schofield. Oh my goodness, so close. A little bit of hesitation from the mag though. Otherwise, a second attempt at potentially killing that TA on the high ground.
Maybe cooldown. I mean, it was just just moments ago he escaped from bottom.
Yeah.
Maybe he needed to blink up. I mean, but this is what I was saying, right? You got to be so careful of the skewer backs. These didn't work, but you don't really get punished for it if you're fast and Puck's not there to instantly coil. So at some point you get something, right? If you're not careful on Talon. Now, getting this Aegis will make it much easier. You can put TA on front, and if she does get skewered back, it's not too bad, but sometimes it does pull the rest of your team into a really bad spot.
They're zooming down this lane under the cover of this smoke. Obviously, Monkey King makes it very easy to do so, but they managed to find him. Makoto, very nice grab. BKB's out from Parker. Roshan getting dragged around here outside of the pit, but Schofield trying to find an opening on the next assassin, not quite getting one yet. Who's gonna find their target? WS on the Doom, looking for that target. Schofield gets caught from the silence. Do they have the damage to finish him off? It's a skewer back only onto the Enchantress. Do they even
gonna die?
Cuckoo? He's still alive for the moment. They don't have it. And now they've managed to bring down Davai Lama. His buyback's available. We'll have a second attempt at an RP, but oh, that hurts so tragically. KJ's might go for the Roche steal.
I think you have to, but it's got to be blind, and I don't think he's in position in time to get there.
Oh, he pops on the creep wave. Yeah, there's no way now. Great silence here from Makoto. I mean, they're just trying to get anything, but this is like BKB, skewer back, and you just don't have the damage to kill an Enchantress. Bottom lane, as we go back to live, they've managed to find the Void Spirit. They commit the Doom just for a safe measure. Did you manage to get on top of the puck? That's a dead puck. A huge kill streak going to KJ, though. The flare from downtown is what secured the kill. WS here playing very aggressive on the Doom, knowing he's got some backup in the TA coming. Oh my god, that damage. That's a lot of damage. Oh, RP actually somehow catching the Doom by mistake. The Boundless Strike Skewer, they get the kill. Okay. A little bit of a happy accident, I suppose, for Heroic there. You lose the Nyx Assassin, though.
I mean, you'll take that trade any day of the week. I guess it did take a lot of ultimates, right? That is RP and Wukong's. But I think Talon will wait for their heroes. You could argue you could push it, but it's kind of scary. Yeah, Doom blinks in just as Magnus blinks in. Oh no, maybe not.
Like,
I get that was just the most people-wide RP ever.
Maybe, yeah. I'm pretty sure he was looking for the TA, right? And he's just like, oh,
yeah.
hello, Doom.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're gonna maybe make another attempt on a Cuckoo bottom. Top lane Parker with double gem. Oh my goodness.
Dude, that's so scary.
Why does he have double gem in his pocket? All right, Cuckoo is actually 4v1ing bottom. Does he get out this time? Plus or minus? All right, he's not making it out this time.
Maybe that Centaur
to
stomp
finally
today.
bring down the Enchantress. A big kill though. I mean, that's a lot of gold. Why does he still have the double gem? What is going on here,
Deciding
Parker?
who deserves the other gem. They're all making their case. He deems them unworthy. He's gonna keep them.
All right, Theorycraft here. What do you think you need to do to, like, what could you do to gem to make it worth carrying two at the same time?
Oh, I think you give it like flying vision or something.
Yeah.
When you carry both.
Like just permanent flying true sight, like not necessarily vision, but like anything that's invisible around you, you just see immediately.
Yeah, or like if you place
Through
multiple
trees and
observers
through
on the
fog
same
and stuff.
spot, it starts stacking up.
Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah. That fixes the skill issue of accidentally double placing observers, right?
Well.
Okay, so you still have Aegis on the Templar Assassin. A little bit of a slip up here temporarily for Talon as they give up a few kills, but you are still quite in control of this game. They haven't taken a lane of barracks yet, right?
No, not yet. In fact, they haven't really chipped much damage either because it is so tough. But you have 2 more minutes, trying to see if they can find any pickoffs. They're maintaining the 14k gold lead, but really any slip up, you lose some like 2 heroes to the RP Wukongs, it's gonna go back to an even game.
Oh no, Park. Oh! Okay, that was the most fortunate boundless strike of his career, I'm sure.
Coil misses
everything off the mark. Double disengage. Okay. Woo! I mean, that's a really smart play from Talon, knowing that that is an option there. They're going to look for Akashi. They saw all the heroes go back the other way, but I think the
Parker
TA
and
trap scouted them out a little bit.
How many times have we now seen them in that area, baiting several heroes in? And really, they've only ever killed Schofield once, right? It's buying so much time for Heroic.
Both teams smoking up here. They have an Ags on the Clockwork. Okay. A little bit extra scouting for the team fight, which is really useful. Also just good at clearing waves, right? That's the other thing. You can kind of just split push waves with this and kind of stall the game.
Yeah, he's not sure where they are, so he's just going to start popping it. He's going to see Enchantress and TA. See if they get baited in, thinking the rest of the team isn't here.
20 seconds on this Aegis. It's not the best time for Talon to fight unless, you know, the TA happens to die immediately. The ward bottom here will give them some vision. Makoto goes in aggressively. Does manage to find the Clockwork, but they don't connect on anything else in the Doom. Does he manage to find the Void Spear? He's trying to hide into the trees. The Clockwork making some space, but they got him. WS secures this kill onto the Void Spirit. Schofield will burn to the Parasma damage here of the puck. 3 dead already for the side of Heroic as the Divine Llama and Parker make their way into the trees. Actually, Parker is stuck. Needs to be careful.
You need the greatest wombo combo man has ever seen.
Wukong's command. Do they have the damage to bring down Akashi? He's getting forced back and forth. The Void Spirit's going to buy back, but I don't think they have this. Analog's going to go in and do his best to secure it, but he double astral stepped in for this. He has to pop the Manta and run. Cuckoo is just sitting on the high ground, unbothered by any of these other heroes. Divine Llama will force him back into the tier 4s. Boundless Strike is there, the Remnant to try and finish him off, but he does not care. He is too tanky. Healing through all of this while his team finishes off the lanes of Barracks. Now both supports for Heroic will respawn in the next Assassin. Teeping in aggressively here. Sunray immediately canceled. Can you get away? Clockwork starting to give some vision. Slow up this back line. Schofield looking for an opening. Gets the Spike Carapace out, but can you kill? Who do you go for, really? Like, you need to take the TA out of the fight immediately.
I think you chill at this point.
Yeah, you're not going to find the opening.
Actually lose Barracks, which is pretty amazing considering that was 5 versus 2 to start off with no one having buybacks. But I think he must have gained enough gold while waiting, so we did have 1. It's considering how bad of a fight there was outside the base. That ended up, yeah, like this fight right here. Huge coil into eventually finding the Doom on the Void Spirit. And unless you get the ideal jump or you find the Wukong's Magnus RP, right, you're just not really going to win those fights on Heroic.
Yeah.
Just full retreat mode. I'm actually kind of amazed they did not lose Barracks there.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. It's 21,000 gold advantage. And they still have not managed to crack the high ground. There's a tier 3 tower gone, and, you know, bottom melee fell pretty low. Well, the MVP melee creep from Enchantress, betraying his own kind.
We don't take kindly to traitors.
Is there anything that Talon is waiting for, item-wise here, to try and close this out? Like, where are we at? We have an Arcane Blink on the Templar Assassin. That's wicked. WS did go the Kaya Yasha, so that's one of those Doom builds we were talking about, right? Just a lot more damage out of your spells.
At this point, you're just waiting for the next Roche, and you're hoping the traps eventually help you find a pick-off, but it's been tough. There's a Monkey King, a Nyx. They're able to move around the map without always being scouted by these traps. Talon's been trying, just not successful so far.
In some trouble, drops the cogs here, tries to hook shot up to the high ground, but yeah, quickly picked off there by Akashi. Nice use of the traps. Divine Llama will go ahead, skewer in, finds the Phoenix, but almost dies immediately. The Doom gets his target of the Void Spirit again. He's going to go down. Parker needs to run away. Nyx Assassin incredibly low. Uses the Yules here to buy him some space, but a quick meld strike to finish the job.
RP on the 2 into
RP
Wukong.
from Divine Llama. There's going to be the Wukongs. Do they have the damage to finish off Akashi? The Boundless Strike connects onto both. They get him. A huge series of kills again out of this Magnus Monkey King. You buy back on the Nyx Assassin. He cannot afford to die here. He needs to Yules at 17 HP. There's going to be a second trap, though, and that might be the damage. Oh, that hurts so bad.
Monkey King's trying to find something. He knows he can solo Doom now that he doesn't have to be worried about it. The ultimate. Puck's another story. I think you could win that fight if you could actually lock down the Puck. So Skewer, he lives, goes back to the fountain, and does an immediate TP out. That's what catches Talon off guard. They think they have a few more seconds while Magnus is healing up, while he's walking back into the fight, but immediately TP's behind these trees, and Parker is going to start channeling the Wukongs in right there. This is such a nice combo.
And a good reposition for the Boundless, too. Yeah. I mean, clearly, Divine Llama learned a lesson from yesterday, which is pre-BKB on the Blink initiation, right? Yesterday, we saw him go for the Mars play and gets instantly hexed. Obviously, there's not that much of a threat of it this game, but if you don't manage to find the right target and your Blink RP skewer back fails, the game might have just ended. So, very good play from Heroic. Again, stalling out this game as Monkey King is now level 25. And we do have the additional Wukong's command ring completed as well as a nullifier. So getting outside of Wukong's command is going to be very difficult now.
He's queued up the refresher on the Magnus, finished up the Ags for Horn Toss.
I mean, Horn Toss is very good.
Yeah, but it means if you ever find the Magnus and he has no buyback, I think you just win the game.
True.
You have to be very careful.
Joke's on you for thinking Divine Llama is going to leave the base.
That's true. Very true. Not even going to think about the Roche. Like, just go for the steal again, guys. Surely, third time's the charm. You'll get the timing right.
3 seconds to the Roshan. I mean, if they were all there, maybe they could kill it in the 20 seconds, but not likely now, as it will spawn bottom, or I guess move its way bottom very quickly.
I like his movement. So now they're going top, but Parker and Schofield always moving together, just increasing their odds of survival. That Monkey King farms while Nyx looks for the threats, and if they do get Monkey King, Schofield has come in to try to save him.
Overwhelming Blink on Makoto. Very good item for the Puck. Makes it so difficult to get away from this hero. At least I think he had Overwhelming Blink, right?
Yeah, got it.
Okay.
Third
Roshan
Roche.
number 4?
Oh,
or 3?
I think 3. This is gonna have the refresher, which I guess Doom. Yeah, looks like it.
I like it on Doom. Cheese for the Phoenix is very nice as well. Like if Phoenix almost dies, cheese into egg could potentially turn the fight, which we haven't really even talked about it, but the Phoenix is now about to pass both of the other cores for Heroic. As I mentioned, not typically known as flash farming heroes. They are very much struggling this game.
Use that rocket flare Ags to just keep the lane shoved out.
Yeah. At some point, Clockwork will pass the Void Spirit in the mag.
Probably because he can farm while in base.
Yeah. Kodo looking for these heroes top side. We're going to be lucky enough to find him coiled just barely off the mark. Good attempt, though. We'll force Parker out of the top lane at least and cut the shenanigans off.
Until he makes his way out to the lanes again.
Yeah, which, not too difficult.
Yeah, it's exactly what they need to do. Talon, I don't know. It feels like so far Heroic has managed to hold each and every time. As soon as there's one massive mistake, it's just it. And Talon, they keep trying to find it. I don't know. It's such a tall order for Heroic to keep perfectly defending. Schofield.
Oh my god.
Scary. This is so scary.
Dude, no way. Where's the Doom?
onto the Monkey King.
Oh, that is massive. He's just gonna drop the nullifier, but he needs to leave. He cannot afford to die to this. And now the Magnus inside the base gets caught from the TA, but has to RP to run, but a tight attack from downtown. He finishes him off, and a second Doom is coming. He gets Parker. An immediate buyback will be spent. A big commitment from the side of Talon, but it might have been everything they needed to finally end this game.
Still out here Wukongs with the extra ring.
You can defend tier 4s with the Wukongs for sure, but for how long?
Talon, not sure if he has buyback on the Magnus, so they're just gonna clear out the Megas first.
Yep, that's it. Mega creeps for the side of Talon as they now look to just farm them in the enemy base. Analog. Lucky high ground miss. Okay, they're just trying to get vision for the TA to finish off the silence. Will take down Makoto. Okay, gotta be careful here, Talon. This is still the enemy base. Next assassin goes in, gets the stun, jump side on the back. Wukong's command's gonna come out, block them from getting out, but the meld bash out from Akashi puts a stop to Parker, falling low. He doesn't have the boundless strike. He's got to get out of here. The Fire Spirit's burning him as Analog's making a little bit of space, but he does manage to get up into the trees. But Cuckoo on the backside.
Cuckoo's gonna kill him.
The job, and he does. This whole game has been the Enchantress messing with the side of Heroic, and he gets away with it. And an absolute masterclass performance from Cuckoo, as Heroic will drop game number 2.
It took a while. They really wanted to respect the Magnus RP, the Wukongs. They had to play it so carefully, but I mean, the odds were stacked in their favor. At some point, Heroic finally slips up. They get caught, a couple kills without buybacks, and they finally get to close out the game on Talon after having the lead since the laning stage.
I feel like this game, if the lanes went better from Heroic, I could understand. But I think this comes back to the Void Spirit pick for me. This matchup is not as like one-sided as it used to be. Previously, it was just you get a Yules and Puck's like kind of removed from the game for a while, right? Because of how easy it was to try and kill Puck at that point. And then the Ags obviously counters it later. But the matchup in lane, thanks to the Puckish innate, like you said, seems to make way bigger of a deal here than maybe people gave it credit to.
I also think Void's innate used to be better, right? He was actually one of those broken heroes for a little bit.
Yeah, he was broken for a while.
That got nerfed, and on paper, it's like a skill matchup. If you hit 6 first, you can threaten the Puck, and vice versa, but seems like Puck is having an easier time in the lane. This is, of course, just one matchup that we get to see here in this game, right? So maybe, maybe you repeat it a couple times. Maybe it can go Void Spirit favored, but at least in this game where it mattered for Talon, Makoto does handle that mid matchup, and then he was all over the map with that Puck. I see a 12, 2, and 19 score. Actually, the TA as well on Akashi, 17, 1, and 15. Very active on the cores this game.
Yeah, I mean, they played super well. You give credit where it's due. A solid draft from Talon and a great performance in all of the roles. I think Cuckoo here got so much work done. Obviously, setting up for the early first blood on Divine Llama. I think he gets like a solo kill again later on. He was a big reason that they were able to take the mid tower so early. He finds a kill onto Analog. He just crushed this game.
Yeah, I do think Heroic did a great job of adjusting and trying to drag out the game and recognizing, okay, we have this Wukong RP combo. We can always win potentially in the late game. We just have to be very careful. So they did their best in that front, but like you said, off the laning stage being behind, you had to be perfect for the rest of the game.
Yeah. Man, I just have to think to myself like what this game would have looked like with a Ricky in the mid lane instead, right? Because it was a pretty decent mid game. It was a pretty decent game for Ricky, I'll be honest.
Wanted to believe.
But I mean, this puts Heroic in a really rough spot overall. They are going to drop to their 8th loss now, I believe, right? So they're going to be,
I think so,
2-8, which again, mathematically, they're probably not eliminated, but I think they have to, like, it's not in their hands anymore. They can't just win every game and still qualify. Like, it requires some other teams to drop some games. So we'll see. Obviously, as tomorrow when we get there, like, there's going to be some big make or break games for all these teams, but big win for Talon because this does put them into the upper half of the bracket, at least for now.
Yeah, I believe a 5-5 scoreline, which is not a bad spot to be in. I think game 1, that Broodmother threw him off.
Oh yeah,
I think we got to see a lot more of the strength of Talon here in game number 2, off of maybe more comfort picks as well. Right, like Akashi had to play this like initiating Dragonite carry, which I fully appreciate, and I wish I had carry players who would not just also go right-click farming builds when the other 2 roles are doing that. Right, he tried, but it was just like, oh, we've been Broodmothered. Like, how do we make this work?
Yeah.
I think here where they had a much more controlled draft, something a lot more standard, they looked really good.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely right. And I think, it just comes back to me, like, you have this like hyper carry, the Templar Assassin, who's also good in lane. So you pick the Magnus, not knowing the matchups. The response is TA, which clearly Akashi is super familiar with. And we don't really see like much attention or invades like used in the early game to try and slow down the Templar Assassin. And I'm not sure if it's something they could have really done, but I don't know how you really adjust like your early game when you start to lose your lanes with Heroics draft. They made some attempts like late game with just the Blink RP back into Wukong's, but is that really your only option this game?
I think with Void having a rough time, maybe it is. Like if your Void Spirit's doing better, it's easier to maybe find kills with the Nyx or Void Spirit starts, other people's rotate in, but without him, yeah, you kind of just got to wait for the big ultimates.
Yeah. Ooh. All right. Sounds like we do have our interview here, and it's going to be with WS from Talon. Congratulations. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
Yeah. Awesome. Glad to hear it. So I want to talk to you a little bit about the differences in draft and strategy from game 1 to game 2. I feel like your guys' draft in game 2 was really well-rounded. What was it in game 1 that kind of caught you guys off guard, or do you kind of just chop that up to the draft itself?
The game 1, we kind of have no solution to. They have the summons and animals. We have no solution to fix that. Because my hero is Razor and Invoker mid. They can outdraft us that game.
Yeah. Okay, so that's kind of what it felt like. You guys were making what plays you could, but the map got small fast. But game 2, you guys look great. So you guys come out a little bit ahead in the lanes, and they're trying their best to drag this out on Heroic, like push this super late. Were you guys worried at all, or did you know if you just took your time, it would eventually all come out ahead for you guys?
To be honest, not really, because we have Dome late game and the park. No one can catch the park on the game, so
yeah,
pretty chill about that.
Nice. I like to hear that. Zach, what do you got?
So I was wondering about, so you played Doom this time, and your item build's was pretty normal. You know, maybe like we don't see Yasha Kai as much. I saw you even had like a Sanj Yasha kind of like disassembled a little bit. It seems lately more people are trying weird builds on Doom. Do you think there's any reason for that in particular?
Because I'm not sure about that, because I just following them. Like I don't see people buying Midas on Doom now, and I see a lot of people building these Sanj and Yasha, so I just kind of following them.
Okay.
For me, I feel it's pretty good also. Like it's better.
Gotcha. Then as a follow-up, obviously there's only a certain amount of Dota games you can play in a given time. For you, as you practice as a player, how much do you spend playing the different heroes versus watching replays and seeing what other people are doing?
Probably from when I wake up, like maybe playing for 2 pub game, and then we do have a scrim, and maybe after every time we finish a scrim, we'll watch the replay together. So probably we maybe spend 8 to 10 hours per day playing Dota.
Got it. Do you play more after that, or do you try to take okay, that's like I need to take a break, too much Dota is gonna overwhelm?
It depends on the win rate. If I lose a lot, then I will keep playing.
Okay, so you wanna get the wins back if you're losing.
Yeah. Maybe I don't
Gotcha.
even need to sleep.
A true Dota player.
So I got one last question for you here. Tomorrow, you've got some big teams. You guys are going up against Waska and Team Spirit. You guys are doing really well in the groups. You're sitting right in the middle. You're pretty well positioned. How do you feel going into your final day? Are you guys like well prepared and team working well?
For tomorrow, like we will play. Of course, we will play our 100% also because we never gonna underestimate any opponents. They are also strong opponents, so we'll try our best to do.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. I think it's going to be a really exciting day tomorrow. I think we might be covering one of your series as well. So maybe we'll get the opportunity to talk to you again, you know, if all things go well. But I just want to say congratulations today, man. You guys get a very important Game 2 win there. And hopefully, you know, the final day goes well for you, and we'll see you then.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
All right. It's always a pleasure. I love getting a moment to talk with players just in general. Like kind of get a little bit of insight to how they're feeling about the games. So even just like a few minute interview is nice.
Yeah, I like hearing. Usually the advice is, you know, if you're winning, you can keep playing. If you're losing, you gotta like take a break. He's like, no. If I'm losing, I need that MMR back. I'm so back in that pressing Q right away.
The run it back mentality. Sometimes it's a deep hole you never get out of. Sometimes it works. I don't know. But we've got the standings here for where we are as day 2 comes to an end. Group A, still pretty close here in the middle. So Paravision, Liquid, Extreme, Gaming Gladiators. And the bottom half is Bet Boom, Avalis, Nigma, and Nouns Esports, who very much struggling today. They're sitting at 2-8. They need to get some wins if they want any chance of staying in this tournament tomorrow. They have to win all their games.
Yeah, maybe not too surprising for this group besides Paravision, which is newly formed. So I think a lot of people just don't fully know where that's going to land, but looks pretty good right now at the top of the group, 7-3. I think,
yeah,
as long as you find like one more win, you should be in a good spot to at least make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, I think I would have expected like Bet Boom and Paravision to have like swapped scores there, right? I feel like Bet Boom looked really good recently, but sitting in the middle instead. So we take a look at Group B. Team Falcons looking very fresh, 9-1, followed by Waska at 7-2, Tundra and Team Spirit in the middle there. Followed up on the bottom half of the group will be Talon, Azure, Heroic, and Palinatia, the dream that was Fortnite Man into Dream League Man into Champion Man. It looks like it's over. They are now mathematically eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah, just for now, for this one, right? But for any new team, I think it's actually very encouraging. We have so many new players on that team, right? Even make it here. And it's always a tall order for a brand new team to then win the entire tournament. I hope this is a great learning experience for them. I hope the Legend of Fortnite Man does not, like, this is just the beginning. You know, this is the power up arc. I look forward to the future, seeing them hopefully keep playing together.
Take a little glimpse into the future of tomorrow. So our schedule, we have Paravision versus Nigma Galaxy in the morning, followed up by Falcons and Azure Ray. And then we'll wrap things up in the second half of the day with Paravision once again versus Team Liquid, and then Falcons versus Waska. That game is gonna be sick. The teams at the top of their brackets. Very excited because we haven't had a chance to cover Team Waska yet, and I'm a huge fan of this roster. I'm a fan of a lot of the SA Dota teams in general, but Waska was one that I think a lot of teams were a little bit like, I think a lot of fans in general didn't really know who this was, right? Like they're just like, oh, this is just a random team coming from South America, and they are second in their group currently, looking good.
Yeah, I wonder if Heroic winning a tournament kind of lit a fire in them. It's like, wait, if they can do it, we can do it. You know, start grinding things out for Heroic. I think people were already respecting them, right? But because they just won, I think they got studied up a little bit, and maybe he's making this tournament a little bit tough for them. But Waska, you know, they're looking pretty good. South America's got some strong players. Always exciting to see them do well. Hopefully keep that going through the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely excited for that one. But for now, for today, it's done. We finished up day 3 of these group stages, so we're going to be bringing the show to an end. I just want to say thank you all so much for tuning in. My name's Cryptic, been here with Z Quixotics, and as always, have a wonderful night. See you tomorrow.
Super drop. I'm gonna get the box over here.
my private garden. It's my own menagerie. If you're looking for a party, I own everything you see. Heavy is the head, where's the crown? They said it's my time, and I'm gonna run this scene. If you don't like the way I rule my empire, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? There's only room for one hustler, sitting way up on that throne. Guess I'm showing my true colors. 24 karat gold. I'm gonna wear that crown. Y'all better hit the ground. It's my time, and I can guarantee, if you don't like the way I rule my kingdom, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it?
On the street, people pass you by. You don't meet their eye, you don't care. And out in the night, you see a light. From the cafes, there's more singing than despair. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. Too drunk to sit. They're talking shit of what's been before. And the dancing girls, they twist and twirl. They sweat like beads of pearls, scattered before swine. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done.
Yes, we really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? We're going up now. And do what you do. Keeping it up, wanna do some more. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. Gotta be up till you take no more. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're moving up now. So keep it on the floor. Gotta be up till you take no more. Light up and shine the crowd. We'll burn the house right down here. No thing you're not allowed. The party just begun. Yeah. Keep it moving up now. So do it like before. You better believe you got something more. So now you're number one. You feel the satisfaction. And when the night is done, you like that interaction. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction.